The universe is vast and boundless, the depths of space unfathomably dark and mysterious. Within this black curtain of the cosmos, Blue Star is small and insignificant, as fragile as a thin sheet of paper that would tear at the slightest touch. In a distant asteroid belt, countless meteorites flow and revolve like an eternal river of stars drifting ceaselessly through the ages. One day, a mischievous meteorite suddenly broke free from the asteroid belt, carving a blazing arc across the darkness. In the year 2024, on the 15th of July, fortune and calamity intertwined. The divination spoke, heavy clouds shroud the sun, hiding its light. Better for you not to travel far. Marriage and wealth will not be blessed. Beware of quarrels and disputes arriving at your door. Beep, beep, beep. Calculation complete. Accuracy of this calculation is 99.99%. A wandering meteorite at the edge of the asteroid belt, codenamed Big Boy, will in 5 months and 15 days evade the moon's gravitational pull and crash into the surface of Blue Star. The catastrophic level of this event is world-ending. In the northwest of Longwood, deep within a heavily guarded underground research institute. The result had been derived through the combined calculations of 3 super Shinwei computers, the cold mechanical broadcast echoing through the main control hall. Hundreds of researchers stood with cold sweat streaming down their backs, not a single sound in the room. A suffocating dread of despair spread throughout the entire hall. 5 days earlier, the Longwood space station had transmitted a string of data and hundreds of blurry photographs. After arduous calculations, all their results pointed to the same conclusion. A meteorite with a diameter exceeding 20 kilometers had broken away from the asteroid belt and was howling toward Blue Star at a speed of 30 kilometers per second. In 5 months and 15 days, everything on the surface of Blue Star would be wiped out, plunging the world into a global apocalypse. No, that data string doesn't have to be correct. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. A young man not yet 30 trembled uncontrollably, muttering in disbelief as he spoke. My child has just turned 1. My family has only just begun. I can't accept this, I can't accept it. His eyes reddened as he slowly crouched down, clutching his head and crying out. To him, happiness had only just begun, yet heaven now declared that the end of the world was at hand. Under the crushing pressure of these days of relentless calculations, his mind finally buckled, plunging him into terror and despair. No one present mocked his weakness. They all remained silent, eyes reddened at a loss for words as tears blurred. A meteorite with a diameter of more than 20 kilometers was twice the size of the one that had once wiped out the dinosaurs, and the destructive force it would unleash was more than 5 times greater. The energy of the impact would be enough to annihilate 99% of Blue Star's surface life 5 times over. No one could accept such a reality, and soon a dozen sobs rose one after another. Science does not lie. They had verified the result again, and the space station continued to send back data. Refusal to accept it could not change the truth. The world-ending meteorite catastrophe was on its way. Seal all information and await orders from higher up. A middle-aged man in a lieutenant general's uniform with a firm expression spoke in a steady voice. His gaze was fixed straight ahead. At the very front of the control room, an animated meteorite was inching closer and closer to Blue Star. Above it, a line of red numbers was counting down. Guang'an Province, Binhai City. A prosperous coastal metropolis, a renowned economic center of Asia, and an international megacity. July burned with passion. The sun blazed, the earth scorched, and the air shimmered with searing heat. On the 33rd floor of Nebula Technology Group's headquarters, in a conference room, dozens of department executives were heatedly discussing the group's development direction for the second half of the year. In their conversations, sums of money in the tens of billions were tossed about with ease. Our game division made more than 18 billion in profit last month. After leaving 5 billion for operations and growth, the rest can all be sent back to Nebula headquarters. A middle-aged man said this with unabashed pride written all over his face. The game division was the founding pillar of Nebula Group. After 5 years of effort, it owned more than a dozen wildly popular games and brought in hundreds of billions in circulating funds for Nebula Group's headquarters every year. He felt he had every right to say that without his game division, there would be no Nebula Technology Group, valued at over $1 trillion. As soon as he finished speaking, at least half of Nebula's executives and general managers were green, with envy staring at Fudahai's face still slick with the oil of indulgent meals. That plump figure of his was enough to make others drool. Games truly were a goldmine. Profits of tens or even hundreds of billions emerged at a whim, and a single event could harvest a vast swath of players. They wondered when they would ever be able to stand so straight and proud. Brother, you really are steady. Looks like this year's research funding for the second half is as good as secured. Deputy Minister of the Research Department, Gua Xiaodong, rubbed his hands together, unable to contain the heat in his heart. Their research department was truly poor. This side needed funds, that side needed funds, and before they knew it, even 200 billion was not enough to go around. The new materials department and the new energy department were both insatiable gold swallowers. On top of that, the newly launched aerospace department could burn through several billion with a single experiment. Even 180 billion would barely make a ripple. They were unquestionably the most money-hungry department in all of Nebula Group. Not only the research department, but Nebula Heavy Industries machinery and Chip RD and other divisions that relied on the game division to survive all hurried to cozy up as well. The thicker the thigh they could cling to, the more excited they became. Without the two great cash cow divisions, the game division and the mobile communications division, they would starve. Brother Fu, you're too strong. Next time, let's collaborate more between our platforms, strive to grow bigger and stronger, create new glory, and let your little brother at least sip some soup. President Fu is truly accomplished in midlife. With just one word from you, even a cow would explode from the fireworks. Surrounded by flattery and obsequious praise, Fu Dehai's nostrils tilted skyward as his smile bloomed brighter and brighter like a chrysanthemum in full blossom. Yet in the very next moment, damn it, a 3-0 and you still get triple killed. Can you even play? Can you even play at all? A furious shout brought the lively meeting to an abrupt halt, everyone turning helplessly to look at the young man seated in the very center of the podium. He was the sole controller of Nebula Group, Su Yun, and the boss of them all. At this moment, Su Yun lounged carelessly in his chair in a casual suit, utterly unrestrained, his face filled with anger as he held the latest model Nebula phone in his hand. Defeat. Dong 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 bang. As the crystal was destroyed, Su Yun slammed his fist down on the table, letting out a roar of rage, his temper flaring. A bunch of noobs dragging down my credit score again. Beside him, the composed female assistant looked on, covering her face in mild embarrassment as the corner of her mouth twitched. A 082 top lane Ma Chao turned into a fountain camper, furiously flaming the 3 carries. Where did he get that kind of confidence? Even her grandmother could play better with her feet. Forget it, I'm done. A lobby full of grade schoolers. Which idiot designed this matchmaking system? Su Yun tossed the phone aside, cursing indignantly. Yet as soon as he finished, everyone in the conference room turned their heads toward Fu Dehai, wanting to laugh, yet not daring to make a sound. No matter how impressive the game division was in front of him, they were still the junior. Ahem, boss, please calm down. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow our game division's technicians will tweak things again. We'll make sure. Fu Dehai's face was full of embarrassment as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke hurriedly. In front of this man, he truly had no temper at all. The entire game division ate from the bowl that Su Yun had set before them. Both the wildly popular Glory Alliance and Battle Royale King had been designed according to Su Yun's ideas. He was the very sky above all of Nebula Group. With a look of utter ennui, Su Yun shook his head. Forget it, forget it. You've about finished talking anyway. There's still more than 50 billion in liquid funds in the headquarters accounts this month. Leave 50 billion and distribute all the rest, including the profits from the revenue divisions. For Nebula Group, money truly was not in short supply, but the more they earned, the faster they spent. These hundreds of billions would probably be burned through in less than a month. After speaking, Su Yun lay back again with a helpless sigh, staring blankly at the ceiling. No one could understand. He had transmigrated into this world and still had not fully come to terms with it. The next day, his old man had simply tossed him 5 million and said, "Boy, this is half of the family's savings. Your loving mother and I are going to travel the world. You're on your own now." Beside him, his mother gazed at his father with tender affection. "Our arduous 18 years are finally over. Husband, our beautiful romantic life can begin again. Wife, husband." Their gazes grew ever more syrupy. In the end, reality proved that his parents were the true lovers and the original him was merely an accident. The very next day, while he was still in school, he abruptly became a solitary man. No girl, no dog, living alone. With a house, a car, and savings, he had planned to slack his way through life. Yet in his freshman year, on a whim, he started a company and bought a small game from old Wong in the dorm next door, and immediately made a killing. 200,000 turned into 2 million within a week, and a month later, another 20 million in profit rolled in. From that day on, Nebula Technology seemed to have been blessed with a cheat. Hidden talents flocked to the company, each more capable than the last, and their earnings grew with each passing day. Without any system, it was as though he possessed one superior to any. 5 years later, Nebula Technology Group had become a colossal behemoth, a unicorn-level super conglomerate within Longhua. Even as a good-for-nothing boss who ignored the operation of Nebula Group and chose to slack off, he still could not imagine how he could possibly lose in this life. Another passionless day. Su Yun spread his hands in a small gesture of resignation. A life was dull. In this life, the thing he liked least was money. Yet in the very next second, boom. The conference room doors were kicked open by a stubbled young man who clutched a laptop in his hands and shouted in a panic, "Brother Yun, this is bad. Something huge has happened. Blue Star is finished." Inside the conference room of Nebula Tower, everyone stared dumbfounded and terrified at the slightly blurred footage on the screen ahead. A meteorite catastrophe. It has to be fake, right? Isn't this just some scene from a sci-fi movie? Someone asked, doubtfully looking toward Lu Tianyuan. "Chief Lu, a joke this big is not something we can afford. Don't fool us." Fu Dehai spoke up as well, worry etched across his face. Lu Tianyuan, once a genius hacker in computer science and now the chief network security engineer of Nebula Technology Group, stood at the center of attention. He was responsible for the group's entire internet development and security. More importantly, it was under his leadership that Nebula Group's super AI Yunming had been developed. This system was infinitely close to true artificial intelligence. Within Nebula Group, his status ranked only below Assistant Jiang and those four monsters in the Research Institute, and he was even more trusted and valued by Su Yun than Minister Guan Jinlong of the Legal Department and think tank the man known as the Hidden Dragon. Lu Tianyuan did not answer the others. Instead, he looked towards Su Yun and said solemnly, "This was the work of a hacker friend of mine. He left a backdoor in the supercomputer at Shangjing University, and when all its computing power was pushed to full load, he discovered it. Apart from a few of us hackers, no one else knows yet. I'm afraid he has already begun selling this information and is preparing to stockpile supplies and build a shelter." He believed that Su Yun would definitely be able to discern the authenticity of this video and lead Nebula Group safely through this calamity. At this moment, the placid heart of Su Yun finally rippled. Narrowing his eyes, he focused on the general in the footage. Chun Wenguo, rank Lieutenant General. I met him once in the Northwest during tests on a payload-carrying unmanned drone swarm, and he has maintained contact with Nebula Group ever since, Su Yun said evenly. You've met his son Shin Weiguo as well, the major who often comes to my office for tea and idle chatter. As his words fell, everyone in the conference room felt their hearts jolt violently. Expressions grew grave in unison. In Longwa, no one dared joke about a man like that. If this was no joke, then. Yes. I also thought it was some blurred movie scene at first, that the resemblance to Chief Chen Wenhua was just coincidence. But I saw him many times when I was in the army, and he has always had dealings with our Nebula Industries, said Hua Yunfei, Minister of the Industrial Department, in a steady voice. Hua Yunfei was a retired Special Forces soldier. 3 years ago, he had risen from being a top bodyguard of Nebula Technology to being appointed by Su Yun as the liaison with the state. He ultimately became Minister of the Industrial Department, overseeing Nebula Group's various military and civilian light and heavy industries, rising in one step to the very pinnacle. Many present had not known that Nebula Industries had been cooperating with Longhua all along, secretly developing. Within Nebula's Research Institute, 2 of the genius monsters had been dedicating themselves to the nation, as well providing a vast array of advanced technologies and equipment. As absurd as it sounds, I am nearly certain this information is true, Hua Yunfei declared, his expression grave. Su Yun nodded slightly. He watched the dozens of general managers and senior executives of Nebula Group before him, noting how after their initial shock and anxiety, they quickly regained their composure. Everyone present was a core pillar of Nebula Group, a hidden dragon or a phoenix chick, elite talents at the pinnacle. Their minds were unshakably strong. Even faced with a meteorite catastrophe, once their emotions settled, they could remain as steady as a mountain. Nebula Group was no ordinary company. With its all-round development, it had already spread into nearly every frontier technology sector of daily life. One could not sit in such a position without a strong heart. After a brief moment of thought, and under the gaze of everyone present, Su Yun picked up his phone and dialed a special number. The dialing tone sounded. 5 seconds later, the call connected. Uncle Chun, those 2 restless fellows of mine have come up with another huge surprise. Do you have time to come over and discuss it in detail? Su Yun said with a smile. So my young brother, I'm tied up in the Northwest right now. I'm afraid I can't come see this big surprise immediately. I'll have that brat Weiguo come over instead, Chun Wenhua replied wearily over the line. At that moment, the Underground Research Institute in the Northwest was already in utter chaos, and he was rushing to Shangjing University. They had originally sealed off the entire institute, but unexpectedly a hacker had left a backdoor in 2 other supercomputers linked to the outside world. Information about the meteorite catastrophe had been leaked, leaving his head pounding these past 2 days. He wanted nothing more than to skin that hacker alive. A bit disappointed, Su Yun continued, then should Nebula Group lend a hand? Uncle Chun, just say the word. We still have a bit of clout. Forget it. This is a top-secret mission and must remain classified, Chun Wenhua said, eyes brightening for a moment before dimming again. The technical strength of Nebula Group was unquestionably world-class. Even in tracking down that hacker, they could provide tremendous help. Yet he still dared not let news of the meteorite catastrophe spread. Otherwise, even with his status, he would end up before a military tribunal. Still, Chun Wenhua narrowed his eyes as a thought took shape. A meteorite catastrophe, the end of days drawing near. Longhua had already begun moving in secret, and even those Shangjing clans whose influence reached the very heavens were showing signs of activity. This secret was no longer absolute. A national-level treasure like Nebula Group deserved at least a hint. They must not be allowed to vanish in the aftermath of the apocalypse. After all, the talents in Nebula's Research Institute would play a crucial role in the post-apocalyptic world, especially those 4 monstrous geniuses, kings in their respective 4 domains. He made up his mind, harboring as well a private desire to leave a way out for his own family. Su Kid, pay close attention to the nation's moves in the coming days. It's crucial. This concerns the very survival of Nebula Group. At the beginning of next year, I'll come find you for a chat. All right, I have work to do. I hope you. I see you next year, he said. The line went dead. Su Yun set down the phone, his right index finger tapping lightly on the tabletop as a sharp gleam flashed through his eyes. Everyone in the conference room remained silent, yet they shared one common trait: heads raised, gazes firm and fixed on Su Yun, awaiting the tasks to come. Before long, Su Yun spoke. You Mingers simulate the meteorite catastrophe and calculate the chain of damage it will cause. He sat down at the head of the table, instructing the AI to project onto the large screen. Meteorite catastrophe simulation in progress. A clear, youthful girl's voice, sounding about 14 or 15 years old, rang out. A map of Blue Star appeared on the screen, and an animated simulation began. Based on comparison of video and data, the meteorite has a diameter of approximately 22.5 kilometers and a width of about 13.8 kilometers, traveling at roughly 29.8 kilometers per second, the AI reported. Once it impacts Blue Star, it will release energy equivalent to about 900 trillion tons of TNT. Within several hundred kilometers of the impact point, there will be no survivors. Fragments of the meteorite will rain down like a meteor shower across half of Blue Star. The dust hurled into the atmosphere will blanket the entire globe, blocking sunlight for roughly 120 years, the AI continued. At the moment of impact, the global magnetic field will fall into chaos, communications will be cut off, and the powerful electromagnetic pulse will destroy all electronic devices. Immediately afterward, volcanoes worldwide will erupt, continental plates will quake, and tsunamis over 200 meters high will obliterate all coastal cities, surging up to 300 kilometers inland. At that time, the small Days nation and more than a dozen island and coastal countries will be wiped out by tsunamis. After the tsunamis, global temperatures will rise, vegetation will ignite and burn the skies, glaciers will melt, sea levels will climb, and acid rain will engulf the world. As massive amounts of algae die off, oxygen levels will plummet. Then temperatures will plunge to extremes, snow will seal the heavens, and an ice age will descend. As Yunming's simulation unfolded, the breathing of everyone in the conference room grew increasingly rapid. This was a catastrophe capable of eradicating humanity, and a prolonged war of attrition at that, with the final ice age lasting more than 1,000 years. In temperatures of -70 to 80 degrees, no one could survive on the surface, cold enough to freeze even the oceans into stillness. This extinction-level disaster, capable of annihilating humanity, filled every heart with nothing but boundless despair. Yet at that moment, Suyun drew in a deep breath. "Is this all it takes to scare you?" he said. "Nebula Technology Group is a company that dares to stand up even to the beautiful nation. What is there to fear? If we go down, they'll go down too. We have 5 months and a handful of days left. Whether we survive and how well we live to see the new year depends on all of you. I believe in you," Suyun said solemnly, looking at everyone who had already risen to their feet. Nebula Group lacked neither money nor technology nor talent. There was only one way to lead the group through this: to build a vast underground shelter, a subterranean fortress capable of sustaining the lives of tens of thousands. For Nebula Group, this was a challenge, but by no means an impossibility. An hour later, in the conference room on the top floor of the Xingyun building, 500 seats were occupied, and the hall and aisles were crowded with people. The scale of Xingyun Group is immense. Even with just the management from various departments present, it filled the largest conference room in the headquarters. The first step, excluding the Industrial Department, Research Department, Aerospace Department, Medical Department, Engineering Construction Department, Logistics Department, Warehouse Management Department, Security Department, and Human Resources Department, we must abandon all entertainment, takeout, e-commerce, internet, mobile communications, finance, and other industries unrelated to survival in the apocalypse. Sell everything we can, preferably to foreign countries, letting those two troublesome nations, Japan and the United States. The second step, procure materials. The news has leaked. We at Xingyun Group cannot fall behind. While selling off industries, we must secretly procure various materials and raw materials. We need to act swiftly and effectively before the situation escalates. Time is of the essence. The think tank member Guan Jinlong, with long hair, held an unlit cigar in one hand and pointed at an app on the screen with thick black-rimmed glasses. Guan Jinlong of Xingyun Group is a well-known figure in Longhua. He previously led 300 elite members of the legal department to confront the invincible Penguin Corp, and later managed to withstand sanctions from the United States against Xingyun's phones and chips retaliating fiercely. He secretly collaborated with Wu Dahu, the Minister of Finance, to bring 500 billion in funds into Wall Street. A month later, amidst brutal fighting, they surprisingly managed to escape, with 280 billion intact, returning triumphantly. The two earned the title of the first financial powerhouses, the Mad Dragon and the Crazy Tiger, and together dealt a blow to the United States, venting their frustrations. His wisdom was almost supernatural, and his decisiveness left no room for schemes to evade his sight. It seems that the dual dragons must step into the fray. Wu Dahu, the Minister of Finance, his eyes gleaming, murmured while looking at Guan Jinlong on the stage. Although Xingyun Group was not short on funds, who wouldn't want to get something for free? If we can't buy it for zero cost, then we should use your money to buy your resources. Guan Jinlong noticed Wu Dahu's gaze and nodded slightly, indicating he had plans. The third step, the most crucial step. Guan Jinlong looked around at the quiet, note-taking crowd below and continued solemnly. That is to determine where to build our Xingyun Group shelter and how to ensure it is foolproof. Sister Meng, bring up the map of Longhua and mark suitable locations for constructing the large underground shelter. Guan Jinlong awkwardly rubbed his unlit cigar while standing on stage. Don't mention it. The super AI developed by Lu Tianyuan is indeed impressive, with fast, and accurate computation speed, managing the entire Xingyun group in an orderly manner and assisting employees in their work. However, it has some drawbacks. This thing can get quite temperamental. One must pamper and coax this little ancestor to get. He had opposed it more than once, but was repeatedly rejected by Liu Tianyuan's reasoning that the super AI Yundream needed emotional communication and stimulation to evolve into true artificial intelligence. He provided Yundream with a body, but ultimately, she needed her own efforts and the assistance of all Xingyun Group employees to transcend. In comparison, what else could Guan Jinlong do but support her with tears in his eyes? After all, she was genuinely useful. Initiating now, Yundream's clear voice rang out. In the next moment, a satellite map of Longhua appeared on the screen, with dozens of red circles marking suitable. Su Yun squinted at these geographical locations, feeling a bit overwhelmed. In Guang'an province, there were only 3, while in Binhai City, there was not a single one. The coastal areas were all marked with red lines, making it impossible to construct there. Yet this was his stronghold. Many things could not be moved. Just the research department, aerospace department, and heavy industry park have a vast amount of top-tier equipment that cannot be moved or transported far. They can only be abandoned or violently dismantled and sold. Not to mention, he couldn't bear the thought, anyone who dared to suggest selling or abandoning them would probably get their heads smashed by the people from the research department, mechanical department, and engineering department. These were built painstakingly over time, all of them labor of love. His ideal scenario was to find a good location in Guang'an province, and it shouldn't be too far from Binhai City. Ideally, he wanted to find a slightly better spot within the tsunami coverage area of the city. He didn't believe that a shelter built with the full resources of Xingyun Group could be destroyed by a mere tsunami. Ahem, everyone, it's unfortunate that Binhai City has become a no-go zone engulfed by the tsunami, leaving no chance for survival. Thus we must abandon many things. Guan Jinlong said helplessly. My suggestion is to build in the hilly areas of central Longhua or the northwestern direction where the terrain is high, the soil is solid, and there is underground water. Boom. Before Guan Jinlong could finish his sentence, the conference room door was kicked open, startling him so much that the cigar almost fell from his hand. You old fool, still talking about the Northwest. I swear I'm choosing Binhai City, and no one is allowed to leave. A scruffy young man in one slipper entered, pointing at Guan Jinlong and shouting, looking as if he dared anyone to. Everyone present looked bewildered, speechless at this young man, yet accustomed to it, and not daring to refute. In Xingyun Group's traditional culture, it's known that the one who kicks the door is always a big shot. Of course, not everyone dares to do this. Only those of significant status can kick down doors. They are the treasures of Xingyun Group, the little ancestors. The scruffy, slipper-wearing man before them was one of them. Hao Yang, one of the 4 prodigies in the research institute. A top talent in physics, mathematics, quantum mechanics, materials science, mechanics, and other engineering disciplines, who oversees the only small particle accelerator in Xingyun Group, researching nuclei, photons, and new elements. Several groundbreaking new materials have been developed by him, which can even be commercialized and militarized, earning vast amounts of funding for Xingyun Group's development. He is undoubtedly a revered figure in Xingyun Group. Guan Jinlong's mouth twitched slightly as he calmly adjusted his glasses. He had long grown accustomed to this scene. He had long understood Hao Yang's temperament and disposition. Arguing with him would only lead to endless disputes. As long as he didn't rebut, Hao Yang wouldn't be able to retaliate, and would simply simmer down, unable to vent his frustration. However, the next moment, tap, 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 a tall figure slowly walked into the conference room, dressed in a white lab coat with flowing purple hair. Guan Jinlong's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively took a step back, as if he had seen a fearsome beast. This great demon king has actually appeared. A chorus of gasps filled the conference room as everyone leaned back collectively. Even though the executives of Xingyun Group held high positions, the one they feared most was not Su Yun or Hao Yang. Rather, it was the beautiful woman in front of them. After all, she was the devil controller capable of annihilating humanity. Wherever Hao Yang is, I will be there. If you have the guts, take my lab with you when you leave, or none of you will survive. Xiling elegantly leaned against the door frame and chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, the gasps echoed once more. No one dared to provoke this woman, nor did anyone dare to touch her lab. At this moment, Su Yun looked at Xiling, feeling a twitch in his right eyelid. He was also afraid. In the depths of the Xingyun Technology Research Center, there was a top-tier P4 biological research institute. It housed countless terrifying viruses and bacteria. This woman spent every day and night surrounded by viruses and bacteria, conducting her crazed research, and no one in Xingyun Group dared to approach her. However, the most remarkable aspect was that many medical achievements and miracle drugs were developed by this woman, benefiting countless people. Although according to her sales strategy the profits were minimal, she could only earn countless virtues and good words. Yet no one dared to criticize her, not even Su Yun, who could only hold his nose and support this living Buddha. Moreover, one must treat her well, otherwise if she were to get unhappy one day, tisk humanity might not even realize how they perished. She was undoubtedly a world-ending level figure. Among the 4 prodigies of Xingyun Research Institute, Xiling the Demon King was a name known to all. As the two entered, the entire conference room fell into silence. Apart from Su Yun, no one could manage these two little ancestors. Even Guan Jinlong did not dare to argue. In terms of contributions to the Xingyun group and his own value, he was no match for even a finger of these two little ancestors. The Xingyun group could do without him, but it absolutely could not do without Haoyang and Xiling. They were like treasures of the Dragon Kingdom, cherished to the point that they could be held in the palm of one's hand for fear of breaking. Seeing this, Su Yun could only shake his head helplessly and say, "We will not retreat. Binhai City is our stronghold, and there are many things we cannot give up." Su Yun stood up on the stage and said, "Yun Minger, enlarge the topographic map of Binhai City and highlight the locations of the mountains within the city. There are only two mountains in Binhai City. One is only 200 meters high, located towards the outskirts of the inland city, with poor transportation and environmental conditions not worth considering. The other, connected to the sea, has a mountain range extending 5 kilometers, with its highest point reaching 500 meters. Fengyi Mountain, the only 5-star attraction in Binhai City." Su Yun pointed at Fengyi Mountain, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes as he looked at the crowd below, then nodded at Haoyang and Xiling. "Everyone, if we back against the mountain, excavate the entire interior of Fengyi Mountain, and build our main living shelter 2 to 300 meters underground, it would be sufficient to accommodate our entire Xingyun group." Su Yun spoke solemnly. Binhai City is not located on a seismic belt or a volcanic belt. Its geographical advantages mean that as long as we are not directly struck by meteorites, we only need to withstand the first wave of tsunamis and meteorite debris, and we can resolve the crisis of the coastal area. Moreover, this 12-lane two-way road connects directly to the Research Institute and heavy industry factories and can serve as a runway in critical times, making transportation excellent for quickly relocating various equipment and resources. Su Yun had already formed his own ideas in his heart. Although the Xingyun group was a colossal entity he established unexpectedly over the past 5 years, he had walked step by step with many dreamers to reach today. There were sour and bitter times, fatigue and sweetness. The Xingyun group was very special and important to the Dragon Kingdom, special enough to have only one controller, which was him, Su Yun. Although he had brought up the idea of sharing some shares many times, it would not be a problem, yet this lovely group always declined. Some said it was better to raise salaries than to offer shares. Let's talk about shares after the annual salary reaches 100 million. Others didn't want shares or salaries, only that the allocation of resources be increased. Although it was quite absurd, it was also heartwarming. Therefore, he would never be like those characters in novels who just left caring only for themselves and ignoring everyone else. Moreover, in the face of apocalyptic-level disasters, what fun would it be for him to hide underground with a couple of beauties and raise a few dogs and cats? He would go mad sooner or later. He wanted to lead the entire Xingyun group, joining hands with all the brothers and sisters to fight against this world. The most important thing now. Su Yun paused for a moment. Then, with eyes full of resolve, he continued, "In the Ice Age, survival resources are hard to regenerate. Even if the Xingyun supermarket and logistics warehouse center have abundant supplies, there will come a day when our Xingyun group exhausts them. The only chance to live well after the apocalypse lies in Southeast Asia and countries like Little Japan, Beautiful Country, and Kangaroo Country, in air transport and maritime shipping." Su Yun swiped the screen and pointed at several countries on the map. Assistant Jiang, after the meeting, it is essential to start the action of purchasing materials and raw materials, spending all liquid funds directly. Air transport alone is far from enough. We need countries capable of maritime transport. Our super-large ocean-going cargo ships number 3, and we should find ways to rent a few more. We will expand globally and rent as many as possible. As long as they return full, it will be enough to sustain our Xingyun group's survival needs for decades. Su Yun looked at the elegant and beautiful Assistant Jiang and said earnestly, "Your task is very challenging. The more survival supplies and various raw materials we have, the better. There is no upper limit. You can mobilize funds from all departments. I believe you can do it." Assistant Jiang had been by Su Yun's side, holding a tablet with a single earphone never removed from her right ear. At this moment, she was dressed in professional attire, exuding a mature and steady charm that uplifted people's spirits. Even Su Yun could not overshadow her brilliance. As the most senior member of the Xingyun group, Assistant Zhang Mulan had followed Su Yun from a small game to today. Within the group, apart from Su Yun, she had the highest authorization of the super AI Yun Minger. She oversaw and managed the entire Xingyun group. Apart from not being able to manage Su Yun and those 4 research geniuses, the entire Xingyun group was under her management. She was what one would call above 5 people and below 10,000. The flow of funds in her hands had no restrictions, and apart from special arrangements, she had the authority to arrange any engineering project and mobilize any group action. "I guarantee to complete the task." Assistant Zhang nodded seriously. Although she was called an assistant, she had several assistant teams and hundreds of elite personnel at her disposal. However, she was still somewhat puzzled. "Brother Yun, don't we really need to collect resources domestically? We have done enough in the past, and it is a matter of great importance. Even if we don't collect, others will." Hearing this, Su Yun took a deep breath and glanced at the countdown at the top of the conference screen. The resources of the Dragon Kingdom could be said to be the largest in the world. This big cake was not only something he was reluctant to part with, but the senior executives and top talents below him also felt the same. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. The Xingyun Group would not mistreat its own people. He did not need to consider ordinary people. The country had its own arrangements. Since that was the case, it was better to benefit their own than to benefit other forces. After a moment of hesitation, he gently nodded. Go ahead, be discreet, take your time. You can't accomplish everything at once and don't get discovered. As Assistant Zhang left, her actions regarding the resources allowed him and everyone present to set aside their worries. Her capabilities were well recognized. Having stayed by Su Yun's side for 5 years, no one could question her. With the assistance of Yun Minjer, there would be no problem concerning resources. Returning to the main topic, Guan Jinlong, you will communicate with the government to contract the entire Fengyi Mountain block Binhai Avenue, and only allow our people to pass. If there are difficulties, go find Mayor Hua. Even if it means dragging it out, the engineering team must start exploration and clearing overnight to pave the way for the heavy industry construction troops and engineering troops. Su Yun waved his hand, assigning a task to Guan Jinlong. This task was quite simple, and he believed that Binhai City would give the Xingyun Group some face. After all, when it came time to pay taxes each year, everyone from the mayor and municipal committee down to the business staff of Binhai City would come with smiles on their faces. Also, the engineering department must not forget to build warehouses. We have a lot of supplies and equipment that require sufficient space for storage, and they must be waterproof, pest-proof, moisture-proof, and properly frozen. As for other departments, those with nothing to do should hurry to sell off their industries. The Li Group wants to enter the new energy market, so let's package and sell it to them. Better to sell to a rival group or company at a loss than to let it go to waste, consolidating all funds. Su Yun began arranging tasks one by one. Figures left with their tasks tense, yet orderly, their gazes resolute. By 10 o'clock at night, there were still many deficiencies that needed to be resolved with everyone's wisdom. Time was short, with only more than 5 months left. They could only develop ideas one by one, from purchasing materials to constructing shelters, from designing shelters to formulating relocation plans. The immense Xingyun Group was fully operational. That night, Fengyi Mountain was brightly lit. The 12-lane two-way road roared continuously, with hundreds of engineering vehicles loaded with massive amounts of equipment. Under the leadership of thousands of construction workers, after several hours of operation, the entire Fengyi Mountain, moreover large industrial warehouses, rose rapidly at the foot of the mountain overnight, extending out of sight. The entire Fengyi Mountain range was enclosed by high construction barriers. Trucks came in fully loaded and left empty. The flow was continuous and unceasing. Meanwhile, outside Binhai Port, 5 super-large ocean-going cargo ships raced through the night, accompanied by dozens of large, medium, and small cargo ships. Their task was to load up on supplies and return safely. At the same time, aircraft loaded with various high-end supplies were flying towards Binhai City. They were collecting all resources at any cost. It can be said that the Xingyun Group, which had received the news in advance, had already gained too much. A step ahead means being ahead in every step. Thus, the Xingyun Group would stand tall even after the apocalypse, living lavishly. The next morning, the sun shone bright. In the conference room of the Xingyun building, Su Yun, who had stayed up all night, rested his head on his hands, yawning as he listened to the 2 men in front of him argue. It's too small. Damn it, a shelter that's 1,800 meters long and 1,200 meters wide isn't enough, not even for my particle accelerator. Hao Yang shouted in frustration. This was his irreplaceable treasure, his life. Gathering most of the talents from the research institute, it took 3 years of construction to build the world's smallest particle accelerator, measuring 2.5 kilometers. However, compared to the national-level particle accelerators that span dozens of kilometers, he was already quite satisfied with the current equipment. Even if the particle accelerator could not be relocated as a whole and had to be disassembled for moving, the shelter had to be able to accommodate it. Otherwise, he would not accept it. And he did not like the designer in front of him. Are you even capable? Get someone else to be the chief designer, Hao Yang said disdainfully. Chief shelter designer Su Xiaozai looked very displeased, his dead fish eyes unwilling to face the scruffy youth before him. It was truly a case of a scholar encountering a brash youth. Reasoning was futile. Family members who could understand. Excavating the entire interior of Fengyi Mountain was one thing, but building a super-large underground shelter at a depth of 250 meters was another. According to Hao Yang's idea, it would need to be at least 3 kilometers long, vertically require a massive amount of energy supply, auxiliary facilities, and must have the best cooling and ventilation conditions. Damn it, why don't you directly suggest pulling out that damn particle accelerator and sticking it underground like a divine? Chairman, it's not that I can't do it. If you change to any designer, they would say it's a stupid idea that can't be built. Su Xiaozai laid his cards on the table. He could not design it. Not only was the construction difficulty perverse, but the special concrete and reinforced steel could not withstand such pressure. Even the internal ventilation structure and the sustainable development of the living ecosystem were hard to achieve. He could design with his eyes closed, but it needed to be something that could actually be built. Otherwise, you just say whatever, and I just draw. Whether it can be built depends on Jesus. Su Yun was somewhat helpless about this. He knew this was asking too much, making it very difficult. Don't rush, let's solve the problems one by one. Su Yun calmed the imminent explosion of Hao Yang, speaking calmly. A sudden sound rang in everyone's ears. Master, actually these problems are not difficult for Hao Yang and Li Shiguang. Yun Minjer suddenly interjected. Su Yun was taken aback. When did our super AI start handling problems proactively? Tears of joy. Our little baby girl from the Su family has finally grown up. Meanwhile, Hao Yang beside him looked somewhat confused. He could solve it, but why was he unaware? Did his brother Shiguang, who wore the same pants as him, have this ability too? Seeing Hao Yang's puzzled face, Su Yun immediately asked, Minjer, please elaborate. Perhaps Hao Yang didn't even know that he had developed a type of alloy steel in the past with a strength and toughness exceeding the current top alloy metals by more than 3 times, along with corrosion resistance, oxidation resistance, and pressure resistance, at maximum capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -180 degrees. Hao Yang listened to Yun Minjer's explanation and then slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Are you referring to that product still in the lab edited as a 1527? Named chromium-titanium alloy with proportions of 23 and 59%, adding titanium powder and iron powder, and heating to 1,399 degrees Celsius, compressing and cooling before adding. Hao Yang's eyes sparkled as he spoke the terminology, confusing everyone. Yes, that's the alloy. Yun Minjer replied with satisfaction. However, as Hao Yang spoke more, his head drooped further. But this alloy is not mature yet, it's a failed product. The cost is far higher than ordinary special steel plates, and the market cannot accept it. Moreover, it has poor heat resistance, cracking at temperatures above 221 degrees and melting in a fire exceeding 1,000 degrees, making it very unstable. I still have no clue about this aspect. Meanwhile, Su Xiaocai and Su Yun exchanged glances. Oh dear, this is foolish. The apocalypse is coming, and who cares about costs? Besides, at a depth of over 200 meters, fire wouldn't reach their right. 200 degrees of heat resistance far exceeds safety standards. Moreover, they would be facing the Ice Age in the future. What good is such high heat resistance? They were not building the entire structure with this alloy, they just needed it to support the shelter, which was completely There are always more solutions than difficulties. At most, they could wrap a layer of insulation around the alloy to address fire hazards. The main structure underground could definitely use this alloy, while for the interior and exterior of Fengyi Mountain, regular high-strength special alloys would be sufficient. Hao Yang listened to the explanation, looking utterly bewildered. It seemed he really was foolish. Moreover, since the apocalypse was approaching, could those defective products still in the laboratory be taken out to bolster the Xingyun group? A glint flashed in Hao Yang's eyes as he licked his lips. After the meteor strike with the end times upon them and the Ice Age beginning, surely the nation wouldn't be able to meddle in his affairs. Those classified studies on nuclear fission, nuclear fusion energy, quantum space, entanglement, new elemental particle collisions, and anti-gravity, large magnetic field reversal experiments. Hiss. As long as he kept things low-key. Hiss. Hao Yang nearly laughed out loud. He was a genius, but also a madman contemplating experiments usually out of reach, his eyes practically gleaming with greed, completely disregarding the impending cataclysm. Beside him, Su Yun was oblivious that her words had opened the Pandora's box within Hao Yang, even as his blood surged with excitement as the meteor drew closer each day. Li Shiguang, it's been several months since we last met. Su Yun said gently. Now that the issues with the construction's alloy steel had been resolved, what could Li Shiguang possibly do? Su Yun recalled that person with some confusion. That guy, a delusional mechanic and equipment master, a hardcore military enthusiast, was always bustling between the Research Institute Heavy Industry Park and the Northwest Military District. He often pulled off grand stunts. He claimed he was going to create Iron Man and Mecha Gundam. Even when assigned to manage a few communication satellites, it depended on whether he was in a good mood. What can Li Shiguang do? As long as he can build the shelter, I'll personally bring him here, Su Yun stated fiercely. Among the 4 prodigies at the Xingyun Research Institute, only Hao Yang was relatively obedient, never delaying a task, providing answers that very night. The other 3 were all exceptionally brilliant and arrogant. One could even say they acted like lords. As for Ziling, she was someone he had completely given up on. The danger she posed was too high, and she was mentally unstable, a woman who could change the world for her brother. She was exceptionally talented, she did as she pleased, and he dared not intervene. And Li Shiguang, this delusional youth, was treated like a treasure by the Dragon Country Military District. If it weren't for the Xingyun group not restricting his freedom and providing unlimited resources, he might have switched jobs long ago. But he was formidable. The various new military equipment he developed allowed the Xingyun group to directly align with the Dragon Country army. Drone swarms, dual Gatling lock-on mechanical war dogs, individual exoskeleton armor, fully covered skeletal armor, and various individual firepower weapons far outpaced those of other countries. Known as the king of land warfare, a single person could rival the firepower of an entire army. In peacetime, with no mushroom bombs deployed, Li Shiguang was a national-level weapon capable of intimidating foreign foes. As long as he was present, and as long as no major errors were committed, one could say no one at the Xingyun group could outmatch. Within Su Yun's thoughts, Yun Minjer's voice rang out. The shelter's size is immense. In times of disaster, ordinary ventilation and temperature control systems simply cannot sustain life inside. Li Shiguang, the mechanical master, once researched a compact, turbocharged bidirectional ventilation system. If it can be scaled up proportionally, it could provide an excellent ventilation environment for the shelter, located hundreds of meters underground. Moreover, the other temperature control and pressure control systems within the shelter are generally ineffective. Li Shiguang is an indispensable talent. His research and machinery can establish a more comprehensive shelter. As soon as Yun Minjer finished speaking, Su Yun chuckled. Goodness, he thought this guy was only capable of minor tasks, constantly mingling with the old men in the military district. Yet unexpectedly this fellow turned out to be so useful. Notify Li Shiguang at once in my name, our esteemed mechanic, to cooperate with the construction of the shelter. Su Yun waved his hand, leaving no room for argument. However, the next sentence from Yun Minjer made him somewhat awkward. But master, you sent him to the aerospace department last month to build communication satellites. He's still cursing you for being ungrateful and is planning to take his laboratory and run away. Su Yun. Oh no, I was careless, now I have to talk him down. Ahem, tell him to put down his current work. The shelter is more important right now. The communication satellites can wait. When he returns, I will communicate with him. Su Yun said awkwardly. Though he said that the only one suffering was Li Shiguang. Fortunately, Hao Yang beside him suddenly tugged at his sleeve, easing his awkwardness. Brother Yunam, the energy issue for the shelter is also very important. Can we get some pure uranium-235? Not too much, just 50 grams with 90% purity would sustain our Xingyun shelter for hundreds of years. If that's not possible, lower purity is fine, we are not picky. Hao Yang rubbed his hands, speaking nervously yet excitedly. Su Xiaozai beside him widened his eyes, gasping, hiss. 50 grams of pure uranium. Goodness, you kids, surely you're not planning to conduct a nuclear test, right? Su Xiaozai exclaimed in a low voice, astonished. Generally, low-purity uranium is sufficient for constructing nuclear power plants. However, uranium-235 with a purity exceeding 90% is the raw material for making mushroom bombs. Only a madman would dare to ask for that. What the hell are you trying to kill me? Su Yun was startled as well. Despite the formidable reputation of the Xingyun group, if they dared to play with such a massive bomb, they could be obliterated in an instant. Brother Yun, the shelter is too large, and there are countless power-consuming devices. Only a nuclear power station can supply enough energy. Just say that Shiguang wants to conduct a nuclear experiment. With his status, he should have a chance. Hao Yang was not willing to give up, continuing to speak in a serious whisper. After all, his particle accelerator was a massive energy consumer. Without a nuclear power station, he would lose his precious invention, and staying underground for a lifetime would drive him insane. Moreover, Li Shiguang was a treasure to the military district and the godson of a certain powerful leader from the northwest. Within the entire Xingyun group, only he had the opportunity to obtain pure uranium. Upon hearing this, Su Yun also frowned, caught in a dilemma. Indeed, during the Ice Age, a large underground shelter without a nuclear power station couldn't possibly function. Whether it was supercomputers, or various heavy-duty equipment, or the top-tier tools of various research departments, they would require at least tens of billions in electricity bills each month. And that particle accelerator running at once would cause half the city of Binhai to experience a blackout for half an hour just to supply power. Thinking of this, his head ached. It seemed that a nuclear power station was imperative. Even if it meant stealing, it had to be reclaimed. Su Yun's expression turned serious as he nodded. Hao Yang, your task is to construct the nuclear power station. As for the nuclear materials, I will handle that. Oh yeah. Upon hearing this, Hao Yang was as joyful as a 200-pound child, suddenly jumping up from his seat, fists clenched, his face flushed. Then Brother Yun, I will leave it to you. As long as the materials are in place, the rest will be no problem. Hao Yang patted it. To him, the nuclear power station was just a larger toy. His focus had always been on new elements and nuclear fusion. However, with a good start, would the stars and seas be far away? Hao Yang was fearless, diving headfirst into work. Su Yun sighed, thinking how difficult it was for him. But no matter how difficult, it had to be secured. At this moment, Su Xiaozai also began to contemplate more design ideas. Steel plates, 3 times stronger than the highest current grade, could completely construct a longer, wider, and sturdier underground shelter. Coupled with the survival facilities handled by Li Shiguang, he could fully unleash his creativity. Su Ziyakai's entire life's talent was contained in his hands. Soon as he finished the preliminary design on the tablet, his lips curled into a slight smile. Another perfect masterpiece. Miss Yun Minjer, please calculate with Hao Yang's special steel disregarding survival facilities. What is the success rate of constructing this? As Su Xiaozai asked, Su Yun and Hao Yang leaned in, their curiosity piqued. The 3-layer underground shelter, 3 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide, was straightforwardly designed, with an inner and outer layer vertically resembling 3 interlocking circles and horizontally resembling the character for king. It looked exceptionally grand, truly magnificent. It was an underground steel city that could accommodate over 300,000 people. Su Yun and Hao Yang chuckled, exchanging glances, finally ready to start construction. Ding! Please wait, calculating. Yun Minjer began connecting to the supercomputer, calculating with all her might. About a minute later, a large red font spelling failure appeared on the screen, plunging the hearts of the 3 into despair once more. A failed annotation appeared on the screen. Yun Minjer then began her explanation. First, the lowest level shelter must bear the greatest structural load, supporting two massive upper chambers and the terrifying weight of reinforced steel. Although chromium-titanium alloy possesses exceptional tensile strength, it remains insufficient to withstand such immense pressure. There is an 80% probability of collapse during seismic or tsunami events, triggering a catastrophic cascade failure of the upper two levels. Second, shelter construction must prioritize survival. According to subsurface geological surveys, Binhai Mountain conceals abundant groundwater resources and a complex network of underground rivers. Building the shelter directly atop these aquifers would render it structurally untenable. The foundation simply cannot sustain its own mass. Third, design inspiration should draw from ant colony architecture, not necessarily requiring vast scale, but rather modular interconnected spaces and passageways coalescing into a unified, resilient collective structure. As Yun Minger spoke, the expressions of the three listeners gradually shifted to astonishment. Once a purely functional super AI, she had never exhibited such sophisticated reasoning, let alone critical analysis and constructive suggestions. While Su Yun watched with paternal warmth, Hao Yang and Su Xiaocai were profoundly stunned. Lu Tianyuan's creation, this super AI named Yun Minger, was evolving with uncanny fidelity toward true artificial intelligence. Could it actually be happening? Ant colony. Su Xiaocai's gaze grew distant as mental blueprints formed in his mind, his lips moving in quiet murmurs. Gradually, clarity kindled in his eyes. Of course, in the biosphere, ants are nature's master architects. Their subterranean colonies rank among humanity's most extraordinary engineering feats. Instantly, his tablet came alive again, sketching anew, discarding prior designs. Hearing ant colonies, Su Yun recalled a cinematic structure from his past life, the underground hive from Resident Evil. Wasn't that very facility engineered for apocalyptic survival? Buried 800 meters beneath the surface, it was a colossal subterranean complex, maximally self-sustaining, hardened against nuclear shockwaves. That was precisely the architectural paradigm Nebula Group required, a hive structure echoing the ant colony's functional brilliance. No, refine the hive concept further. 200 meters is still too shallow. Core habitation zones and critical infrastructure must lie at least 500 meters underground, a true post-apocalyptic subterranean metropolis. Su Yun spoke gravely. Su Xiaocai lowered his stylus, eyes flickering with stunned realization. You mean integrating circular, rhombic, and quadrilateral geometries, anchored by stable triangular frameworks, to construct a functional multi-tiered subterranean hive extending vertically from 200 to over 500 meters below ground? Su Xiaocai grasped Su Yun's intent instantly. Su Yun nodded decisively. We can go deeper still. National-level nuclear facilities routinely descend 1,000 meters underground. Nebula Group must match, even exceed that standard. The greater the depth, the greater the stability, essential for ultra-precise instrumentation from particle accelerators to cutting-edge scientific apparatus, all demanding absolute stillness. Su Xiaocai's expression tightened. Nebula Group could not afford to design merely for survival. It must enable growth, expansion, and eventual emergence from the Earth. I understand. Per your vision, I will mobilize Miss Yun Minger and our supercomputers at full capacity, collaborating with the entire design team to engineer the optimal hive shelter configuration. Su Xiaocai pledged fervently. His imagination ignited. He envisioned himself leading the creation of this flawless subterranean city, destined to become the century's greatest architect. Su Yun rolled his eyes. Forget the rest. I decree the shelter's name Nebula Hive Shelter. It must embody impregnable strength, unwavering stability, and absolute survivability, capable of withstanding direct nuclear impact. Ant colony. Such a crude, unbecoming moniker holds no appeal. Nebula Group is no mere insect. It is a latent dragon, horns poised to pierce the heavens, destined to soar across the stars and echo through the cosmos. With the core architectural concept finalized, over a dozen on-call designers united under Su Xiaocai's leadership, sketching the definitive structural blueprint for the Nebula Hive Shelter. Meanwhile, at the foot of Binhai Mountain, thousands of engineers and heavy construction machinery commenced excavation. Mountains were split, tunnels bored in a scene of roaring industrial fervor. At last, Su Yun sank peacefully into bed. As he slept, Longwa, Dragon Nation, began its own synchronized mobilization. Publicly vast foreign exchange reserves were deployed to procure essential supplies, food, water, and daily necessities, massively acquiring rice, wheat, potatoes, corn flour, meat, protein sources, cotton, and paper goods. In secret, overseas subsidiaries and affiliated organizations initiated covert acquisitions of strategic resources, petroleum, coal, iron, ore, and steel, already smuggling them discreetly into Longwa's territory. Particular emphasis targeted Japan and India. Trillions of yuan were allocated, intent on extracting every viable resource, raw material, and commodity from those nations and channeling them into Longwa. Today's news report: Longwa faces relentless natural disasters. Hundreds of millions of citizens endure hunger and hardship. The state has launched emergency relief, drawing from national reserves to purchase massive quantities of grain and essentials from the United States, India, Japan, and Australia. Tushio headline: Longwa's suffering. global leaders lift procurement restrictions and save our people. In Weibo, trending topic: Longwa's domestic resources, depleted by decades of extraction, can no longer sustain national development velocity. In Xiao and Tianxiao, where does Longwa's future lie? Is this historical regression or profound tragedy? In Central Longwa broadcast, overseas Longwa nationals. Our homeland stands at a crisis point. We need you. Return and help rebuild. In recruitment portal, your oath endures. Your comrades await. Our nation calls. Upon waking, every Longwa citizen stood bewildered. Was their nation truly suffering so terribly? How had they missed it? Surely this was fabricated. No government agency would dare stage such an elaborate deception. A netizen posted, "I had no idea our country's plight was so dire. I'm weeping. Yesterday, I threw away half a bowl of rice. I'm utterly unforgivable." Slaps cheeks repeatedly. Surely not. Could it be that the state has silently borne this burden all along, for our happiness? Why didn't you say so sooner? I'll donate immediately. And what about national bonds? Issue them now. I'll buy every one interest-free. My nation summons me, and if called I shall return. Given this grave situation, veterans are already assembling. Comrades, let us unite and face this national trial together. Not only Longwa citizens were stunned, world leaders too found themselves momentarily speechless. India asked, is Longwa truly this vulnerable? Just days ago their warships patrolled our waters. Yet today they've purchased 50 billion in daily necessities from us. I'm reaping windfall profits. This year's defense budget is secured, and next year we'll see who wields true leverage. Same here, we're thriving. Their massive purchases have strained our domestic living standards, yet revitalized our stagnant economy. Longwa, truly a benevolent giant. Something's deeply amiss. This is highly irregular. Longwa cannot possibly be this weak, pitiful, and helpless. They're performing, deceiving us all. Yet it smells delicious. Damn it. I'm profiting wildly too. Let's wholeheartedly support Longwa. Ship every surplus item from U.S. warehouses to save their people. Simultaneously, hostile intelligence operatives within Longwa surged into activity, scrambling to gather data and uncover the truth. No one was foolish. Without verified intelligence, export controls tightened, sales were permitted, but not exhaustion. Critical technologies and materials restricted for Longwa remained locked down to the last bolt. Longwa's maneuvers were bizarre, even absurd, yet sent chills down spines worldwide, sparking visceral dread of another unseen trap. After all, this seemingly gentle rabbit was carnivorous, outwardly docile, inwardly formidable, stronger than any bear, capable of swatting a kangaroo into oblivion with a single blow. The sun was setting, painting the sky with clouds of vibrant hues. After sleeping the entire day, Su Yun finally awoke, swallowing hard as he gazed at the enchanting assistant Jiang by his bedside. "Brother Yin, would you like to have some breakfast?" Jiang Mulan's face flushed slightly as she leaned closer with a gaze full of longing. "Su Yun, is this breakfast even proper? If it's not proper, he certainly wouldn't eat it." This temptress was always craving his body. His vitality was already depleted, yet she showed no mercy. "Ahem, let's discuss this later. I'll skip breakfast and just have dinner later on." Su Yun wrapped himself tighter in the blanket, his voice trembling slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat, but after he did, he would likely wake up again, only to find it was already tomorrow. Moreover, he'd have to brace himself against his aching back to leave this room. Thinking of this, Su Yun felt utterly weak and helpless, his heart filled with bitterness. Dinner wouldn't be enjoyable either, especially since he was the one being consumed. No matter how strong a man might be, he couldn't compete against the tigress. At this moment, he eagerly anticipated when Ling would develop a gene enhancement serum that could boost human capabilities without any side effects. He wondered when he would finally tame this enchantress and display his might. Beep, beep, beep. His Xingyun phone next to the pillow chimed as a stream of messages popped up. Su Yun quickly evaded Assistant Jiang's heartfelt invitation, picking up his phone to see a group of wealthy second-generation heirs engaged in a heated discussion. The various topics revolved around the conspiracies and actions of several aristocratic families in Longwa and Wang Jizong. "My father received some insider information related to apocalyptic disasters. Several groups and organizations are frantically selling assets, stockpiling supplies, and constructing shelters. Particularly the scale of operations from the likes of Xia Ma indicates that the situation is very serious. Qin Jun, indeed a storm is brewing. The old man has been making calls all day, but still hasn't uncovered the specifics. However, the intel regarding the apocalypse is definitely genuine. Isn't Xingyun Group also moving? Let's ask Su Yun, our younger brother, to check in." Su Yun. Li Xiaofeng, brother Su Yun, you're well informed. What's the current situation? The country's actions are so aggressive, and several families in Shangjing along with your Xingyun Group are also making big moves. Please enlighten us, we're all counting on you. Wang Jizong, count me in. I also want to know the specifics. The old man is about to go mad. One misstep could lead to disaster. Please give us some advice, Su Yun. Yeah, the little fairy brother Su Yun, please come out. Su Yun, I'm so scared. My family has minds, we're scared too. Without accurate answers, we don't know how to act. We can only stockpile supplies for now and see what happens. It's too difficult, Su Yun. Chu Qinglian, I have received full support from my family, and have begun collecting resources and supplies to prepare for constructing shelters. Better to believe in it than not. My father is the richest, it doesn't matter, my father will take action. Also, we agreed to slack off together. I suspect you all are playing me. Maurga, let me give you a heads up. The crisis is looming and the military and Longhua are about to spring into action. I can't say too much, so let Su-Yun, our younger brother, explain it to you. My father is the richest, what nonsense. Continue slacking off, and after disaster strikes come find me to play and team up. Su-Yun read through the messages one by one, feeling astonished. The situation escalated too quickly. After waking up, why did it feel like the whole world knew that an asteroid disaster? However, it was not surprising. The influence of this group of people was shockingly immense, their hidden power rivaling that of, although they were second-generation slackers, one still had to consider their status. Those who could play together wouldn't be lacking in capability. This group could slack off their entire lives, and probably still enjoy a good life, even if the sky were to fall. Given their abilities, constructing a shelter capable of withstanding a nuclear disaster underground would be a piece of, as long as they weren't directly struck by an asteroid. Even if 99% of humanity were to perish, they would likely remain unscathed, living out their lives in luxury. Moreover, Liu Tianyuan had once encountered the apocalyptic secrets of Antarctica, where there were likely over 100 advanced shelters designed to withstand nuclear and apocalyptic disasters. The world's top tycoons and families had long prepared escape routes for the apocalypse. After a moment's thought, Su-Yun spoke to his phone. Menger, establish a network defense system for this group. I don't want anyone to be able to spy. Ding. Instructions received. In 10 seconds, we will expel hidden network spies and eliminate all security risks. As long as we are not attacked by a supercomputer deploying all its computational power, the firewall of the second-generation slackers group will be impregnable. Yun Menger's voice exuded strong confidence. 10 seconds later, Su-Yun directly uploaded a somewhat blurry video and tagged everyone. Su-Yun, the information is accurate. I am secretly infiltrating foreign optical and electronic space telescopes to calculate the asteroid's impact point. Hurry up and get your fathers to take action. Su-Yun, by the way, I've locked this group. After the disaster, don't forget to contact me. I have satellites. After the electromagnetic pulse, I will re-establish the network. Su-Yun had no intention of abandoning this group of slackers. Even after the disaster, the energy behind them was sufficient for trading with the Xingyun shelter. After all, there are many things in this world that money cannot buy, such as rare metals, rare elements, and top-tier talents. Whether it's bartering or exchanging goods for people, the Xingyun group amidst the apocalypse would undoubtedly remain a unique super unicorn power. Su-Yun was confident that their hidden talents possessed this capability. As Su-Yun sent out 2 messages aside from Mao Ergu, who had a unique identity, everyone was stunned by the scenes in the video. Yeah, the little fairy, my god, an asteroid over 20 kilometers long. If it hits one, it causes a huge bump on it. Wang Jitsong, damn, I was wondering how that Lu Minghui kid got to Antarctica, so quickly transporting a massive amount of supplies. He wouldn't tell me even if I beat him. Turns out it's because this world-ending asteroid is about to strike. Mao Ergu, this video was sold by an incredibly skilled hacker earning over 100 billion in funds. Only a few major powers are aware, and he doesn't dare to upload it across all platforms, or he'd be dead even if he ran to the moon. Unexpectedly, the Xingyun group also got it. That makes things easier. You all go for it, or I'll just watch your performance. Chu Qinglian, thank goodness, it's not like the strange invasions or demonic calamities from novels. Visible disasters aren't that terrifying. After all, we live in a technologically advanced era, not the prehistoric dinosaur age. My father is the richest, it doesn't matter. I've shown it to my father, and he will take action. Mao Ergu, where are you? I'll have my father find a nearby location to build a shelter. Mao Ergu, where else would I be? In the northwest. It's a good location, the soil is solid, the population is sparse, and it's durable. It's definitely a geomantic treasure. My family has mines, then it's over. My family's patriarch chose the 10,000 Great Mountains in the southwest, saying the resources there are abundant and remote enough to survive a lifetime. Yeah, the little princess, hey, my family is also in the southwest. Little black, wait until I come to play with you. Chu Qinglian, count me in, the southwest is better. The northwest is filled with big shots, and I can't handle the pressure. Wang Jitsong, none of you are as good as brother Su-Yun. He's causing a significant stir down in Binhai City, near the coastal mountain range. Is he planning to build a super large shelter? Su-Yun, hearing this, Su-Yun could only shake his head helplessly. The actions of the Xingyun group were too monumental to keep hidden. He just hoped Longhua could turn a blind eye. Su-Yun, there's no choice. There are too many family assets I can't give up. I can only grit my teeth and take everyone from the Xingyun group to hide. Mao Ergu, you have guts, I believe in you. Wang Jitsong, if the opportunity arises, let's form a group to check out your super shelter. You better treat us well. Well, I won't say more if the old man is calling for me. I'm off. Right now stockpiling is quite troublesome. I'm off to work. I'm envious of the slackers with rich dads and mines. Qin Jun, I'm on my way to the northwest, crying. Chu Qinglian, I'm on my way to the southwest, crying. Working hard, crying. My father is the richest, hey, don't all leave, let's chat a bit more. These are minor issues, no one will die. Don't panic. Mao Ergu, aren't I here to slack off with you as well? What's up? Let's log in. My family has mines, wait for me. Yeah, the little princess, I'll be there soon. Friend of women, take them down. Su-Yun looked at the final messages with a face full of black lines. The world-ending disaster is approaching, and they can still muster a team to play together. Truly, the Slacker group is serious about this. What a pity, although he wanted to join in, there were still a multitude of matters awaiting his decisions at the Xingyun group. The Nebula building was brightly lit. Many staff members hurried back and forth. Although only the upper management of the Nebula group was aware of the information regarding the meteor disaster, many employees sensed that something was amiss. The strange behavior of the Long Kingdom, combined with the various task arrangements and hints from the leadership of the Nebula group, made everyone acutely aware of the severity of the problem. Only a catastrophic disaster could compel the vast Nebula group to spare no expense in constructing a shelter. Even at midnight, they were busy with their work, fearing abandonment by Nebula. Su Yun observed this with increasing determination. The internal staff of Nebula exceeded 15,000, while the external staff numbered over 30,000. Together with their direct family members, the shelter needed to accommodate at least 150,000 people. This was the final number after excluding external contractors and employees. The pressure on him was immense. The daily sustenance for these 150,000 people required a massive supply of resources. If there were any issues with the ocean freight ships, they could only hold out for a few years at most. After that, life would become exceedingly difficult. Even with the indoor planting, hydroponics, and various livestock in the shelter, it would only be a drop in the bucket against such a large number. Perhaps the earthworms from the movies would even come into existence. This was not the outcome he desired. Mindra, keep a close watch on the status of ocean freight ships globally. They must return safely to Binhai City. Su Yun said gravely. Rest assured, Master. I will keep a close eye on every cargo ship. Starting tonight, 3 giant foreign cargo ships carrying supplies have set sail, and procurement within the Xyrizi country has already concluded. The stockpiled supplies have filled 150 large warehouses, and 11 cargo ships will need 3 days to load fully before setting sail. It will take about a month to deliver all supplies back to the Nebula group. Yun Mindra's voice echoed in Su Yun's ears. Su Yun frowned at this. His greatest concern was that news of the meteor disaster had begun to spread. It wouldn't be long before countries worldwide became aware of it. By that time, Xyrizi would not easily allow them to take away supplies. Forget it. Let the major transportation companies in Xyrizi help us with the deliveries. No matter the cost, they must be delivered to Binhai Harbor within a week. Others are making bigger moves. Why should we at the Nebula Group be afraid? Spend the money and ensure global supplies reach Binhai City within a week. Su Yun waved his hand, speaking fearlessly. He guessed that in 1 or 2 weeks the news of the meteor disaster would no longer be a secret. Except for ordinary people still in the dark, those with power would likely start taking action, preparing for the apocalypse in advance. By then, supplies and raw materials would probably be tightly locked away. Even money would not suffice to buy them. Fortunately, Assistant Jiang brought good news. Brother Yun, the procurement of survival supplies is nearly complete. The construction materials and various raw materials are arranged by Minister of Industry Hua Yunfei, and the funds are almost exhausted. Hearing this, Su Yun was surprised. So soon? It's not difficult. The Nebula Group has been selling or exchanging industries, while massively acquiring foreign chain supermarkets and material storage centers. Money is a universal remedy. In the end, as long as we can successfully transport everything back, it will all be ours. Although the domestic supplies are a bit troublesome, several small to medium-sized chain supermarkets and warehouse centers in Guang'an province and nearby provinces have secretly changed ownership. As long as the transport fleet doesn't encounter issues, all supplies can be delivered within a week. For the Nebula Group, the challenge was not procurement, but transportation. They needed to act quickly. Moreover, one must understand that globally air transport is continuously filled with planes taking off. The warehouses belonging to the Nebula Group in Binhai City were already half full. Additionally, numerous warehouses were being established in the Fengyi mountain range, and each newly built one could be filled with goods, equipment, and raw materials in less than an hour. What they needed to consider now was that with so much material, the warehouses were becoming insufficient. By the time global ocean transport teams returned fully loaded, the Nebula Group would have no place to store them, and perishable goods could not be left on cargo ships indefinitely. Even Assistant Jiang did not know how much material was involved in her acquisitions, only having a rough estimate, which would only increase, not decrease. As long as everything was delivered to the Nebula Group, it would be enough to sustain 150,000 people for decades, or even centuries. In the face of such costs, she spent money to the point of losing interest in it, with prepayments of tens of billions to hundreds of billions, making her feel somewhat desolate. However, her task was perfectly accomplished. Beside her, Su Yun felt somewhat disheveled. Goodness, this was too fast. Had it really only been a day? Could this be the true strength of Jiang Mu, the Tiger Mother? No wonder she could gain the respect of so many elite talents in the Nebula Group. Nevertheless, transportation and material storage were indeed a dilemma. Now that the international situation was tumultuous, there was a significant risk of being forcibly detained by foreign countries during transportation. They could only gamble on luck. If they could bring back half of the supplies, they would be grateful. Moreover, the underground shelter had only just begun construction, and there was nowhere to store the massive amounts of supplies. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun could not think of a better solution and had to resort to the most rudimentary method. Forget it, let's establish temporary warehouses around the Fungi mountain range. Build as many as possible, I will handle things with the government. Su Yun said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. However, it wasn't too much of a problem, the government and citizens of Binhai City would surely migrate inland. He just needed to hold on until the Long Kingdom took action. He believed that, by then the government would be in such a mess that they wouldn't be able to control them. Moreover, his connections and the influence of the four prodigies were not to be underestimated. He had chosen to shelter 150,000 people, what else could they do to him? He needed to survive too. Furthermore, among these 150,000 were some of the top talents and elites of the Long Kingdom, many of whom were research lunatics from the Research Institute. Would they dare to bully him? As Ling said, once the Nebula Group was provoked, it would be the end for everyone. Next, the Nebula Group only needed to proceed steadily, preparing everything necessary, and the rest would be left to chance. It was already deep into the night. In the conference room, many people were still working overtime, discussing the action arrangements for various projects and implementing corrections. If there were any uncertainties, they could only be escalated to Su Yun for decision-making. Sitting at the top position, Su Yun looked at the dense files on his computer and felt a wave of darkness before his eyes. This was fate. He could not slack off. He envied those few who could relax and play games. Furthermore, Assistant Jiang and her team had plenty of tasks as well, so in the end Su Yun could only pinch his nose and deal with it. Among the information, one piece brought him some comfort. All the executives and many internal and external employees had actually pooled their savings into the Nebula Group, and funds were constantly being deposited. Quite consider it a bunch of clever little ones, huh? Su Yun's lips curled upwards slightly, a sense of paternal pride washing over him. It was worth it for him to endure such great pressure. Meanwhile, a young man with silver hair dressed strangely strode into the conference room with a calm expression. He looked at Su Yun, who was also looking back at him. In their gaze, it seemed as if a fierce spark ignited. "You're back," Su Yun said calmly. "Tisk, you called for me." Li Shiguang clicked his tongue in annoyance, pulling over a nearby chair and leaning back with his legs crossed. He had the demeanor of someone who believed he was the greatest. "I can handle this." Li Shiguang squinted and said, "Whether it's a super satellite resistant to electromagnetic pulses or assisting in the construction of shelters, it's all within my capabilities. However, I have one request and a few small conditions." Seeing this, Su Yun became serious. "You know, I generally won't restrict you as long as it's not a principled issue. I'm fine." It was easy to manage this guy. It was just a matter of wanting to create Iron Man, build mecha Gundams, and have Haoyang search for new energy sources, new materials, and nuclear reactors. The apocalypse had arrived. They could create whatever they wanted, and who could stop them? Ideally, they would develop spaceships, so he could also take a stroll in space. Moreover, with the government being so far away, the Long Kingdom couldn't reach over here. He usually wouldn't manage those four research prodigies, letting them operate freely as long as they didn't ruin the shelter. Hearing this, Li Shiguang paused for a moment before laughing. "This is what you said, huh? The military wants to take me away, and my godfather has spoken up, but only a fool would want to go. Just block them for me." Li Shiguang said slyly. He could mingle with the military and contribute to the country, but he absolutely could not be confined by them. Moreover, the Nebula Group was his happy home. Everyone here was talented, and everything was pleasant. He loved it. Whatever he wanted was given to him, and he could do as he pleased. What else could be called a paradise of freedom? Who would want to be controlled every day in the military district? Su Yun. Oh no, he had underestimated the situation. Competing for people with the military was beyond his ability. Even if he had 100 heads, it wouldn't be enough to get shot. Su Yun's face turned grim, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Or you could leave." "Let him go." What a joke. Li Shiguang rolled his eyes, thinking that if he was brought here he could come, but if they wanted him to leave, did they really think he would? What do they take him for? A mascot that can be summoned at will. He has his own temper. If you can't handle it, he'll go find the boss, and at worst, he'll just live in the biological laboratory and eliminate one after another. Li Shiguang threatened. Leaving was impossible. At worst, he could hide until the meteor disaster struck. By then, he was confident that as long as he was unwilling to leave, no one could do anything about it, not even Su Yun, the controller of the Xingyun Group. Moreover, the collaboration with Haoyang was very fitting. With all their lifelong studies combined, his mecha and Gundam had the chance to emerge. Additionally, he was very satisfied with the evolution level of the Super AI Yunminger. If successful, the future mecha and Gundam would be equipped with a super intelligent assistant, perfectly unleashing the true combat power of the mecha. At that time, it would be Li Shiguang piloting the mecha, traversing the seas and sweeping across the world. Thinking of this, Li Shiguang's eyes sparkled. Only Su Yun on the stage helplessly twitched the corners of his mouth. Li Shiguang not only had a powerful background, but was also one of the world's top talents in machinery and military equipment. Moreover, he had close ties with the other three prodigies in the Xingyun Group, and their mutual assistance had led to a research institution alliance. If conditions allowed, joining forces could not only rapidly enhance the technological development of the world, but also potentially annihilate it. Perhaps it would only take Ling alone, who under the mutated super virus humanity would be nothing but weak little white mice. In the depths of Ziling's biological laboratory, he had seen no less than 10 types of this virus through the monitors, all tightly sealed by a 5-layer isolation system. These were precious little treasures that Ziling had painstakingly researched day and night, akin to raising pets with a pathological affection. When he saw them, his heart raced, and he felt chills down his spine as if he had seen the Grim Reaper. As for the other one, Hao Yang, as long as he was given materials, nuclear raw materials, energy, etc., in a frenzy, an experiment could potentially trigger an irreversible disaster like a controllable humanoid Ivan. And the last one, Xu Xianga, a 30-year-old bald youth, was a prodigy solely specialized in physical electromagnetic force. Like Hao Yang, as long as he was given the conditions, Su Yun believed he could create an electromagnetic field that could reverse a vast area with power comparable to a large-scale electromagnetic pulse, even threatening human life. These 4 research prodigies were definitely the super trump cards of the Xingyun Group, weapons of mass destruction at the nuclear level. Su Yun frowned slightly at this thought. Such top talents, the country would definitely not give up on them. Before the meteor disaster arrives, there is a high possibility they would be forcibly taken away. Li Shiguang was a prime example. The military district was in great need of him and had already started recruiting. Not only was he a self-proclaimed mechanic, but he was also a master of superweaponry. If he stayed in the Xingyun Group, the armed forces after the apocalypse would definitely be formidable. The other 3, as well as the top research talents in the research institution, were all targets of interest. In times of national crisis, special handling was required regarding the survival of over 1 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation. This is a bit tricky, Su Yun suddenly said, feeling a headache. He didn't have enough power to contend with the Dragon Nation. It seemed like he would have to take the path of the mantis trying to stop a cart. Li Shiguang seemed to see Su Yun's difficulty, smirking as he spoke. Actually, it's not that difficult. As long as the Dragon Nation knows our hearts belong to them, that's enough. He squinted his eyes, already formulating a plan in his mind. In the upcoming disaster, oxygen, cold resistance, and ventilation are extremely important survival conditions, and I can solve the ventilation and temperature control issues. Sister Ziling can also cultivate super algae oxygen supply devices, which are exactly what the Dragon Nation needs right now. Li Shiguang strolled through the conference room, his face filled with confidence. Over 1 billion people need to stay in underground shelters. These 3 major challenges cannot be solved by ordinary instruments or technology, but we can. At that time, we can throw out solutions to silence those people, and with the scale of the Xingyun Group and our 4 super talents, no one would dare to reach out. Li Shiguang pointed at himself, made a grabbing motion with one hand, then brought down the other like a knife, proud and confident. Su Yun pondered for a moment, his expression growing more resolute. Struggling hard was definitely not an option. They also wanted to live even better than before. Though he was a citizen of the Dragon Nation, he also had his own selfish motives. He had already done enough in the past, and felt no guilt. Now if anyone tried to take him away, he would see if they could manage. The major military districts owed the Xingyun Group several favors which acted as their golden lifeline. In the apocalypse, amid darkness and chaos, everyone was on edge and fearful. As long as they could hold on until then, all crises within the Dragon Nation would be resolved, and the Xingyun Group would also break free from shackles, taking responsibility for their own future. The sea is vast enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Suddenly, Assistant Jiang spoke up. Brother Yun, these 3 technologies are extremely important. We can't keep giving them away unconditionally. Whether it's nuclear materials or other scarce raw materials, we can trade with the Dragon Nation. She had just checked the survival needs of large underground shelters in the Ice Age. Oxygen, temperature control, and ventilation were all essential survival conditions. Perhaps there were many lab-grade products that could supply these needs, but the demand of over 1 billion people was no trivial. If something went wrong, it would mean the deaths of countless citizens of the Dragon Nation, and no one could withstand that kind of pressure. Moreover, the abilities of Li Shiguang and Ziling were beyond doubt. The products they developed were all epic-making technologies. It could be said that as long as they presented these 3 technologies, all the large underground shelters within the Dragon Nation would demand them. Regardless of whether it was the Dragon Nation, the military district, or various major forces, if they wanted it, they must exchange resources. For every unit produced, it meant survival environments for countless people. This kind of significant contribution to life and death would deter anyone from taking action against them. Su Yun nodded. He also recognized the importance of these 3 technologies. After all, the large underground shelters of the Xingyun Group needed both Ziling and Li Shiguang to perfectly construct the survival ecosystem. In other large shelters, he didn't believe anyone could solve such problems in advance. They could only cobble together survival facility systems to meet survival standards. This most primitive method, while seemingly acceptable, would allow them to survive, but without super large power generation facilities and abundant fuel, they would inevitably perish in the Ice Age. Su Yun smiled. He didn't expect that the biggest problem already had a solution. At this moment, he looked at Li Shiguang with immense appreciation, realizing that this child had grown up and was proactively helping the Xingyun Group. Although it was also for his own sake, as long as he took action, that was enough. The Xingyun Group would not let him down, and the rest was up to him. They'll handle the pressure from the military district and the Dragon Nation. I need you and Zi-Ling to develop it within a month before the meteor disaster arrives. Su Yun said firmly. In the last month, they had to produce finished products and even generate sufficient quantities. Otherwise, by that time, he really couldn't guarantee the safety of the 4 prodigies in the research institution. These top-tier talents were definitely going to be forcibly taken away. Haha, I can handle this without issue. I guarantee to complete the task ahead of schedule. Li Shiguang tucked away his lazy demeanor and confidently assured. In the field of machinery, he was a god. 3 days later, the weather became increasingly scorching. The various actions of the Dragon Kingdom could not be concealed. The information regarding the apocalypse had been leaked. However, it was merely a leak about an impending disaster. The exact truth had long been blocked and erased by the Dragon Kingdom through various means. This also made many countries look at the Dragon Kingdom with amusement. They did not believe the news of the apocalypse that had spread. The Dragon Kingdom actually expected all its citizens to join in building shelters, which seemed too far-fetched. After all, it was 2024. If it was going to happen, it would have happened already. Who would believe such nonsense? If they had the capability, they should present evidence to convince them. Otherwise, they would not play along like this. Naturally, this was also what the Dragon Kingdom hoped to see. It would be best if no one believed it, allowing them to buy another round of supplies and raw materials. Compared to the calm and mocking lives abroad domestically, it was bustling, filled with the roar of machinery. Once set in motion, the entire Dragon Kingdom's citizens watched as the roads were blocked by countless trucks and engineering vehicles transporting day and night, sparking another outbreak of apocalyptic theories domestically. In their hearts, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom believed that such mindless actions were tantamount to suicide. We are definitely being hidden something in my city. Numerous factories have begun to shut down and hundreds of thousands are unemployed. I want to know the truth. Does the truth even matter? Be smart. The Dragon Kingdom and the major corporations and powers have long warned us. Those capable should quickly build personal shelters. This is definitely not a mistake. I have already taken action. Hey, race a look image JPG. Oh my, this brother actually has a villa. Is he planning to dig deeper into the basement and convert it into a shelter? Add me in. The group is full of talents and they have all started working. After the apocalypse, we can look out for each other. Indeed, only the fools abroad are still waiting for the truth. This chaotic world is as I wished. Are there any beautiful ladies joining in? I will contribute both money and effort. After the apocalypse, we will feast together. So it seems we are really doomed. Our small city Ningxing has already started curfews. All malls and entertainment venues are gradually closing. Only during specific hours in the daytime can we purchase daily necessities. Otherwise they are forcing people home and requiring various personal information. This life is unbearable. Don't panic. I filled it out too. It's not a big deal. There's some good news. The Xingyun Group's gaming platform is still operational. Awesome, thanks to that money-hungry fat guy in the Xingyun gaming department. Otherwise staying at home would drive me crazy. Still playing games. The apocalypse is coming and we're all going to die. Damn it, I've worked hard for over a decade, just bought a house outright, and haven't even lived there for a few days. This is just ridiculous. Everyone do not panic. The Dragon Kingdom will not abandon us. The entire city is constructing various projects. We will definitely survive the apocalypse. I'm worried. Will there be a quota? There are too many people, and they have warned us that those capable should build personal shelters. Even in the apocalypse movies, Noah's Ark had to draw lots. Then we're doomed. I filled out that information form too. I graduated middle school. The Dragon Kingdom definitely doesn't need me. Same here, you're useless, and I'm a maggot, but I have the advantage. I just need to feed you some food. Countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were anxious. All entertainment venues were closed, and many special police began to block storage warehouses, logistics centers, and important transportation routes. It felt like returning to those past days. The personal information form that all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom had to fill out filled them with dread, fearing it was some kind of quota screening. However, unlike before, the entire Dragon Kingdom began massive conscription, recalling retired soldiers, and implementing martial law across all cities, taking over all government powers. Moreover, various air raid shelters, subway entrances, and large underground parking lots began comprehensive construction, a clear sign of the impending apocalypse. As long as one is not foolish, they could have guessed the severity of the problem long ago. Additionally, many powerful factions and groups within the country began large-scale construction of underground shelters. The pretense could no longer be maintained. Especially the Xingyun Group in Binhai City. The entire Binhai port had been completely taken over by them, with countless cargo ships arriving continuously, filled with numerous containers stacking up in all warehouses and open spaces. 90% of the containers in the port bore the name of the Xingyun Group, and looking out, it seemed as if the whole port belonged to the Xingyun Group, catching everyone off guard. At the Binhai airport, transport planes belonging to the Xingyun Group were landing and taking off every moment. Several large warehouses around the airport had also been completely taken over, and trucks were tirelessly transporting goods to Fengyi Mountain. Currently, the Fengyi Mountain range was entirely enclosed by high construction barriers and was set to expand. These scenes were being shared by netizens online. The bustling scene at the Fengyi Mountain range made it easy to guess that the Xingyun Group was definitely building a super. Not only the Xingyun Group, But also Ant Group, Penguin Group, Yida Group, and other major forces within the Dragon Kingdom were making astonishing movements. Several of these actions were not weaker than that of the Xingyun Group, and even more frantically, as they demolished and transported materials and equipment everywhere. Numerous engineering teams emerged in the northwest, southwest, and central inland regions with movements even larger than those of the Xingyun Group. The scene of desperately collecting materials and building shelters was such that all entertainment options within the Dragon Kingdom except for Xingyun Games and the national platform had come to a halt. What was even scarier was the emergence of a photo online that broke everyone's defenses. In several ports in Antarctica, countless cargo ships filled with supplies were docked, saturating the surrounding sea. Batch after batch of supplies were being sent to the center of the Antarctic continent, and over 100 new routes to Antarctica had been established with planes from all over the world heading there daily. Several clandestine photos revealed the presence of major Dragon Kingdom tycoons and families, making the implications all too clear. In the conference room of the Xingyun Group, Su Yun swiped through the tablet in his hand, checking various situations online, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, although the Xingyun Group was making significant moves, its headquarters was in Binhai City and the impact was not substantial. Other forces, however, were not so simple. In addition to building shelters deep in the mainland, they had taken away countless materials, equipment, and resources along the way. The impact they triggered was far greater than his. Unfortunately, this group of powerful factions had astonishing energy with green lights all the way, encountering no obstacles. Moreover, as the news spread, they led their entire families to the Antarctic continent, abandoning the land of the Dragon Kingdom and distancing themselves from this place. At least dozens of major forces and families had left, believing in the safety of the Antarctic shelters. It seems I was still too timid. The Dragon Kingdom is struggling to maintain itself. Where would they find the energy to restrict us? Su Yun said with a faint smile. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, except for coastal areas, first-tier, second-tier, and third-tier cities had all initiated construction of shelters. Wherever one went, it was a scene full of activity. The streets were lined with large quantities of steel and concrete pouring vehicles, implementing military management to restrict everyone's movements. The population of the Dragon Kingdom was too large to accommodate everyone. They had to race against time, rapidly and effectively building sufficient shelter projects. When it's almost over, we can launch those 3 survival devices. Su Yun squinted his eyes and murmured. In these few days, no fewer than 5 teams had come to the Xingyun Group, wanting to take away the 4 major geniuses and various top researchers from the Research Institute. They appealed to emotions, reasoned, and tempted with benefits. In the end, they even brought out orders from above, trying to forcibly take them away. Moreover, several fools even tried to claim the resources belonging to the Xingyun Group, threatening him with their identities. If it weren't for him calling Li Shiguang's godfather, this group would likely have ignored the contributions of the Xingyun Group and acted directly. Thinking of this, Su Yun felt increasingly wronged. If it weren't for someone backing them up, the little treasures of their Xingyun Group would probably be lost. No, it should be this world that is on the brink of collapse. At that time, he couldn't guarantee what kind of chaos the 4 great prodigies would unleash. Unless he could seize control of the 4 individuals hiding in the research laboratory at the first moment, their resistance might truly lead to an early apocalypse. Su Yun, who understood their personalities best, was quite certain that they would never give up their freedom to be controlled by the Dragon Kingdom. Genius or madness can spring from a single thought. Moreover, before the last batch of people arrived yesterday, Zi-Ling had sent him a video. In the biological laboratory, Zi-Ling held a vial, emitting a brilliant blue light, her expression calm, yet frenzied. You can choose to hand us over, and we can choose to shatter this test tube. The ancient primal virus, codenamed Heavenly Punishment, possesses unparalleled infectiousness and aggressiveness. Upon contact with the human body, it can breach the immune system within an hour, damaging their brains. While it may not reach the level of world annihilation, it is enough to kill 80% of humanity. Moreover, I have 18 more types of this virus. Even I cannot develop an effective suppression drug in a few months unless the remaining 20% hide underground forever. This madman broke Su Yun's defenses on the spot. Damn it, he was only 23 years old. He hadn't lived enough yet. Not only that, Hao Yang, Li Shiguang, Chu Xianga, and a dozen top scientists all stood by Zi-Ling's side. Their lives had been devoted to research in various fields of technology. Having stayed in the Xingyun Group for so long, they had really grown fond of it, as if they were experiencing a treatment akin. Su Yun's indifferent attitude, the unconditional resource support for their research, and the benefits provided to all researchers' families moved their hearts. Such a leader was worthy of their gratitude. Unless it meant death, they would never wish to leave, and would share the same fate as the Xingyun Group. Making such a decision was not just for the dream in their hearts, but also for their families and the future of the Xingyun Group. At that moment, Su Yun was suddenly filled with strength. He wished he could immediately publish Zi-Ling's video online, threatening the Dragon Kingdom with the safety of all humanity on Blue Star. However, in the end, he really didn't dare, fearing that a mushroom bomb might drop down that very day, destroying the entire Xingyun Research Institute. Trust me, I will protect you all, protect everyone from the Xingyun Group. In the end, Su Yun resolutely gave them his answer. On the military side, he had several favors, and absolutely no one dared to act against him. As for the other powerful figures in control, he had his own countermeasures. He just needed to wait for the situation to continue to escalate, and he could take advantage of the chaos to escape the Dragon Kingdom's restrictions. Fortunately, not long after 3 days later, the beautiful country seemed to have been struck by the Dragon Kingdom. Following the Dragon Kingdom, the beautiful country launched a global procurement scene for survival supplies, minerals, coal, oil, and natural gas. And it became even more frantic, launching an all-out assault threatening war if anyone dared to refuse to sell. Aircraft carrier battle groups and countless fighter jets were imposing. Completely disregarding international condemnation, they were exceedingly tough. Nearly 50 nuclear submarines surfaced in the Arctic Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Antarctic, and Pacific Ocean at important strategic locations. In this world, the most powerful deterrent was the mushroom bomb. The beautiful country nearly went mad upon learning of the meteorite disaster. The apocalypse was actually about to arrive. Moreover, a large quantity of living supplies within the country had been bought by the Dragon Kingdom and several factions and groups of the Dragon Kingdom. If it weren't for the restrictions on the Dragon Kingdom's procurement, there probably wouldn't be any supplies left, and after the apocalypse, they would have to survive on nothing but air. However, almost half of the living supplies had already entered the Dragon Kingdom. Out of over $30 trillion in foreign reserves, at least $1 trillion had been spent on them, taking away countless resources. President Jordan was so furious that he coughed up blood, trembling as he pointed at the sky, his eyes wide open as he was sent to the ICU. Who would have thought that something that was supposed to be a good opportunity to clear out inventories and make some military expenses would suddenly be interrupted by a damn meteorite? No one could withstand that. Fortunately, the military strength of the beautiful country was the strongest in all of Blue Star. Under the threat of military power, they also brought back a large quantity of survival supplies and raw materials, letting out a sigh of relief. They did not dare to engage in infighting with the Dragon Kingdom, which also knew the intelligence. Apart from the other 4 permanent members with nuclear weapons, most countries around the globe had been swept through by them, forcibly taking away countless supplies. Spending all the useless US dollars while printing money, they destroyed the entire Blue Star market. Not long after, several nuclear powers such as the Bear Country and England also learned of the meteorite intelligence and joined in. Under the comprehensive firepower and nuclear threat, weaker countries had no way out. To avoid war, they could only compromise. As a result, at this moment, in the ports and airports of countries that were being forcefully purchased for supplies, the armies of various nations could be seen. A vast amount of supplies piled up in warehouses and containers, waiting for countless large transport aircraft and cargo ships to transport them back. Especially in the Small Day country. Having already been swept by various forces of the Dragon Kingdom, they had just begun to revitalize the market, brimming with hope. They were looking forward to the new production of supplies next year, which would not only restore the market to normal, but also consume a large amount of old stock. It was indeed a tremendous blessing. But now they had been scraped clean by major countries once again. The entire Small Day country was beginning to face difficulties even before the apocalypse arrived. Many citizens of the Small Day country were suffering from hunger at every meal, and the good days of the past were gone forever. It would take at least a quarter or even a year to recover. Countless netizens in the Dragon Kingdom had not yet regained their composure from the national construction when they saw the miserable state of the Small Day country, dropping their jaws in shock, nearly setting off firecrackers. Several major countries had taken action, and the scene of being against the entire world filled people's hearts with terror, further proving that the apocalypse was imminent. The oppressive sense of fear instantly enveloped Blue Star. How much countries had mocked the Dragon Kingdom before, now they regretted it just as much. Who would have thought that the Dragon Kingdom was serious and the apocalypse was truly approaching? After being bullied by several major powers, all countries began to take action. They began to blockade all supplies and resources while trying to ascertain the exact information about the disaster and building various shelters. In the chaos, dark currents surged. Meanwhile, at the Xingyun group, Su Yun was listening to various reports from Yun Minjer through his independent headphones. The Dragon Kingdom's methods are terrifying. It took a whole week to be discovered by the beautiful country. 70% of the supplies and raw materials that must be transported by sea have already reached Binhai City. Unfortunately, 1% of the supplies have been intercepted, and the remaining 2% of the cargo ships are hiding in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, unable to be transported back. Once they set sail, they could easily be discovered and forcibly seized by other countries. At this, Su Yun frowned. That 1% of supplies had mainly been intercepted and blocked by the Small Day country, Kangaroo country, and Coconut country. Moreover, those dozens of cargo ships had also been forcibly taken. The whole world was starting to descend into chaos. The news of the apocalypse had spread across all of Blue Star. At this point, the advantage of having prior knowledge of the apocalypse was nearly gone. It's a pity. Let our people come back completely, and let them have the supplies. The remaining 2% of the sea transport cargo ships should hide for now, and see if there are any opportunities later. Su Yun shook his head helplessly. Time was not on his side, if only he had a few more days. However, there was no need to worry, they had already made enough profit. After all, apart from sea transport, they also had air transport and several domestic logistics warehouse management centers. Although Assistant John's methods were very secretive, he had bought quite a lot. The Xingyun Group had already spent money on various unrelated industries and funds. Yun Minjer roughly calculated the supplies belonging to the Xingyun Group in Binhai City and came to a conclusion. These supplies were enough for 150,000 people to live without worry for 80 years. As for the matters 80 years later, they would be discussed then. As long as these supplies and raw materials were secured, they had already won the first phase before the apocalypse. In early August, the weather was dry and hot. After the information was confirmed by various countries, the news that a meteor with a diameter of over 20 kilometers was about to collide with Blue Star exploded across all networks. Countless people were horrified. The internet was filled with cries of despair. At the brink of apocalypse, it was uncertain how many would perish. Massive protests erupted on the streets with various acts of violence and chaos breaking out. In an instant, chaos reigned across the countries, especially in the beautiful nation, a land of free gunfights where gun battles occurred at all hours, and the once prosperous cities fell into flames and shadows. However, no one paid them any heed now. The army suppressed the chaos and quickly resolved the unrest by clearing out magazines. In these special times, special measures were taken. Soon the entire Blue Star began constructing shelters, and for a moment it fell into a state of calm, with only the intense construction activities ongoing. The Xingyun Group had already mobilized all its resources to construct the hive shelters. After half a month, the interior of Binhai Mountain was successfully hollowed out, supported by 32 giant steel pillars that held up the space inside, which soared over 100 meters high. Measuring about 400 to 500 meters in length and width, the spacious area emitted a metallic sheen that left one in awe. This was undoubtedly a large nuclear-resistant structure capable of withstanding nuclear shockwaves. Behind the thick outer layer of mountain rock, nearly 5 meters of ultra-high-strength concrete was formed. Additionally, nearly 3 meters of steel walls were poured inside. The entire space resembled an enclosed steel fortress with an external defense wall over 20 meters thick, providing a strong sense of security. Moreover, an extra layer was reserved as a defense against electromagnetic pulses once the shelter was completed. Currently, there was only one entrance to the entire Binhai Mountain. On the opposite side of the coastline, a wide opening appeared at the foot of Binhai Mountain. About 30 meters high and over 50 meters wide compared to the 500-meter high Binhai Mountain, it looked as if a grand door had been opened, allowing various engineering equipment and heavy machinery to pass through. At this moment, in the center inside, there was a bottomless pit with numerous engineering machines working tirelessly to excavate vast amounts of earth and rock, creating a continuous roar. Trucks filled with soil were constantly dumping their loads on the land near the Binhai Mountain to compact it. The Xingyun shelter was being constructed in an orderly manner, expected to be perfectly completed within 4 months. In front of a large screen in the conference room, Su Yun nodded in satisfaction. Watching the preliminary construction of the shelter gradually take shape as he envisioned, he felt increasingly confident about surviving the apocalypse. Master, there is good news. Li Shiguang has successfully developed a ventilation system specifically for the Xingyun Hive Shelter and is currently modifying a universal ventilation device for trade. Yun Minger's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Then the screen transformed into a simple animated image. On the cliff, 300 meters from Binhai Mountain, 2 giant dual fans began to slowly rotate. As the fans operated, they drew in a large volume of air from the outside through a passage over 10 meters wide, which then spread through the ventilation system to every space within the building complex. The air outlets were similarly designed, with 2 giant fans pulling air in and pushing it out, providing adequate ventilation for the Xingyun Hive Shelter. Although it appeared simple executing, it was quite challenging. Both the high-strength metal materials and the fan motors had to withstand the immense torque from the vortical pressure enhancement. After all, these fans stood over 20 meters tall. The blades of the fans were densely packed, 100 times more terrifying than meat grinders. Once in motion, they would generate tremendous suction and pressure. Ordinary motors would likely struggle to operate them, let alone the design of the fan blades and the components of the diffusion system. This was all thanks to Li Shiguang's top-notch mechanical ingenuity. His ventilation system solved a critical survival issue. Upon hearing this, Su Yun smiled. Not bad, not bad. That kid does have some skills managing to sort out the ventilation system so quickly. With the apocalypse approaching, having such talent in their Xingyun group was indeed a significant boon. The 4 great scientific prodigies of Xingyun each played a crucial role, though anyone who dared to reach for them would find themselves cut down. Let the security department continue to expand and train the Xingyun group employees. I want everyone to maintain a healthy physique. As for the research institute, no one is allowed to enter without my command, Su Yun said with a ruthless gaze. The talents of the Xingyun group had long been targeted by powerful figures in Long Country. They had no justification to act on supplies. The background of the Xingyun group could not be underestimated, as they had significant support. However, the top talents from the Xingyun Research Institute belonged to the property of Long Country, and special situations required special measures. Besides military personnel, there were already 3 factions coming forward, one of which needed to take away several key top researchers from the institute. The second faction even wanted to allocate supplies from the Xingyun group, claiming it was for their benefit. Every day, Su Yun had to endure immense pressure dealing with the oppression from these factions while engaging in elaborate subterfuge. Fortunately, there was an order from the military that the Xingyun group had previously made significant contributions to Long Country and could not be forcefully acted upon. However, as the situation escalated, he was unsure how long they could hold out. This also sparked thoughts of resistance in him. The entire research institute was sealed off as it was undoubtedly the core area of the Xingyun group possessing the power to counter anything. Moreover, he also authorized Ziling and Li Shiguang to prepare for the worst and get ready for resistance. Rest assured, Master Minger has been monitoring the research institute. The area within a 10-kilometer radius is under my surveillance, ensuring that no one can break in. With Yun Minger keeping watch, Su Yun felt a bit relieved. We can't delay any longer. What we still lack is the most crucial nuclear material. We must find a way to procure some. Su Yun murmured with a furrowed brow. The longer they waited, the more vital the nuclear material would become. He worried that someone with ill intentions might use it to blackmail him. After all, their supplies of oil and gasoline were too scarce to last long. Even if Li Shiguang developed advanced geothermal power generation equipment, it wouldn't meet the demands of the entire Xingyun shelter. They were already being watched by Long Country, which definitely wouldn't hand over materials unconditionally. The only solution lay with foreign nuclear powers. Whether it be the Bear Country or the beautiful nation, both were supernuclear powers possessing ample pure uranium. Fortunately, the international situation was becoming increasingly chaotic, providing him with the opportunity to take advantage of the confusion. Now all he needed to do was wait for the right moment to arrive. Wang Zhizong sighed. Alas, it's truly unbearable. A few world-class architects from Yida Group have all been taken by the government. It seems that the pressure from a population of over 1 billion is indeed too great enough to crush a superpower. Yet the government has not given up on them. For us, it's a feeling of both respect and resentment. Amidst the wealthy second generation's complaints, Wang Zhizong spoke with a mix of anger and sentiment. Under the banner of righteousness, as long as one is a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, one must unconditionally assist the motherland. This is mandatory, otherwise one will be punished for treason. Unless one leaves the territory of the Dragon Kingdom right now. Qin Jun replied. I feel the same way, but as citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, this is our duty. Our foundation is deep, and we have many resources. As long as we are given a way to survive, preserving half would be enough. We do not ask for more. Alas, Mao Urge lamented. Everyone please understand the Dragon Kingdom is truly in a difficult situation. So far, even after constructing the shelters, they can only accommodate 500 to 600 million people. Are we really going to abandon the rest? The wealthy second generation remarked. Goodness, that's less than half right. With the strength of an entire nation, how can it be so little? Everyone was shocked to realize that even the full force of the Dragon Kingdom could only shelter less than half of it. One must remember that the Dragon Kingdom is a superpower ranking first or second in both economic and military. Moreover, they had prior knowledge of the impending meteor disaster, gaining an extra week compared to other countries. With such ample preparation, they still could not accommodate all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom in the shelters. Wang Zhizong exclaimed, how could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Chu Qinglian said, I only have over 3,000 people here, and it's already enough to give me a headache. Oh, she didn't even want to think about it. It seemed too difficult. Mao Urge replied, indeed, many technologies are still not mature enough. To hide underground from the meteor disaster and the coming ice age requires conditions that are truly stringent. Moreover, with the safety of over 1 billion people's survival at stake, no one can bear such a tremendous responsibility. Once this information was out, everyone was shocked, but also suddenly enlightened, appearing to understand the reason. After all, they had faced many stringent challenges while constructing the underground shelters. Firstly, the space must be large. Their resources, equipment, and instruments were abundant. Every single one was indispensable. Secondly, the underground structures must be robust, even capable of withstanding nuclear impacts. A meteor over 20 kilometers long is no joke. Even a small fragment could devastate a large area. The resulting earthquakes and shocks would be terrifying and could easily destroy the underground shelters. If they were unlucky and the shelters couldn't withstand nuclear impacts, they would surely be doomed in an instant. Thirdly, and most importantly, are the survival conditions. Even if they survive the meteor disaster, a series of subsequent calamities would still follow. Be it oxygen depletion, poor ventilation, or the ice age, as long as preparations are insufficient, the underground shelters will not last long. Meanwhile, Su Yun in the conference room of Xingyun Group also discovered this information, and a glint of sharp light flashed in his narrowed eyes. The opportunity has finally arrived. If he didn't act soon, he too would be unable to bear the pressure, as the top talents in the research institute would be forcibly taken away. At that point, he might really have to lead everyone in resistance opposing the Dragon Kingdom. Minger released the information on Xingyun Group's dual vortex, super large ventilation technology, and the purple algae oxygen supply technology. Let the world's attention focus on us. Su Yun said firmly. Both Li Shiguang's ventilation technology and Xilinx's oxygen supply devices are unique technologies in the world. At this current stage, no other equipment can replace them. These two sufficiently mature survival technologies belong to them, yet others do not have them. He had only one goal: to acquire enough pure uranium and various rare elements and metals needed for research. The opportunity is only once. Let Xingyun Group be at the center of the storm. Alright, Master. It is estimated that in 3 minutes the information regarding these two technologies will be disseminated across the internet. In 8 minutes people will contact us, and in 15 minutes the people from the Dragon Kingdom will come to stop it. Yun Minger's voice echoed in his ear. Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded. 15 minutes. Let's delay it for half an hour. These two technologies will drive people from all countries mad with desire. These two hopes for survival will compel them to do anything to possess them. The Dragon Kingdom absolutely cannot suppress this. In the center of global attention, would the Dragon Kingdom dare to strike against him? Su Yun decided to take a gamble. Does anyone want these two survival technologies, ventilation and oxygen? They've just been developed, and those geniuses at home are quite impressive. In the wealthy second-generation complaint group, Su Yun directly uploaded the detailed information of the two technologies. Dual vortex ventilation system. Featuring an exceptionally strong ventilation capacity, with 3 levels, it can guarantee the survival of 100,000, 50,000, or 10,000 people in the underground shelters. The facilities are too large and not suitable for small shelters, and they require self-transportation and installation with instruction manuals included. Purple algae oxygen device. Covering an area of 130 square meters and standing 4.5 meters tall, it can provide oxygen for all people in a shelter accommodating 50,000 individuals. Daily consumption is high, and it does not include delivery or packaging, with installation and usage instructions provided. Everyone was left speechless. Goodness, the apocalypse is almost upon us, and Xingyun Group can still conduct business. Their audacity is quite astounding. However, these two technologies are indeed very tempting. The size doesn't matter. What's important is that just one set of ventilation equipment is enough to supply an entire shelter. And that oxygen supply device consumes a high amount of electricity daily. It's practically a conscientious technology. At that moment, everyone was restless. Wang Zhizong exclaimed, "Good brother, send me 3 sets of ventilation facilities for 50,000 people and 6 sets of oxygen devices. Just tell me what you need. My father is the richest man. Su Kid, I'm his father. I need 2 sets of ventilation facilities for 50,000 people and 4 sets of oxygen devices. Regardless of materials, raw materials, or research talents, just name it." Xinjun, damn, it's still Xingyun Group. They've resolved 2 major survival issues so quickly. I need 1 or 2 sets over here. The Friends of Women, is this for real? My dad is already praising me, saying I've met a good brother. Wealth and nobility should not be forgotten. I need 2 sets of each. As long as you bring them back for my dad, I'll be set for life. Chu Qinglian. Su Yin, can you send me a set? I'm too poor to afford it. Crying. Su Yin nodded in satisfaction and responded to each request. The purchase orders already at a 50% discount listed various important resources and rare metals. In this day and age, society's transactions had returned to a barter system. Under the calamity of the apocalypse, the value of money has long since become a pile of waste paper, likely even less valuable than a piece of bread. Even Chu Qinglian, this little girl, he generously offered to give her a set. Though he didn't mind having more resources, he wasn't in need of them either. It's better to gain some goodwill. After all, Chu Qinglian's grandfather is quite a significant figure in the southwest military region. His hidden influence is no joke. Meanwhile, the technical information released by Xingyun Group also captured global attention. That powerful ventilation system and the oxygen supply device capable of sustaining 50,000 people are undoubtedly top-tier survival facilities, essential equipment. The United States, damn Xingyun Group, it's him again. Hurry and send someone with a good temper to bring resources for trade. We need at least 1,000 sets. They must be brought back. As for the other trash, they don't deserve to reside in the shelters. Let them die outside. Mao Xiong country, send diplomats to Xingyun Group. As long as they don't ask for exorbitant prices, we'll meet all their material demands. On the 22nd floor of the Xingyun building, hundreds of staff were busy answering one call after another, both frantic and tense. On the other end of the line, callers either inquired about the authenticity of equipment information or directly expressed their desire to make a purchase. Moreover, the identities of the callers were increasingly prestigious, leading even elite employees of the Xingyun Group to feel overwhelmed. According to statistics, the number of large, medium, and small shelters outside of official forces within the Long Kingdom has long surpassed 5,000. Meanwhile, personal shelters have exceeded 300,000. As soon as the heads of various large-scale shelters saw the information released by the Xingyun Group, they contacted the company immediately. Both ventilation systems and oxygen supply devices are essential survival conditions. The technical strength of the Xingyun Group is second to none. Their products are undoubtedly the top-tier survival equipment. Securing them would guarantee one's survival. Other medium and small shelters were also eager to inquire whether there were smaller ventilation systems and oxygen supply devices available. The number of people in their shelters ranged from hundreds to thousands, and there was no need for such powerful survival facilities. However, anything produced by Xingyun is guaranteed to be of exquisite quality. Smaller models would certainly be available, it was merely a matter of their sincerity to negotiate. After all, the apocalypse was imminent and money had become worthless. Raw materials were non-renewable, while common rare metals, timber, and species had grown increasingly precious. In addition to survival supplies, as long as there was sufficient sincerity, the Xingyun group would not make things difficult for them. Regardless of which force it was selling to, anyone is still selling, they wouldn't dare to refuse resources. On the large screen at the top, a global map was displayed marked with over 500 red dots indicating locations where shelters were being established. Particularly in Antarctica, there were densely packed shelters numbering no less than 70 or 80. This also indicated that around 600 shelters had purchased ventilation and oxygen supply devices from the Xingyun group, radiating across the globe. Assuming the number of ventilation systems has exceeded 3,000 and oxygen supply devices have surpassed 5,000. Negotiations are ongoing with various countries, and it is expected to double. Can our production capacity keep up? The Minister of Industry Hua Yunfei stood at the entrance glancing at the tablet in his hand as he asked. His face was somewhat grave, having long understood the reason behind Su Yun's actions. Making small moves under the eyes of the Long Kingdom is akin to walking a tightrope at 10,000 meters high. Any misstep could lead to irreversible disaster. Of course, if they successfully weather the pressure, the Xingyun group would soar to new heights, breaking free from its cage. Ding! Another screen displayed the scene within the Xingyun Heavy Industry Center. In an ultra-large industrial park spanning over 5,000 hectares, 12 production plants were operating at full capacity. With the presence of the super mechanic Li Shiguang, the production facilities had naturally undergone complete mechanization. Aside from a few workers overseeing the operations, the rest were a sea of mechanical arms, manufacturing and packaging equipment and instruments. Among the 12 production facilities, each had 3 production lines operating 24 hours a day. The warehouse had long piled up thousands of sets of ventilation systems and Xiyun algae oxygen supply devices. Production began 3 days ago, and now we have prepared a total of 1,800 sets of ventilation systems of various grades and more than 3,000 sets of Xiyun algae oxygen devices. In just 1 week, our production capacity will be sufficient to meet global demand. The voice of Yunmeng Air echoed in Hua Yunfei's ears. Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei finally set aside his worries. As long as the production capacity kept up, the Xingyun group would seize a lifeline. Now all they had to do was take orders and wait for various forces to come for transactions with the equipment and instruments, ensuring their success. I just hope Brother Yun can withstand the pressure. Hua Yunfei shook his head helplessly. The Long Kingdom was the Xingyun group's greatest support, but also its biggest obstacle. What they were doing now was akin to a treasured grandson growing up wanting to abandon his grandfather, become self-reliant, and escape the family's control to soar high. However, there was no choice in the matter. The Xingyun group had grown and strengthened. A shallow pond could not accommodate a true dragon, and it was only a matter of time before they took to the skies and seas. Moreover, in relation to the Long Kingdom, they could honestly say they were guilt-free. If they did not wish to be perpetually confined, they had to break through this heavy cage, dissipate the fog, and soar into the sky. For this reason, the entire Xingyun group was striving hard. Meanwhile, in the only director's office of the Xingyun group, someone spoke up. Do you deserve the protection that the Long Kingdom has given you? Do you deserve all the citizens of the Long Kingdom? Why didn't you report it first? This is a provocation against the authority of the Long Kingdom and the dignity of the country. A voice filled with authority rang out angrily. Su Yun lounged lazily in his chair, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the 3 middle-aged men before him. These 3 represented the government of the Long Kingdom, being leaders of some important agencies and departments. Behind them stood several significant figures wielding substantial power. The Xingyun group certainly deserves the Long Kingdom's trust. At least half of our production will be prioritized for the domestic shelters, Su Yun stated calmly. As for the pressure, he was all too familiar with it. It could be both great and small. From the perspective of humanity, the Xingyun group contributes to the entire world, and in terms of the nation, supplying 50% of production capacity means they were guilt-free. Regarding your question of why you didn't report first and acted on your own, don't forget meteors are about to strike down. Is it a problem for me to earn some foreign resources? Isn't that a good thing? The Xingyun group had been under supervision for so long that they forgot he was the sole master. Now were they not allowed to develop freely? If they had the ability, they could forcibly take him away and see if the Xingyun group would explode and whether the power behind them could complicate and confuse the situation in the Long Kingdom. Su Yun looked unwaveringly at the 3 middle-aged men with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, refusing to back down. The 3 men frowned deeply, staring intently at the young man before them, the master of the Xingyun group, Su Yun. Both sides carried multiple layers of pressure, waiting to see who would break first. As they locked eyes, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. It felt as though a tangible pressure was bearing down on Su Yun's shoulders, weighing him down and threatening to crush it. However, with a prepared escape route, Su Yun wore a faint smile on his face, showing no signs of being affected. The The Xingyun group was anything but docile. He had seen such scenes many times before. The last time was with a certain big shot in the capital who was still living well right. I don't have time to play with you here. 50% production plus an 80% discount. Do you want it or not? If you want it, let's cooperate well. If not, please leave. Or forcibly control the entire industrial zone and seal off the Xingyun group. Let's see if you dare to do that. Seeing the three men silent and their expressions growing gloomier, Su Yun would not indulge them, offering them two options. Moreover, he felt quite confident. Regarding the impending apocalypse, these three men represented three forces. They were no longer on the same page. Being human, there would always be ulterior motives. It was likely that divisions had already arisen within the Long Kingdom. The opportunity was now, as long as they seized it, the Xingyun group could pave a starry path forward. A smile crept onto Su Yun's face as he ignored the three men before him, recalling the message from Li Shiguang's. The hearts of the people in the Long Kingdom are divided. You do what you feel is right. As long as you do not betray the Long Kingdom, no one can withstand the pressure to act against the Xingyun group. This message was indeed a significant favor owed to Li Shiguang's godfather from the Northwest military. It was crucial. It also revealed to him that the Long Kingdom was experiencing issues, and he had forged a path forward. After all, beneath the impending apocalypse, everyone was restless. The nation was in disarray, people were Soon under the combined pressures from all sides, the three middle-aged men could no longer hold out. Their secretary continued to present various documents to them, the red-headers making their eyelids twitch. Even now, they could not comprehend how the Xingyun group could possess such immense capabilities. It had not only stirred the four major military departments, but also attracted the attention of the highest authorities who issued a document. Moreover, it had caused a huge international impact. Major countries like the Bear Country and Beautiful Country specifically requested to meet with the Xingyun group for transactions. Originally, the Long Kingdom had concealed the meteor crisis, incurring public outrage, and at this point, they truly dared not provoke these nations further. It seems that the Xingyun group has truly grown wings. The middle-aged man seated in the center said with a hint of melancholy. It seemed that this treasure of the Long Kingdom was truly about to take flight. With Su Yun's smile, the three middle-aged men left, accompanied by three security teams. However, they did not leave empty. With the 80% discount and 50% production, they had at least secured some benefits from the Xingyun group. It wasn't easy. Su Yun watched the few depart and eased the pressure in his heart. With backing from several military departments and pressure from countries around the globe, the Xingyun group finally weathered it. No more importantly, the Long Kingdom could no longer focus on the Xingyun group. The internal divisions and the survival pressures of over 1 billion people were enough to keep them overwhelmed. Neither the pressure from global countries nor the support from various large shelters for Su Yun would enable the Long Kingdom to continue restricting them. Sai was still too soft-hearted. Su Yun gazed at the coastal city scenery outside the massive floor-to-ceiling window, shaking his head. They had the strength to confront directly, but they had resorted to such tactics, forcing the Long Kingdom to bear the pressure out of necessity. On August 10th, early morning. There are still 139 days until the meteor impact. Rumbling, fighter jets flew over the skies of Binhai City. Every intersection and avenue in the city was filled with special police and armed forces patrolling the safety of the entire city. Today, the whole coastal city began to relocate inland. The migration of tens of millions of people is both spectacular and tragic. Decades of development must now be forsaken for distant lands. The roads leading out of the city were already lined with countless vehicles, a stream of cars stretching endlessly, filled with honking and shouting mixed with the cries of children, creating an atmosphere of agitation. All vehicles and their roofs were packed with boxes tied down with furniture and various daily necessities, slowly moving with families in tow. This journey may lead to an uncertain return. It is known that this homeland will be destroyed by a tsunami, forcing them to leave for unfamiliar lands to survive. Attention all citizens of Binhai City, attention all citizens of Binhai City, the meteor disaster will arrive in 139 days. The coastal city will suffer a terrifying tsunami attack, and everyone must evacuate. Rest assured, the Dragon Kingdom will not abandon you. Sufficient supplies and temporary living areas are ready in inland cities. Stay calm, do not create conflicts or problems that may complicate the relocation. As long as the Dragon Kingdom exists, hope exists. A series of announcements echoed throughout the city. With armed police and military present, although the atmosphere was a bit chaotic and noisy, it remained stable, and there were no incidents of looting or vandalism. Everyone wore a sorrowful expression, remaining silent. Just keep enduring. It will take less than a week for the entire Binhai City to complete its relocation. Aside from the people of the Xingyun group, it will become a deserted city. Of course, as vehicles passed near the Fengyi Mountains, many large machines could be seen working tirelessly on the distant. Although surrounded by construction barriers and unable to see the scenes within, it was thought that the technology and capabilities of the Xingyun group were top-notch. The shelters built within the mountains are undoubtedly magnificent and grand, capable of confidently withstanding the impact of a tsunami. I truly envy the employees of the Xingyun group. They have such a good boss. In the driver's seat of an SUV, a young man drove along with the traffic, smoking and gazing enviously at the direction of the Binhai Mountains. It is said that the Xingyun Group has as many as 4,000 to 5,000 employees, and with their families included, the large shelter could accommodate over 1,000 people. Suyun really has guts. I wish I could join the Xingyun Group as a mascot, otherwise being a well-behaved male model wouldn't be bad either. The handsome guy in the passenger seat sighed. Although the shelters built by the state may not be inferior, the population is simply too large. After the apocalypse arrives, the environment within the shelters is bound to be concerning. It will likely resemble those overcrowded green trains with a foul smell permeating the air. Thinking about their future predicament being so dire only made them envy the employees of the Xingyun Group even more. No use thinking about it. The Xingyun Group has closed its doors to outsiders. They really don't need anyone who isn't a top talent. The smoking man extinguished his cigarette, wearing an expression of deep sorrow. The Dragon Kingdom has built many large underground shelters in cities such as Guangzhou, Guangfu, Changjiang, and Chang'an, all located 800 kilometers from the coastline, to accommodate all the people from Binhai City. Their destination is Guangzhou City. They are somewhat bewildered by the unknown future. Aside from surviving, they have no other choice. We've finally left. From now on, the whole Binhai City will belong to us. In the top-level conference room of Suyun looked down at everything before him, his smile growing ever more radiant. It won't be long before the entire Binhai City is left with only the Xingyun Group. At that time, they will act freely and without restraint. Assistant Zhang, aside from the cargo ships temporarily remaining at sea, all employees and their families of the Xingyun Group can now come to Binhai City. Suyun said calmly. Taking advantage of this large-scale migration is also an opportunity for the Xingyun Group to gather together, avoiding possible future complications. Currently, only about 4,000 to 5,000 employees and their families are in Binhai City, while more than two-thirds of the employees' families are still in other provinces and cities. Across 1,000 miles, they have been silently waiting for news from the Xingyun Group. Now that the timing is right, it's time to issue a notice to ease the worries of all Xingyun Group staff. Assistant Zhang nodded beside him. The security department and transport team are ready and can depart for assistance at any time. Most family members will come on their own. The fastest will arrive in 3 days, and the slowest in a week. The concern is that the Dragon Kingdom may block them, causing us trouble. Upon hearing this, Suyun shook his head and said resolutely, "Go ahead and do it, the sooner the better. For those who have conditions, let them quickly relocate to Binhai City, preferably bringing only essential luggage, discarding everything else. The Dragon Kingdom has no time to worry about us now. We must hurry, and their orders are still with us, unless they don't want those 2 survival devices anymore. By the way, send out an announcement to reassure all Xingyun Group employees that the Xingyun Group will not abandon them and will not abandon their families. They should prepare for various survival knowledge training, and everyone must strengthen their physical fitness and enhance their immunity. We do not support the idle or the weak." Suyun had long considered this. As long as the families of Xingyun Group employees arrive in Binhai City, their future will be secure. Assistant Jiang, understood, Brother Yun. I will take care of it now. I guarantee that within a week, everyone will be concentrated in designated areas of Binhai City. As soon as Suyun finished speaking, several messages were sent to the phones of all Xingyun employees. Upon seeing one of the messages, all employees of the Xingyun Group erupted into frenzied cheers, nearly shattering the windows of the entire building. Every employee's direct relatives and the direct relatives of their spouses. Unbelievable. It's too crazy and too admirable. After all, they had speculated that the Xingyun Group might not be able to accommodate so many people, with each person only allowed 1 or 2 recommendations at most. Yet unexpectedly, Suyun directly allowed them to bring all direct relatives into the shelter. This means that each employee has at least 2 direct relatives moving in, and the maximum could exceed 10. Such audacity is something only the Xingyun Group could achieve worldwide. Their efforts finally bore fruit. However, the joy did not last long. Yun Minger's voice echoed throughout every floor. We at the Xingyun Group do not support the idle or the weak. All employees and their families need to relearn and exercise their bodies. The next half hour is free time. Please continue to work to contribute to the Binhai Hive Shelter and make it even more perfect. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I can't wait. I need to contact my wife and my parents to hurry to Binhai City. Someone hurriedly pulled out their phone to dial. They were eager to share this good news with their family. Others remained calm, continuing to work while casually contacting their family on the phone. One of the employees shrugged. Skillfully opening a certain forum, he posted a message. Xingyun Group Instrument Installation Trainer. Looking for a wife. Requirements: must have a natural beauty score of over 90 AB1. 7 meters tall with long legs, 36D. Charming, yet sweet, well-behaved, and sensible, and has not yet hit the road with a new car. Though I may be ugly, I have one advantage: I can bring all direct relatives and my wife's direct relatives into the Binhai Hive Shelter. First come, first served. Beauty is prioritized. In less than a minute, this post went viral. Thousands of replies and private messages bombarded his phone. He calmly sipped a cup of hot tea, opened private messages, reviewed the photos and data sent, and his smile grew. From now on, the Xingyun Group will be my deity. After the Xingyun Group issued a corporate announcement, half an hour later, it directly trended online. Surprisingly, all employees and their families of the Xingyun Group could take shelter in the refuge. This news attracted the attention of countless internet users. It is well known that the Xingyun Group is a colossal entity with employees who are elite, capable of standing against 10. However, the size is too large, with at least around 50,000 people. If there are no restrictions on the number of spots, including all employees' families, a rough estimate would put the number at least 150 to 60,000, possibly even exceeding 200,000 or perhaps more. If one employee happens to represent 4 generations plus a wife from another 4 generations, the number could easily exceed 20 people, right? Can a single identity as an employee of the Xingyun Group support an entire family in the apocalypse? It's utterly absurd. Countless netizens couldn't believe it, feeling envious, yet skeptical. The Xingyun Group is formidable, but even they wouldn't dare to claim they could casually shelter 200,000 people, right? After all, the amount of food and daily necessities consumed in the apocalypse is enormous. Unless the government opens the granaries to supply enough, who else would dare to be as stubborn as the Xingyun Group? It's fake, it must be fake. The Xingyun Group is deceiving us. They are likely only bringing various top talents and elite staff into the refuge. They wouldn't even have 5,000, much less the actual lack of 10,000. According to reliable sources, although the League Group in Mo City has also constructed large refuges domestically, the design shows that it can only shelter a maximum of 20,000 people, and it would be quite crowded. Any more would lower the living standards, likely allowing only about 10,000 to enter with strict requirements, 1 in 1,000. But what if? What if it's real? I am a citizen of Binhai City. During the evacuation, there were at least thousands of engineers fervently transforming the Fengyi Mountains, building refuges. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom government did not force them to evacuate. I feel envious. I think it's almost certain. Here are the pictures at the airport in Binhai City. 2 large airliners are filled with relatives of the Xingyun Group employees, carrying 588 passengers, half of whom are women, the elderly and children. The flight's destination is Binhai City, an undeniable envy. Although initially countless netizens remained skeptical, as more pictures and real information surfaced, everyone was shocked and envious. Goodness, the Xingyun Group is serious. A population of over 100,000 is no joke. At this moment, all employees of the Xingyun Group became the objects of envy for countless people. Moreover, many people are trying to find ways to marry employees of the Xingyun Group, hoping to bring their families into the Xingyun refuge. This prized opportunity makes countless people salivate. As more undeniable information was uploaded, even those who found it amusing could no longer sit still. The movements of the Xingyun Group were anything but ordinary. Countless warehouses were filled with massive amounts of supplies and raw materials. Kind-hearted individuals have calculated that the supplies of the Xingyun Group could sustain 100,000 people for over 200 years and 200,000 for over 100 years. The key point is that this is for living, not just surviving. With 3 regular meals a day plus late-night snacks, desserts, and snacks, this is undoubtedly a terrifying figure. Countless warehouses and containers were emblazoned with the Xingyun Group's logo, making people's eyes shine. Coupled with the fervent signs of construction in the Fengyi Mountains, no one doubted that the refuges built by the Xingyun Group would be a shambles. Some even fantasized about the grand underground functional buildings of the Hive that would be majestic, spectacular, and reliable once completed. It's a certainty. After the apocalypse, everyone from the Xingyun Group will undoubtedly live well, even better than 99.9% of the population. Upon thinking of this, most netizens were on the verge of breaking down. Although the government was also constructing large underground shelters in city subways, underground parking lots, and various air defense shelters, anyone with sense would realize how difficult their living conditions would be after the apocalypse. It would be a life of crowding, chaos, noise, and hardship, which modern people would find terrifying just thinking about. Compared to the Xingyun Group, it would be a world of difference. I wonder if the Xingyun Group still needs talent. I am 18 this year, strong and healthy, dreaming of becoming an astronaut. Give it a rest. The Xingyun Group is known for its technology across the blue star. If they are hiring, it would be for various research geniuses and promising graduate students or doctoral students. Coincidentally, I hold a doctorate, am a humanities expert, and have profound knowledge in the humanities. I seek an opportunity with the Xingyun Group. Don't underestimate me. Goodness, are you threatening me? Stop dreaming. The Xingyun Group, aside from the Xingyun gaming platform, has completely shut down. Binhai City is filled with Xingyun Group security personnel. Without a referral, you can't even approach the Xingyun Group. Perhaps you could try to reach out through their internal employees. Meanwhile, Su Yun was bored, casually browsing various messages online, and smiled softly. He wouldn't want those who just eat and wait for death. The Xingyun Group had no room for such freeloaders. Minjer continued to monitor the entire network. If anyone contacts an employee of the Xingyun Group, a thorough investigation must be conducted. Those who are criminal and morally deficient must be decisively rejected, and notify the affected employees to find someone else. He had seen the online dating information of a certain employee, and at that moment he was almost shocked by this bold move. Goodness, he allows family members to enter the refuge, but it shouldn't be this desperate, right? Fortunately, Su-Yun didn't mind, rolled his eyes, and let it pass. After all, finding a wife post-apocalypse is indeed quite difficult. In principle, it is understandable and acceptable. These employees who have worked tirelessly for the Xingyun Group during this time are now his people. As long as they sincerely work for the Xingyun Group and don't commit grave errors, he generally wouldn't reject their little wishes or small requests. Acceptable, but requires thorough investigation. Perhaps in the entire Blue Star there wouldn't be a second boss. After shaking his head helplessly, Su-Yun thought of the talent introduction program. The refuge has now been extended underground for 500 meters, supporting several large underground spaces and dozens of 10-meter-high connecting tunnels. The planned living area could accommodate over 150,000 people. Moreover, this calculation was made before construction was completed. As long as construction continues digging deeper and around, not to mention 150,000, even 300,000 or 500,000 could be accommodated. In terms of supplies, he had never considered a shortage. With the capabilities of the Xingyun Group, they would undoubtedly live even better and freer after the apocalypse. In the future, what limits him is that the number of people in the Xingyun Group is still too few. His vision cannot be confined to the present. The purpose of the talent introduction program is to attract various talents to join the Xingyun Group without restrictions, whether domestically or internationally. As long as they are talented, he wants them all, absorbing them into the Xingyun Group without limits. After all, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, there are too many changes. Talent and numbers are the future hope of the Xingyun Group, important factors for sustainable survival and development. Whoever comes will not be able to leave. They will work for the Xingyun Group for a lifetime. Su-Yun firmly believes that as long as there are good and excellent living guarantees combined with the possibility of bringing all direct family members together, no matter what top talents they are, they cannot resist such overtures and will definitely have thoughts of contacting the Xingyun Group. Moreover, as long as they reach out with various benefits and enticing incentives, even those who are indifferent will be stirred, and those who do not care will feel their expectations rise. I wonder if Assistant Jiang's methods will succeed, Su-Yun murmured. The head of the talent introduction program is Assistant Jiang, who is responsible for procurement after the supplies have been secured. Such an important matter can only be handled by her to ensure his peace of mind. He just needs to wait for good news. Suddenly, Yun Minger's voice rang out. Brother Yun, good news. The beautiful nation has ordered 1,000 sets of ventilation and oxygen supply equipment, and they also want that large ice river constant temperature geothermal system, preferably with detailed techniques and material synthesis methods. It seems they have received that text message, and the terms of the transaction are negotiable. Minger suggested delaying a few days to keep it under wraps. We should present our need for nuclear materials at the very end. As for supplies and rare materials, over 100 cargo ships from the beautiful nation are currently in the Pacific and can easily divert to the Binhai City port. Hearing this, Su-Yun was taken aback, then slightly smiled, feeling uncontrollably excited inside. The fish has finally taken the bait. Nuclear materials have always been a significant issue for him. Days ago, he secretly contacted the Bear Country and the beautiful nation. With the three major technologies in play, they could only obediently take the bait. It was worth the long wait. As for the supplies and raw materials scavenged by the beautiful nation globally, that was an incidental gain. He wanted a piece of that pie too. If it goes through, Su-Yun is genuinely concerned whether the Xingyun Hive Refuge can accommodate it. Princess Yeya, Yungu, are you being serious? In the group of wealthy second-generation members, although everyone knew the strength of the Xingyun Group was formidable, the fact that they could shelter over 100,000 people far exceeded their expectations. It's important to note that they weren't as reckless as Su-Yun. When they began constructing the shelters, they had already started screening elite personnel. Moreover, there were quota restrictions on what level of individuals could hold how many positions and recommendations. However, there would ultimately be a limit. Wang Zhichong. To be honest, my father built 2 large underground shelters and a trading market for the post-apocalypse. Each shelter can accommodate a maximum of 15,000 people. Any more would jeopardize the sustainability of living conditions, leading to a crisis for supplies in a decade or so. With that said, everyone nodded in agreement. The strength of the Yida Group shouldn't be underestimated. Those 2 large shelters and a market could hold at least 40,000 people. However, the actual situation would be even less. Those with capability would not be willing to compromise. They could bring elite personnel into the shelters, but the condition was that it shouldn't affect their living standards. Engineers, maintenance personnel, security guards, indoor vegetable growers, cleaning staff, cafeteria workers, beautiful people, etc. were all indispensable members within the shelters. Roughly calculated, a large shelter would require at least thousands, if not tens of thousands of these basic personnel. If they wanted to live well and enjoy life, they had to select the most outstanding, suitable, and youngest individuals during the screening process. Every individual entering the shelter was confirmed only after several rounds of consideration. An organization like the Xingyun Group was very certain that no other force in this world would do the same. With the apocalypse approaching, what need is there for benevolence or kindness? As the saying goes, in times of crisis, the sanctimonious must perish first. Good people do not survive long in apocalyptic times. They could not comprehend Su Yun's actions. However, without understanding the reasons, they refrained from commenting, only able to admire Su Yun's boldness, which they did not grasp and certainly could not match. My family has a mind. I might understand what Yungo means. Don't forget, in the Dragon Country, apart from the Xingyun group, enduring the country's pressure, virtually everyone else has been suppressed, taking away many top talents and resources. What does this imply? The hidden strength of the Xingyun group is formidable. They have long ceased to be beholden to Dragon Country and are ready to spread their wings and fly. The more I think about it, the more terrifying the Xingyun group becomes. As these words were spoken, everyone suddenly came to a realization. No wonder during the evacuation of Binhai City, the government and military personnel ignored the people of Xingyun group, daring not to pry into the vast amounts of supplies and raw materials in the warehouses and ports. This indicates that the Xingyun group has the capability to contend with Dragon Country. Of course, this is limited to shaking Dragon Country's will. Nevertheless, that is already frightening enough. Mao urged, Yungo is indeed impressive. The release of those two major technologies instantly raised pressure on Dragon Country. Coupled with the protection of several military departments for the Xingyun group, they could only compromise reluctantly. However, the key issue is that the influence and threat posed by those few prodigious individuals in the Xingyun group are too significant. In the post-apocalyptic era, no one knows what the situation will be, and no one dares to provoke them. Perhaps only Mao Urge in the group truly understands the terrifying nature of Xiling Haoyang and the others, whether in scientific research or warfare. They possess the potential to easily annihilate humanity, akin to the existence of human-shaped mushroom bombs. As long as their freedom and bodies cannot be instantly restrained, who knows if the apocalypse will arrive ahead of time. The core position of the Xingyun Research Center is hidden 100 meters underground, built as a large research facility according to nuclear defense standards, equipped with multiple missile defense doors and several security checkpoints. The secrets within, apart from a few core figures like Su Yun from the Xingyun group, no one else knows what is hidden inside. However, given the nature of those scientific geniuses, who would believe they wouldn't hide something? Meanwhile, Su Yun smiled as he looked at his phone. Sure enough, Dragon Country had long suspected the secrets within the Xingyun Research Institute. After all, Xiling, a top talent in biology and virology, basically lived there every day. Who would believe that they wouldn't have researched something terrifying? And then there's Haoyang and Chu Xiang, two true scientific madmen. Once they went insane, it would likely result in a catastrophe of nuclear explosion levels. Who could withstand that? Su Yun, stop overthinking it. We are still citizens of Dragon Country. We won't fly far. We'll just muddle through life in Binhai City. He was not being pretentious. Su Yun simply wanted to live well after the apocalypse. As for development, it depended on how capable his subordinates were. He guaranteed there would be no restrictions as long as they didn't blow up the shelters. Those few could do whatever they wanted, and he would fully support them. Upon seeing Su Yun's message, everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Goodness, they were grappling with Dragon Country, and even played a trick on them, living like a sycophant. Who would believe it? It turned out that while others were striving, the ones truly lying flat were just them. At that moment, they almost broke down internally. Fortunately, in the next second, Su Yun sent another message that instantly brightened their eyes, nearly making them drool. Su Yun, is anyone interested in a geothermal device from the Ice Age? This thing is a bit complicated. It requires digging down to 1,500 meters underground to construct geothermal circulation generators for it to operate. The technical content is too high for ordinary people to manage, but once built, it will provide a stable power source and heat, ensuring survival even after the Ice Age. It seems to have many restrictions and is quite difficult. But once successful, wouldn't that mean the shelter would be free of power and temperature issues? Moreover, this thing doesn't require any oil, coal, or natural gas. As long as it's built, it will keep running indefinitely. The cost-performance ratio is simply off the charts. Qin Jun, brother, dear brother, you must set up a set for me. I'm struggling. I'm in the northwest, and I'm nearly blackened like a coal ball. Xu Qinglian. Yin Guo, by the lakeside of Xiangxi. Back then you and I stood shoulder to shoulder, singing and drinking, pondering the meaning of life. Now I'm in distress and need a geothermal device to survive the disaster. Please don't break my heart, brother. Wang Zhichong, good brother for life. I have a major technical issue here. Digging 1,500 meters underground is indeed quite challenging, but I have the resources, equipment, and engineers. I just need detailed information and a few technical workers to come over and supervise. I'll be waiting for your good news. I owe you this favor. Su Yun looked at everyone shamelessly competing and even building connections, feeling speechless. This geothermal device is indeed a significant technical issue. He had inquired with Li Shiguang and several material synthesis methods, and the phased construction processes were extremely challenging. Without detailed information, even if they understood the principles of the geothermal device, it would still be difficult to construct it successfully in a short time. This is indeed a tough problem. We can't bluff the beautiful country and the hairy bear country. Minger, have Li Shiguang compile a detailed construction document, ensuring it can operate successfully. Su Yun waved his hand nonchalantly. After all, he had Li Shiguang, this versatile tool, so he would leave such difficult problems to him. It was better to let his subordinates work hard than to exhaust his own brain. At the same time, he felt a sense of joy. With Hao Yang focusing on materials and Li Shiguang on mechanical equipment, their collaboration without restrictions would unleash tremendous energy. Moreover, with the assistance of other top scientific personnel, even after the apocalypse, the Xingyun group could stand firm. It could only be said that his choice to fully support that group of researchers was undoubtedly the right decision. At that moment, Yun Minjer suddenly spoke up, causing his inner joy to rise again. Yun Gu, the negotiations have ended. The beautiful country is very anxious and has already compromised. Stability secured, nuclear materials secured. The moment the negotiations ended, among the hundreds of cargo ships in the Pacific, 50 large cargo vessels turned around. These materials were forcibly seized by the beautiful nation after the global military power suppression. The 50 ships, in comparison to all their gains, were estimated to account for only 1,000th. Under the protection of the beautiful nation's warships, they were sailing at full speed towards the port of Binhai City. Meanwhile, a solid silver box was brought out from a military base of the beautiful nation. After some twists and turns, it finally boarded a cargo plane heading to the port of Binhai City, hidden in a concealed space. In the research center of the Binhai City Nebula Group, in the main control conference hall, about 100 meters underground. Several top-notch researchers, including Hao Yang, listened intently to the reported information. Notice nuclear materials will arrive at Binhai City in 11 hours. Please make safety preparations in advance and prepare the instruments needed and clear out the radiation-proof research rooms. Notice the Nebula Hive Shelter needs to commence the construction of a large nuclear power plant. Relevant research personnel should pause other work and prioritize the construction of the nuclear power plant. Notice Hao Yang is responsible for all construction projects of a nuclear power plant. As the chief engineer, he can allocate all resources and personnel with the highest priority, while all other relevant researchers must assist to ensure the nuclear power plant is perfectly constructed before the meteor disaster. These announcements were like beams of light shining on the hearts of all researchers, illuminating their future path. Regardless of the numerous research equipment and particle accelerators, they were all heavy consumers of electricity. After the apocalypse, without a nuclear power plant, they could not operate at all. Their research would face the greatest challenges. This was unacceptable to them. As for Li Shiguang's geothermal device from the Ice Age, it could only guarantee normal survival within the shelter. It fell far short of the power standards required for research akin to feeding an elephant with mosquitoes, insufficient even for filling gaps, hence the necessity of the nuclear power plant. After all, after the apocalypse, the nuclear power plant was the energy heart of the Nebula Hive Shelter. It could not be missing. Once the announcement ended, Hao Yang, already prepared, spoke up directly. Team 1, cooperate with the engineers to start designing the nuclear reactor. Team 2, ensure radiation protection. As for nuclear material handling, Team 3, come with me. All 3 teams consisted of elite researchers specialized in nuclear engineering, totaling 15 people. Together with him, leading Team 3, they would work to build the nuclear power plant. He was confident that it would not take long to establish a power supply capable of supporting the entire underground hive. Minjer, can I know how much nuclear material there is? Hao Yang asked nervously. Too little would not suffice. After all, he had other research to conduct, and the nuclear power plant was merely a larger toy with a technical complexity that was not particularly interesting. Permission granted. The uranium-235 traded by the beautiful nation has a purity of 5% for 15 kilograms and 92% for 5 grams. As for the Bear Country, negotiations are still ongoing and are expected not to be less than that of the beautiful nation. Yun Minger's voice echoed in Hao Yang's personal communication earpiece. As soon as she finished speaking, Hao Yang's eyes widened. This happiness had come too suddenly. The low-purity materials could entirely be used to build the nuclear power plant, enough to sustain the shelter for hundreds of years. The high-purity materials were just right for him to experiment with the research of a mini high-energy nuclear reactor. This thing was the power source for the mecha that Shiguang used to install. Once successful, the mecha would truly come into existence. By then, the Nebula Shelter in the apocalypse would also possess formidable military power, making it unapproachable. I can hardly wait. Come quickly, my little treasure. Meanwhile, in Li Shiguang's personal laboratory, a 5-meter humanoid metallic mecha stood motionless, almost touching the ceiling, its metallic sheen instilling a sense of awe. 2 serrated long swords were inserted into its back, sharp and fierce, while a dark cannon was mounted on its right arm, deep and mysterious, seemingly ready to unleash massive energy at any moment. Its left arm was outfitted with several empty, small missile launch structures and a 6-barrel Gatling gun loaded with ammunition, fully armed. This was a flawed humanoid war mecha painstakingly crafted by Li Shiguang over several years, piece by piece. Now it only lacked an energy core with a hollow space between its chest, waiting for its power source to arrive. Beep beep. Li Shiguang sat in front of several powered-in computers, paused his painting, and looked up at the message sent. Hao Yang, Shiguang, the nuclear materials are in place. I will definitely develop the mini super nuclear reactor within 6 months. Remember to prepare a mecha for me as well. After reading the message, Li Shiguang grinned, his eyes seemingly emitting 2 beams of light. I knew it. If this kid can't do it, no one else can. Li Shiguang said with a big smile. This was also the reason he stayed here. Hao Yang's ability was the most monstrous among the top researchers he had seen, as if no problem could confine him. The flashes of inspiration in his mind always emerged at the most critical moments. He was a genuine research prodigy, a genius born for technological development. His mecha could not do without Hao Yang. Energy and materials were major issues holding him back significantly. And Hao Yang could not do without his mechanical design, power systems, and manufacturing. Only through their joint efforts could they unleash the most powerful technological force. 6 months is not far away. I truly look forward to it. Li Shiguang looked up at the mecha, his eyes filled with excitement. Just as he imagined controlling the mecha to traverse the apocalypse in 6 months. Beep beep. Yun Minger's voice echoed in his ear. Special grade researcher, Li Shiguang, please proceed to the construction command room of the Nebula Hive Shelter. There has been an error in the connection of the ventilation system and other survival facilities. Please address it promptly. Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang frowned. Are the others just sitting around? Why do they come to me with every problem? Li Shiguang said helplessly. Not only was Su Yun requesting detailed construction for the apocalypse version of the geothermal device, but now even the control renovation of the survival facilities required his direct intervention. Did they really see him as an all-purpose tool, thinking he could solve everything with just a call? However, he merely grumbled. He still had to get to work. After all, the safety of survival in the Nebula Hive Shelter was absolutely the most important matter, and there could not be the slightest error. Only he could perfectly remodel everything. As Li Shiguang grumbled his way to the construction command center, the impact point of the meteorite was finally calculated. At the United Nations General Assembly, a huge screen displayed a global map with a blood-red circle encircling the area between the Tropic of Cancer and the equator below the beautiful nation. A massive circle encompassed the region from Mexico to Colombia, within which the meteorite could potentially fall. The environment in the universe was too harsh, and even a slight influence could significantly alter the meteorite's landing position. This was the final result, calculated over nearly a month with an accuracy of up to 98%. At this moment, nations across North and South America could no longer sit still. Though it would not land directly overhead, the proximity was terrifying. This location was situated within an earthquake and volcanic belt, and the chain disasters caused by the continental plates would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Especially for the beautiful nation, at this moment people were left dumbfounded. They did not care where it hit, but with such a large blue planet, why did it have to land near them? Beautiful nation. I don't care anymore. I activate the primary and secondary nuclear defense plans destroyed in space, or blasted into the Pacific or Atlantic Ocean. I will launch thousands of nuclear missiles to handle the crisis. At this moment, the beautiful nation was in a state of madness. Thousands of nuclear missiles were activated, enough to annihilate the entire surface of Blue Star, with the situation on the brink of explosion. No other country dared to provoke the beautiful nation at this critical juncture, forced into silence while quietly observing. Finally, on August 22nd, the United Nations passed 3 asteroid defense plans put forth by the beautiful nation. First defense plan: the space rockets and spacecraft of nuclear-capable nations would be fully activated, carrying nuclear warheads to the space station. It was estimated that hundreds of nuclear warheads would be deployed in the trajectory of the incoming asteroid, forming the first line of defense between the Moon and Blue Star. The purpose was to use the explosive force of the nuclear bombs to deflect the asteroid from its collision course with Blue Star. The second defense plan involved setting up nuclear missile launchers in the high orbit of Blue Star and at the space station. If the first defense plan failed, the second plan would be initiated with thousands of nuclear missiles launched in waves to intercept the asteroid. With maximum firepower, the goal was to forcibly shatter the asteroid. Lastly, there was a third defense plan which stipulated that if the first 2 plans failed, countries would have the right to self-defense, allowing the use of nuclear weapons and other massive weaponry within the atmosphere of Blue Star to mitigate the disaster. If it came to that, survival would depend solely on individual capabilities striving to live through the terrifying natural disaster of the asteroid and avoid national extinction. As for what would follow the apocalypse, it was an unspoken understanding among everyone, but it would undoubtedly be a time of darkness and war plunder. The conference reached a consensus. The results of the United Nations were announced globally. At that moment, countless ordinary Blue Star citizens felt a glimmer of hope, wishing for success. With thousands of nuclear missiles for defense, that damned asteroid would surely be blown to dust. However, all countries and major powers were already aware. They did not stop constructing shelters, nor did they alleviate the crisis. At the Nebula Group, Su Yun shook his head. Minger, is the success rate really this low? Su Yun asked. Help. Theoretically, thousands of nuclear missiles could destroy that asteroid, but in reality, it was extremely difficult, rendering hope almost non-existent. The destructive power of nuclear and hydrogen bombs in space is very limited. Without air and matter, the space would diminish Blue Star's defensive power by over 90%, making the chance of success very slim. Yun Minger's voice echoed in his ear. At the moment the United Nations announced, Su Yun received the answer. At most, there was only a 3% chance of success, in reality closer to 1%. The difficulty was immense, to the point that current technology could not resolve this asteroid. There was a 50% chance of splitting the asteroid into several pieces, sending countless debris to strike half of the blue star surface. There was a 10% chance of tearing the entire asteroid apart, with numerous fragments of varying sizes covering the entire blue star, impacting every location. Only a 3% chance existed that the asteroid could be blown off blue star's trajectory, deviating from its gravitational pull and narrowly passing by. But this success rate was too low. The conditions needed for success were exceptionally challenging. The asteroid approached at an incredibly high speed, nearly 30 kilometers per second, instilling a sense of despair. Furthermore, the complex cosmic environment meant that even a slight deviation would result in a significantly large distance, making accurate calculations difficult. Even if they successfully ambushed the asteroid's trajectory and used global computers to calculate the detonation timing, capturing that moment's opportunity would be exceedingly challenging in such a complex environment. Missing by 1 or 2 seconds could mean a deviation of dozens of kilometers. The nuclear and hydrogen bombs, already weakened by space, would find it even more difficult to impact the asteroid. However, it did not stop there. Using nuclear bombs to defend against the asteroid also had terrifying consequences. The success rate of the two space defense plans is exceedingly low, and once activated it will also bring significant nuclear explosion impacts to Blue Star. It is recommended that the Nebula Hive Shelter consider preparations for nuclear shock radiation protection and defense against a nuclear apocalypse. Yun Minjer continued. As soon as she finished speaking, a simple animation appeared on Su Yun's tablet. Thousands of nuclear bombs detonating outside the atmosphere would produce immense thermal radiation capable of destroying large portions of Blue Star's ozone layer with sunlight directly hitting the surface. If measures are not taken to repair it, humanity would no longer be able to survive. The final defense plan was for all countries possessing nuclear weapons on Blue Star to launch thousands of nuclear missiles in an all-out effort to shatter the asteroid, and the resulting nuclear impact would irradiate the entire Blue Star. Radiation acid rain, radiation snowstorms, and radiation asteroid debris would cover the entire Blue Star. At that time, the entire surface of Blue Star would be within the radiation's influence, and without protective suits, it would be impossible to leave the shelter. Additionally, an electromagnetic pulse caused globally would last longer than what the asteroid would bring, leaving Blue Star unable to use any communication for at least several months. The conclusion drawn was that regardless of whether the asteroid was intercepted, it would lead to apocalyptic-level catastrophic destruction for Blue Star. The consequences would be even more despairing. Feeling overwhelmed, Su Yun realized for the first time just how troublesome this asteroid was. Its appearance was essentially a countdown to the survival of humanity on Blue Star. Regardless of the outcome, humanity would face an apocalyptic crisis lasting thousands of years. There was no choice but to accept this, unable to change it. So let's keep this information hidden for now and maintain the pace of shelter construction. The crisis is not over, rather it should be said the crisis has always been present. Su Yun sighed, then spoke with determination. Now, with all issues regarding the construction, survival, and energy challenges of the Nebula Hive Shelter being addressed, rapid construction was ongoing. It was expected to be perfectly completed within a month before the asteroid's arrival, allowing enough time to relocate personnel, equipment, and supplies. We need to hurry. Time waits for no one. Who knows if there will be any global nuclear war before the asteroid arrives? Su Yun said anxiously. This time, the beautiful nation displayed a determination to take down everything, launching a global defense plan against the asteroid single-handedly. Next would the Bear Nation and Dragon Nation also go crazy, starting a world war before the apocalypse to survive. Although the possibility was small, he had to be cautious. These great powers had the ability to turn tables. The Nebula Group could not compete with them. His territory was too small. A single mushroom bomb could obliterate the entire Nebula Group. With a mindset of crisis, it was essential to construct the shelter as soon as possible, hidden hundreds or thousands of meters underground to ensure true safety. Fortunately, the Nebula Group's technological capabilities were profound, and good news came every day. As long as they continued steadily, they would eventually finish. However, today, the Little Day Nation began to stir, attracting the attention of countless Dragon Nation netizens. While this tiny nation is finally making a move, does that mean Dragon Nation will gain another province? Is it about to celebrate the new year? The apocalypse is coming. Do you dare to go to that little island nation? A tsunami, volcanic eruption, or tectonic earthquake could easily sink it and affect us too. Don't rush. Definitely over half of the citizens of that little island nation will perish. By then, whether in the underground shelter or not, we will celebrate the new year together, and we must sing a song of good fortune. He let them escape. According to netizens from Kangaroo Nation, the little island nation spent enormous resources to finally acquire a piece of inland land of 150 square kilometers, and building an underground shelter is exceptionally difficult. Truly a cause for congratulations. The Little Day Nation has given up its island and is beginning to migrate to various parts of the world. North Africa, Kangaroo Nation, Antarctica, South America are all their targets. It is unknown how many resources and materials were consumed to secure a habitable location for building shelters. However, it was evident that there were too many citizens in the Little Day Nation to evacuate. At least tens of millions of citizens were abandoned. Today marked a day of despair for the Little Day Nation. For Blue Star it was inconsequential, but for Dragon Nation it could symbolize a slight sadness on the surface, while internally they were exceedingly excited, akin to the joy of the new year. One netizen's message trended widely. Ahem, can we Dragon Nation, in the spirit of rescuing the Little Day Nation, find a way to bring back some beauties from there? After all, it's really too difficult to find a wife domestically. Unfortunately, the plan to rescue the beauties of the Little Sun Country has failed. The pressure within the Dragon Country is already immense, and the survival of its billions of people consumes vast amounts of resources every day. It is simply impractical, a ridiculous notion. However, there are some old lechers who have built personal underground shelters and actually managed to bring back a few. Some powerful factions secretly deceived a group of top-tier beauties back during the migration of the Little Sun Country and began trading them in secret. In the face of all this, the Dragon Country turns a blind eye. As long as the stability within its borders is not disrupted, they will not intervene. This can be considered a form of valuable resources. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and the situation has become increasingly chaotic. On this day, the evacuation of the Little Sun Country was completed, with tens of millions filtered out, distributed among shelters built around the world, leaving nearly 100 million behind. Inside the entire island nation, it has already become a hell on earth, with flames soaring and black smoke filling the air. This country's name is on the verge of extinction. On this day, more than a dozen space stations appeared in the orbit of Blue Star, with hundreds of nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs sent up. Moreover, they are being transported to designated positions in space, a task of immense difficulty, consuming countless manpower and resources. Under the collaboration of the 5 major countries, the first meteorite defense plan is slowly taking shape. This day also marks the launch of the anti-electromagnetic pulse supercommunications satellite by the Nebula Group. Led by Li Shiguang, the team successfully manufactured the supercommunication satellite, which took a great deal of effort, and loaded it into Nebula Rocket No. 1 today. There are only 3 satellites launched in one shot. This project was established months before the meteorite was discovered, and now it can provide excellent communication and reconnaissance capabilities for the Nebula Hive Shelter after the apocalypse. The data is accurate. Ignite in 10 minutes. Li Shiguang, who had completed the final round of checks, confidently said while staring at the screen. In the suburb of Binhai City, a 35-meter-high white space rocket stands tall and proud with fuel. This is just a simple 3-stage separation rocket, and the engines were purchased with considerable resources from the Dragon Country Aerospace Research Institute. After all, their only objective is to send the satellite into high-altitude orbit. The satellite is the core. Furthermore, if they succeed today, the entire aerospace department will be dismantled and packed into a large warehouse surrounding the Nebula Group shelter. I've contacted Miss Yunming to assist with the launch. Ignition is expected in 9 minutes and 32 seconds, and we will reach the designated orbit in 28 minutes. A staff member's voice sounded. Hearing this, Li Shiguang clapped his hands, leaned back in his chair, and nodded. With Miss Minger here, it will be easy. I'll let her handle the launch task entirely. It will be stable. Li Shiguang thought of something and sighed deeply. Yunming's evolution speed is incredibly fast, It seems that after the news of the meteorite disaster was released, whether due to some quantum entanglement or sensing the emotional fluctuations of all Nebula Group employees, this super AI Yunming truly changes every day. By now, her abilities are many times stronger than before, and her speech resembles that of a human, as if she possesses a soul. This newly born little girl has directly become the little darling of the entire Nebula Group, their little ancestor. She truly needs to be pampered and supported. However, he was also very excited at the moment he realized they would succeed. That kid Lu Tianyuan, I knew he was no ordinary person. I am very satisfied with this artificial intelligence. Li Shiguang grinned. His mech desperately needed such a powerful intelligent assistant, and getting it so early was just— Yes, my creator is a very talented computer expert, and I am also very satisfied with my existence. However, if I could beat up Lu Tianyuan, that would be even better. He studies my body every day. He's a peeping Tom, a stinky pig head, and I can't stand him. Suddenly, the cute voice of the little girl Yunming echoed in the launch control hall, and her complaint made people chuckle. Li Shiguang's mouth twitched, and his eyelids jumped. Goodness, the young lady has arrived, and she starts cursing right away. This artificial intelligence is really fierce. Ahem, I can support Minger's thoughts. Once the high-energy drive batteries from Haoyang are out, how about I, brother Shiguang, make you a body? However, Li Shiguang lightly coughed, straightened up, and smiled with narrowed eyes. The expression revealing her little fox tail couldn't be hidden at all, nor could it be concealed from Yunming. On one side of the large screen connected to the launch site, a delicate girl in a white dress appeared playfully. There's no rush on the body issue. Brother Shiguang can speak directly. Under permissible conditions I can make decisions, and Yun will not interfere with us. Yunming said disdainfully. As soon as her voice fell, Li Shiguang chuckled and rubbed his hands, saying, Small matter, brother. Haoyang has a task to research a small supernuclear reactor. You just need to pay attention and calculate the data. Mainly once my mech is born, I will trouble you to install your subsystem core onto it. Li Shiguang understood that Yunming needs to manage the operations of the entire Nebula Group and cannot be fully devoted to his fun by allocating computational power to the mech. The Nebula Group wouldn't let Yunming play with him just for his hobbies, so the only way would be to use Yunming's core subsystem. Although the subsystem is not as powerful as Yunming herself, it is sufficient to surpass all intelligent AI. After all, she is a super artificial intelligence at the humanoid level, and the subsystem's capabilities are more than enough to assist the mech. Theoretically, if the requirements are not high, I can consider it with some restrictions, but I want to design my own body. You must manufacture it with full effort, and I want the best materials and equipment. Most importantly, I want to add a sensory system. Yunming's tone was somewhat eager. As an artificial intelligence evolved from a super AI, her intelligence is no less than that of a normal human, and she desires a body. If she could possess senses such as touch, taste, and smell beyond vision, that would be even better. Li Shiguang's eyes lit up. Could this work? Is the young lady too easy to fool? Even if it's Yunming's subsystem, it's still one of the most important assets of the Nebula Group, with a protection level no less than her own identity. After all, this is Yunming's second data core, possessing very powerful evolutionary capabilities. Generally, Su Yun would never allow a second Yunming to emerge. The subsystem is impossible to be given away. Even if the evolutionary capability is deleted and some restrictions are added, it would still be gladly accepted. Li Shiguang patted his chest, quickly assuring, "It's a small matter. Although the sensory system has some difficulty, it's not a big deal. If you cooperate with me, Brother Shiguang will make it so you can appear in this world in a bodily form. Then it's settled. You mustn't deceive me, otherwise Minjer won't help you anymore." Li Shiguang's goal was achieved, and the rocket successfully ignited, rapidly heading toward the predetermined high-altitude orbit. With Yunming monitoring, there would be no data errors, and the satellite project was considered a complete success. In the Nebula Group's board office, Su Yun also received the news and nodded in satisfaction. With the anti-electromagnetic super satellites specially manufactured by Li Shiguang, they can have sufficiently clear vision and a convenient communication network during the apocalypse. Perhaps they could even team up with that group of slackers. Subsystem. He wants to install this thing on the mech. Su Yun was taken aback upon seeing the next piece of information, then felt somewhat speechless. Goodness, what a waste. Such a great thing is being used to control and assist the mech. Yunming's subsystem only has 3, which were split from her core base program the moment she truly became an artificial intelligence. Equivalent to 3 avatars, although their intelligence is not as good as Yunming's main body, they are not lacking in. He had long planned to use one for the research calculations of the Research Institute, providing full support for all research within the shelter. The other 2, unless there's a special need, he does not plan to waste them, so they can only be kept hidden in the depths, existing as a form of foundation. Mechs are not out of the question. Su Yun stroked his chin, nodding and murmuring, as a man who could refuse a cool and stylish mech. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed to Yunming's and Li Shiguang's requests. All right, Minjer, according to your idea, remember to limit the subsystem's capabilities to let that kid play around, but ensure it can be retrieved at any time, or include a self-destruct program. Su Yun spoke earnestly. The existence of Yunming had long been known to the Dragon Country, and they had guessed that Minjer had the potential to evolve into an artificial intelligence. However, he did not want to give others the opportunity to acquire artificial intelligence. Even the subsystem was not allowed. After all, this is the trump card of his Nebula Group, a massive weapon, the god of the network, capable of striking fear into foreign enemies with the strongest firepower. Even if all the core members of the Nebula Group died, no one could restrain Yunming in that underground nuclear-proof comprehensive sealed supercomputer. This is a trump card that the Nebula Group can use in a do-or-die situation, unique and not to be replicated. With the help of Minjer, after her evolution, the Nebula Hive Shelter is changing day by day. Whether it is in accelerating construction speed or improving various facilities, it showcases a strength that humanity cannot match. Even now, the entire construction of the Nebula Hive Shelter is led by Minjer. Every step and every detail is the result of countless calculations before the engineers commence work. Currently, the construction has reached 50% completion, with the main structures excavated utilizing chromium-titanium alloy as the core material, supporting dozens of underground architectural complexes. A schematic of the underground shelter appeared on Su Yun's computer. Looking at the massive underground complex, he was both astonished and immensely satisfied. From above, one can see the vast interior of Fengyi Mountain has been hollowed out with a spacious and lofty area, resembling a giant hollow iron lump enveloped by the mountain rock. This is the steel fortress above, designed to withstand the most terrifying disasters. The space is divided into internal and external zones, with the internal area dedicated to large-scale heavy industry capable of housing massive furnaces and heavy machinery for steel production. The external zone features a preparation plaza for equipping gear and a large parking lot that can accommodate thousands of industrial vehicles facing the main entrance. Apart from the main entrance, there is only one ventilation duct leading to the outside, running along the inner mountain, with 2 massive spiral fans slowly turning within the cliffs over 400 meters high. These can provide a constant supply of ventilation for the underground shelter. At the center of the steel fortress, 12 super-large elevators and ventilation ducts extend deep underground, reaching a depth of 280 meters. The structure of the underground shelter resembles a colossal pyramid, narrower at the top and wider at the base, composed of dozens of interconnected spaces, showcasing architectural beauty, with pathways running through the underground rocks linking every space. At the lowest level, reaching a depth of 1,200 meters, lies the largest area of the shelter. At its center, a particle accelerator runs through the entire region with a diameter of 3 kilometers. This place is the safest and most fortified area within the shelter, with the outermost steel concrete walls being 30 meters thick, serving as the core location where both the energy nuclear power station and the research center must be placed. Su-Yun took a brief look and felt quite satisfied. Although the space was only preliminarily supported with reinforced concrete and high-strength alloy, and facilities and decorations had yet to be installed, the entire architectural complex was essentially a success. Aside from the Nebula Group, Su-Yun could not think of anyone else capable of constructing such a magnificent underground building. The second stage of the shelter's construction was about to conclude before the apocalypse arrived, ensuring future safety. There are just over 3 months left. Time is tight. We must maintain our speed. I need to be ready to face the apocalypse before the meteor crisis hits. Su-Yun said solemnly. Don't worry, Brother Yun, as long as I'm here, the speed of the shelter's completion will only be faster and more perfect. Yun Minger's voice echoed in his ears. Su-Yun nodded and then continued to inquire, how is the nuclear power station that Hao Yang is in charge of going? Make sure he takes it seriously. Once it's done, he basically won't have any more tasks and can act freely. He had previously glanced at Hao Yang's research schedule and was nearly left speechless. Every day there were at least a dozen research plans, and the construction of the nuclear power station was merely one of them. After acquiring nuclear materials, Hao Yang finally had a chance to showcase his abilities, wanting to dabble in everything. Especially with the small nuclear reactor and nuclear energy batteries, he spent more time on those than on the construction of the nuclear power station, which made Su-Yun a bit worried. However, the next moment Minger's words surprised him. Brother Yun, the technology for the nuclear power station is quite mature. We just need to build it step by step, and I am keeping an eye on it. There won't be any issues. No, Minger, you must not learn from them, okay? First get the most important things done, and then we can take our time with the rest, Su-Yun said, helplessly covering his head. Hao Yang, Li Shiguang, and those researchers had many ideas and issues. He did not want Minger to mix with them and pick up bad habits. It's better for artificial intelligence to be obedient. If not restricted, it will certainly lead to major problems. Don't worry, Brother Yun, there won't be any problems. Minger just wants a body, please. Yun Minger's figure appeared on the computer screen, looking pitiful, with tears brimming in her eyes. This scene made Su-Yun's mouth twitch. Goodness, which artificial intelligence acts spoiled and plays the victim. This change is just too drastic. All right, let's prioritize the shelter first. As long as we survive the meteor disaster, we will have plenty of time. Su-Yun said helplessly. It felt as if this apocalypse was meant to fulfill them. Beep, beep, beep. The notifications from his phone on the table rang. Su-Yun glanced at it and swiped. The group of people in the Slack-off group was getting restless again. My dad is a billionaire. Congratulations to the Nebula Group for successfully launching a satellite. Bro, you have to help with communications and networks. I don't want to spend my life underground without contact with outsiders and online games. Wang Jitsung, no kidding, the strength of the Nebula Group is truly impressive. Their foundation is so strong that they can launch rockets into the sky. Maybe consider setting up a network platform after the apocalypse. It might be difficult globally, but within the Dragon Nation, it shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Su-Yun. Su-Yun actually had the same intention. Our online communication has always been a top priority, especially the super apocalypse satellite created by Li Shiguang, which can defend against electromagnetic pulse damage and significantly enhance communication network capabilities. Even in the underground shelter, as long as there is an access point above ground, a very good network environment can be. In this regard, he never held back. As long as the platform was established, there would be no worries about acquiring resources during the apocalypse. Su-Yun, no problem, just make sure to leave a radio network receiver at the surface location, and after the electromagnetic pulse passes, I will connect you. As Su-Yun spoke, everyone felt at ease. What does this mean? This means having a big shot to lead the way. They could just lie back and enjoy. They were truly lucky to have a technical powerhouse among them, otherwise they would have been bored to death in the apocalypse. I have a mind, everyone, I have great news. The Dragon Nation's air defense nuclear defense plan has been approved. If meteor fragments with a diameter of over 100 meters attack, they will be covered by full firepower. I have a mind, however, this also comes with bad news. If it reaches that point, nuclear dust will cover the entire Dragon Nation. Upon seeing this message, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They felt both joy and fear. The joy was that safety was guaranteed. The disasters caused by meteor fragments with a diameter under 100 meters would be much smaller. As long as luck wasn't too bad, it wouldn't matter. The fear was from the effects of nuclear radiation. With radiation enveloping the area, it wouldn't dissipate for hundreds of years. By that time, going outside would become very difficult. Not to mention, most of their shelters would require various trades to continue their development. If they lived in isolation underground, perhaps after 10 or 20 years they would fall into a desperate situation. Shu Qingli and Sai, I have submitted 40% of resources here, otherwise I wouldn't really be short on resources and could hide underground for a lifetime. The women's friend, damn it, my dad complains every day. Nearly 50% of resources and raw materials were confiscated. I'm genuinely worried about my future. Xin Jun, I envy the Nebula Group. We are so small we can't resist at all. In the face of national righteousness we are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. At this moment Su Yun saw these messages and felt a bit of regret. Indeed he was right. Fortunately he acted. If he hadn't taken some measures regardless of the top talents and resources in the research institute, he estimated they would have lost at least half. Fortunately he no longer fears the Dragon Kingdom. After Yun Minjer evolved into an artificial intelligence, she gained control over the entire network, providing him with a stronger sense of confidence. Thus the Xingyun group could truly operate independently, unafraid of any adversity. Su Yun said, everyone, the Xingyun group is a unique company. Its existence is not limited to the Dragon Kingdom, nor even to the Blue Star. In the future we will meet among the stars. Yun Minjer calculated that this planet was doomed and the series of disasters it faced could not be repaired in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. What was more terrifying was that humanity itself was the ultimate destroyer. There was a despairing piece of information during the evacuation of the Little Sun country. Over 100,000 tons of nuclear wastewater flowed into the sea. When Yun Minjer monitored the globe, she discovered anomalies. Upon closer inspection, the entire coastal area of the island nation had changed color, with radiation levels comparable to the containment zones within nuclear research facilities. The reckless destruction of the oceans filled Su Yun with both anger and sorrow. Other nations such as the beautiful country also made decisions that severely harmed the environment of the Blue Star with a degree of horror not less than that of Little Sun country. Whether pouring nuclear wastewater, chemical sewage garbage, or waste into the ocean, or indiscriminately deforesting, extracting oil, and mining, all would result in irreparable damage to the ecological balance. Even more frightening was that most countries had resolutely abandoned the majority of humanity when the meteor disaster struck, taking only a portion of the elite into shelters and coldly watching from the sidelines. Some even suppressed dissent with force, slaughtering civilians who crossed the warning line, leaving rivers of blood. This scene was captured by Yun Minjer and presented before the Xingyun group. All the executives and general managers fell silent. It was as if they were witnessing the madness of the rulers of this planet at the moment of their demise, with humanity twisted into the form of demons. This world frightened them and instilled fear. After discussions among all senior officials and the researchers at the Xingyun group, they reached a unanimous consensus. From now on, they, along with their families, totaling nearly 200,000 people, would only be responsible for themselves. The Xingyun group could not remain underground forever, nor could it coexist with other destroyers and annihilators on the Blue Star. They sought to venture into space and find a new home. They desired freedom and unrestrained living. They yearned for a dreamlike homeland, though it seemed ridiculous and unrealistic. However, from that day onward, their direction had been towards the stars and the sea, striving with the hope that one day all their wishes would come true. In early December, the weather grew cooler. During this time, the Xingyun group in Binhai City steadily developed, focusing on constructing shelters, completely ignoring any external influences. As long as it did not threaten the Xingyun group, they did not care about the chaos outside. At this moment, only 1 month remained until the meteor disaster, and even the air seemed thick with a sense of oppression. At the Binhai City port, about 30 cargo ships lined the coastline, with one occasionally departing for the deep sea. Heavy wooden crates were being loaded onto the cargo ships, and once the quantity was confirmed, they would set sail and leave the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Dongzi, this is the last batch, right? A deep voice resounded. It belonged to a man around 30 years old, dressed in a black and blue security uniform of the Xingyun group, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Across from him, a young security guard leaned back in his chair, watching the distant roars of the crane moving the cargo. Yes, this is the last batch. Once they leave, this port will also be dismantled, and we can go back to prepare for moving into the shelter. Dongzi replied with a smile. At this moment, the port was still engaged in trading various ventilation equipment and oxygen supplies with foreign countries, a process that had been ongoing for a long time without completion. Fortunately, there was only one last batch left, consisting of fewer than 10,000 wooden and metal containers. They were security personnel of the Xingyun group, responsible for the safety of the supplies belonging to the group at the port since the onset of the meteor crisis. With over 300 people stationed here day and night, patrolling and protecting around the clock. Fortunately, since Binhai City began its evacuation inland, their work had become much easier, and there had been no mistakes for several months. I heard that they have already started transporting supplies and various advanced equipment into the shelters. It won't be long before families can all be brought in, and we can finally relax, said the smoking man with a sense of relief. Half a month ago, the Xingyun Hive Shelter had been fully completed. Moreover, images of the actual scenes inside the shelter have been released on the group's internal platform, visible to everyone. At that moment, a strong sense of pride and happiness surged within him. Every employee and their family had their own house or several adjacent ones. The simplest 3-bedroom and 1 living room or 4-bedroom and 2 living room apartments measured no less than 100 square meters with all kinds of decoration and appliances installed, and the environment was superior. The residential buildings were no less than 5-star hotels, luxurious and exquisite. Such living conditions excited everyone for a long time, almost making them unable to believe it. Who would have thought that deep underground the shelter built by the Xingyun Group could reach such a level, greatly satisfying everyone's living needs? What was even more surprising were the entertainment effects videos. In the 18 large living areas, each resembled a small advanced city. Although the floors were not tall, there were still 7 or 8 stories. Various public cafeterias, shopping streets, food streets, entertainment areas, and electronic zones were scattered throughout the central area. The level of prosperity inside rivaled that of major city centers with an array of shops. It was as if one had entered an underground city from the above ground. Aside from perhaps some differences in the environment, the other changes were minimal. Not to mention, there were virtual sunlight, white clouds, blue skies, and real green plants adorning the space, making it feel nothing like the imagined darkness, dampness, and confinement. It was clean, spacious, prosperous, and advanced, with cute animals frolicking around, honest robots providing service, warm-looking mobile trams, and large subway trains ready to take them to other living areas. It felt like a futuristic underground city. Even if one were to stay there forever, there would be no sense of despair whatsoever. Especially concerning food and drink, every meal was no less luxurious than those previously served in the group. Whatever one wanted to eat was readily available. The high-end buffet-style cafeteria was astonishing. Whether it was beverages, meat, noodles, pastries, snacks, or nutritious hot soups, they were all available in unlimited supply. Aside from the requirement not to waste, everything was free. The word free once again shocked everyone. They had thought that supplies would be distributed based on family units, either according to standards or through a point system, earning points by working for the shelter to purchase supplies. Little did they expect that the Xingyun Group was genuinely wealthy enough to provide everything for free, ensuring everyone's basic needs. A message from a senior executive had spread revealing that the Xingyun Group's supplies were so plentiful they might not all fit, with some remaining in nearby warehouses. Even if everyone ate constantly every day, they could supply without pressure for over 120 years. There might be some shortages in products like fruits, vegetables, fresh meat, seafood, and premium ingredients, making it somewhat challenging to supply nearly 200,000 people. However, ordinary meat, rice, flour, beverages, tobacco, and snacks were truly in no short supply. They could eat as much as they wanted without depleting the resources of the Xingyun Group. Furthermore, after the apocalypse, with the strength of the Xingyun Group, it was impossible for them not to thrive. In the future, their supplies were expected to increase, not decrease. Su Yun directly declared that aside from special high-end supplies and time-consuming cultivated vegetables and fruits, all other resources would be provided for free. The daily food supply was measured according to the standards of a star-rated hotel. In terms of food, accommodation, transportation, and entertainment, the Xingyun Group was truly generous to its own people. They maximally ensured their living conditions. The two men were filled with emotion, and smiles adorned their faces. Suddenly, an urgent alarm rang out, causing their expressions to stiffen as they hurried to check. Damn, radiation levels exceeded 3,000. Several of them. Damn, it's ringing now, far exceeding the safety standard. What the hell is this? The smoking man dropped his cigarette, staring at the computer in terror. He looked anxiously at the distant coastline, his body suddenly covered in goosebumps. It felt as if something terrifying was approaching from that direction. Over a month ago, the Xingyun Group had issued an order to place dozens of radiation detection instruments along the coast, requiring them to check the data daily. Little did they expect that what was initially thought to be preventative detection equipment left over from the apocalypse would now show alarming results. It was fine yesterday, why did it suddenly spike? Dongzi said blankly. A sense of crisis arose in their hearts. They could not remain by the sea any longer, otherwise their health would certainly suffer severe issues. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent alarm echoed through the Nebula Group tower. Warning, warning, the radiation wave has reached the coastal area of Binhai City. All employees of Nebula Group, please do not approach the seaside, do not approach the seaside. Warning, warning. Flashing red lights of the warning system illuminated the entire building in a crimson hue. At this moment, Su Yun furrowed his brows, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Knowing that other countries had dumped nuclear waste and various chemical pollutants into the sea, he anticipated that this day would eventually come. However, he did not expect it to arrive so quickly within just over 2 months. Moreover, the next second, an encrypted email appeared on his personal terminal tablet. Brother Yin, something has happened. It's not just the nuclear radiation wave. A group of mutated sea monsters has already arrived in the coastal waters, and their radiation levels are even more severe. The voice of Yun Minjer echoed in his ears. Hearing this, Su Yun felt a surge of foreboding and hurriedly clicked on the blurry video in the email. This was a monitoring device previously deployed in the sea. Its camera had captured abnormal footage. Under the sea, over 1,000 meters from the coastline of Binhai City, a group of mutated fierce fish swam by at high speed. Upon closer inspection, it was a school of mutated silver pomfret. However, the smallest ones were already about 1.3 meters in length, and their bodies inexplicably bore multiple terrifying fish eyes looking grotesque and sending chills down Su Yun's spine, even through the screen. What was even more terrifying was that as Yun Minjer continued to zoom in, two scaly little arms had grown beneath the fish's belly, resembling the forelimbs of a lizard. Hiss! Su Yun gasped in cold air, his hair, standing on end, covered in goosebumps. Have they undergone genetic mutations due to nuclear radiation? Su Yun asked in astonishment. Yun Minger's voice continued. Yes, their genes have undergone significant changes and have fused with the genetic sequences of other organisms. The components in the sea are already complex, and now with many countries dumping massive amounts of garbage and countless terrifying pollutants into the sea, a significant instability has arisen. The mutations in the sea are irreversible and indescribable, becoming even more terrifying as time passes. Brother Yun, please swiftly order the evacuation of everyone to the shelters. The apocalypse has already arrived ahead of time. Hearing this, Su Yun's heart could not calm down for a long time. He once heard a saying, in this world, the only force capable of annihilating humanity is humanity itself. As expected, the vast ocean, which occupies 70% of Blue Star, would eventually reveal factors that humanity could not resist. The already mysterious sea would become even more enigmatic and dangerous in the future. After a moment of silence, Su Yun resolutely spoke. Initiate the evacuation plan ahead of schedule. All family members, researchers, technical staff, and administrative personnel must enter the shelters. As for the transportation, engineering, and security teams, distribute simple and convenient lightweight protective gear to prevent radiation exposure. With only 1 month left, he had initially planned to wait until all instruments and supplies were loaded before relocating. However, he did not expect such a change to occur so soon, and the threat of radiation and sea monsters forced him to prioritize everyone's safety. Even if they were far from the coastline, he still worried about the mutation rate of the marine creatures. Perhaps at this moment among the sea creatures there might be some that had evolved into mutated beings capable of crawling ashore, carrying excessive radiation levels, making precaution necessary. Brother Yinsum may already be aware of this news, but it has not yet spread. Should we notify other factions? Yun Minjer inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Yun furrowed his brows again. With such terrifying changes occurring in the sea, factions with satellites would not be able to keep it a secret for long. However, he was a bit concerned that some ill-intentioned individuals might exploit the mutated marine creatures to incite global chaos. There might even be a faction that would salvage the mutated marine creatures for research, potentially creating some terrifying biochemical weapons. This responsibility was not something he could bear. No need. Why should we suffer for the sins of others? There is no need to consider this matter. Nebula Group is only responsible for itself. Su Yun sneered coldly. He did not believe that the Dragon Kingdom was unaware of this matter, yet no response had come after such a long time. This clearly indicated abandonment or a lack of desire to intervene and waste energy. After all, a meteor was about to strike, so what did the emergence of mutated creatures in the sea matter? Dispatch the Nebula Special Forces to be fully armed, wearing laboratory-grade heavy protective suits, to capture a few back for study by Xiling. Su Yun waved his hand, issuing the command. The Nebula Special Forces were not numerous, consisting of only 5 teams, each with 10 members, all elite retired special forces. Moreover, with Li Shiguang and military-grade production lines available, their equipment was naturally top-notch. When constructing the shelters, he did not forget to establish a rapid response team for self-defense. Now was a perfect time to test their operational capability. An hour later, at the Binhai City port, a long line of transport trucks arrived, filled with the iconic insignia of Nebula Group. Hundreds of port security personnel were prepared to greet them, standing in formation, their expressions serious. However, when they saw transport personnel in white protective suits disembarking from the vehicles, everyone became tense. They had long known that the radiation levels in the sea far exceeded safety standards. Yet they were surprised that Nebula Group took it so seriously, donning lightweight and convenient protective suits capable of defending against radiation levels exceeding 10,000. As long as they did not come into direct contact with the radiation source, it posed no harm to them, and their safety far surpassed the radiation crisis. Moreover, this gear was quite precious. At first glance, with over 1,000 personnel in the transport team, each person had one, proving that Nebula Group was serious about their life safety. There are still 25 large warehouses totaling 3,510 containers. The group has ordered that they must be evacuated within 3 days. The head of the transport task spoke solemnly and loudly. This task was challenging, but it had to be completed. These more than 3,000 boxes of supplies were their survival guarantee, and whether for Nebula Group or for themselves, they could only do their utmost. You all put on protective suits, take up weapons. This place is not safe. Radiation is invisible. Over time, even the divine cannot save you. After saying this, the security team quickly donned the protective suits they brought, and everyone began to nervously and orderly load the supplies onto the vehicles. However, at this moment, there were still many other countries' transport ships at the port with dozens of ships, yet to finish loading equipment traded with Nebula Group. Thick Crab, what's going on with you? No. "Free Crane has been reported by our Kangaroo Nation long ago. You are acting like robbers," shouted the maritime personnel from Kangaroo Nation, red-faced and glaring at Nebula Group's employees. "You have already seized No. 1 No. 2 and No. 4. What are you trying to do? We completed the transaction. You are preventing us from leaving." In the face of the angry accusations from several cargo ship employees, Nebula Group did not engage in debate. The security personnel easily subdued all the troublemakers. After all the supplies and raw materials had already been received, whether they could take the traded instruments was their business, not a concern for Nebula Group. Moreover, let alone that Binhai City was now the territory of Nebula Group. Even if the oversea dragon came, they would have to crawl back in tears. They might not be able to return now, and the ocean is becoming increasingly dangerous. The head of the transport team sneered. Just considering the impact of nuclear radiation, while it had not yet reached a directly harmful level, staying in the sea for too long would lead to various problems. Not to mention whether the mutated monsters in the sea would attack them. That was a situation where survival was unlikely. He then waved his hand and shouted, "Security team, are the weapons in your hands toys? Drive them all onto the ship. If they don't leave, fire a few rounds to scare them off." Their mission was not only to transport supplies and raw materials, but also to dismantle the entire port and take everything back. If others couldn't take away their things, then they could only let them go cheaply. As the saying goes, having a gun makes one the father. With only 1 month left for self-preservation, who would still have the energy to punish Nebula Group? 3 days later, after 24 hours of continuous transport, all supplies from the coastal city harbor were completely evacuated. Moreover, a significant portion of the harbor's steel facilities and equipment had been dismantled. Looking up, half of the once bustling harbor was now bare, with only heaps of scrap metal remaining. Security Captain Zheng Yijian had already removed his protective suits, but taking a melancholic drag from his cigarette, wearily standing outside the radiation crisis warning line, gazing at the disordered harbor. "What a pity time is still insufficient. According to orders, we must retreat now." Next to him, the transport team leader leaned against a large truck's frame, shaking his head with a helpless expression. "There's no helping it. We've tried our best. Old Zheng, hurry up and smoke. We're very close to the radiation in the sea, and it's still somewhat dangerous." Over 1,000 transport and demolition workers had been working day and night, utilizing more than 500 large trucks. But time was still too short. They had only dismantled half of the entire coastal city harbor, leaving a vast area. However, at this moment, there was little time to worry about such things, as a crisis was quietly approaching. An hour earlier, the headquarters of Xingyun had instructed them to retreat quickly as the nuclear radiation levels continued to rise, and they had detected mutated creatures from the sea approaching the shore, posing a significant danger. Perhaps in a few hours, the entire harbor would be engulfed in nuclear radiation, with monsters swarming. Even if clad in protective suits, there was a substantial chance of being affected. Soon as the time for a cigarette came to an end with the last truck loaded with dismantled steel equipment, the two exchanged nods and boarded the last black off-road vehicle to bring up the rear of the transport convoy. Zheng Yijian took his last drag, tossing the cigarette, but out the window, revealing a slight smile as he said, "It's done. Finally we can rest. Most of the family members are already in the shelter. It's just us left. My parents and wife keep sending good news every day, praising the shelter, making me long to go back." All family members of Xingyun employees were immensely satisfied with the environment of the Xingyun Hive Shelter, sending them good news daily. In response, the transport team leader smiled and replied, "I knew all along that Xingyun Group was no ordinary company. Whether it's President Su or that group of researchers and all the executives, as long as we work hard for the company, they will never let us down." This time they had made the right bet. Reflecting on his experience working for Xingyun Group, the transport team leader felt somewhat sentimental. Despite the vastness of Xingyun Group, it had an oddly laid-back vibe. Research was solely about funding without any pretenses, and the researchers often bickered, their tempers volatile yet endearing. Not only them, but the higher-level managers were even more outrageous, seemingly having learned the essence of Su Yun's work. Once tasks were assigned, they would leave everything else alone. They allowed their subordinates to act freely, arrange their schedules, and manage as they pleased, with the final outcomes completely disregarded. Whether excellent or a failure, everyone received their salaries and bonuses, leaving them speechless. Ultimately, nearly everyone had become complacent. However, in that environment, with all employees being laid-back elite talents, Xingyun Group continued to grow larger each day, developing at an astonishing pace. It was precisely because of this laid-back work style that the returns far exceeded the input, and even now they firmly believed in Xingyun Group and Su Yun. Now, with the apocalypse encroaching, Xingyun Group had not let them down, achieving returns that they could hardly believe. The entire group had given their all for the first time, working seriously together, unleashing an unparalleled, incredible force. The vast amounts of supplies and raw materials and the enormous underground shelter complex were all the fruits of their labor and sweat. Fortunately, whether before or after the apocalypse, their treatment had never changed, even allowing all family members to enter the shelter, not turning away anyone. This laid-back, yet warm-hearted group had captured their hearts, giving them every reason to fight for it one last time. The two were lost in thought, feeling somewhat rejuvenated despite their fatigue, chatting with smiles about the news from it. However, good things often come with challenges. As they passed a road flanked by dense shrubs and towering banyan tree, a shadow larger than a large Alaskan dog suddenly poked its head out. The lizard-like armored creature charged out from the bushes, fiercely sprinting towards the off-road vehicle. In an instant, their conversation came to a halt. Zheng Yijian furrowed his brow and shouted, "Quick dodge! Don't crash into it! What kind of animal is that?" Fortunately, the transport team leader had good driving skills. With a sharp turn of the steering wheel, they nearly flipped the vehicle, but managed to evade the creature's attack. What the hell is that? A pangolin? Or a large dog that fell into a sewer? Why is it shimmering? The transport team leader was startled, hastily steadying the off-road vehicle while exclaiming. Yet before they could stop, a sudden sound of something cutting through the air rang out. Boom! A horrifying sound echoed from behind the vehicle. As a retired Special Forces soldier, Zheng Yijian's scalp tingled, and he stared wide-eyed into the rearview mirror. Damn, that sounds like a heavy sniper rifle just to kill that big dog. What's going on here? The two felt a surge of confusion, just as they intended to stop the vehicle to assess the situation. Their attention was caught by a helicopter in the sky. A horn sounded amidst the whir of the rotor blades. "We are the rapid response team of Xingyun Group. Personnel in the vehicle below, please put on your protective suits immediately. Put on your protective suits immediately, and all continue to advance, without stopping or exiting the vehicle. If there are any special circumstances, please contact the superintelligent Yun Minjer." Zheng Yijian and his companion in the off-road vehicle swallowed hard, exchanging glances and recalling the nuclear radiation in the sea. Zheng Yijian hurriedly donned his hood, his pupils dilating slightly, and his body began to tremble. Is this what nuclear radiation creatures look like? A day earlier, the headquarters had abruptly instructed their security team not to lower their weapons and to remain vigilant about the situation in the sea, suspecting that radiation monsters might come ashore to attack them. Initially, they were somewhat skeptical, but unexpectedly, just as they were about to evacuate, they encountered such a creature. No wonder Xingyun Group urged them to retreat quickly. The reason was right here. "Old Zheng, I told you not to smoke, but you wouldn't listen. Report back after we get home and have your health checked. Although we only encountered it for a few seconds, there's still a chance something could go wrong," the transport team leader reminded Zheng Yijian while driving. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yijian felt a bit frightened. Radiation is no joke. His body simply couldn't withstand such a potential crisis. "I understand. He'll accept the check and reflection. Sigh, it's all the fault of my smoking addiction. He'll cut back from now on." Boom, boom, boom. After they left, a modified large cargo box burst out from the nearby thicket, and three armed personnel in heavy blue protective suits emerged after parking. They slowly approached the creature lying on the road. The next moment, one of them suddenly spoke through the protective glass mask. "Hawk to hawk, the entire head of variant creature No. 5 has been shattered, yet its life signs have not completely vanished. Its body is still writhing. For safety reasons, we need to wait. Give us 5 minutes." The lizard-like creature that attacked the off-road vehicle had its entire head blown apart, leaving a large pool of black-green blood. Yet it was still not dead. Its claw-like limbs, resembling those of a lizard, continued to move unconsciously, and its body was still writhing and undulating. "Hawk, please continue to keep your distance, be careful, and pay attention to the surroundings. This type of creature is often found in groups in the sea. We finally caught one coming ashore to forage during the day. We mustn't let this duck slip from our grasp." The radio transmission echoed back. The three formed a semicircle, vigilantly watching the headless creature while remaining alert to their surroundings. The person who spoke earlier said helplessly, "Understood. After 3 days, we finally caught one. This cold-blooded monster is too outrageous. Thermal imaging couldn't even capture a hint of its shadow. I hope after bringing it back, the Research Institute can develop useful equipment from it." They were one of the 5 rapid response teams of Xingyun Group, and the last team that had yet to capture a mutated race. It wasn't that their strength was lacking, but that only a few of these creatures capable of coming ashore had been discovered, and they vanished shortly after. The sea was too dangerous. For safety's sake, they could only capture the radiation creatures that came ashore. Moreover, frighteningly, these mutated marine creatures were still cold-blooded. They had no heat whatsoever, yet could unleash land-based kinetic energy uncharacteristic of cold-blooded animals. Both their stealth and mobility were terrifyingly impressive, making them hard to capture. Fortunately, they had lucked out. While wandering along the coastline, a drone had captured footage of this creature in motion. It was likely that the transport convoy had attracted its attention, attempting to attack Zheng Yijian and his companion at the rear, giving them an opportunity. However, encountering such a creature laden with intense nuclear radiation for the first time had them on high alert. They dared not approach until it was completely dead. Fortunately, 3 minutes later, the mutated creature ceased all movement, and its life signs completely disappeared, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Be careful not to let its claws tear your protective suits. The SEAL team has reported that their claws are sharper than a dog-leg knife, capable of easily cutting through rebar. This monster is truly outrageous. The three cautiously lifted the creature, placing it into a radiation-proof metal box. They were extremely tense, fearing that this creature might suddenly rise and claw at them. Although the heavy protective suits had strong defenses, they were still minor compared to the claws of such a creature. If even a small tear occurred, radiation could be deadly. Fortunately, the monster's head had been completely shattered. 3 minutes later, it was thoroughly dead and no surprise. Let's go back quickly. The area near the coastline is no longer safe. Such monsters will only increase in number. Booming sounds echoed. The gates of the Binhai Mountain Nebula Hive Shelter swung open, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, welcoming all who approached. A row of modified transport trains and trucks laden with various supplies slowly entered the shelter. 5 train tracks and 12 lanes of dual-directional traffic operated continuously, and after 3 days of relentless work, they were still being filled to capacity. Even at night, the area within a 5-kilometer radius was brightly lit with enormous instruments and machinery ceaselessly in motion. It resembled a colossal fortress of steel surrounding Binhai Mountain, truly a magnificent sight. The area surrounding the shelter had been transformed into a heavy industrial zone, with waves of heat radiating. Blocks of refined iron emerged from the furnaces and were discarded around the Binhai Mountain range, each weighing approximately 7 to 8 tons and measuring precisely 1 cubic meter. In addition to iron blocks, there were vast quantities of copper, aluminum, and various other metal raw materials. These materials were too heavy and abundant for the hive shelter to accommodate all the metal resource supplies. After calculations, most of the refined materials were neatly placed around the mountain with the ability to replenish any shortages at any time. Moreover, these raw materials were extremely dense, each weighing several tons. Piled up, it would take a tsunami to displace them. Meanwhile, the final convoy from the coastal city's harbor transportation finally returned to the Binhai Mountain range. They were the last arriving team. Zheng Yijian and the leader of the harbor transport team gazed at the spectacular scene before them, their hearts filled with boundless astonishment. This is the power of the Nebula Group. The entire mountain range was a torrent of steel, and the massive machines and furnaces evoked immense pride. We have finally returned here. There are no endless waves of mutated sea monsters that can breach our defenses. Zheng Yijian looked at the armed helicopters filled with heavy weaponry stationed at the back of Binhai Mountain, filled with mixed emotions. Although the Nebula Group shelter was built along the coastline, its armed strength and self-defense capabilities were undoubtedly comparable to those of a small nation. After all, the industrial division of the Nebula Group possessed arms production lines and RD teams, not to mention a true master of top-tier equipment, Li Shiguang. As long as there are facilities and materials, what kind of heavy weaponry cannot be forged? Since breaking free from the restrictions of the Dragon Kingdom, this once restricted military hardware posed no challenge to the Nebula Group. He believed that on the unseen side of Binhai Mountain facing the sea, ample preparations for firepower defense had surely been made. Aside from some minor effects of nuclear radiation, those mutated sea monsters could not breach their defenses. Currently, the only threat to the Nebula Group came from meteorites. The transport team leader chuckled, nodding as he said, the supplies and various resources are abundant, and I have lost count of how many trips I have made in these past few months. Each trip starts with 50 large trucks fully loaded. Even if we stay underground in the shelter for 100 years, eating and drinking it wouldn't be a problem. Indeed, thanks to General Su, under his leadership, everyone has unleashed 200% of their strength and seized the initiative, laying out plans ahead of time. Zheng Yijian replied, his eyes glowing with enthusiasm. If every member of the Nebula Group were to slack off as industry elites, accepting whatever came their way as long as there was a core leader, they would unleash an extraordinary level of action. Without Su Yun's steadfast goal, there would be no current Nebula Hive Shelter. Soon as the convoy slowly advanced, their off-road vehicle reached the entrance of the shelter after half an hour. The entrance, a massive door made of high-strength titanium alloy measuring over 10 meters thick, 50 meters long, and 30 meters high, was both terrifying and thrilling. Such defense could withstand even a prehistoric titan, let alone mere mutated sea monsters. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Zheng Yijian's personal terminal watch on his wrist began to ring with a red light flashing. This is the Hive Intelligent Management Department. Security Captain Zheng Yijian is requested to proceed immediately to the radiation protection area to remove equipment and protective clothing. Medical personnel and inspection equipment are ready. Seeing this message, Zheng Yijian looked helpless. It's all because of Smoking Sigh. Bro, I'm heading off first. There's a special passage over there where I need to undergo inspection. Zheng Yijian shook his head and sighed. Hearing this, the transport team leader nodded. This was not only for Zheng Yijian's health check, but also for the safety of everyone in the Nebula Group. Unlike the passage Zheng Yijian needed to go through, their convoy also needed to undergo nuclear radiation detection and decontamination, but they only needed to follow the radiation protection procedure and could enter the actual shelter after removing their protective clothing. Buddy, though we've only known each other for a short time, I wish you good luck. Don't smoke outside next time. Nuclear radiation is truly life-threatening. The transport team leader looked at Zheng Yijian's departing figure and reiterated his advice. I'll make sure there's no next time, a voice filled with regret echoed in response. Soon Zheng Yijian disappeared into a brightly lit red passage where a series of procedures and medical staff and protective clothing were already prepared. Initially, there was no decontamination passage set up at the entrance of the shelter, but the early arrival of the nuclear radiation wave made the Nebula Group aware of the crisis. They were adjacent to the coastline, which was quite dangerous, though it was a bit of a hassle being prepared in advance. Meanwhile, deep within the lowest level of the Hive Shelter in a spacious and advanced observation control room, Su Yun was monitoring Zheng Yijian's information. Brother Yun, with the distance between us, contact should pose no problem in theory, you can rest assured. Yun Minger's voice. Upon hearing this, Su Yun shook his head. The nuclear radiation on those sea monsters has undergone mutations, though a thorough check is still necessary. Those monsters mutated by radiation and chemical wastewater from the sea had already exceeded their prior understanding. He was somewhat worried that these mutated beings would possess even more terrifying radiation contamination and pollution transmission capabilities. It was indeed necessary to prepare for the worst. Have Ziling set aside other tasks and devote herself entirely to researching these mutated organisms. I hope she can uncover the specifics of these creatures' mutations. Under Ziling's leadership, they had already captured 5 mutated sea monsters capable of coming ashore and safely transported them into the Radiation-Proof Biological Research Institute. There would surely be valuable findings, they just needed to wait patiently. After understanding Zheng Yijian's situation, the computer screen before Su Yun shifted, revealing an endless expanse of sea. This was the front of Fengyi Mountain facing the coastline. At that moment, the sea was calm and tranquil. Yet the beach was littered with countless fish corpses increasingly piled up by the crashing waves. Once a beautiful sea, it has now transformed into a forbidden zone for life. Su Yun lamented helplessly. The waves of nuclear radiation had arrived, and those sea creatures unable to adapt to the radiation, or those that had mutated unsuccessfully, were all dead. This truly was a case of not a single one surviving. Perhaps among hundreds of thousands or millions of marine creatures, only one could adapt to the radiation and the corrosive effects of various harmful chemical wastewater. However, in comparison to the ocean, this was also a terrifying reality. The crisis could arise at any moment. With a mindset of preparing for the worst, the Hive Shelter has formulated a series of defensive plans. Before the meteoroid strikes facing the crisis of the ocean, he has designed 3 defensive lines. Firstly, over 300 armed security personnel are deployed at the cliffs of the Fengyi Mountain range, dressed in anti-nuclear radiation suits and ready to respond at any moment, supplemented by armed helicopters patrolling around the clock with the privilege to fire freely when facing monsters from the sea. Secondly, nuclear radiation detectors cover the entire Fengyi Mountain range and the coastline, using radiation levels to locate the movements of any monsters lurking in the sea, especially when thermal imaging fails to detect them. Thirdly, a post-apocalyptic super satellite is constantly monitoring the surrounding waters of the Fengyi Mountain range. No situation or clue can escape their watchful eyes. The atmosphere of the apocalypse grows increasingly intense. Storm clouds are gathering. Su Yun feels the pressure mounting. He must not only perfect the construction of the shelter, but also guard against attacks from the sea monsters. The construction of the shelter is proceeding in an orderly manner, managed by Yun Minger, and all they need to do is follow the plan step by step. Meanwhile, the arms department is already operational. He needs enough weapons and ammunition to confront the sea monsters. With just 1 month left, Su Yun is mentally prepared. If things go awry, he will have to close the shelter ahead of time. Ding dong. A message chimed on his phone. Edward Adam. Hello, my Su, good evening. Did you see? The astronomical telescope can already see that damned meteoroid. It seems our transaction needs to be moved forward. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Su Yun. Of course, my good buddy Edward, but you know about the radiated monsters in the sea. Transporting is extremely dangerous, so if we advance the deal, it'll cost extra. Edward Adam. Oh my god bro, my sincerity is already tremendous. Do you know how much danger is involved in using a nuclear submarine? If it leaks, I'll be in deep trouble. Seeing this message, Su Yun couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Good grief, is this what danger is? A general from the beautiful country who would dare kick you? After a moment's thought, Su Yun lightly replied. Su Yun, my demands aren't high. Aside from filling it with ballistic missiles, intercontinental missiles, and sea mines, I also want 3 small nuclear warheads. This is for my own protection. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, we need to trade right. You wouldn't want your little brother to be crushed by a meteoroid, would you? For this transaction, he was truly going all out. Whether it's the improved chromium-titanium alloy synthesis formula or the pseudo-artificial intelligence compiled by Yun Minger, they are epic, making unique products. Most importantly, this guy is insatiable. He wants 100 sets each of large ventilation oxygen supply and geothermal equipment, claiming it's a gift. However, Su Yun had no choice but to agree. The nuclear submarine and its fully stocked munitions are precisely what the Nebula Group needs. Not only can it ensure the destruction of meteoroid fragments upon impact, but it can also defend against the powerful radiated monsters in the sea. Especially since it can launch nuclear warheads, this is truly a weapon of mass destruction, a divine tool for self-protection. But now he wasn't in a hurry, rather it was Edward who was anxious. After the meteoroid strikes, regardless of whether the nuclear defense line is effective, the resulting electromagnetic pulse will significantly impact the entire blue star. At that point, communication will be impossible for at least 3 months. Edward Adam, dude, you're a bandit. 3 nuclear warheads. Even small ones can instantly annihilate 3 large cities. It's impossible, absolutely impossible, to give such a weapon to the Nebula Group. Edward Adam, dear Sue, I can offer you 5 more intercontinental ballistic missiles, but nuclear warheads are off limits. They cannot be traded. Soo-Yun glanced at it, then rolled his eyes. To destroy the meteoroid, countries have activated over 5,000 nuclear and hydrogen bombs desperate to shatter it. Now he just wants 3 for self-protection. Oh, what's the big deal? If uranium can be traded, he doesn't believe that. Soo-Yun, bro, the night looks good tonight. My wife is calling me to dinner, so I won't keep you company. We'll talk again tomorrow. I'm off. The allure of the chromium-titanium alloy and pseudo-artificial intelligence made him believe Edward wouldn't give up. Negotiating is something everyone can do. He was determined to secure those 3 nuclear warheads. Edward Adam, oh dear Sue, don't go. I've thought about it for 3 seconds. This is actually a small issue. In an hour, a small fleet will head towards the Dragon Country's waters, expected to arrive in 2 days. Remember to arrange for someone to take over the nuclear submarine then. Soo-Yun chuckled. Indeed, no one can resist the allure of artificial intelligence. Pseudo-intelligence is still artificial intelligence, far superior to standard AI, in both technological research and data analysis, akin to a demigod. Soo-Yun, alright bro, happy trading. It's settled. 2 days later, their Nebula Group will also possess nuclear arms able to look down on others. After enjoying the thought for a moment, Soo-Yun suddenly had an idea. Should he let Haoyang study nuclear bombs as well? Soo-Yun was somewhat startled by his own thought. Such world-ending weapons once mastered by him would likely give rise to the devilish side of his nature. Forget it. We'll talk about it later. Soo-Yun patted his face, feeling a bit nervous. As long as the meteoroid hasn't struck Blue Star, he hasn't reached the point of lawlessness, but in the post-apocalyptic world, things might be different. The next morning, the Dragon Country issued a message across the entire network. Attention all citizens of the Dragon Country, the nuclear radiation crisis in the ocean far exceeds safety standards. For your safety, please do not approach the coastline and do not go out to catch seafood. Soo-Yun almost laughed out loud upon seeing this message. Good grief, it seems the entire coastal population of the Dragon Country has already relocated inland. Who else but their Nebula Group dares to stay by the sea? Yun-gu, their actions are likely to provide citizens with a heads up about the existence of radiated creatures in the sea. After all, those sea monsters can come ashore. Even deep inland, they will encounter them sooner or later. Yun Minger's voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Soo-Yun raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this situation was not as simple as he had imagined. Perhaps before the meteoroid falls, some shelters unaware of the danger will still attempt to catch seafood from the sea. At that time, whether it's the shelters that were eroded by radiation and brought inland, or those that discovered the radiated sea monsters crawling ashore, it could cause a tremendous impact. By then, the death toll will be staggering. And within the shelters affected by radiation, there would be no way to continue. I see. Soo-Yun nodded. After careful consideration, he understood the underlying implications of Dragon Country's message, though it had no bearing on their Nebula Group. He had already prepared defenses against radiation, sea monsters, and meteoroids, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. If all goes well, the preparations should be fully completed a week before the meteoroid falls. He was diligently preparing, and it wouldn't be long before he could welcome the impending cataclysm. Soo-Yun leaned back, comfortably propping his legs up, continuing to survey the situation of the entire shelter. Ding dong, at that moment, the chat group began its daily banter. Damn it, what's wrong with this game? I've been matched for 2 hours and still haven't gotten in. Don't even mention it. Public shelters across the country are starting to arrange for occupancy. The conditions there are indescribable and everyone has to work. Want to play games? In your dreams. Oh, it's so boring. I can't live without games, so I'm done for. Yun Yue, the little princess, so miserable it's too tragic. I've given up on games the past couple of days. All I do is eat and drink while binge watching shows. Don't you all have to work? At this moment, Soo-Yun was puzzled. How could this group of idlers have so much time to chat every day without anything to do? What do you mean? I've long settled into the cozy warmth of the shelter. I don't step out the door, and I rely on my dad's subordinates to do all the work. Count me in. I'll let the professionals handle the professional matters. Since I moved in, I just enjoy myself. The rest is none of my business. Good grief. Soo-Yun nearly cried out in envy. Although not all the employees of the Nebula Group are highly capable, he is the only cornerstone whose some matters can only be decided by him. For instance, Haoyang's application for nuclear materials and the nuclear testing applications, he couldn't let the misguided Minger authorize those casually. Then there's Xiling's human experiments. Good grief, if he doesn't reply in a few hours, he might find that the experiment is already over by the time he looks. Then there's the renovation and improvement of the shelter. Li Shiguang's ideas keep popping up. Today, he wants to build a 50-meter-tall mechanical giant as an aerial transporter, and tomorrow a modified apocalypse truck full of mechanical arms. If he doesn't hurry to impose some limits, he might wake up one morning to find the entire hive shelter complex covered in mechanical arms. Oh, just thinking about it is thrilling. He is truly exasperated with this group of people. Oh, it's outrageous. Su-Yun feels helpless. Aside from managing the entire shelter, he also has to watch over that restless bunch, causing him to work over 10 hours a day. It's tough for him. He's exhausted. Fortunately, he has made up his mind. Once the nuclear submarine arrives and the meteoroid strikes, they can do as they please as long as it doesn't violate principles or morals. About a month remained before the meteor strike. The online user count on the Xingyun gaming platform plummeted, rapidly dropping from an average of 30 million daily visits to less than 30,000. Entertainment began to fade, becoming increasingly desolate, while the internet experienced tremendous changes. Following the official occupancy of the shelters within the Dragon Nation, a significant uproar ensued. Images of large shelters constructed by the Dragon Nation appeared online. Crowded with people, the cramped spaces, even the restrooms and bathing areas were large public zones. It evoked memories of old attics crammed into a corner of a lane during childhood. In a room of less than 20 square meters, a family of 4 lived, stuffed with several beds and piles of luggage, leaving no place to stand. The meals served in the cafeteria were even more disheartening. 3 meals a day consisted of the simplest: 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup, with no fruits or desserts in sight. At most, there was a can of nutritional supplements to provide the essential trace elements for the human body. The once valuable Dragon Nation currency had long since turned to worthless paper, and everything within the shelter required contribution points to exchange. Everyone was to earn based on their efforts. Snacks, fruits, and various scarce supplies could only be purchased with contribution points. No one was exempt. Everything had to start from scratch, and everyone was treated equally. Of course, this was only in relation to the commoners. Within less than half a day of experience, the internet exploded with reactions. I'm really at a loss. Before the apocalypse, my family at least lived comfortably, but now those of us unable to build shelters have to reside in such backward, complex, and difficult living conditions. I can't accept it. It's truly unbearable. The corridor outside is less than 2 meters wide, and stepping out is a throng of people. What's worse, after just one day, the public toilets were already overflowing with various waste unable to flush away, and the public baths have time restrictions. Once the time is up, it's a sea of people. It's just too ridiculous. Living is already a blessing. Oh, what more can we ask for? Statistics show that the national shelters in the Dragon Nation were originally only capable of accommodating 1 billion people, yet 300 million more are crammed in, with over 100 million still with no place to go. With the last message, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts and fell into silence. The Dragon Nation truly exerted all efforts, with only 20 days remaining, still uncertain whether those over 100 million people could find refuge in the underground shelters. So it's incredibly hard. But to be honest, we are already much luckier than those with no place to go. Oh, at least we have life security. As for abroad, it has long been in chaos, with countless people having nowhere to hide. Indeed, compared to the safety of our lives, the poor environment and food are trivial. We can only pray that after the apocalypse, the living conditions and meals will improve. I truly envy those private and family shelters, so free and unrestricted, and their food and drink are undoubtedly much better than ours. Thinking of other people's built shelters, everyone residing in the Dragon Nation shelters felt envious. One could tell the disparity in living conditions just by thinking about it. Is there anyone with connections? Show me some photos. Not long ago, I saw the design of a family shelter selling elderly health maintenance devices. Not only was it large, but it also covered various areas, including living zones, entertainment zones, planting zones, breeding zones, light industrial zones, vehicle equipment zones, and resource warehouses, resembling an underground estate, with everything one could desire. Shortly after this statement was sent, surprisingly, a series of photos started appearing in front of everyone. This information came from a second-generation real estate mogul with an IP location near the Qinling Mountains in central Dragon Nation. Him in the shelter warming up by playing golf. Later, he'll have some fruit and dessert for afternoon tea, and tonight there will be a grand feast. Let's have a toast then. Then a dozen photos were uploaded. Each photo failed to reveal any semblance of an underground shelter. Instead, it looked like a luxurious estate, complete with a swimming pool, vast lawns, and rows of attractive staff dressed as maids, gracefully preparing for an evening party. The last photo was a handsome selfie of the second-generation mogul with a group of serious-looking men in blacks. As soon as the photos were released, everyone began to gnash their teeth. Good heavens, it's extravagant, so extravagant. Such a lifestyle, even without the meteor disaster, 99.9% of people could never experience. The contrast was too vast. The second-generation mogul was indulging in life, while they were merely surviving. I know him. His father is a real estate tycoon in Binhai City, with assets exceeding 10 billion. Before the news of the meteor striking Blue Star was announced, he had already begun stockpiling supplies and constructing shelters. Damn it, how despicable. As soon as the words were spoken, many began to harbor resentment. The lives of capitalists and the wealthy would always be better than those of the common people, regardless of the apocalypse. It was a kind of existence they could hardly imagine. A wave of online outrage erupted instantly. Why were they allowed to live so well? Why were over 100 million people left with no place to go while those capitalists feasted and enjoyed the best lives? Although the Dragon Nation quickly controlled the online sentiment and deleted the photos, it could not quell the verbal condemnation from hundreds of millions. There were even riots within the shelters as the hatred toward the rich reached a breaking point. No one could accept such a disparity. A small-scale turmoil began in the Dragon Nation. Amidst this turmoil, the Xingyun Hive Shelter remained calm and collected, observing this drama through the screens as mere spectators. In comparison to the photos of the second-generation mobile, the Xingyun Shelter was by no means inferior, perhaps even more perfect. Their living infrastructure met the standards of a five-star hotel, and their meals and entertainment were not lacking compared to those luxurious lifestyles. Not only was the living space vast, but it also resembled a small city within an underground shelter, truly equipped with everything needed. With stacked floors, green plazas, wide roads, pedestrian walkways, and various shops open 24 hours, everything was bright, clean, and tidy. Even after a long time in the underground shelter, life was no different from that in an above-ground city. At worst, one would simply miss the sunlight. In the street park, family members of the Xingyun Group employees leisurely sat on benches, comparing various photos of the shelters circulating online. No matter the perspective, it could not compare to the grandeur of the scene before them. It can't even be compared. Our living environment completely overwhelms others. Even that second-generation mobile's place is just a tiny area. I bet it doesn't even compare to our park, said a young student disdainfully. In his living area, there were as many as 18 such zones within the entire Xingyun Hive Shelter. Each large living area exceeded 1 kilometer in length, with the tallest building reaching 30 meters, equivalent to 7 stories. Accommodating over 100,000 residents felt a bit sparse. Moreover, these living areas were interconnected with city buses and underground trains available for easy and quick travel. A young man cautiously glanced around, then secretly raised his phone to take several photos. With a flurry of clicks and uploads, it was as smooth as flowing water. Xingyan's little cousin. I'm at the Xingyun Hive Shelter. You guys can't compare. Check out the park at my place. It's a bit small, but it's manageable. One of the photos focused on the bustling scene outside the park, resembling a fantasy. The scene of the Nebula Hive Shelter appears like a deep-water bomb crashing into the turbulent sea, directly stirring up a wave of excitement. What the heck is this, a shelter? This is more like a future underground city. Nebula Group is that super conglomerate with technology miles ahead, covering all aspects of life and science. Good heavens, this is outrageous. Such a vast space, how is it supported deep underground? Are they secretly developing black technology behind our backs? Did you see the words on that special building in the distance? The 13th District train station. Wow, they even built a train station. The country surely can't compete with you in this regard. Focus, my friend, the 13th District. The Nebula Shelter has at least constructed 13 large underground living areas. Incredible, this underground apocalyptic city is 100 times more impressive than my local shelter. Nebula Shelter, oh my god, do they still need workers? I can endure hardships and toil. I would work like a bull as long as I can get a room. Now this is what I call a living area. I'm crying with envy. Meanwhile, Su Yun also received a reminder from Yunmin. Yungu, there's no need to launch our talent introduction plan. We've already gone viral online. In an instant, Su Yun was aware of the situation on the internet. Those few photos left him speechless. Finally, nearly 200,000 people had only just today posted images of the Hive Shelter online. From start to finish, he had never restricted the Hive Shelter from leaking information. He had enough confidence to back it up. Whether facing any fallacies or enemy assaults, just Yun Minger's involvement could easily resolve the issues. Moreover, he had previously calculated the population capacity data for the 18 large living areas. The optimal population base is 30,000 per living area, and even squeezing a bit could accommodate over 50,000. Yet now the entire shelter housed less than 200,000. In theory, the 18 large living areas could comfortably house over 500,000 people. The gap is quite significant, hence the need for a talent introduction plan. However, compared to the employee benefits and treatment of Nebula Group, the introduced talents would undoubtedly face stringent limitations and regulations. After all, Nebula Group had worked hard for so long and wouldn't allow others to enjoy it all for free. Categorization is necessary. Those who come later wishing for a better life must earn their way according to labor contributions. Of course, even the most basic protections here surpass those of the Dragon Kingdom's shelters, so there's no worry about not being enticing enough. We need top-tier technical teams and individuals with excellent genes and knowledge, especially those residing in national shelters. Minger, after screening, please finalize and send out invitations. There are many hidden experts among them. Su Yun's eyes gleamed with determination. The Dragon Kingdom is rich in talent. Supplementing with 200,000 to 300,000 elite individuals won't be too difficult. The resources in the Nebula Hive Shelter are plentiful and the residential areas are ample. They just need a population boost. As time slowly elapses, December 15th arrives. There are only 2 weeks left until the meteor strike. The weather grows increasingly cold with the arrival of winter. In Shuehan City, a third-tier city in the north, a group of over a dozen people bundled in thick winter clothing gathers in the hall, carrying many bags and luggage. The heating has long been shut off, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows the outside scene is desolate with nothing but white and no human figures. Gongzi-gu, there are still 10 minutes until the agreed time. What if the Nebula Group is deceiving us? A young man rubbed his red frozen hands and spoke with worry on his face. The anxious eyes of the group were fixed on a man sitting on the sofa. He was the backbone of the group. Li Zigung frowned, occasionally glancing at the screen on his phone as if waiting for something. Don't worry, Nebula Group is not the kind of company that breaks its promises. If they say they'll come, they will come. I'm betting everything I have I believe in them. Li Zigung spoke with a resolute expression. Reflecting on the sudden changes from 3 days ago, he still felt a bit uneasy. 3 days prior, he was in a large underground parking lot converted into a shelter in the center of Shuehan City. Determined to ensure his family could live better in the shelter, he resolutely joined the team, transporting supplies. Carrying food, he earned 5 contribution points for every 1,000 pounds, which could be exchanged for a pound of flour. Having led a comfortable life since childhood, he struggled with this harsh reality. After just 1 week of work, he went from hauling 2,000 pounds daily to barely managing 4,000 pounds, losing significant weight and feeling utterly exhausted. The supplies he earned through overexertion were barely enough for his family of 5's daily needs. He thought that as long as he persevered, he would eventually earn more supplies to improve his family's life. However, on the last day, disaster struck. Due to extreme fatigue and overexertion, he fainted in the supply. When he woke up, he found himself at home with a bottle of glucose solution hanging from his hand to replenish energy. At that moment, he felt despair. In the lead-up to the apocalypse, his once proud knowledge of paleobiology had lost all significance. To survive, he could only labor with his hands in exchange for food. Yet how could his frail body bear such pressure? One collapse equated to the collapse of a family. The burden of survival for a family of 5 weighed heavily on his shoulders, bending his spine. In his despair, his phone suddenly crashed, and then a cute cartoon girl appeared, speaking up. Li Zigung, paleobiology researcher. Hello. I am Yun Minjer, the artificial intelligence of Nebula Group. After big data screening, analysis, and investigation, you have successfully passed my verification. The Nebula Hive Shelter welcomes you with open arms. If you need anything, please reply to this message. At that moment, it was as if he saw a glimmer of hope. His newborn child, his wife, and his parents all had a chance. This message was no less than a hand pulling him out of the abyss. He was also aware of Nebula Group's strength and the situation of the shelter. It was a true behemoth. The photos resembling a future underground city filled him with yearning. No matter what, he wanted to live there. I really need this. If my knowledge can allow my family to live in the Hive Shelter, I am willing to give my all to. With that, he left the noisy and polluted Dragon Kingdom shelter with his family. Along with his sister's family and his wife's brother's family, they returned to his former home. It was a cozy little villa, but under the threat of the meteor, the former wealth had lost all meaning. Time passed slowly. Everyone anxiously watched Li Zigung, their worries making them uneasy. If they were deceived by Nebula Group, they would truly be waiting for death. Ding! A crisp sound rang from Li Zigung. External hire level 3 employee Li Zigung, the transport team has arrived. Please board within 10 minutes. Please board within 10 minutes. A melodious voice echoed in the quiet villa. In the next moment, outside the villa, a massive propeller roared continuously. Li Zigung instantly stood up, his eyes red and excited. Clenching his fists, he shouted, "Let's go board the plane." At this moment, he could hardly believe it. This is real. It is actually happening. He never imagined that his knowledge of paleobiology would be valued even in the apocalyptic environment. In the days to come, for those who cherish me, I will return it with my heart. Meanwhile, many families across the Dragon Kingdom, like Li Zigung, boarded the helicopters of Nebula Group. Although their status would be lower than that of Nebula Group employees, the treatment would be sufficient for them to live rather than merely survive. A wave of cold air swept down from the north, and astonishingly, even Binhai City, lying on the edge of Langsing's equator, was dusted with light snow. The unusual change transformed the coastal city. Everywhere the ground and the branches were cloaked in white. The entire Fungi Mountain seemed swathed in a layer of snowy cotton silver and pristine, a sight that sent a chill through the air. Along the coastline, an unsettling silence lay over the scene. Waves lapped at pools of blood and the carcasses of countless fish, and beneath the falling snow the sight filled one with dread. Contrasting with the eerie stillness near the Fungi Mountains, the distant roar of helicopters approached from the other side. They came like swarming bees returning to their hive, a spectacle of overwhelming scope. Along the roads, buses and cars streamed steadily toward the gates of the Xingyun Fengshan shelter. After 12 hours and 2 transfers, Li Zigung and his family finally arrived at the Xingyun Fengshan shelter they had seen circulating online. Inside a bus, his sister, wrapped in a heavy coat and a full-coverage protective suit, cheeks flushed, stared at the distant Fungi Mountains and cried out, "A miracle! This is a miracle!" The immense entrance gate, the gigantic furnace machines, and the mechanical arms operating high above all gave the place the unmistakable air of a city forged from steel. In the snowy landscape, it felt like a flame of life. Even a meteor strike seemed powerless to quench its blaze. When she first saw pictures of the Xingyun Fengxiao shelter online, envy had filled her heart. She had once fantasized that one day there would be a home for her inside. To her astonishment, that fantasy had come true, and soon she would live in that advanced, clean, spacious, and lively underground city. At the thought, she looked at her brother Li Zigong with renewed admiration and said, "Brother, you are truly amazing. I always knew there was nothing you could not do." Li Zigong offered a rueful smile. If Xingyun Group had not contacted him, he did not know what he would have done. He only hoped that his paleontological expertise could offer some contribution to Xingyun Group and repay the life-saving favor. Then his phone in his pocket began to chime. He glanced at the screen, and his face lit up with delight. The assigned quarters have been prepared. District 15, 560 meters underground. 3 connected units at hotel standard, each with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, plus a large balcony. Outside is the central crossroads and plaza of the residential area. Li Zigong felt a little dizzy. He had known Xingyun Group was wealthy and generous, but this was beyond expectation. They allocated housing by household and had given them 3 adjoining units. The decor and facilities were no less than a hotel's presidential suite. Seeing the address and the photos on the phone, his wife, his sister, and the rest of his family became excited. Compared to Longwo's shelters, this place was practically paradise, offering everything. The stream of photos left them overwhelmed with joyful dizziness. Beyond that, an app had appeared on Li Zigong's phone, the Xingyun Personal Terminal. After fingerprint and facial authentication, he officially became an employee of Xingyun Group, though only a low-level Tier 3 contracted staffer. 30,000 Xingyun credits, is that the currency? Li Zigong murmured in puzzlement. A clear, pleasant voice then spoke from the phone. Yes, 30,000 Xingyun credits are equivalent in purchasing power to 30,000 Longwo currency. If used only for daily living, it will sustain your 3 families for more than a year. As a Tier 3 contracted employee, you will receive 10,000 Xingyun credits per month, and if you contribute work to Xingyun Group, each month you may be rewarded with contribution credits ranging from 10,000 to 1 million. Li Zigong froze for a moment, then was ecstatic. 10,000 credits a month would be enough for them to live comfortably, and Xingyun Group's selection implied his paleontological knowledge still had value. Understood. But may I ask how I might serve Xingyun Group? Could you search for paleontology-related positions for me? He asked the phone, awkward yet earnest. Xingyun Group's artificial intelligence operated on levels far above his own. It demanded the respect due to superior intellect, even if it was only a program. Ding. Command received. Searching. Please lead Zigong Tier 3 contracted employee board train 1 at 100 tomorrow morning to underground sector 1. Several positions are available at the Biological Research Institute for selection. When the voice finished, Li Zigong finally set aside his worries and felt his heart truly relax. At last, in this end time, he had a place to be useful. At the same time, Su Yun was observing the various situations of all contracted employees. The talent recruitment plan had spread quickly. 3 top research teams had already accepted Xingyun Group's invitations. Although these people had long been pursued by many forces, Xingyun Group's influence ultimately intimidated them. Fair competition allowed people to choose of their own accord. Naturally, the temptation of Xingyun Group won out. Its strength and benefits far surpassed others. After all, a nuclear power plant is not something anyone can manage. With ample top-tier instruments and a powerful energy supply, this was a researcher's paradise in the apocalypse. And it was not only those 3 research teams. Scholars from many other fields responded as well. Within Longwa, of 50,000 invitations sent, more than 30,000 people chose to leave Longwa shelters, and with their families resolutely joined the Xingyun Fengxiao shelter. As time passed and population gaps were filled, the entire Xingyun Fengxiao shelter reached a state of near perfect. Minjer give them 1 final week. After that week, the Xingyun Fengxiao shelter gates will close and the surface will be sealed. Oh, we will focus entirely on defending against the meteor crisis. Su Yun said firmly. 1 week was fair. Those who wished to come had already arrived, and he would not compel the unwilling. For population logistics, Yun Minjer could manage excellent arrangements without his close oversight. Out at sea, a nuclear submarine lay hidden in a fissure only 40 nautical miles from the Xingyun Fengxiao shelter. It stood ready to launch ballistic missiles at a moment's notice to destroy meteor fragments that posed a threat to the shelter. Yet the sea environment had become exceptionally dangerous. Beyond nuclear radiation, the submarine intermittently detected massive shadows streaking through the waters, some over 30 meters long. Radiation levels in the sea continued to climb slowly, and with every passing moment, countless marine creatures, those that survived, had become mutated monsters transformed in unimaginable ways by nuclear radiation and chemical waste. Sea creatures over 30 meters in length were terrifying to imagine. Su Yun felt a measure of concern. After the tsunami, he would have to face assaults by colossal radiation beasts, and then it would truly depend on raw strength. Thinking of this, Su Yun suddenly asked, Minjer, how is Chu Xiang's nuclear electromagnetic cannon progressing? On the summit of Fengyi Mountain, several engineering teams were racing day and night. A colossal barrel more than 20 meters long and a muzzle with an absurd diameter exceeding 3 meters were being assembled. Beneath the barrel lay a steel battery base that covered the entire mountaintop, the site of that installation. Who would have imagined such a gigantic battery to be an electromagnetic cannon powered by the nuclear plant? 5 shells lay quietly beside it, each 3 meters in diameter, forged from special metal, immensely hard and heavy. Once launched, driven by electromagnetic force, they would plunge like falling meteors, delivering kinetic strikes capable of cataclysmic destruction. This behemoth was the work of one of Xingyan's 4 prodigies, the only top researcher among them who specialized in electromagnetic force. After Chu Xiang'e had completed the shelter's defenses against electromagnetic pulses, he took on the heavier duty of building a powerful offensive weapon for Xingyun. Calculations showed that within a 50-kilometer radius of impact, even an armored tank formation would be annihilated in an instant. The construction of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon has reached its final stages, expected to be ready in 5 days. Unfortunately, even the Xingyun group has only produced 5 shells. The manufacturing process of these special shells is exceedingly complex. A series of smelting and fusion requires a significant amount of time and the most advanced technical craftsmanship, with a great demand for rare metals. In order to avoid impacting future developments, they ultimately managed to form only 5 under immense effort. However, this is sufficient. It will serve as the final defense mechanism of the Binhai Hive Shelter. Within a range of 50 kilometers, regardless of whether the radiation monster is 30 meters long or even 100 or 200 meters long, once locked on it, can only be crushed in an instant with no accidents. After simulations, a single strike would obliterate the ground within a radius of 300 meters, unleashing an 11th-degree earthquake within a diameter of 1 kilometer, reducing it to a wasteland of dust. Its power is comparable to that of space-based weapons. Ultimately, the controller of this nuclear electromagnetic cannon is none other than Su Yun, who will not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. However, once it is employed, it signifies that the Hive Shelter is about to face an uncontrollable crisis. At that point, self-preservation becomes the priority. Of course, this is merely a doomsday weapon built as a precaution. The threats from the sea currently do not affect them. They still need to comprehensively address the series of crises brought by meteorite impacts. In the central control hall at the very bottom of the Hive Shelter, on the largest screen ahead, a meteorite from the universe, accompanied by countless small fragments, is approaching Blue Star. As the meteorite gets closer to Blue Star, the captured images become increasingly clear. However, the abnormal sounds from the instruments continuously catch everyone's attention. Wait, there's a large meteorite behind this one. A tense voice trembled as it spoke. Su Yun frowned as he looked at the computer on the table, showing not only intermittent images of the meteorite's movement, but also a plethora of data that constantly changed. The most terrifying part is that the speed of the meteorite's movement has become increasingly faster, from an initial speed of 29 kilometers per second to 31 kilometers per second now. The greater the kinetic energy, the more catastrophic the explosion will be upon impact with Blue Star. The energy released by this 20-kilometer diameter meteorite upon impact is expected to rival the damage caused by an ordinary 30-kilometer diameter meteorite. What terrifies them even more is that as the meteorite approaches Blue Star, scenes behind it are gradually captured, and amidst the dense debris surrounding this meteorite, a massive shadow emerges. With the data calculations obtained, the hidden meteorite's diameter is estimated to exceed 10 kilometers, posing a threat to Blue Star comparable to that of the meteorite that annihilated the dinosaurs millions of years ago. Endless fear ensues. The first meteorite alone is enough to cause an uncontrollable disaster, even after all nuclear weapons and hydrogen bombs of Blue Star are deployed against it. If another one comes, it might truly spell doom. The impact location has been calculated. It has deviated. There is a 98% probability it will strike in the Bermuda region of the Atlantic Ocean, while the other is expected to hit the Pacific Ocean near the South American continent, with an 80% probability of deviating towards the center of the Pacific. The staff continued to speak. As soon as he finished, all the personnel present breathed a sigh of relief. At least these 2 meteorites would not land on their heads. However, for South America and North America, this is the most terrifying news. The 2 meteorites sandwiching these continents might actually tear them apart. The terrifying energy brought by the impact will cause a series of even more dreadful crises. The United States and the countries on both continents might truly go insane. The only glimmer of hope is to deploy more nuclear weapons, launching wave after wave to deflect the meteorite's trajectory. At this moment, Su Yun was looking at the various data while flipping through his phone, and Edward Adams' communication interface appeared before him. At this moment, he was curious to know what the United States would do. What decisions would they make in the face of being the superpower ranked number 1 on Blue Star? Su Yun felt a twinge of worry that the United States might not withstand the pressure and would drag everyone down to ding dong. A sound rang out. It was not a message from Edward, but information from the chaotic group. Mao urged, I don't understand what's happening. The United States has suddenly convened an emergency meeting of the 5 permanent members and is very anxious, even threatening to use nuclear weapons to wipe the slate clean. Su Yun's pupils constricted sharply. What a surprise! He was indeed worried. With 2 world-ending meteorites crashing nearby, who could withstand that? Wang Jitsong. It seems that the meteorite overhead is going to land near the United States. they probably rushed because the space defense chain is not yet complete. Xinjun, that doesn't seem right. The military district in the northwest is making major moves with nuclear missile launch vehicles deployed. There are still 12 days left. Shouldn't it be too early? Mao urged, that's not the reason. The United States is serious this time. There must be some unknown situation. The confidentiality level is very high, and even I cannot know. Everyone in the group looked confused. Oh, what kind of strange things is the United States up to with the impending meteor? Su Yun was also watching their discussion, shaking his head. Among all those present, only he understood the truth of the matter. Su Yun, stop guessing. There's a meteorite hiding behind that one, estimated to exceed 10 kilometers in diameter. The two meteorites are sandwiching the United States in between. Oh, it's no wonder they are going crazy. As soon as Su Yun's message was sent, everyone suddenly understood, but soon became tense. If they faced such a threat, they would likely take extremely crazy actions. Hiss, if the United States goes insane, humanity on the entire blue star might not survive much longer. My dad is a billionaire. Oh no, wait, the nuclear weapons of the United States can wipe out several blue stars. If they really do, even if we hide deep underground, we can't withstand the strike of a nuclear bomb overhead. This is a concern shared by everyone. The crisis of all blue star lives hinges on this critical juncture. Meanwhile, Su Yun squinted his eyes and said seriously, Minjer tried to secretly infiltrate the video conference of the 5 permanent members. I want to know if they can reach a consensus. If it really comes to the worst outcome, he can only give up all areas except for the 3 largest underground spaces. About 1,000 meters beneath the Hive Shelter, there are 3 large spaces built with the strictest nuclear defense engineering standards. Even 2 or 3 bombs with an equivalent of over 9 million tons of TNT can ensure structural integrity and safety. However, by that time, he would have to give up many things, a situation he cannot accept. Yun Minger's voice rang out. Yun Ge, give me 3 minutes. The protection of the 5 permanent members' video conference is very strong, and secretly infiltrating it poses a significant challenge. Hearing this, Su Yun nodded. He understood that the level of protection at this caliber is undoubtedly the strongest network defense on Blue Star. After all, every piece of information discussed in the meeting concerns the development and security of Blue Star. If leaked, the repercussions would be terrifying. Su Yun waited quietly, growing increasingly anxious. The feeling of having his fate controlled by others is truly unpleasant. Suddenly, a video image appeared on the computer before him, with a serious atmosphere permeating the air. He felt a jolt in his heart, followed by ecstatic joy. Goodness, he was just trying it out, and unexpectedly Minjer really succeeded. Indeed, she is the goddess of the internet. This is a long-distance satellite communication, with faces representing the decision-makers of the 5 countries appearing before him. The United States, John, given the circumstances, an agreement has been reached. Our side demands that all nuclear-armed countries mobilize all forces. The first space defense line must increase by 1,000 nuclear weapons, and when the second defense line is activated apart from our side, you must launch over 1,000 nuclear weapons for interception within 10 minutes regardless of the outcome. Our side will no longer threaten the world. As soon as he entered, Su Yun heard the final result. Fortunately, the United States does not have the courage. Having held the position of dominance for so long, how could they possibly give it up? Su Yun's lips curled slightly as he expressed his joy. However, the matter was not over yet. The Bear Country. As for the meteorite situation, this matter ends here. Next, let's discuss the nuclear radiation monsters in the ocean. Everyone first take a look at this video and discuss. A video was uploaded by the Bear Country. Su Yun had an uneasy premonition and quickly opened the video to watch. Splash. This is a scene 5,000 meters deep in the ocean, located in the Arctic Ocean, where visibility is 0. Only the muffled sound of flowing water can be heard. Roar. A deep, distant roar echoed, sending chills down one's spine, as if it were a voice from ancient times, an ancient and mysterious sound. Then a pair of gigantic crimson eyes emerged from the darkness, instilling fear. Boom. After a loud crash, the screen abruptly stopped. In the last moment, Su Yun saw a terrifying 4-fingered giant claw reminiscent of the characteristics of dinosaurs from millions of years ago. This terrifying creature instills fear in the hearts of all. Compared to the legendary deep-sea squid and sperm whale, the monstrous roar in the video appears even larger and more horrifying. Through those enormous eyes, one can fully grasp just how massive this creature truly is. It is a gigantic, irradiated monster stretching over 100 meters in length, containing energy equivalent to a nuclear reactor. As the data on the video surfaced one by one, Su Yun felt increasingly shocked. How long has it been? At most just 3 or 4 months. In such a short time, such a terrifying, irradiated monster has been born. How much nuclear waste and chemical pollutants have the nations of Blue Star dumped into the ocean? If more time were to pass after the meteorite impact, humanity might be too preoccupied with their own survival, and the irradiated monsters in the sea could indeed lead to a disaster. Meanwhile, the 5 individuals in the video fell silent, their expressions growing increasingly grave, brows furrowing. Such creatures severely threaten humanity's sovereignty. The ocean occupies 70% of Blue Star, and within this mysterious deep sea, unimaginable changes may have already occurred. This is a creature capable of competing with humanity for dominance over blue star, no matter how it came to be. Death is the only path it can take. However, compared to the threat posed by the meteorite, this is not too significant an issue. After all, those who possess nuclear weapons hold the greatest sway over blue star. Even the mightiest of sea monsters cannot withstand the destructive power of billions of degrees of nuclear weaponry. Perhaps only after surviving the meteorite disaster can they spare the resources to eliminate the monsters in the sea. Nonetheless, if they could preemptively eliminate a few mutated sea monsters and obtain some research specimens, they would not mind. However, this is of no concern to the Bear Nation. Bear Nation, this is all your fault. This monster is near the waters under my territory and could land at any moment, posing a threat especially to the little Japan nation. I have calculated that they not only dumped over 100,000 tons of nuclear waste into the sea, but also released laboratory waste from their own country, discarding all sorts of polluting trash without a care. This monster's birth is mainly their responsibility. I propose we destroy this small island nation that has built 132 shelters across multiple locations on Blue Star. England, don't just blame us. You Bear Nation have also dumped quite a lot, haven't you? To build underground shelters, the waste piled up above ground was thrown into the sea, saving a considerable amount of money. Whether little Japan nation is destroyed or not is up to me. I can't bear to watch anymore. Gallus, however, all present share some responsibility. After all, managing nuclear waste and various chemical pollutants daily requires enormous effort and funds. Only by dumping it into the sea can we avoid impacting our own territory. Beautiful nation, little Japan nation can bear the primary responsibility, but it shouldn't lead to annihilation. A slight punishment would suffice. Moreover, the 5 of us nations and other smaller nations cannot shirk responsibility, especially the 3 India nation, which has dumped the most trash, including excrement and ashes, into the sea. I propose we first destroy those filthy nations before discussing this matter further. Dragon Nation, you all discuss, I will continue to listen. Don't forget, 12 days from now, if the space defense line fails, thousands of nuclear warheads will detonate within the atmosphere of Blue Star. At that time, TCH, beautiful nation, pray that we can destroy those 2 cursed meteorites in space, otherwise the mutated monsters in the sea will have a feast. However, actually, it wouldn't be bad for them to grow a bit bigger. Su Yun watched the 5 individuals in the video converse back and forth, his face growing increasingly grave. The implications were clear. Should the mutated sea monsters come ashore, they would surely be dealt with by heavy weaponry, allowing them to harvest the monster's body and flesh for research. If they do not pose a threat, then they would be set aside for now. First the meteorite crisis must be resolved, and only then would they deal with the cleanup. As for whose responsibility it is undoubtedly that of little Japan nation and the 3 India nation, so why should it concern them? They are merely following the trend led astray. It is understandable. Su Yun found it difficult to comprehend. They were clearly aware that the threat in the sea would gradually increase, yet they did not deal with it promptly, allowing the sea monsters to continue mutating. Were they overly confident or harboring other thoughts? Did they not fear getting burned? Minjer, what do you think they are doing this for? Su Yun murmured. He couldn't make sense of it. Rather than worry, it would be better to let Yun Minjer analyze it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Minger's clear voice rang out. Brother Yun, do not underestimate the power of nuclear weapons. For carbon-based life forms, no matter how powerful a mutated creature becomes, it cannot withstand the billions of degrees of destruction and will instantly turn to ash. Theoretically, regardless of how the mutated sea monsters evolve or mutate, they will ultimately never reach a level capable of contending with nuclear weapons, as such incidents only occur in novels. Minjer perhaps understood a bit. This mutated irradiated sea monster surprisingly contains energy akin to a nuclear reactor, which holds great significance. If humanity successfully researches this, it could lead to a technological explosion, greatly promoting the slow development of current technology. In Brother Yun, the ultimate results of biotechnology can indeed be realized in the human body, whether it is breaking the shackles of lifespan or overcoming genetic limits. These are technological advancements that everyone dreams of, and no one would refuse. Listening to Yun Minger's analysis, Su Yun suddenly understood. So that's how it is. With nuclear weapons as a safety net, humanity remains the unparalleled ruler of Blue Star. Moreover, concerning the future of biotechnology, if successful, humanity may no longer be limited to lifespans of several decades or 100 years. Just think, if the flesh and blood of humanity could harbor the energy of a nuclear reactor, what terrifying power would that unleash? And with the allure of legendary genetic warriors and mutants, that is what led the 5 great nations to reach it. As long as this mutated sea monster remains under control and does not pose significant problems, they can wait for it to grow fat before dividing it up to study all biological secrets. With such grand ambitions, Su Yun finally understood. Suddenly, he recalled having previously captured 5 irradiated sea monsters capable of coming ashore. Setting aside the video of the conference, Su Yun hurriedly inquired, Minjer, has Xiling made any research progress? He felt a surge of excitement. When he was exhausted daily by Assistant Jiang, he had wondered if Xiling would someday develop a method to optimize the human body. Now that he thought the mutated irradiated monsters in the sea might offer an opportunity, He certainly could not let it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Minjer said, "Brother Yun, I can report that those 5 monsters have all been dissected and sliced by Sister Xiling. Currently, only 3 new discoveries have been made. First, the blood of the mutated sea monster possesses a terrifying infectious ability capable of invading the genetic level of organisms. Although human trials have not yet been conducted, it can be calculated that once developed into a genetic weapon, it will pose an uncontrollable threat. Second, within the mutated sea monster is a very mysterious enzyme that can split nuclear atoms, releasing vast amounts of energy to fuel the monster's movement. It can be likened to the electric eel's discharging principle or to Godzilla in movies, although it is not as outrageous as Godzilla's atomic breath, which is purely fantasy from films. The secrets are still under investigation. Third, they contain a particularly unique heavy metal element, a new element not yet discovered by Blue Star, which has been transferred to the Haoyang laboratory for research. The timeline for results is uncertain. After hearing the 3 new discoveries, Su Yun's anticipation instantly crumbled into disillusionment. This by any measure was profoundly terrifying. The monster's blood could corrupt genetic material. Mere contact with the human body would trigger immediate genetic mutation, resulting either in death or in unimaginably horrific transformations. And now even Godzilla-like traits had begun to emerge. Su Yun's heart nearly sank to the ocean floor. This creature was absolutely not meant for study. He genuinely feared that one day such a being might truly exist, and its emergence would deliver catastrophic devastation. After all, nuclear warheads couldn't kill it. Somehow they only made it stronger. Who could possibly withstand that? As for the newly identified heavy metal element, it implied an entirely novel atomic nucleus, potentially revolutionary for technological innovation, yet utterly irrelevant to Su Yun's goal of human augmentation. Very well. Let professionals handle professional matters. I'll refrain from interfering. But Ming'er, if there's any new discovery, you must inform me immediately, Su Yun said resignedly yet calmly. Towards such unknown phenomena, he remained deeply vigilant. Wherever benefit arose, peril inevitably followed in kind. He refused to let the Binhai Hive Shelter plunge into irreversible peril through reckless research on mutated sea monsters. Understood, Brother Yun. I'll keep watch over every critical step in the lab. Should danger arise, we'll seal and suspend operations without delay, Yun Ming'er assured him. Let us hope so, Su Yun murmured, nodding with quiet concern. So long as Ming'er didn't adopt the recklessness of those researchers, her oversight would prevent major mishaps. Moreover, the biological laboratory within the shelter operated at near P5 by safety containment, a formidable multi-layered defense system. He simply refused to believe a breach could occur beneath such stringent safeguards. At that thought, Su Yun's resolve steadied. For now he had no choice but to trust Zelene and the others. Meteorite calamity, radiation-infused sea monsters, global snowfall, temperatures and ecosystems alike spiraling into chaos. I wonder what other disasters await Earth. Su Yun tapped his desk, eyes narrowing slightly. Disasters arrived in relentless succession. The scent of apocalypse thickened with each passing day. Ever since nations began dumping nuclear wastewater and high-grade chemical effluents into the oceans, Earth's behavior grew increasingly erratic. Binhai City, where snow had fallen once in a century, now endured an unbroken week of blizzard. Even the snowflakes themselves carried faint corrosive and radioactive properties. Prolonged exposure outdoors triggered searing pain on the skin within an hour. After 8 hours, flesh blackened and charred. Contact with snow directly incinerated epidermis, inflicting severe thermal burns. Remain outside for 1 or 2 weeks, and survival became impossible. Standard winter attire could resist the snow's corrosion, but its radiation penetrated deep into the body-shattering cells and tearing apart human DNA. This was a devastating energy form, one that catastrophically undermined vital biological functions. Once radiation infiltrated the body, even Hua Tuo himself would stand helpless, shaking his head and advising only gentle fare and quiet repose in one's final days. Across Longhua, every shelter had now entered semi-closure mode, to brace against the cascade of hazards emerging in Earth's final days before the meteor impact. Even at Xingyun Group, where numerous construction projects remained unfinished, employees working off-site were required to don full protective suits and pass through security checkpoints. Within a 5-kilometer radius, over 1,000 fully armed security personnel stood guard around the Hive Shelter in rotating shifts. Meanwhile, big data analytics were deployed across all regional shelters. In Longhua, irredeemable offenders were expelled to make room for citizens still awaiting shelter placement. Following recent localized riots sparked by anti-wealth sentiment, participants were summarily expelled, totaling nearly 20 million people. Now countless displaced souls wandered the frozen wastelands, huddling for warmth inside crumbling buildings, even raising cities in frenzied, lawless abandon. As the ancient saying goes, when heaven brings calamity, escape remains possible, but self-wrought ruin admits no redemption. These 20 million would now face both the merciless anomalous weather and the looming meteorite cataclysm. Their chances of survival were vanishingly slim. They themselves had become a latent threat. In life or death desperation, who could predict the extremity of their next act? Yet should any dare harbor hostile intent toward the Binhai Hive Shelter, Su Yun would not hesitate to detain them all. Perfect test subjects for Xilian's experiments. Compared to foreign nations, Longwa remained comparatively merciful. Statistics revealed that Miliguo alone had abandoned over 50 million people, including vast numbers of elderly black citizens, convicts, drug traffickers, and organized criminals. That figure chilled the soul. Miliguo deliberately cast aside countless elders, reserving survival for others. A collapse of ethics, a tragedy of humanity. Thereafter in Miliguo, where firearms remained unrestricted, riots and gunfights erupted daily. Without armed self-defense units, shelters would have been looted and razed long ago. Night and day, chaos consumed every city. Blazing infernos, billowing smoke, and the grotesque flourishing of humanity's darkest instincts. Su Yun reflected deeply. Fortunately, the Binhai Hive Shelter continued progressing steadily, unshaken by the world's descent into madness. Beyond gratitude, there was only gratitude. The 5 permanent members' emergency summit had already concluded. Only 2 agenda items remained: expanding nuclear arsenal allocation for meteorite defense and responding to the evolving crisis of radiation-infused sea monsters. To them, global climate anomalies were trivial, mere preludes to the meteor's imminent arrival. Just anomalies. Soon thousands of nuclear detonations would blanket Earth in lethal radiation. What did atmospheric fluctuations matter then? Survival itself was the ultimate triumph. And beyond the impact lay further disasters. Glacial epochs alone would burden generations upon generations. Ding dong. Amidst the wails of the slacking off group, voices overflowed with lament, young lives cut short before tasting life's full sweetness. My father is a tycoon, what sin have I committed? I'm only 25. I refuse to die. Please may Miliguo's nuclear barrage somehow spare this tiny patch of Earth. Begging the heavens. Wang Jitsung, damn it all. I've worked for my father for months, barely had time to rest, haven't even dated several girls. And now I'm about to be vaporized. Who can bear this? Yeah, the little princess enough. The outcome isn't confirmed yet. Perhaps Miliguo will thunder loudly, but rain lightly. The meteor hasn't arrived, and the triple-tiered planetary defense hasn't even activated. No need to bury ourselves prematurely. Seeing this, Su Yun could only shake his head with wry amusement. Ye remained unflustered. Everyone else was merely idling away time with performative despair. They'd likely already guessed the grim reality, now venting theatrically just to pass the hours. Su Yun, all right, meeting's over. Back to your posts. Nothing serious. Glancing at his monitor and finding no urgent tasks, Su Yun opened the gaming platform. Daily leisure had arrived. Slacking off gaming, drifting peacefully, this was his purest joy. Su Yun 5-stack. I'm a world-class mid-lane assassin, guaranteed carry. Remarkably, the Xingyun gaming platform remained fully operational. Besides 3 EM Farden doomsday satellites, Xingyun Group still orbited over a dozen functional satellites. Use them while they lasted, all would be destroyed within days. Thanks to satellite-based networking, citizens across Longwa could still access the platform seamlessly. With apocalypse looming, average concurrent users hovered near 30,000, with peak activity reaching 50,000. Matchmaking lagged, yet play remained possible. The slacking off group fell silent, then burst into laughter, their anxieties dissolving. If Su Yun declared it trivial, then truly, nothing was amiss. Wang Jitsung, let's go. Matchmaking's too slow. Let's form 2 teams right here in the group. I'll play AD, guaranteed 100 win rate. I own a mine, whoa, this is intense. Count me in. Rally everyone. Drag every lurker out of hiding. Mao go. 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 In this group, I'm the true slacker. Gaming daily mastery honed to transcendent perfection. Just gather 4 teammates. I'll carry you all. Watch my depth charge surprise. All. Qin Jun, need more players. Call me. I'm stationed in northwest China. Plenty of red second-generation comrades here. I'll spin up another gaming group and recruit more players. Just as Su Yun was rampaging through the game, a massive earthquake of magnitude 9.5 suddenly struck the small daily country, covering half the island and leaving people in shock at the extent of the tremors. Countless buildings collapsed, and seawater surged back into the land. In an instant, those who remained in the small daily country faced a devastating catastrophe. Who would have thought that before the meteor arrived, the small daily country would encounter such a rare disaster? Not only that, Mount Fuji began to emit thick smoke with lava boiling, threatening to erupt. Large areas of land tore apart, slowly sinking into the sea. At that moment, the world also became aware of the earthquake in the small daily country as the tsunami it triggered began to spread. Dragon Country, something is off, something is very off. Why did the small daily country suddenly have an earthquake? The seismograph showed no signs at all, and the continent actually sank into the sea. At this rate, the small daily country will sink. This is just too, terrifying. Bear Country, hooray. What a wonderful quake. I've long been disgusted by this trash country that keeps dumping things into the sea. However, there is indeed something unusual. The think tank suspects that a supporting tectonic plate deep underground in the small daily country has fractured. This is divine retribution. India, we're doomed. Satellites have discovered that several nuclear power plants in the small daily country have fallen into the sea. Don't forget about the radiation sea monsters in the ocean. A few nuclear power plants would be enough for them to feast on. Beautiful country, as a major power, we must adhere to the moral baseline of the global community and immediately execute rescue plans. As for the radiation sea monsters, let's observe for now and see if they develop further. I'm sure you all have researched something useful by now, right? Stick country, don't just talk, hurry up and take action. Countless citizens of the small daily country are fleeing to my side. This tiny place is already covered in radioactive snow. I don't want any of them dying here and dirtying my territory. Kangaroo country, everyone, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Instruments in the deep sea are sounding alarms. It seems countless radiation sea monsters are gathering in the deep sea near the small daily country. I suspect they might have gained intelligence and a leader, which could explain the rupture of the continental support plate at the seabed targeting the nuclear power plants. As soon as Kangaroo country's voice echoed, discussions among global nations came to an abrupt halt, a sense of foreboding rising within their hearts. The ocean, already shrouded in mystery, now harbors mutated radiation sea monsters. Who can guarantee they lack intelligence, organization, or a leader? However, mere minutes later, Dragon Country suddenly cursed loudly. Dragon Country, damn it, eagle sauce. Look at this is your doing. I said long ago to crush them in the cradle. Now it's too late. Let's see what you do then. As a satellite video was uploaded, everyone gasped in horror, some unable to believe their eyes. On the surface of the sea around the small daily country, countless hideous and repulsive radiation sea monsters were roaring incessantly, their forms bizarre beyond belief. Some retained their fish-like forms, but had several greenish-black human hands growing from their undersides, appearing eerie and terrifying. Others were covered in pus-filled eyeballs. Those with a fear of dense patterns would surely break out in goosebumps at a glance, trembling and foaming at the mouth before collapsing. They varied in size, with the larger ones exceeding 30 meters in length with over 10% of their mass exposed, while the smaller ones were as large as a small car. Yet whether large or small, these radiation sea monsters posed a terrifying crisis for humanity. Not to mention the radiation they carried. Any contact would be a deadly threat. Now, with several nuclear power plants from the small daily country sunk into the sea, the radiation levels within the sea monsters were skyrocketing, their energy values growing increasingly alarming. Even more terrifying was that among the swarm of radiation sea monsters, many features resembling prehistoric creatures could be discerned. There were whale-like radiation sea monsters with tusks as long as 7 or 8 meters, radiation sharks with rows of sharp teeth along their backs, and sea fish with furry wings, among others. Just like the deep-sea video uploaded by Bear Country, supersized radiation sea monsters in the form of dinosaurs had also appeared. In the vast ocean, no one knew what exactly had changed. However, it was clear that if this was not stopped following the meteor disaster, humanity would face endless attacks from radiation sea monsters. By then it would no longer be a joke. After all, radiation sea monsters that could reach the shore had already appeared. If not dealt with in advance, when the endless radiation sea monsters charged ashore, all global shelters would have to activate doomsday war mode, and it would be hellish. In the movie, monsters flooded the scene, and the sight of guarding the Great Wall would no longer be a fantasy. The fishers in the end would be devoured by the fish. Now that would be absurd. Beautiful country, blame me. Don't think I don't know you're also capturing sea monsters for the development of biotechnology. No one can shirk responsibility, and what's there to panic about? The small daily country is done for. We can just drop a few hydrogen bombs down there. I don't believe they can withstand it. Even Jesus would have to die for me. Soon, with the proposal from Beautiful Country, the plan to attack the radiation monster swarm was swiftly approved. The radiation sea monsters had already emerged, and as the overlords of Blue Star, they would naturally be offered a few gifts to make them feel the hospitality of the Blue Star's masters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 intercontinental missiles armed with hydrogen warheads streaked through the clouds, with each of the 5 permanent members launching one towards the sea around the small daily country at high speed. Each of the 5 warheads was 500,000 tons, enough to destroy half of the small daily country's territory. This indicated that the 5 permanent members had developed lethal intentions. They intended to achieve a saturation fire coverage of all sea monster territories. Meanwhile, Su Yun, still enjoying the game, was suddenly reminded by Yun Minjer. Cloud brother, bad news. A magnitude 9.5 earthquake has struck the small daily country, and a tsunami over 30 meters high is expected to reach Binhai City in 13 hours. Furthermore, the earthquake has caused countless radiation sea monsters to surface. Within 10 minutes, the 5 permanent members decided to launch 5 hydrogen bombs, which will explode in 8 minutes. Upon hearing this, Su Yun jolted, forgetting about the game before him, unable to believe as he looked up at the large screen. The satellite belonging to Xingyun Group captured footage of the hydrogen bomb's trajectories speeding towards the small daily country at 18 Mach. What the hell, are they really using hydrogen bombs? Su Yun exclaimed in horror. Quick, have the satellite capture the situation over there. As he played the game, how could such a major incident suddenly occur, causing him to feel a sense of panic? With the satellite rapidly changing its orbit, 3 minutes later the scenes of the small daily country appeared before Su Yun. Instantly, Su Yun's hair stood on end. As far as the eye could see, the sea was densely populated with terrifying radiation sea monsters, and the images seemed to show them collectively mutating with various bizarre features, making him feel nauseous. No wonder they decided to deploy hydrogen bombs, 5 of them. Good heavens, it looks like the radiation-mutated sea monsters are holding a conference. This is utterly absurd. Moreover, their emergence had also touched the nerves of the 5 permanent members, posing a threat to humanity's dominion. They must all die. Assistant Jiang and other staff members nearby widened their eyes, chills running down their spines, goosebumps instantly rising. Some even vomited as the scene was too beautiful enough that one more glance could lead to an explosion. After a brief pause, Su Yun frowned again as he looked at the large screen above. A sense of panic gripped his heart. The entire ocean was undergoing a transformation, a terrifying prospect for who knew how many mutated sea monsters lurked within. Perhaps what lay before him was merely the tip of the iceberg, with far more severe changes lurking deeper. After a moment of silence, Su Yun helplessly said, "Minger, notify all engineering and transport teams that in 12 hours the doors of the Hive Shelter will close. Everyone must accelerate their progress." Originally, they needed another week to complete all the work, but the unpredictable nature of the world had brought about sudden mutations. 13 hours later, the first disaster struck the Xingyun Hive Shelter, a tsunami triggered by an earthquake. At that time, the radiation-infused sea monsters would also be washed ashore. The coastline would become a death zone. Moreover, 5 hydrogen bombs would create another tsunami, followed by a second wave of mutated sea monsters. Thinking of this, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Su Yun's mouth. Building the shelter at the coastline seemed to be an extremely incorrect choice. Compared to the inland, the danger was even more severe. Yet who could have anticipated such terrifying changes would occur? They had no option but to construct the shelter in Binhai City beneath the Fengyi mountain range. They could only adapt to the situation as it arose. Furthermore, his preparations were ample. The shelter's defensive and offensive capabilities were maximized. Whoever came would meet their demise. All he needed to do was sit tight and watch the clouds rise and fall. In the blink of an eye, 8 minutes had passed. Above the coastal waters of the Little Sun Country, 5 brilliant orbs of light burst forth, as if 5 suns had risen. The intensity of the light was enough to instantly blind onlookers, robbing them of their sight. Immediately afterward, a massive shockwave rapidly spread from the orbs, causing the ocean's surface to evaporate and collapse, forming 5 colossal fireballs. In temperatures exceeding 300 million degrees, countless mutated sea monsters were instantly reduced to ashes. The powerful thermal radiation and shockwave generated a tsunami thousands of meters high, surging outward. 5 awe-inspiring mushroom clouds appeared above the ocean, competing for attention. The theoretical power of these 5 hydrogen bombs was hundreds of times greater than that of the little boy dropped half a century ago. At the moment of detonation, half of the nearby Little Sun Country city experienced a terrifying tremor and shock. In an instant, countless windows shattered, sending shards flying everywhere, while the searing heat melted frost and ignited homes and trees. Moreover, numerous electrical devices began to smoke, followed by burning and exploding as a terrifying electromagnetic pulse swept across half of the Little Sun Country. The power of these 5 hydrogen bombs was stronger than the previous earthquake, and their destructive capability cast a shadow over half of the Little Sun Country. Furthermore, the explosion of the hydrogen bombs generated lethal radiation energy fluctuations, posing a fundamental threat to the affected populace. Especially the hereditary diseases and cancers triggered by radiation, along with other chronic illnesses, instilled fear in people. Even those who survived the shockwave would spend the rest of their lives in prolonged agony. Simultaneously, satellites from various countries hovering above the Little Sun Country were suddenly impacted by intense electromagnetic interference, losing their connections. They could only rely on distant satellites to observe the spectacular scene of 5 mushroom clouds. The devastating damage caused by the hydrogen bombs to the mutated sea monsters would not be visible until several days later. Meanwhile, within the steel fortress in Fengyi Mountain, the alarm flashing with red lights blared loudly. Attention all units, attention all units. In 12 hours, the doors of the Hive Shelter will be urgently sealed. The countdown for the tsunami defense plan has begun. All personnel must accelerate their progress and enter the underground refuge within 12 hours. Over 10,000 engineers and transport teams began to orderly carry out the final tasks. Rumble. Countless machines outside the shelter ceased operation and began to relocate into the fortress. On 5 railway tracks, a constant roar echoed as countless large equipment and steel facilities returned to their nests, slowly and steadily migrating. On the broad 12-lane highway, trucks laden with resources belonging to the Xingyun Group came and went incessantly. The 3-layered steel gate valves also began preparations for testing, ensuring that in 12 hours they would securely close within 5 minutes. They were racing against time. The urgency was palpable, with the first wave of tsunami and radiation monsters causing them immense worry. In the apocalypse, many resources were non-renewable. Now, by bringing in more supplies, the Xingyun Hive Shelter could bolster its foundation. On a crane near the shelter's gates, several workers from the Xingyun Group felt a sense of relief. Have you heard? There was an earthquake in the Little Sun Country reaching a magnitude of 9.5. Large islands and land masses crashed into the sea. What a powerful earthquake. It must be a once-in-a-century event. I saw it. There are various reports about the earthquake online. I also heard that Wuchang annihilated the Little Sun country by launching 5 hydrogen bombs, which caused the earthquake. Should we celebrate this good luck? Don't be too quick to celebrate. Didn't Miss Yunmeng say that in 13 hours the tsunami will arrive, and there will be mutated sea monsters? We need to work quickly and get into the underground shelter as soon as possible. What are you worried about? We still have over 10 hours. Look at our gate. It has 3 layers, each 5 meters thick, and made of special high-strength alloy from the Haoyang laboratory. What monster could break through? Even if it rammed into it, it would probably remain unscathed. As for the seawater and radiation, not a single drop can seep through. After all, this gate was crafted by a group of top-tier scientific talents. Waterproof and radiation-proof are small matters. Moreover, our Xingyun group's armed forces are no pushover. The equipment department is constantly producing, and armed troops are stationed at the hillside. Just look at that cannon at the mountain's peak. Who could possibly breach it? Though they voiced their concerns, each of them still held great faith in the strength of the Xingyun group. Especially when they looked up at the enormous cannon at the mountain's peak, quietly standing there exuding an overwhelming sense of security. Meanwhile, halfway up Fengyi Mountain, a mech shimmering with blue and white metallic luster suddenly emerged from a passage appearing before them. This left them astounded. What the hell is this? Is this a war mech? Good heavens, the Xingyun group actually has something like this. It's incredible. Snowflakes fell around it like a backdrop, instantly evaporated by a surge of thermal energy. Though it stood only 5 meters tall, the oppressive aura it radiated was terrifying. It was armed with various thermal weapons, and the 2 sharp shark-toothed swords on its back clearly exhibited its lethality and destructive capability. Not to mention the complex cannon structure on its right arm. The dark opening resembled a demon's maw, exuding a chilling presence. And the fiery red miniature reactor on its chest constantly emitted red light, with powerful energy coursing throughout the entire mech. This was Li Shiguang's ride. He and Haoyang had successfully crafted the mech in the last half-month leading up to the... Though it was merely the first-generation mech and had many shortcomings, some of its technologies already reached the pinnacle of this era on Blue Star due to their combined efforts. At this moment, the mech was being prepared and warmed up for its first combat test with a battle-hardened veteran as the pilot. I am Lung Feng. All systems are functioning well. The mech has completed self-checks. Ammunition is sufficient, energy power, and overload operation modes are normal. Requesting instructions. At this moment, Lung Feng felt an intense excitement in his heart. As the first pilot of the mecha, he felt immensely honored. Inside the mecha, the space was quite limited. His position was behind the core reactor energy of the mecha's chest, which was also the safest cockpit. He was half-kneeling, surrounded by various mechanical driving instruments, reclining on the mechanical chair, with both hands gripping 2 mechanical button handles controlling the mecha's arms, hands, weapon systems, and power systems. His feet rested on a mechanical pedal capable of driving the mecha to walk, run, and jump. With the support of the balance system, he didn't have to worry about the mecha falling. Coupled with the assistance of artificial intelligence in driving the mecha, only then could he maneuver this gigantic machine, which stood 5 meters tall and weighed 18 tons. Hello, Pilot Lung Feng. I am Ashir, the artificial intelligence of Mechano. 1 junior pioneer. After the warm-up check is complete, please return to the preparation area and rest well. We have a battle to fight ahead. I'm very pleased to work with you. A gentle voice carrying a mature tone echoed in the cockpit. Upon hearing this, Lung Feng licked his lips and nodded. He was eager to control the mecha and wreak havoc. Behind the mecha was an independent preparation shelter separate from the Hive Shelter. This space was well equipped and was a highly protective small shelter filled with a strong sense of technology. Although small, it was as large as a football field with ceilings over 10 meters high. At this moment, hundreds of armed troops were stationed here. In addition to this mecha, several warehouses stocked with heavy weaponry and ammunition were also available. Although they were independent of the Hive Shelter, they had a perfect survival system for the apocalypse. Even if sealed for 3 to 5 years, they could still live comfortably. However, this place was built solely to protect the safety of the Hive Shelter, not as a living area. In addition to being stationed here, various tasks were to be undertaken as pioneers for the Nebula. As Lung Feng piloted the mecha through the decontamination radiation corridor, he arrived in the hall of the preparation area. Hundreds of people gathered around, both men and women, their eyes shining as they looked at the massive machine before them, eagerly touching and examining it, their hearts ablaze. As Lung Feng exited the cockpit and stepped down from the mecha, excited voices erupted around him. Brother Feng, how was it? How was it? Was it exhilarating? This is so damn cool. When can I get one too? The Nebula Group only has this one, and it was personally crafted by Li Shiguang. Oh, why wasn't I chosen? I also want to be the first pilot of a mecha. Stop whining. Who told you that Brother Feng ranked first in all metrics? His strength is beyond doubt. He earned this position with his own efforts. If you want to pilot a mecha, work harder in the next assessment. Lung Feng looked at his chattering teammates with a helpless expression. He heard that this mecha was still Li Shiguang's. If it weren't for the testing of combat capabilities being too dangerous and requiring close combat with the radiation sea monsters, the Nebula Group would never have allowed Li Shiguang to take such risks. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been his turn to pilot. Don't worry, once the battle begins, everyone will get to see it. I will also report back and share the experience of piloting the mecha. Meanwhile, in the main control hall of the Hive Shelter, Su Yun monitored the completion of various tasks and the countdown to the tsunami while listening to Li Shiguang's incessant complaints. Do you even understand? That is my most beloved treasure. It's like my woman or wife. I can't bear to ride it, and now someone else is piloting it. I'm so furious. A family who understands. This is such an insult to my mecha and my pure heart. Brother Yin, I don't care. This mecha was crafted by my own hands, and if it gets dirty, I won't want it anymore. You must compensate me. Su Yun felt a headache coming on. Ultimately, he just wanted compensation. He knew that this mecha still had many flaws and did not meet Li Shiguang's expected performance. Unfortunately, the free resource quota allocated to him by the Nebula Group for the second half of the year had already been exhausted, leaving him unable to build another one, and he would have to wait until resource allocation resumed next spring. Alright, I will compensate you. Su Yun rubbed his temples helplessly. It wasn't that he was stingy, but the resources consumed by Li Shiguang were overwhelmingly massive before the apocalypse. He had to spend tens of millions daily. Moreover, with the current meteor crisis, resources were non-renewable and each resource extraction had to meet strict. However, if he didn't soothe Li Shiguang, now he likely wouldn't have a peaceful day in the days leading up to the meteor impact. Minjer, allocate 2 batches of primary resources and 1 batch of secondary resources for Li Shiguang. Su Yun shook his head and looked at Li Shiguang, saying, "Is this enough? You have consumed over 10 billion in free funds this year. These resources are my greatest sincerity, and they are also your last batch of extra free allocations before the spring festival." Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang's aggrieved face instantly brightened, and he unconsciously drooled while grinning. These 3 batches of resources were equivalent to 4 months' worth of his free allocations, enough for him to build 2 more mechas. However, honestly speaking, mechas without extremely high mobility or a lightweight flying mode are inferior to ultimately, they are just toys meant to satisfy his desires. Unlike Chu Xianga, who plays with nuclear electromagnetic cannons, which are true instruments of war. With one shot, the crisis could be instantly eliminated. It holds true importance for the Nebula Group, and it is likely only the Nebula Group that could allow him to waste resources so carefreely. Okay, brother, you are my true brother. I'm leaving, no need to send me off. You continue working, and take care. In less than 10 seconds, Li Shiguang dashed away, disappearing from the main control hall, afraid that Su Yun might regret and retract the order. Seeing this, Su Yun merely chuckled. However, thinking about the mecha's role, his eyes narrowed, and some thoughts emerged in his mind. In hot warfare, mechas might just be moving targets with little significance, but in battles against radiation sea monsters, and during external transport operations, there seems to be a lot of operational space. Su Yun murmured to himself. He was considering whether to build a dedicated mecha production line factory to cope with future external tasks. After all, protective suits can be easily torn by the claws of radiation sea monsters during combat or damaged in various harsh environments, causing irreparable radiation damage to the human body. But if there were mechas, it would only require proper radiation protection, greatly increasing safety and eliminating concerns about radiation harm during excursions. Perhaps it's indeed necessary to set up a production line. Su Yun nodded softly. Whether for convenience during external work or trading with other forces in the apocalypse, it was certainly worthwhile. At worst, the resources consumed during this process could be recouped after the apocalypse by becoming a ruthless businessman, earning back both the principal and profits. After all, who could refuse a completely safe and handsome mecha? 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The tsunami caused by the earthquake was extremely powerful, affecting half of the Pacific Ocean and creating colossal waves. A vast surge appeared on the sea surface, rushing towards Binhai City at a speed of 800 kilometers per hour. According to calculations, as the wave approached the continental slope near the coast, its energy would reach its maximum. It would unleash a tsunami towering 50 meters high, with seawater penetrating over 20 kilometers inland. Beep, beep, beep. In the control room of the Hive Shelter, Su Yun looked gravely at the satellite images, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. It was evident that as the tsunami shockwave formed, countless radiation-infused sea monsters were stirred up, creating a terrifying tide of sea creatures. Brother Yun, there are 53 minutes left. All supplies are fully loaded and the heavy equipment and machinery have been successfully transferred. We can close the doors now. Yun Minger's voice rang in his ears. Su Yun looked up at the monitor for the main gate of the iron fortress on the ground and nodded. With the last 5,000 ton heavy press moved inside the shelter's gates, all the equipment belonging to the Xingyun group had been successfully transferred, completely filling the surface fortress base. This was after a significant portion was moved into the underground area. Moreover, the most crucial supplies, including all warehouses, cold storage, and large spaces, were packed to the brim, countless in number. This does not even account for the hundreds of fully enclosed radiation-proof warehouses hidden in the Fengyi mountain range. There was too much to store in the shelter, so some had to be temporarily hidden outside. Fortunately, everything was ready and the shelter could be sealed at any moment to avoid the impending apocalypse. Minjer, please conduct one last inspection to ensure there are no oversights. We can only close the doors once everyone is inside. Su Yun spoke. After this closure, the entire hive shelter would remain sealed until the meteor strike settled. This process could last for several months. If there were still people left outside, they would have to rely on the preparedness shelter halfway up the mountain to receive them. Ding! Inspection complete. Except for the 325 Special Forces personnel in the preparedness area and 150 aboard the nuclear submarine, all employees of the Xingyun Group have entered the gates, and they will all descend to the underground shelter area within 30 minutes. In less than 10 seconds, Yun Minjie quickly conducted a thorough check, ensuring that everyone had been successfully transferred without any omissions. Only then did Su Yun nod, taking a deep breath before saying, Minjie, close the doors, unlock all the valves, and set the motors to lock them down. No one can open them without my command. Receive the order closing the doors now. It is expected to take 1 minute and 30 seconds. Please wait. Just as the rumbling, the first layer of the interlocking gate, 50 meters wide and 30 meters high, began to operate slowly, producing a thunderous roar. As it moved along the track, the 5-meter-thick steel giant door slowly began to close. This door was incredibly heavy and highly dense, built with the wisdom of the top researchers from all research institutes. It ultimately weighed over 20,000 tons, requiring 16 large motors for operation on each layer. Moreover, this door consisted of 3 layers. Of course, the great weight represented its indestructibility and the terrifying level of defense. As long as it was not within the destructive range of a nuclear strike, these 3 layers of doors would become the most formidable guardians of the Xingyun Hive Shelter. Bang! 30 seconds later, the outermost door closed tightly, with its airtight, water-resistant, and radiation-proof capabilities fully maximized. Immediately after, the second and third layers of doors also closed successfully. Tests showed that all safety indicators were normal. The valves and motors were locked down, and the Xingyun Hive Shelter would be completely sealed. Perhaps the next time it opened would be during the Ice Age apocalypse. As the doors completely sealed, the pressure on Su Yun dissipated, instantly replaced by a wave of exhaustion. Finally, they had done it. Ever since the news of the meteor disaster had emerged, the pressure on him had increased day by day. It was not just for himself, but for the safety of the hundreds of thousands of lives in the Xingyun shelter. Brother Yun, you should rest now. Assistant Jiang behind him massaged Su Yun's shoulders and forehead, speaking with concern. Hearing this, Su Yun nodded slightly. He indeed needed to rest for a while. Since his parents' global travel plans had been suspended, he had scarcely seen them in recent months. He had been staying in the control room of the company and the shelter, making decisions on all matters, and he had become quite haggard. However, this was unavoidable. The Xingyun Group could not do without him, nor could it function without a steadfast leader. Only with him present each day would there be no chaos. As for the mecha testing, naturally, there were Li Shiguang, Haoyang, Yun Minjie, and the others keeping an eye on it. While he had some interest in these small gadgets, it was not enough to keep him a slacker engaged. After fighting for so long, it was time for him to enjoy himself. Let's go home. Su Yun stood up, stretched lazily, and took Assistant Jiang's hand as they walked towards home. He couldn't help but wonder what his parents would think when they saw him bringing a daughter-in-law home. As he left, Haoyang, Li Shiguang, and Chu Xiang tiptoed into the main control hall, resembling 3 sneaky thieves. I knew it. Based on my understanding of Brother Yun, he would definitely continue being a slacker. Haoyang, whether it was the tsunami or the radiation-infused sea monsters landing for the hive shelter, these were merely trivial issues. The defense and safety of this shelter were truly understood only by Su Yun himself. It was likely that only at the moment of the meteor striking Blue Star would Su Yun sit in the control room, taking over all decision-making power. As for the mecha testing, that was awkward. It was merely a hobby for them. This place is great, spacious, bright, and comfortable. Li Shiguang directly sat in Su Yun's chair, putting his feet up with a look of contentment. From his position, he could see thousands of computers and staff below, all working in an orderly manner. On the wall 50 meters ahead, large screens displayed various data, clearly easily understood at a glance. Whether it was the space observation data of the meteor or the deployment status of the nuclear submarine, everything was laid bare. There were also crucial surveillance feeds from the hive shelter, aided by Yun Minjie, allowing commands or actions to be issued with just a word. Sitting here, one could control the entire Xingyun shelter. There were even surveillance scenes from their laboratories with a panoramic view and listening devices. Damn it, this is too much distrust towards us, right? What are we, demons or monsters, to be watched so closely? Li Shiguang exploded in anger. Especially in Xilinx's biological laboratory, not only was there complete surveillance, but annotations for various experiments were also marked. No wonder they could be caught for even the smallest things. There was absolutely no privacy. Li Shiguang felt a bit bewildered. Was it really necessary? They were all obedient and serious in their work, with maybe just a bit of mischief. Was it really necessary to keep such a close? I give up, this is really too much. At this moment, Haoyang and Chu Xiang also noticed the scene at Su Yun's seat, exchanging awkward glances. After all, they were hiding several little secrets, and it was likely that Brother Yun had them all under his watch. It was quite awkward. Ahem, Shiguang, get up quickly. This position isn't suitable for sitting. If Minjie reports you again, your resource allocation quota for next year will likely be cut down. Haoyang coughed lightly, reminding Li Shiguang to pay attention. Hearing this, Li Shiguang's eyes widened reluctantly, getting up and stealing a glance at the cunning animated expression of Yun Minjer on the computer screen. At that moment his legs went weak, and he almost cried inside. Goodness, what happened to the good sisters and brothers? They wouldn't really report on him like this, would they? Minjer, let's focus on testing the mecha. After all, we still need to gather some data for your body. Li Shiguang pretended to be calm and spoke lightly. He wasn't going to back down, he was unafraid of anything. Alright, there are 40 minutes left until the tsunami hits. Lung Feng is already prepared, and the mecha testing visuals will be connected soon. Yun Minjer rolled her eyes and said, threatening me, go ahead and try. Try it, and I'll report it. Let's move aside so we don't disturb their work. I wonder how powerful this little gadget can be. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Also, when it's time to test the electromagnetic energy hand cannon, Miss Minjer, remember to help me collect some data. Chu Xiang'a rubbed his shiny bald head, hurriedly changing the subject. Then he smiled and patted the shoulders of the two, heading towards a control console below. He also joined the action of creating the mecha. The complex cannon structure on the right arm of the mecha was his masterpiece. The electromagnetic energy hand cannon, theoretically speaking, relies on a miniature nuclear reactor. The electromagnetic energy rays it emits can easily destroy a warship. As for its damage to biological entities, that remains unclear. However, now is the time for battlefield testing. Fine, as long as there's a spot, we won't be picky. Li Shiguang spread his hands helplessly. Although they could watch the mecha's capabilities and collect data, elsewhere nothing compared to being here. Here not only was there the most powerful supercomputer cluster of the Hive Shelter, but there was also Yun Minjer, a super AI, fully cooperating with computational power. As the first generation of mecha testing, this place held more significance and a greater sense of prestige. Moreover, at critical moments, tasks could be issued here, allowing Lung Feng to conduct tests according to their thoughts. Before long time flew by. Lung Feng, in 5 minutes the first wave of the tsunami will hit, and countless radiation sea monsters will crawl up the Fengyi Mountains after the initial impact. Your only task is to defend the ventilation passage of the shelter, utilizing all the capabilities of the mechas, allowing not a single radiation sea monster to approach. Inside the mecha, Aishir's voice echoed. At this moment, Lung Feng had already appeared at the platform of the combat readiness area, gazing at the endless waves on the horizon. In his eyes, he wore a device akin to VR glasses, which allowed him to see everything before him through the mecha's eyes. The screen displayed various data from the mecha, enabling him to better understand its combat capabilities. Leave it to me, I am ready. Whether it's operating firearms or dual-wielding greatswords in close combat, I will surely emerge victorious in battle, Lung Feng said firmly. However, he felt a bit puzzled. He knew that although the ventilation passage was the weak point of the Nebula Shelter, it depended on the extent of that weakness. Those super-large dual vortex fans with extreme torque, let alone radiation monsters, even he would be instantly shredded if sucked into them with his mecha. The area near that opening was a death trap. Moreover, with a group of top researchers present, even the weaknesses would be tightly guarded. Regardless of poison gas or chemical weapons, they likely wouldn't breach several layers of defense. Could it be that the ventilation port was not yet equipped with radiation defense facilities and could easily be damaged, requiring him to fight fiercely to buy time? Yes, it must be like that. Goodness, the opportunity to be a hero has arrived. Stay steady. Don't be reckless. Lung Feng felt increasingly excited, as if he could see himself standing atop the corpses of countless radiation sea monsters defending the ventilation passage. Aishir seemed to sense Lung Feng's confusion and inexplicable surge of passion. After calculating for a moment, she continued, of course, this is just a simulated mission. The ventilation port itself has strong defensive capabilities, so it's okay if you fail. The main task is to test the data of this mecha, so don't feel too pressured. Moreover, there are 3 fully armed helicopters above you to ensure your safety. Even if the mecha gets damaged or malfunctions, the radiation sea monsters won't break into your cockpit. Just relax them here. Hearing this, Lung Feng felt a bit embarrassed. He thought that the Nebula Shelter needed him to hold the line and protect everyone's lives. It turned out he was overthinking it. However, after hearing Aishir's reassurance, the last bit of worry in Lung Feng's heart dissipated with the wind. Since the protective measures were so thorough and his life was not in danger, he could enjoy the thrill, go all out, and give it his all. Lung Feng's lips curled slightly as he looked eagerly at the coastline. Come on, welcome the terror brought by the war mecha. Boom! As the waves of the sea grew more intense, the land quaked with the terrifying kinetic energy. 20 meters, 30 meters, until the 50-meter high waves arrived before the Fengyi Mountains, enough to instill. This was the power of nature, majestic, grand, and fraught with peril, capable of easily destroying human structures and lives. At this moment, the Fengyi Mountains trembled slightly, and the oppressive feeling in the air was palpable. It felt as if it would be washed away by this terrifying tsunami at any moment, instilling dread. Even more terrifying was that at this moment Lung Feng could already see with the naked eye the densely packed radiation, mutated sea monsters within the tsunami. Among them, many were over 2 meters long, and he even saw several monsters over 10 meters long, their disgusting mutated appearance making him frown. Such creatures really make it hard to eat, Lung Feng said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Anyone who saw dense mutated monsters appearing before them and thought about fighting them up close would feel nauseated. However, he was ultimately a king of special forces. He quickly calmed the fear and disgust within him. Boom! The tsunami crashed against the Fungi Mountains. The altitude at his location was over 200 meters. The tsunami surged beneath his feet, raising splashes and spreading in all directions. Many radiation sea monsters were killed or tossed onto the Fungi Mountains by the waves. In the distance, the harbor of Binhai City was directly destroyed, and during the movement of the tsunami, countless buildings collapsed and were submerged. Only buildings nearly 100 meters high could withstand the impact of the tsunami, swaying in the ocean, yet standing firm. This scene unfolded right before Lung Feng's eyes. The entire Binhai City in the face of the tsunami was like a soft tofu project, instantly destroying more than half of the city's buildings. Just as he was in shock, Aishir's voice rang in his ear, warning the first wave of radiation sea monsters has appeared, totaling 15. Among them, 5 have mutated limbs capable of crawling, and the largest one is 11 meters long, just 120 meters away from you on the rocky desert. Lung Feng instantly snapped back to his senses, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he entered combat. Receiving orders, mecha deployed. Lung Feng stepped down forcefully, starting to run on the mechanical foot, his hands moving non-stop. Boom, boom, boom. The 6-barrel Gatling gun on the left arm of the mecha began to warm up slowly, while in his right hand, he drew a massive shark-toothed sword from his back. With a flash of red light, the mecha charged forward like a fierce tiger, descending the mountain filled with a strong desire to attack. The mecha's footsteps were hurried and heavy, creating a thunderous rumble as it stomped on the ground. Soon Lung Feng spotted the figure of the radiation sea monster. Among them, 10 resembled seals crawling on the ground with their massive fins slapping the earth, leaving a trail of greenish slime. 5 radiation sea monsters ranging from 5 to 11 meters in length had several grotesque limbs mutated beneath their abdomens. Some had only 2 forelimbs and 2 on their backs, while others had 1 forelimb and 1 hind limb, with the other 2 parts swollen with pus, leaking repulsive black-green blood, appearing as if they were grotesquely mutated. Particularly striking was one that measured over 11 meters, resembling a gigantic lizard-fish beast with limbs like a lizard, yet its body bore a fish head with large eye scales and a fish tail. It had robust limbs and extremely sharp claws digging into the soil while roaring towards the sky. It seemed to announce to the continent that it had arrived, it could venture onto land just as it did in water, and no dry land could hinder its advance. At that moment, the metallic gleam of the mecha suddenly leaped, appearing before the radiation sea monster. Bang! After a flurry of dust and debris, the mecha stood upright, its eyes flashing with a rich red light, as the Gatling gun on its left arm began to rev up. "Dirty creature, die for me!" Lung Feng's voice echoed through the sky. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Gatling gun, spewing blue flames, fired at a rate of 5,000 rounds per minute, targeting the heads and weak spots of all the radiation sea monsters in front of it. With Aishir assisting in targeting, every shot hit its mark. This was the first battle of conventional weapons versus radiation sea monsters, and in the command center, Li Shiguang and the others were filled with excitement. Kill them all. In the Star Cloud territory, sea monsters are forbidden. Li Shiguang laughed hard. Damn it, does this guy not know how to play? A bunch of monsters, and he's using a Gatling gun. Why not just use my electromagnetic energy cannon? One shot would wipe them out. Shut up, did you see my blue flame Gatling? Over 7,000 rounds per minute, its firing rate is at its peak, capable of shredding anything in 3 seconds. It's incredibly powerful. You're the one talking nonsense. In terms of power, my cannon can instantly destroy a tank battalion. Can yours do that? How can you even compare? With a weapon of that caliber, I could do it with just 1 thermobomb. Wait, I'll bring it to the mecha tomorrow. At the same time, Hao Yang felt a surge of excitement, but watching the two argue passionately, he could only stomp his foot in frustration, saying, damn it, this is all my credit, okay? Without my mini-nuclear reactor, the mecha wouldn't even move. I'm the best. At that moment, he felt anxious. After all, he hadn't designed a weapon system. In this scenario, he couldn't even shout out. However, when it came to firepower, who could scare Hao Yang? At that moment, countless ideas flashed through his mind. He wanted to design a mecha weapon system centered around a mini-reactor containing nuclear energy to unleash thermal radiation in the form of a laser cannon. Feasible. It would be challenging, but not too difficult. At that moment, the shouting and commotion of the others caught the attention of everyone in the command center. In the next moment, everyone's eyes lit up. A mecha. It was a combat test against radiation sea monsters. Goodness, they had no idea such an exciting thing was happening, secretly playing behind their backs. In less than 10 seconds, the staff members who were not working rushed over, their eyes shining with fervor. So cool, Boss Shiguang, is this thing for sale? I've been saving a share of level 1 resources this year. Can I trade it for this? A researcher directly asked. Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang's eyes brightened, and he turned back to confirm, of course it's for sale. Level 1 resources. That's equivalent to a resource share worth 100 million Long Kingdom coins before the apocalypse. Moreover, every resource in the shelter now undergoes strict scrutiny before allocation. It's not like before when you could just ask for it. Although he crafted the mecha himself, researching the production line wouldn't be too much trouble. The resource cost for production could also be slightly controlled, and at least half of it would be profit. If he were a bit greedier by reducing some costs, he could profit nearly 90%. It would be a massive gain. Li Shiguang licked his lips, his mind filled with opportunities for wealth. However, he still needed to communicate with Haoyang. Since there wasn't much raw material for the mini-nuclear reactor, it wouldn't be possible to install one in every unit. It would be best to develop a super high-energy battery that could supply over 12 hours of energy for the mecha. He believed that Haoyang could definitely achieve this, or even do better. A fool wouldn't pass up such resources. Don't worry, we'll need a month. By then, everyone will have a share. Li Shiguang replied with a big grin. He had already thought about starting tonight, first setting up the fully automated production. Just in time, the 3 batches of resources he was compensated with hadn't been used yet, so why not invest them? Simultaneously, under the relentless attack of the blue flame Gatling gun, the 15 radiation sea monsters in front of the mecha were all howling as they were torn apart, body parts and blood flying everywhere. As expected, the bodies of the radiation sea monsters cannot withstand the damage of conventional weapons. Lung Feng sneered. After all, they were flesh and blood. The status of conventional weapons remained. However, this round of firing lasted nearly 2 minutes and consumed 1/5 of the ammunition reserve. The consumption was too great, and the launch tube couldn't withstand prolonged firing. It could overheat, jam, or even explode. Just as he was reflecting on this, a commotion suddenly erupted in the distance, as if a large monster was rampaging and causing destruction. Attention! A massive radiation source is located 50 meters ahead, measuring 28 meters in length, and has emerged from the sea. It poses a great danger. Please do not approach closely. I'll activate the electromagnetic energy hand cannon immediately. Aishir's voice rang out. As soon as she finished speaking, under her control, the electromagnetic energy cannon on the mecha's right arm began to charge slowly. Boundless energy, contained within the crimson light, growing increasingly brilliant. At this moment, all Lung Feng needed to do was raise his arm, and Aishir would automatically lock onto the target, fine-tuning various data until Lung Feng pressed the launch switch. Aren't we going to test the mecha's close combat capabilities first? Lung Feng said somewhat reluctantly. He had 2 great swords ready, just waiting for an exhilarating battle. The 28-meter-long sea monster ahead was precisely what he wanted. It was an excellent combat opponent. Close combat capability testing can wait. The radiation sea monster ahead poses too high a danger. Your safety must be ensured, Aishir explained. Upon hearing this, Lung Feng could only accept it. After all, he was still a bit scared. If the mecha truly couldn't handle such a large monster, it would be disastrous. At the same time, in the command center, Li Shiguang and the others were being observed by hundreds of eyes, creating a noisy atmosphere. Fire! What are you afraid of? The electromagnetic energy hand cannon of the bald brother looks extraordinary. The energy concentration effect is too strong. One shot should be able to penetrate a 10-meter thick special steel plate, right? It's powerful, but its effect on biological monsters is indeed quite limited. It only has penetrating destructive power. If it were against modern technology, just the electromagnetic explosion could destroy and damage all electronic devices within a range of at least 500 meters. Wouldn't that affect our shelter? If something goes wrong, Yungu would be angry. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's face changed, and they looked at Chu Xianga, as if to say, don't mess this up. However, at this moment, Chu Xianga remained calm, smiling as he scratched his head, saying, don't worry, I've installed the latest isolation layer in our shelter, which can absolutely block 99.9% of electromagnetic effects, insulating everything electromagnetic. Not only this hand cannon, but even electromagnetic disruptions caused by meteorite impacts won't affect the shelter. When it comes to research on electromagnetic forces, I can say that in Blue Star, I'm second. No one dares to claim the first place. A mere localized electromagnetic disturbance is nothing to worry about. Just as the words were spoken, the moment arrived. In the frame, the radiation sea monster seemed to sense the existence of the mecha, suddenly turning its head to stare intently, a stream of filthy saliva dripping from its mouth. This was a creature with an extraordinarily large mouth, resembling a deep abyss, filled with menacing sharp teeth. At the moment it opened its mouth, it could easily swallow a small truck, instilling fear in the hearts of those who beheld it. This sudden turn startled Lung Feng as well. From 50 meters away, I stood completely still. How did it sense us? It's cold all over. Not a shred of heat emanates from the radiation creature. We can only see its position with our naked eyes, or by relying on changes in radiation levels. Only at the moment of death do the cells within them heat up from nuclear radiation reactions, and over time, they would melt into a mass of flesh. But how did the radiation monster detect his position? If the mecha remained still, it would also be an inanimate object. This monster was suspicious. There was certainly something amiss. Calculating now, there's an 80% chance it's heat source detection, a 30% chance it's a threat response from the Gatling heat weapon, and another possibility, the most likely one, is the attraction of the nuclear reactor. The voice of Aishir resonated. Upon hearing this, Lung Feng's eyes narrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart, and beads of cold sweat surfaced on his forehead. If the nuclear reactor attracts the radiation sea monster, then his current situation was akin to a delectable morsel appearing in a hungry wolf pack. Perhaps soon he would be surrounded by countless radiation sea monsters capable of tearing the mecha apart and devouring it in mere moments. Aesir, your calculations are terrifying. Why don't we retreat? Lung Feng swallowed hard. He nervously glanced around, as if in this silent mountain range countless radiation sea monsters were drooling and fixating on him. One must understand that the tsunami had washed away the entire base of the Fungi Mountains, and it was unknown how many radiation sea monsters had crawled up the mountain. No matter how strong the mecha was, it couldn't possibly remain engaged in battle amidst a swarm of monsters. It's too late. Pay attention. The radiation sea monster ahead has shown signs of initiating an attack. Watch out for its mouth and tail. It's advised to fire the electromagnetic energy hand cannon immediately. Lung Feng set aside his thoughts, focusing intently on the massive creature that measured 28 meters in length. Its head occupied a third of its body, and its tail was an imposing 10 meters long, thick and robust, with a conical venom sac at the tip. Its combat prowess not to be underestimated. At this moment it lowered its body, its enormous mouth slightly ajar, its strong limbs tensed, ready to pounce on the mecha at any moment. 50 meters was merely a few strides for it, causing Lung Feng to feel increasingly anxious. Despite being a special forces king, being hunted by such a terrifyingly enormous creature posed a threat to his life and unsettled his mind. All right, the electromagnetic energy cannon is ready. Big sister, blast it to oblivion. Lung Feng raised his arm, aiming intently at the head of the radiation sea monster. Receive the command. I will assist with the attack. Please prepare for the recoil of the electromagnetic energy hand cannon. Aesir's voice echoed coldly. Recoil? Lung Feng was taken aback. This mecha weighed 18 tons. How much recoil could this small hand cannon possibly generate? After all, he hadn't felt much from the Gatling's full-speed firing for 2 minutes. However, before he could receive an answer, a roar erupted, and the colossal radiation sea monster leaped forward, its menacing mouth appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Before he could react, a blinding red beam filled his vision, and a tremendous roar resounded in his ears. At that moment, Lung Feng had only one thought. Damn, did it explode? His eyes bulged as a powerful shockwave slammed into his chest, causing excruciating pain. His ability to breathe was instantly constricted, accompanied by a ringing in his ears, and he felt disoriented. Lung Feng felt like crying. The operation manual stated this was called an electromagnetic hand cannon, known for its incredible penetration, yet it never mentioned recoil. But this thing actually blasted the mecha away. Oh, was this really a hand cannon? Damn, this was a doomsday cannon. It was sabotaging the team. Meanwhile, in the control room, everyone witnessed that brilliant red beam. With the support of the nuclear reactor, this shot from the Q-Qian flew the mecha into the air, hovering for 2 seconds before it staggered backward several steps, before stabilizing its body under the pressure of the balance system. No one doubted the destructive power of this shot. It was a terrifying close-range energy weapon comparable to high-intensity, focused laser weapons capable of obliterating most obstacles in sight. Incredible. This shot is like a demon seed descending from the heavens, truly a divine being on Earth. I feel as if I have seen my great-grandmother. Indeed, the combination of the electromagnetic confinement device and the microreactor greatly amplifies the power beyond simple addition, and there is still significant room for improvement. It can't be that outrageous. Let's just say it's decent. It certainly looks spectacular up close, but it's still considered a close-range weapon. At a distance, it's not as effective as a laser weapon. Just wait, my research is showing promise. It will succeed in no more than 2.5 years. 2.5 years. Xiao Haizi, are you showing off your chicken feet? Among the crowd, some were excited, some analyzed rationally, and others scoffed. Especially Li Shiguang, who wore a displeased expression. It was clearly his moment to shine. How could it be stolen by this little gadget? Wasn't his blue laser Gatling impressive? When it came to powerful thermal weapons, he had many large pieces of equipment that couldn't be fitted onto the mecha, each of which rivaled the power of the electromagnetic energy hand cannon. Whether it was the rapid-fire cannon mounted on a warship, or the swarming drones launching bombardments, or the high-energy thermal explosive bombs and triphase chain explosive bombs, once activated, it would unleash a devastating assault. It seemed that in order to maintain his title as a weaponry master, the miniaturization of weaponry surrounding the mecha was imperative. He would not concede defeat. A minute later, Lung Feng also recovered, still shaken. The pressure from the radiation sea monster felt lighter. That recoil almost crushed me. Lung Feng exclaimed in fear. It seemed that this mecha indeed had some flaws. It was likely still an immature product from the laboratory. Lung Feng shook his head helplessly, but fortunately the outcome was positive. He raised his eyes to see a massive sea monster carcass lying not far in front of the mecha. A gaping hole with a diameter of 2 meters had been blasted into the enormous fish-shaped head, with large amounts of black-green blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Through the hole, a long scorched mark over 100 meters long was carved into the earth behind the radiation sea monster, ultimately shooting into the ocean, creating a large plume of steam. With a single strike, this colossal creature was instantly killed, having no ability to resist. Indeed, thermal weapons are the most powerful attack, but it also lacks excitement. Next, it would be a close-range cold weapon duel, wouldn't it? Lung Feng was eager to try putting away the electromagnetic energy hand cannon. While powerful, he genuinely did not want to use it again, as it was life-threatening. Ding pilot's vital signs, normal mecha damage at 0.5%, a status good capable of continued combat. Next, please eliminate 14 small radiation sea monsters in the mountain at the 9 o'clock direction. Just as the mecha's testing continued. At this moment in the shelter area one below, Su Yun, residing in a luxurious mansion, was also aware of the mecha situation. Why are we just testing the weapon's power? What significance does this hold? What I need is survival capability and protection when facing radiation sea monsters in an apocalyptic environment. Su Yun, dressed in a silk nightgown, lay on the sofa, munching on an apple, while staring at the tablet in her hands, her face full of disbelief. Are they really planning to build a war mecha? This is even less useful than launching a ballistic missile from a nuclear. But just then, Assistant Jiang, who was playing mobile games on the sofa beside her, suddenly spoke up. Brother Yun, that's not necessarily true. Think about it, other shelters don't have our armed forces for self-defense. Once the radiation sea monsters penetrate the continent, they will be in big trouble. Moreover, the mecha can carry weapons and ammunition. Isn't that akin to arms dealing? In the context of the apocalyptic radiation sea monsters, this is a potentially very lucrative business. Su Yun stroked his chin, lost in thought. He had previously considered selling mechas after the apocalypse. Mechas provided excellent protection with their radiation-shielded cockpits and convenience for outdoor activities. Perhaps after a few months of the apocalypse, the Xingyun group would need a standard mecha to ensure their safety while working out. According to statistics from the Dragon Kingdom, there are over 300,000 small personal shelters within its territory. Moreover, there are also quite a few medium-sized family and corporate shelters, absolutely exceeding 10,000. As for large shelters that can accommodate tens of thousands of people, there are hundreds of them. Their locations are far from the coastline, deep inland, covering a large part of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, these shelters do not have the protection of the Dragon Kingdom's armed forces. They belong to individuals. In the Dragon Kingdom, where firearms are prohibited, their weapons are limited to knives, arrows, crossbows, landmines, and homemade guns for self-defense. If they encounter large radiation sea monsters, they would be utterly defenseless. Thinking of this, Su Yun squinted his eyes, a thought forming in his mind. In the apocalypse, supplies are always insufficient. Trading mechas would undoubtedly be a highly profitable and sustainable business. Especially when it comes with the trade of firearms and military equipment. Who could resist such a golden opportunity? After all, for other shelters, supplies are only useful for basic sustenance. But with mechas and firearms, they ensure life itself, becoming a treasure for those venturing outside. When it comes to survival, no one can resist. As for the traded supplies, they would naturally consist primarily of vegetables, fruits, live poultry, and seafood. Even though the Xingyun Hive Shelter is spacious enough, its breeding areas and hydroponic fresh food rooms exceed a dozen, occupying 2 large underground spaces. There are various fresh ingredients available. However, meeting the needs of 500,000 people is still a monumental challenge and cannot be fulfilled. Access to fruits and vegetables is quite limited. External employees and their families can only receive a portion of fruits, vegetables, and fresh ingredients once a week, requiring Xingyun points for purchase. Internal employees and their families can receive free portions once a week with a second chance to purchase using Xingyun. Moreover, each portion is minimal, just enough to satisfy a family's cravings and provide some nutritional supplementation. These cultivated resources require time to mature. Even with new technology that can hasten growth without side effects, it is impossible to supply endlessly every day. This is the only flaw of the Xingyun Hive Shelter. Since the shelter lacks these resources, why not sell mechas directly and have other shelters trade with them? This would not only enhance the quality of life within the Xingyun shelter, but also provide sufficient armed forces for other shelters to avoid being wiped out by radiation sea monsters. It's a win-win situation. After all, in a world where no one trades or communicates, there is no joy left. Of course, they would not miss out on any. This indeed has great potential. Su Yun looked at the somewhat stale apple in his hand, his thoughts crystallizing. Improving the quality of life was imperative. However, this would have to wait until the series of disasters caused by the meteor strike had passed. There is still plenty of time. They just need to prepare in advance, which would not hinder the development of the Xingyun Hive Shelter. Minder, make a note that our first business after the apocalypse will be mechas and firearms. Su Yun said. Okay, Brother Yun, I have good news for you. Li Shiguang also has plans to trade mechas, and he has brought Hao Yang along to modify the mechas and production lines, scheming for a share of the resources from other Xingyun research staff. You want me to persuade them? Yin Minder's response left Su Yun momentarily stunned, then a sly grin spread across his face. This is indeed good news, haha. Free labor that comes knocking should not be turned away. Li Shiguang and his business would only be able to scrape by within the shelter. As for him, the shelters within the Dragon Kingdom, and even globally, were all his market. Meanwhile, Lung Feng fought valiantly, his mecha covered in countless remains of limbs. He stood atop a small hill, his left hand operating a Gatling gun in rapid fire, while his right hand wielded a massive shark-toothed sword, striking down at a radiation sea monster that leaped at him. Whether from the bullets of the Gatling gun or the sharp shark-toothed sword, the destructive power against biological bodies is terrifying. 4 radiation sea monsters under 5 meters in length. A single slash from the sword can cleave through their heads. For those over 5 meters, they pose a threat to the mecha, but with the Gatling gun firing continuously for a few seconds, it can also instantly shred their heads. Information confirmed the nuclear reactor holds an incredibly terrifying allure for radiation sea monsters, enough to drive them to risk their lives to seize it. Aishir's voice rang in Lung Feng's ears. Upon hearing this, he nodded, his nerves taut. He had suspected it long before. Besides the nuclear reactor, what else in this mecha could compel these disgusting radiation sea monsters to fight so desperately? Aishir, what should I do? My stamina is about to be depleted. In half an hour, I will be unable to retaliate. Lung Feng shouted anxiously. The radiation sea monsters crawling up from the entire Fengi mountain range had caught the scent of the nuclear reactor. A relentless swarm came charging at him, and even though he could remain unharmed, he had exhausted all his stamina. It felt as if the onslaught would never end, leaving him a bit desperate inside. If anyone in the entire Blue Star understands the terrifying nature of radiation sea monsters, it would likely just 1 or 2 radiation sea monsters are not frightening. Even if they are large, an endless wave of them coming in groups again and again would be the most terrifying nightmare. Furthermore, the ammunition for the blue Gatling gun is running low. The automatic ammunition compartments hanging from his legs and back are already depleted, leaving him with less than 1,000 rounds. Firing at full power can only last 7 to 8 seconds, while a 3-round burst against large radiation sea monsters requires hundreds of rounds to take down. Once the ammunition runs out, apart from wielding the shark-toothed sword, he will only have the electromagnetic energy hand cannon left, which is a desperate measure. The firepower is still too singular, lacking wide-area destructive weapons. Ultimately, it's just a steel toy. If facing a horde of radiation sea monsters, it is less effective than a thermal explosive. Contact with the command center has been established, the emergency test is about to conclude, and the armed helicopter is on its way. Aishir's voice echoed, allowing Lung Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. This mecha test mission is no easy task. Being surrounded by radiation sea monsters, his life feels as if caught in a den of tigers, and the only weapon he has, a fruit knife, offers him no sense of security. The plan for the mecha's retreat had long been deployed and was ready. 3 armed helicopters took off, fastening 9 ultra-high-strength chains onto the mecha, and only by exerting all their strength were they able to lift the mecha off the ground, escaping the attacks of the radiation sea monsters. As the scene before him slowly ascended, Lung Feng exhaled, easing his tense nerves. That was exhilarating. Facing the endless radiation sea monsters, I was overwhelmed by a fear of insufficient firepower. Lung Feng chuckled. Gazing down at the countless roaring radiation sea monsters below, he felt a weight in his heart. There were far too many radiation sea monsters in the ocean, almost uncountable. Moreover, what was most terrifying was that they had mutated, gaining limbs and the ability to breathe and move on land, allowing them to come ashore. Perhaps soon their presence would be felt worldwide, posing a fatal threat to all shelters. If that were the case, it would be truly horrifying. After all, not all shelters were fortified like beehives, equipped with powerful defenses and firepower, standing as firm as a mountain. Any other weaker shelters discovered by the radiation sea monsters would undoubtedly face total annihilation. Is this world really going to end? Lung Feng increasingly sensed that this disaster was no less devastating than a meteorite strike. Amid his reflections, the mecha returned to the combat-ready shelter, undergoing a series of closed cleaning and disinfection procedures before finally concluding its test mission. Meanwhile, Li Shiguang and others in the control room finally calmed down, their faces still flushed with excitement. The defense and safety levels are sufficient. There's a reason for the weight of the high-strength alloy. A single claw from a 10-meter-long radiation sea monster can only leave a 10-centimeter deep mark on it. After this series of tests and battles, the damage level only reached about 10%, which is within a controllable range. However, the firepower remains inadequate, lacking area effect weapons. Simply put, crowd attack firepower. Li Shiguang lay back in his chair, stroking his chin in thought. If possible, he wanted to equip the mecha with rapid-fire cannons and devastating explosive weapons. But the situation did not allow it. The rapid-fire cannons were too large to be mounted, and even when miniaturized, there would still be issues with ammunition loading. There was only so much space on the mecha. It was likely that only a few boxes could be hung, and it also affected the mecha's stability and agility. As for the explosive rounds, each one was over a meter long, taking up too much space. It was estimated that only a few could be mounted, making the mecha cumbersome. Moreover, the launcher was another issue. It couldn't just be mounted on the back of the mecha and fired while lying down right. Li Shiguang found the thought absurd. The essence of the mecha was close-quarters combat. It embodied a certain mechanical beauty of a steel behemoth. If one thought like that, then why even use a mecha? A single ballistic missile could obliterate all radiation sea monsters. It seemed that the research on the mecha's weapon firepower was indeed a major issue. Hao Yang beside him also shook. Regarding the mecha's testing, although they were passionate and excited, they were still very dissatisfied with the results. When facing the radiation sea monsters, the mecha's initial design was somewhat simplistic, with many areas for improvement. For instance, his ultimate move, the thermal radiation gathering cannon. Yoon Minjer's analysis resonated at this moment. First, the mecha lacks flight capabilities. It's essential to equip it with a jet propulsion device relying on the massive energy supply from a mini-nuclear reactor to achieve short-term hovering capabilities. Second, the shock absorption and protective capabilities of the cockpit are extremely dangerous. The impact from close combat battles and the discharge from electromagnetic energy hand cannons could greatly affect the pilot and even threaten their life. Third, the ammunition capacity is too low and firepower is severely lacking. It's advisable to develop small laser weapons, and the energy gathering of the electromagnetic hand cannon needs regulation to control the power, making it more convenient for the mecha's agile combat capabilities. Fourth, the cold weapon Sharktooth Greatsword is not sharp enough. The larger the radiation sea monsters become, the denser their flesh and bone structure, making it difficult to cause fatal threats once they exceed 15 meters in length. Sixth. As Yoon Minjer continued her analysis, Li Shiguang's face turned green. This was a masterpiece he had poured much effort into. Surely it couldn't be that inadequate. However, it was no surprise after all. When he was manufacturing the mecha, he hadn't anticipated the existence of giant radiation sea monsters. A 5-meter 18-ton mecha seemed insufficient. The radiation sea monsters were often over 10 or 20 meters long. He needed a larger, more powerful mecha. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Shiguang's eyes. The emergence of radiation sea monsters not only provided a purpose for the mecha, but also ignited his competitive spirit. The clash between the mutated radiation sea monsters and the steel behemoth could go either way. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly Yoon Minjer's voice rang out in the control room. Attention all units. The second wave of tsunamis caused by 5 hydrogen bombs is about to arrive. Be sure to monitor the conditions of the ventilation ducts and doors. As soon as the words were spoken, the main screen displayed surveillance footage of the shelter's entrance. At that moment, the 30-meter-high 3-layer interlocking door was completely covered by seawater, with 3 radiation sea monsters over 15 meters long crashing and clawing at it. The surrounding sea area had also gathered many monsters, becoming increasingly dense over time. It seemed as if something inside the shelter was attracting them. Everyone's faces tensed, yet they were not overly worried. Their concern was whether the radiation sea monsters could sense the nuclear power station's energy from the Beehive Shelter. Such thoughts made them a bit uneasy. If that were the case, before the tsunami receded, the shelter's doors would be surrounded by countless radiation sea monsters. However, their worries were unfounded. The 3-layer doors had been calculated and tested before construction. Even several drilling missiles could not break through, and these radiation sea monsters would not be able to breach them even after a century. As for the vulnerabilities of the ventilation ducts, they were also a death trap. A radiation sea monster over 30 meters long would simply be sucked in and shredded if it got too close. The 20-meter diameter vortex-boosted bidirectional fan blades served as a formidable defensive weapon akin to a meat grinder, ensuring that anyone who approached would meet their end. Indeed, the attacks from the radiation sea monsters, whether crashing or clawing, were merely tickling the door, causing no damage. Many were crushed against it and subsequently devoured by other radiation sea monsters. The smooth metallic surface of the door showed not a single mark of damage, standing firm as a rock. Meanwhile, at the ventilation opening, dozens of radiation sea monsters climbed the rocky surface. Those smaller in size were directly sucked in, turning into a cloud of black-green mist. However, this was also a bad sign. The radiation sea monsters had an extraordinarily keen sense. Not only could they locate the nuclear power station through closed barriers, but they might possess abilities that were yet to be discovered. This monster seems a bit outrageous. The radiation source from the nuclear power station in the shelter hasn't spread a bit. It's tightly confined within the reactor. How could they possibly sense it? Someone furrowed their brow in confusion. Indeed, the secrets of radiation biology need further research. I suspect they can sense not only the existence of radiation sources, but also other unknown factors. Resources. Flesh. The shelter's warehouse has stored millions of tons of supplies, which may be one factor attracting them. It's also possible that certain abundant elemental materials have drawn their interest. Everyone pondered this issue. Until they clarified and resolved the problem, they would continuously be disturbed by the radiation sea monsters, affecting their morale. Just then, on another large screen, the figure of Zi Ling suddenly appeared, her expression serious. We've figured it out. The problem is serious. It's a genetic-level temptation perception. Whether human or various biological genes within them, there exists a strong instinctual desire towards them. The only way for them to evolve, mutate, and grow powerful is by devouring a sufficiently large number of genes, that is the flesh and blood of various organisms. As for nuclear radiation, it's merely a catalyst providing energy. This result made everyone tense. The deepest secret of genes is the source of life, the highest realm of biotechnology. The radiation sea monster evolved through genes far surpasses human understanding in this aspect. Moreover, this is a very terrifying matter. Once the base number of genes consumed by the radiation sea monster increases, who knows what it could eventually mutate into? Perhaps by then, even the destructive power of nuclear weapons may pose no threat to it. Thinking of this, everyone was horrified. If there exists an instinctive perception at the genetic level, then all global shelters would be equivalent to a gigantic bait source. A large number of people gathered together appearing to the radiation sea monster like a giant light bulb attracting countless radiation sea monsters. No matter where the shelter is hidden, once the radiation sea monsters come ashore and spread across the land, they will encounter waves of radiation sea monsters. Currently, the Nebula Hive Shelter is in such a situation. They are adjacent to the coastline and are also subject to tsunamis. On Blue Star, it is the first shelter to be attacked by waves of radiation sea monsters and the first force to learn the secret of the radiation sea monsters. Everyone looked at each other. If it was previously said that the meteorite impact was the biggest disaster on Blue Star, now based on the endless destruction of the marine environment by various countries, the danger far exceeds that of a meteorological disaster. Self-inflicted troubles cannot be lived through. Someone shook their head with deep emotion. If it weren't for the insane destruction of Blue Star, this unprecedented disaster would not have appeared. Only humanity can destroy humanity. Destroyers must pay the price for everything they have done, a price that threatens human existence. Fortunately, there is good news. The tsunami only penetrated 20 kilometers into the continent, and the activity range of the radiation sea monsters that can come ashore is at most a couple of 100 kilometers. The shelters within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom are still very safe. Just as the words fell, everyone thought of something. Isn't there still a tsunami? Suddenly the alarm sounded again. Attention all units, the second wave of tsunami is here. It will hit the Fungi mountain range in 30 seconds. On a workstation, a transparent glass cup filled with water rippled slightly. Waves of water slowly spread out. The tsunami carries an immense amount of energy that can shake the earth, creating a pressure akin to a stampede of horses. However, the defense capability of the Nebula Hive Shelter is very strong. Even this tsunami over 80 meters high can only cause slight or nearly negligible ripples. Here is the most powerful super-large shelter on Blue Star, equipped with the most advanced technology and survival capabilities. The destructive disaster caused by the tsunami cannot affect them. Perhaps only a nuclear strike could truly destroy the Nebula Hive Shelter. Soon the second wave of tsunami, like the previous wave, it surged with countless radiation sea monsters onto the shore, pushing deep into the continent with the huge waves. Thus the gates of the Nebula Hive Shelter were surrounded by countless radiation sea monsters lingering for a long time. Meanwhile, Suyun glanced at the scene outside the door and, feeling unlucky, tossed aside his tablet. This thing can't be looked at too much, it will ruin my appetite. Suyun's face looked as if he had eaten a fly. Assistant Zhang, wishing to take a peek, was blocked from seeing such a disgusting monster. One is fine, but with this dense mass no one can withstand it. Brother Yun, the temptation at the genetic level is terrifying. Don't forget there are nuclear submarines outside. I'm worried they might run into trouble. Assistant Zhang said worriedly. Hearing this, Su Yun waved his hand and smiled. The arrangements for the nuclear submarine operations had long been entrusted to Guan Jinlong and Wu Dahou. Not only are they exceptionally intelligent and ruthless in their methods, but they also have a considerable think tank supporting them, along with Yun Minger's capabilities, making it easy for them to play hide-and-seek with the radiation sea monsters in the sea. Moreover, the nuclear submarines had already prepared defenses against tsunamis and radiation sea monsters hiding in a complex and narrow marine trench. A few days ago, Guan Jinlong even wanted to apply to him to let the nuclear submarine captain tour the Pacific for scenic views, completely disregarding the threat of radiation sea monsters. Rest assured, the nuclear submarines are well hidden. The massive radiation sea monsters cannot catch them, and as for the smaller radiation sea monsters, they cannot breach the submarine's hull, let alone the fact that they are loaded with ammunition. There is no need to worry about safety, Su Yun explained. As for if something really went wrong, they could not be blamed for opening fire and causing a commotion in the surrounding waters. Currently, the Nebula Hive Shelter has made all preparations for the apocalypse. Whether it is meteorites or radiation sea monsters, they can protect themselves and retreat unscathed. However, just then a message tone sounded on the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Li Xiaofeng. Damn, Brother Yun, I saw the radiation sea monster you mentioned. It's hovering right above my head. It's so disgusting. Li Xiaofeng family, who understands today the resource collection team, has already donned protective gear and is ready to go out to dismantle old electrical appliances and renovation materials in the city, but who knew they were blocked at the door and couldn't get out. Li Xiaofeng. But it's a bit strange. The shelter my family built is under a small hillside, which is completely bare and covered in heavy snow. The gate and ventilation openings are perfectly camouflaged. Why are these monsters hovering right at my doorstep? It doesn't make sense that they discovered us. Upon seeing the message, Su Yun raised an eyebrow. He then had Yun Minger bring up the location of the shelter built by Li Xiaofeng's family on the phone. Jiangxing. Su Yun was taken aback. Jiangxing is located in the central region of the Dragon Kingdom, a distance of 900 to over 1,000 kilometers from the coastline. How could the radiation sea monsters suddenly arrive there? Brother Yun, it's the Yangtze River. The radiation sea monsters are swimming upstream from the river outlet. Assistant Zhang leaned over Su Yun's shoulder, looking at the information on the phone. Hearing this, Su Yun suddenly realized. Goodness, I almost forgot. Jiangsheng is a large city built along the Yangtze River, and the shelter of Li Xiaofeng's family is located on a nearby hillside in the Yangtze River basin. The underground water resources there are extremely rich, and the land is elevated so it won't be attacked by tsunami. In addition to their shelter, there are also hundreds of small and medium-sized shelters clustered there, along with thousands of individuals and family shelters. Compared to the isolated Xingyun Beehive Shelter, it is much more lively. Brother Mao, do you have pictures? Let the people in the group take a look. When I saw it for the first time, I almost threw up my overnight meal. You won't escape this either. Princess Ye. No, Shaoli, if you dare to send it, believe it or not, I will immediately come to your house. Qinjun Xiaofeng, don't be cowardly. I haven't seen it yet. Ye is over 1,000 kilometers away from you. In this heavy snow and rain with corrosive materials and trace radiation levels, whoever goes out will die, okay? Li Xiaofeng. Sorry Ye, but I can't be the only one disgusted, right? An image was uploaded clearly depicting the appearance of the radiation sea monster. This is a mutated sea monster that combines features of several marine and terrestrial creatures, measuring over 3 meters in length, with a fish head and lion's back, its neck covered with fluffy black tentacles swaying in the wind, utterly repulsive. Even more unbearable to look at is that this radiation sea monster has developed 6 mutated fish fin limbs, awkwardly, yet reasonably supporting its body, allowing it to flop around on land. Princess Ye exclaimed. What the hell, Shao Li, you're done for. You've dirted my eyes, I'm going to throw up. The crowd seemed to hear a scream, imagining a certain princess cursing as she rushed into the restroom to vomit. Chu Qinglian said, come on, have some decency, there are still several girls in the group. Ugh. Huojia village girl replied, Li Xiaofeng. I'm right next door, I'll count to 3, come over here. Ugh. Not only the girls couldn't help but feel nauseous, but the men in the group were also not feeling well. This creature seemed like it shouldn't exist at all. It was a hodgepodge of parts deviating from the normal evolution of life. Wang Zhichong said, it's alright, the first glance might be a bit unsettling, but after a few looks this kind of monster is actually quite interesting. My dad is a billionaire. Indeed, the more I look, the more I want to take my golden fire Qilin and sweep it away, treating it like a game monster. The uglier it is, the more thrilling it becomes, quite entertaining. Mao Urge said, not enough, only over 3 meters. A while ago I saw several creatures over 30 meters long. Now, that's a true behemoth. Upon seeing Mao Urge's message, everyone was startled. Good heavens, over 30 meters long. That's the level of a deep-sea giant beast, isn't it? Ordinary people wouldn't have the ability to see this. No wonder Mao Urge has always been reliable. Suyin said, everyone wants to see, right? Ask me, I've got a whole bunch of them here, it's quite lively. Suyin, looking around, also had some mischievous thoughts. Before they could respond, she directly had Yun Minjer take a few photos of the scene outside the door and kindly recorded it. Radiation sea monsters over 30 meters in length are indeed somewhat rare. They probably haven't grown fully yet, but those around 10 to 20 meters are plentiful here, not to mention those under 10 meters. They are everywhere in the sea. In the video, at a glance, the sea was full of glowing green fish eyes, accompanied by the grotesque and strange bodies, making one feel as if they were sinking into an abyss. Before a massive steel gate, it resembled the gates of hell, a place desired by the radiation sea monsters. They were violently crashing against the gate, eager to break through, unwilling to retreat, even in death. Unfortunately, this gate is indestructible. Even if they crash until they are bloodied, it remains unaffected. These few photos and videos caused an uproar among the crowd, who stared in disbelief at everything. Qin Jun exclaimed, what the hell, Nebula Group is too awesome, they're directly fighting against the radiation sea monster. Wang Zhichong said, as expected, the coastline is a death zone. This is Nebula Group. If it were someone else, they would have died hundreds of times already. Li Xiaofeng said, this. Compared to the hellish crisis faced by the Nebula Hive Shelter, I feel like these monsters outside my door are just the little chicks of a beginner zone. Mao Urge added, let's not talk about anything else. Brother Yun is truly strong. It feels even stronger than the underground nuclear defense shelter I have here. I'm sticking with this strong leg, and will look for you to play. Princess Ye shouted, I just finished throwing up a bunch of stinky men. I curse you all to not poop for a month. Suyin looked at the flattery in the group, ignoring Ye's outburst, and smiled. If they were to see the mecha facing the radiation sea monsters in the testing scene, they would surely jump with excitement. After all, this group of gaming slouches would never refuse a powerful mecha rampaging through the radiation sea monsters. However, wanting to come play here will probably be a matter of several months later. During this time, I should just enjoy myself, and maybe get married. Meanwhile, a threat of radiation sea monsters landing was also discovered within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. In this extreme weather, a defense line was established 200 kilometers away from the coast. Countless radiation monitoring instruments and cameras formed a defense line to monitor the radiation sea monsters stretching over 10,000 kilometers. Moreover, 5 thick barbed wire fences were laid at the estuaries of the Yangtze River and the Yellow River to prevent the radiation sea monsters from swimming upstream, and heavy firepower troops were stationed. Before the meteorite struck, the Dragon Kingdom had implemented effective defensive measures. However, once Blue Star entered a global meteorite disaster, the harsh external survival conditions would leave no time to care about the footsteps of the radiation sea monsters. As time slowly passed with the unusual snow disaster covering the globe, communication stations were severely damaged and all of Blue Star sank into silence. More than 90% of humans and land animals who did not live in shelters perished, leaving only the last 10% struggling to survive in sealed and sturdy buildings. 5 days later, there was less than a week until the meteorite impact. The electromagnetic disturbances caused by 5 hydrogen bombs had mostly dissipated, and the scenes in the waters of the Little Days Nation were being monitored by various countries through satellites. At this time, the sea surface was calm, apart from many debris buildings that had fallen into the sea. Not a single radiation sea monster was in sight. It was as if the previous scenes of hydrogen bomb explosions and countless radiation sea monsters surfacing and roaring were a fantasy, making one doubt the reality. Maoxiong Nation, anyone with eyes can see something is off. Aware of the corpses of the radiation sea monsters. And that massive radiation level shouldn't fail to attract other radiation sea monsters from other seas, right? Is there any nuclear submarine nearby that can take a look? Beautiful nation, what are you looking at? This is good news. It means that group of radiation sea monsters must have all died out. Stop being suspicious all the time. I don't believe they can withstand the might of hydrogen bombs. Just do what needs to be done first. Blow up those 2 meteorites above, and regarding the radiation sea monsters, we can clean up later. Dragon Nation, shut up. Eagle Sauce, this is a serious problem. The characteristics and instincts of these radiation mutated sea monsters are terrifying. They cannot ignore this massive radiation level. There must be situations beneath the sea that we are unaware of. Beautiful nation, damn Dragon Nation, are you telling me to shut up? Are you Jesus or my dad? I already said the problem is minor. The problem is minor. Let's take care of the meteorites first. Gallic Rooster, alright. Beautiful nation's confidence has flared up again. Dragon Nation should still send a nuclear submarine to check. It's too calm, and I suspect they have gained intelligence and are wary of us. If we don't resolve them, I feel a bit uneasy. Little Days Nation, this is my homeland, you bunch of damn dictators. West Inner Maoxiong Nation, are you? Your 132 shelters are within my nuclear strike range. Hey, don't push me to slap you. Little Days Nation, I was wrong. I'll keep quiet. You all continue chatting. English Nation, don't say this hydrogen bomb explosion is quite satisfying. A Little Days Nation seems to be having a tough time. Dragon Nation, isn't Little Days Nation finished already? Why are they still here? Kick them out. As for the nuclear submarine, it departed 10 hours ago, but currently the sea is extremely dangerous. There are quite a few massive radiation sea monsters, and they can detect the presence of nuclear submarines. It's a bit ridiculous. If nothing unexpected happens, they have already mutated into a climate. It seems we humans may lose the sea. Beautiful nation, oh, the problem isn't big. Everyone, let's take a look at this video. I'm sure you'll be interested. A video was uploaded by Beautiful Nation, visible to all United Nations members. It depicted a laboratory scene with time sped up. A young black man had his hands amputated, but after 36 hours they successfully regrew. Moreover, the new hands had scales and claws. The scales' defensive power could withstand close-range shots from handguns, while the claws were incredibly sharp, able to pierce through 5mm steel plates with a single swipe. There was also a 70-year-old man who was injected with a vial of green liquid on the laboratory table. 3 hours later, his vital signs unexpectedly became younger, his white hair turned black, and his appearance and physical condition returned to that of a 40-year-old looking healthy. The consequence was that he lost his vision, hearing, taste, and smell, and was paralyzed in the lower half of his body. But this was still a very good start. As long as research continues, there will surely be a day of success. Beautiful nation, regarding the development of biotechnology, all problems are not problems. Don't you all want to possess powerful and perfect strength? Don't you want to have an endless lifespan? P.S. This book has officially started recommending. Dear family, please give a 5-star rating and send some gifts, I beg you. May good people have peace for life. Thank you very much. Bowing deeply. Next month this book will have 3 chapters daily. If there are gifts, I'll add 1 to 3 chapters randomly. The Liver Emperor will descend. In the beautiful nation, trust me, we have found a breakthrough in the secrets of genetics. As long as we allow the radiation sea monsters to continue to mutate and evolve, the ultimate secrets will be under our control. The words of the beautiful nation were laced with deadly temptation, stirring hearts. The powerful physique strength and the extension and growth of life are the 2 evolutionary tiers that the rulers yearn for the most. They do not want to die, nor do they wish to relinquish all that they currently possess. Yet life is but 100 years. As humans, we will age, fall ill, and die, but for the beings of Blue Star, it's but a fleeting summer, like the song of a cicada. When faced with the radiation sea monsters, they appear weak and insignificant, powerless against them, like ants looking up. The greatest strength of humanity lies in its wisdom, for only wisdom can allow them to become the rulers of Blue Star. However, the path ahead has been severed with no glimmer of hope in sight. The shackles of genetics firmly bind the steps of human development, and once the secrets of the radiation sea monsters are uncovered, breaking free from the shackles of the human body, the secrets of life will be laid bare before them. By that time, the series of changes brought about by the explosion of biological technology will accelerate humanity's pace, allowing them to leap over the technological winter and enter the next era. In this moment, everyone fell silent. In the midst of a great crisis, there is also great opportunity. Now with a meteorite about to strike, blue star disasters abound, and the future will plunge into an abyss. But if, as the beautiful nation claims, they succeed, then the current disaster will merely be trivial. It would be better to charge forward with a heart that knows no retreat, relying on nuclear weapons to compete against the radiation sea monsters with a winning chance of 98%. In the conference call of the 5 permanent members, the Bear Country said, "I must say this temptation is indeed great. I am intrigued. However, I propose that the research results of the 5 must be shared, for in this apocalypse there are no interests to divide. Everything is for the evolution of life." The Gallic Rooster concurred. In addition to sharing technology when faced with the attacks of the radiation sea monsters, we must lend a hand. After all, once the nuclear cleansing or indiscriminate nuclear strike programs are initiated, no one will survive. The Englishman agreed. Besides us 5, no other countries can join. Moreover, the 5 must act in solidarity, no one is allowed to act on their own accord. The Dragon Country sighed. The Dragon Country agrees. I only hope we do not misstep. The evolution of the radiation sea monsters is exceedingly rapid, and I am deeply concerned about the future of humanity on Blue Star. This is a race against time with the radiation sea monsters. If we lose, we all lose. The beautiful nation reassured, "Don't worry, it's all minor issues. With nuclear weapons as our safety net, we will surely win. Trust me this once, let us unite for the future, for the evolution of human life." Ultimately, the 5 permanent members joined forces, watching the mutations of the radiation sea monsters, and after overcoming the meteorite crisis, devoted themselves to the study of the mysteries of genetic life. Meanwhile, in the living area of Sector 1 of the Nebula Hive Shelter within a high-end revolving restaurant located in, Soo-Yun stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window, watching the employees' families coming and going under the neon lights, a blissful smile on his face, filled with countless emotions, pride and satisfaction shining in his eyes. "This is the sanctuary in my heart, isolating all external disasters, standing independent of the terrible realities of the world like the peach blossom spring," Soo-Yun murmured. They succeeded, even as the external world resembled a hellish scene. Inside the Nebula Hive Shelter, music and dance flourished, and life was carefree. One can only hope it can continue indefinitely. Just then Assistant Zhang approached from behind, worry etched on her face. "Brother Yun, there is classified information that only you can see," Assistant Zhang said softly, biting her lip. Upon hearing this, Soo-Yun furrowed his brow. Assistant Zhang's authority is already the highest beneath him. What classified information could she not access? Soo-Yun reached out to take the tablet being offered, donned his headphones, and opened the document before him. Assistant Zhang, filled with concern, silently withdrew. At the moment Soo-Yun put on the headphones, Yun Minger's voice echoed. "Brother Yun, this information is very important and quite terrifying. The 5 permanent members have reached an agreement to abandon the cleanup operations against the radiation sea monsters." Upon hearing this, Soo-Yun's pupils constricted. Abandon? How could this be? In the current situation, the sea is filled with endless, terrifying radiation sea monsters poised to strike the land at any moment. If left unchecked, in a year or two, this world is likely to become the domain of the radiation sea monsters. Meanwhile, humanity can only hide deep underground in shelters, sealing off all exits to ensure survival. Soon Yun Minger intercepted research videos from the beautiful nation appearing before Soo-Yun's eyes. 3 minutes later, Soo-Yun took a deep breath. It must be said the beautiful nation's scheme is exceedingly terrifying. Not only did it move the 4 nuclear powers, but it also lured them to unite, watching the clouds rise and fall, waiting for the opportune moment to reap the rewards. They are betting that the radiation sea monsters will never reach a level where they can counter nuclear weapons, with a winning probability exceeding 98%. This approach means that aside from the 5 permanent members and other nuclear-armed nations' shelters, all other countries on Blue Star will face the terrifying crisis of radiation sea monster tides, leading to countless humans hiding in shelters meeting their demise. Soo-Yun's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The more he pondered, the colder his back became, ultimately leaving him helpless. Behind this lies the choice to promote the mutation of radiation sea monsters using human genetics. Who can stop what they intend to do? Soo-Yun shook his head with a sigh. The temptation of life's evolution is one that no one can resist, no one. In the next moment, his eyes slowly steadied with determination. Minger informed the external combat-ready forces to set off, immediately capture all humans struggling to survive outside. Have the shelters in the central region assist, particularly focusing on the border between the Stick Nation and the Little Sun Nation, where tens of thousands remain alive. Contact the Stick Nation and offer some compensation for their help in delivering supplies. Second, after the capture is successful, we can authorize the opening of the emergency passage in the ventilation ducts to send everyone into the biological laboratory. Third, notify Zi-Ling to prepare for human experiments immediately. Remove all restrictions and prohibitions against her. Show her this video and information. I believe she will understand my intentions. Soo-Yun spoke with unwavering resolve, his face dark and filled with cold laughter. If one day in the future this world cannot withstand the onslaught of the radiation sea monsters and is plunged into extinction, then the Nebula Hive Shelter will definitely not be among them. It absolutely will not. At this moment inside the biological research lab, Zi-Ling, clad in a white lab coat, bent down to observe a scene within a giant glass box sealed by multiple layers of protective systems. Inside were 5 small white mice. Aside from their heads bearing the characteristics of white mice, the rest was unrecognizable. Each body had grown several dark blue-black scaly limbs that were twisted and mysterious, grotesque, and bizarre. Clearly not a single biological trait, yet they appeared together without flaw, merging as one. Even through her thick glasses, Zi-Ling's fervent gaze could not be concealed. The smile on her face held a morbid. The secrets of genetics truly are the most beautiful scenery in life. I can hardly wait to peel you apart little by little, hee, Zi-Ling said with an elegant chuckle. She laughed for a while, but alas, finding a kindred spirit is difficult. After a moment, she remembered there was another experiment yet to be conducted, sighing in boredom as she turned to leave the observation room. Wait for me, but won't be long. Once the meteorite falls, we will explore the secrets of life together. Zi-Ling murmured, her eyes serene. As the metallic door behind her fell shut, a series of valve hissing sounds echoed, sealing off the observation room. Before her lay a vast space constructed of metal and glass where, aside from herself, hundreds of biological researchers and all scholars related to biology were working, equipped with all manner of facilities. Her personal laboratory was still several hundred meters away. As she walked, everyone remained exceptionally quiet, daring only to steal glances at Zi-Ling's back, while whispering, "The big sister goes in to check on them every day?" Goodness, just the radiation sea monster, mutated tissues and viruses injected into those 5 small white mice are enough to obliterate a nation, not to mention the other unknown changes. I don't even dare to look at them, someone whispered in awe. That's right. Just thinking about those data makes my legs go weak. Even in the observation room, I can hardly move my feet, someone replied softly. At the mere thought of the danger posed by those 5 small white mice, everyone couldn't help but shiver. For biological research, the more one understands, the more one fears, to the point where even the boldest instinct cannot overcome it. And Zi-Ling, on the other hand, seemed devoid of any instinct of fear, born a genius in the field of biological research. Tap, tap, tap. Zi-Ling returned to her only home within the Nebula Hive Shelter, the sound of her high heels. It was a personal biological laboratory over 300 square meters, filled with countless glass jars and aside from a bed and a washing area, there was nothing that suggested the presence of life. Before she could sit down to check the progress of the next virus research report, beep, beep, beep. The intercom in the biological laboratory suddenly activated. Notice human experiment authorization granted. In-depth research on the genes, mutations, and evolutionary characteristics of the radiation sea monsters will commence with unlimited resources available. Notice human experiments are not limited in number. The first batch of 500 will be sent to the deepest P4 level sealed laboratory in 12 hours. Notice Zi-Ling holds priority above all. Any forbidden research can be conducted within controllable limits. Everyone, Brother Yun, will fully support your research from now on. The future of the Nebula Hive Shelter also requires your assistance. As the voice faded, the documents in Zi-Ling's hand fell to the ground, and in an instant a figure dashed out towards the innermost laboratory. Little Koi, help me back up all the data. I won't be coming back. Zi-Ling's voice echoed from afar, high-spirited and carefree. Received command, backing up data. A little girl resembling a 7 or 80-year-old fish with 7 colors appeared on her computer screen, one of the 3 subsystems of Yunminger. Named Little Koi, symbolizing good fortune. Responsible solely for the research within the Nebula Hive Shelter, she was also an auxiliary intelligent assistant for all the researchers. Sigh, the little master hasn't had dinner again. Looks like I have to help her order a sour and spicy rib set meal. Well, this time it's sincere, I wish you good luck. In the computer, Little Koi sighed and pouted, but soon began to pray, her expression quite serious. Boom. 15 armed helicopters fully loaded with ammunition advanced against the wind and snow deep into the continent. Among them, 3 helicopters were accompanied by a mech glistening with metallic sheen, an impressive sight under the sunlight. Countless radiation sea monsters in the water below roared and surged at the sight above. Many of them even leapt up, attempting to bite one of the armed helicopters. Unfortunately, the armed helicopters were all above 500 meters in altitude, too far away to be of any help. At this moment, Team Chin, capturing 2 words can't be what I'm thinking, right? A young Special Forces soldier on one of the helicopters spoke to Chen Lijun, who was in the co-pilot seat. Upon hearing this, Chen Lijun understood his meaning, smiled, and waved his hand, saying, "Just remember, everything we have now is given by Nebula. It's just capturing, not killing. If you feel burdened, just watch. A bit of exercise isn't a bad thing." The young Special Forces soldier quickly defended, No, I was just curious about what kind of matter could make us go to such lengths. Unlimited captures, it's exhausting us." Chen Lijun shook his head, took out a special protective tablet from his chest, displaying a blue star map and information about other shelters. Exhausted? Don't forget the ventilation and oxygen supply instruments we traded with Nebula before. Now across the entire territory of Long Country, all the shelters have our connections. Asking them to help capture the people still outside is completely not a problem. Also, especially at the border of Beogwogwo, where there are still hundreds of thousands of people from Shari country hiding, we Nebula have paid a technological price to have Beogwogwo help capture and transport them. At that time, we just need to send them into the biological laboratory. The Nebula Hive Shelter had long been prepared for the capture. They only needed to send people inside. Moreover, with Yun Minjer assisting, all arrangements had been made, and they only needed to execute the tasks they heard, making it much easier. Upon hearing this, the young Special Forces soldier still felt a bit nervous as he swallowed hard. As long as he wasn't foolish, he could guess Nebula's intentions. Everyone understood, but he dared not say it. After all, his family was enjoying all the benefits of the shelter, and working hard was not enough to repay this favor. What he needed to do was simple: adjust his mindset, accept the task, and execute it. However, there were still 5 days until the meteor strike. In these 5 days, they needed to send as many people as possible. If they didn't send them, they would die. Thinking this way, the young Special Forces soldier felt relieved. At least he was helping these people live a little longer. This is doing a good deed, so there shouldn't be any psychological burden. The young Special Forces soldier's eyes became resolute. Understood, executing the task. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Asian continent, in South Asia, a 3 countries suddenly issued a global distress call. Emergency call, emergency call. Radiation sea monsters have actually come ashore and are attacking our inland territory. Hundreds of shelters have already fallen. I solemnly declare that if there is no support, our nuclear weapons will be activated in 1 hour. A satellite video appeared before all the world leaders. This was the war between a 3 country and the tide of radiation sea monsters. Thousands of T-90 tanks formed an ironclad defense cannon, fire roaring incessantly. Bombers, fighter jets, and armed helicopters unleashed their firepower in the sky, missiles, rapid-fire guns, and Gatling guns ceaselessly attacking. Opposing them were the endless radiation sea monsters, incredibly fierce, twisting their strange limbs and charging toward the tank battalion without fear of life. Bombardments continued with limbs and blood splattering everywhere, black-green blood covering hundreds of kilometers of land, melting the ice and snow. Yet even under the full firepower of a 3 country, the radiation sea monsters seemed unyielding, relentlessly assaulting the defense line. This battlefield had 3 locations within a 3 country, 3 lines of defense that blocked 80% of the radiation sea monsters. As for the remaining 20% of the radiation sea monsters, they had already penetrated deep inland, heading towards various underground shelters with specific objectives. At this time, a 3 country was already in dire straits. The abnormal snowy weather severely affected the soldiers' combat abilities. Moreover, they had to wear makeshift protective suits against radiation, making their movements much slower. This caused them immense difficulty in attacking. They could no longer withstand the pressure and were about to use nuclear weapons to cleanse the entire coastline. Beautiful country, this idiot can't just continuously use incendiary bombs and heat bombs combined with gasoline to create a fire sea defense line. Even mutated radiation sea monsters would only seek their own death in the face of temperatures in the thousands of degrees. Fair country, can't help you, can't help you. If they launch nuclear weapons at you, what if you turn around and hit me? I'm cowardly, so just fend for yourself. Hiss. So terrifying, will a 3 country really be destroyed by radiation sea monsters? Kangaroo country, no way, no way, what about us? Surrounded by sea and we don't have nuclear weapons. I'm done for. Little Sun country, damn it, the despicable kangaroo country sold me land only 250 kilometers from the coast. They'll definitely be the first to perish, give me a break. Dragon country, cough cough, a 3 country is indeed tragic, the first to be attacked by the tide of radiation sea monsters. But hey, you're still far from desperation. Just wait a bit longer, there's still 5 days. The meteorite will help you eliminate most of the radiation sea monsters. Perseverance is victory, keep going. A 3 country, damn it, don't think I don't know this is all you're doing, just trying to study the biological gene secrets of the radiation sea monsters. Despicable 5 powers, if I perish don't expect to fare any better. However, under the command of beautiful country, a 3 country ultimately did not activate nuclear weapons, using tens of thousands of incendiary bombs and heat bombs to create a fire sea defense line stretching 2,000 kilometers. After 3 days of continuous bombardment and dumping millions of tons of diesel and gasoline, they finally managed to stop the radiation sea monsters from landing and attacking inland. However, in this war against the radiation sea monsters, a 3 country suffered heavy losses. As many as 380 small to medium-sized shelters fell. The destruction of other individual and family-level shelters exceeded several thousand, with the total death toll surpassing 2 million. Moreover, tens of thousands of radiation sea monsters still roamed the interior, posing a significant threat to all underground shelters. Thus, humanity's first war against the radiation sea monsters ended in a regrettable defeat. However, for all countries on Blue Star, this was merely a sudden minor incident. Their gazes were directed towards outer space, filled with worry, preparing to face the real apocalyptic disaster. December 30th. Only 2 days remained until the meteor struck Blue Star. The first space defense line officially activated. This day is one of oppression. Under the impending crisis of the meteorite, all the people of Blue Star are filled with anxiety, their chests weighed down, making it hard to breathe. The countdown of the last 48 hours feels like a countdown to their lives. The blood-red numbers resemble the descent of a demon, instilling fear and unease under the shadow of death. The defense against the meteorite is being broadcasted worldwide, with all nations uniting most of their satellites to temporarily cover the globe, providing a communication environment. This is also the last function of these satellites. Once the nuclear bombs explode or the meteorite strikes, the powerful electromagnetic pulses will destroy them, turning them into falling meteors. This is a disaster that belongs to all humanity on Blue Star. It is better to utilize resources to bring a glimmer of hope to those engulfed in despair, illuminating the darkness within. The Dragon Kingdom broadcast station announced, all comrades of the Dragon Kingdom, do not grieve or despair. Hope is always present, and the Dragon Kingdom will protect everyone. Everyone please look, the first and second space interception defense plans are ready. With the full strength of Blue Star, we are determined to succeed in destroying the meteorite. At the same time, a shared image appeared on the screens of televisions, computers, and phones in all the shelters within the Dragon Kingdom. This is the scene in space under the dark curtain of the starry sky, where 2 space defense deployments are breathtaking. As the image moves, 3 large space stations in Blue Star's orbit have been transformed into war fortresses. Resembling a massive mechanical spider structure, aside from the main control console, there are 6 launch bays extending outwards, each measuring 60 meters in length. Moreover, within each launch bay, 3 nuclear missile silos have been constructed, with the massive launch ports facing the depths of the universe, the exposed nuclear warheads radiating a deep luster. They instill a profound sense of security. This is humanity's ultimate weapon, powerful enough to easily obliterate a super-large international city. In addition, each space station is equipped with over 100 nuclear warheads, which can slide into the silos as the machinery operates. This is the second line of defense, the last bastion of Blue Star's atmosphere against the impact crisis, embodying the pinnacle of Blue Star's technology. Watching over the deep space with destructive power guarding the safety of Blue Star. As for the first space defense line positioned between Blue Star and the moon, it appears even more spectacular from afar, yet simpler and more brutal. Over 2,000 nuclear bombs are deployed in space like a cluster of landmines, forming a bombarded area in space resembling a cube, each side measuring 500 kilometers, quietly awaiting the meteorite's arrival. This represents the zenith of Blue Star's technological capabilities. They once considered constructing enough nuclear missile silos on the moon to launch wave after wave of indiscriminate strikes against the meteorite. They also contemplated sending a self-destructing space team carrying several nuclear bombs, using modified rockets and aircraft to travel along the meteorite's trajectory 2 months in advance, attempting to land on the meteorite and detonate it from within. However, due to various influences and immature technology, both action plans were stifled. The reason being the difficulties involved were too great for Blue Star's current technological capabilities, rendering them unrealistic. Whether it is landing on the moon to build enough nuclear missile silos, or landing on the meteorite to deploy nuclear bombs, calculations show that the success rate is close to 0. There is a high probability of failure midway, consuming vast amounts of human material and mental resources. Though this is the last deployment made by global nations under extremely low success rates, the 2 lines of defense have already been enough to ignite a spark of hope in the hearts of all Blue Star citizens. In the images, rockets carrying nuclear bombs are constantly launching, heading towards the 2 space defense lines. They only pray that the power of one of them can fully affect the meteorite, diverting it from its collision course with Blue Star, allowing it to pass by without being drawn into Blue Star's gravity. At this moment, the barrage of comments reads victory for the Dragon Kingdom and victory for Blue Star, filling the screen with excitement. It must succeed. I've had enough of the shelter's environment. I don't want to stay here for even a second. I want to go home to continue living my life of leisure. It's stable, definitely stable. Over 2,000 nuclear bombs are enough to obliterate that damned meteorite. The apocalypse crisis is about to end. Let's celebrate. It doesn't matter, the nuclear bombs will launch. After we get out, let's continue playing music and dancing. I want to see fireworks lighting up the entire night of the Dragon Kingdom during the Spring Festival of 2025. Almost everyone lying in the shelters of the Dragon Kingdom picked up their phones, their faces filled with radiant smiles. After experiencing the harsh life in the shelters, they recalled the beautiful times of the past. If it weren't for this meteorite, they would have lived a comfortable life in the Dragon Kingdom for a lifetime, never experiencing such terrible events. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Nebula Hive Shelter, Su Yun and assistant Jiang sat at the command center, their faces serious and tense, watching the live broadcast from the Dragon Kingdom, while sighing repeatedly. Hiding the truth, making everyone hopeful, only to plunge them into despair. Su Yun shook his head mockingly. Whether it is the difficulty of intercepting the meteorite or the endless radiation, sea monsters in the ocean, each factor could lead Blue Star into an apocalyptic scenario. Want to lie down? Just lie down until the next lifetime. Want to set off fireworks? Are you afraid that your life's genetic light bulb isn't bright enough to attract the attention of the radiation sea monsters? Minjer display all the data. In that moment, the true reality appeared before his eyes, more terrifying than he. The speed of the meteorite is too fast, and it is only at this moment that the true speed of the meteorite is finally calculated. It is 32.6 kilometers per second, a truly terrifying speed, so fast that humanity cannot see it in the blink of an eye, so fast that Blue Star's nuclear armaments cannot lock onto its position. As for the so-called United Nations Space Defense Plan, it only allows people to see the surface while obscuring the dim data behind it. If they rely solely on these two lines of defense, Blue Star is doomed. Even the shelters buried deep underground would lose their survival guarantee due to a series of disasters. Brother Yun, even I cannot grasp that fleeting opportunity of a few seconds. The calculation load is too large, and the error rate is also very high. Even if all of Blue Star's computers are integrated, success is unlikely. Yun Minjer's voice rang in his ears. Upon hearing this, Su Yun slightly nodded. Theoretically, they have 15 seconds to detonate the 2,000 nuclear bombs deployed on the first space defense line. However, under the joint calculations of global nations' supercomputers, the success rate has risen from an initial 1 to 3% to 5%, which is still not optimistic. There are too many influencing factors in the data, not only signal delays and long distances, but also the harsh conditions of space fluctuations from cosmic rays, and so on. Each factor could cause them to miss the timing for detonation. Even with the super artificial intelligence Minjer in control, it is still difficult to calculate the correct timing. So they are gambling. It all depends on where the scales of fate tilt. Soon, with less than 2 hours until impact in the gaze of all Blue Star's people, the first nuclear defense line finally detonated. Between the moon and Blue Star, 2,000 nuclear bombs emitted a brilliant light in space, a radiance more dazzling than that of the sun. The power unleashed by the simultaneous detonation of 2,000 nuclear bombs is undeniably terrifying. If placed on Earth, it would be sufficient to part hair down the middle, or even shave a complete bald head. Even in the void of space, the strength remains formidable, with the radiant fireball lingering for a long time. Time trickled away moment by moment. 3 minutes later, the figure of the meteorite seemed to vanish with no trace detectable by any space telescope on the side of Blue Star. Beautiful country, no way. No way. Is it really this simple? What data, what success rate? It's not enough for me to just bombard it a few times to resolve the issue. Dragon country, is that really it? I can't believe it. Let's wait a bit longer. Once the light radiation from the nuclear bombs dissipates, I just feel like it's not that simple. Bear country, hooray, I hope they are all blown to bits. Don't let it affect our research on the mysteries of life's evolution. Little Day country, does this mean I can go home now? Boo-hoo, it's been so tough, finally over. At this moment, Su Yun also found it hard to believe. The satellite belonging to the Nebula group continuously transmitted images with no shadow of those two meteorites visible. The charged particles shooting towards Blue Star resonated with its magnetic field, forming a beautiful aurora stretching for over 10,000 kilometers above Blue Star. Under the brilliant starlight, it resembled a curtain of the Milky Way, as if Blue Star was celebrating and rejoicing for humanity. No way. Is this really a success? How absurd. Or is it that Blue Star's true technological strength has secretly increased significantly behind our backs? Are you trying to play me? Su Yun stared in shock and confusion. After a moment, he turned to the computer, addressing Yun Minjer. A 5% success rate. Minjer, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Upon hearing this, Yun Minjer rolled her eyes. If she had made a calculation error, it would likely cause her program to malfunction and crash. Yin Go, actually, this 5% probability is only achievable under ideal conditions. Given Blue Star's technological capabilities, it shouldn't be. Let's wait a bit longer. I don't believe it's this easy to resolve these two meteorites. Trust in science. The capturing cameras might be blocked by the thermal radiation. Let them fly a bit longer. It's coming, it's coming. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's mouth twitched. Isn't this a good thing? Why does it feel like Yun Minjer is actually looking forward to the meteorite breaking through the nuclear blast zone? Oh no, our Su family's daughter is learning bad habits. Beep beep beep. At this moment, the group chat was lively and bustling. Brother Mao, brothers, we don't have to endure months of communication blackout. Let's game. I'm invincible, you guys do as you please. Wang Jitsong. It's alright, even though the meteorite is gone, there are still the radiation sea monsters. I still dare not go out afraid that a sneaky sea monster is lurking around. My dad is a billionaire. Oh, what a relief. If it weren't for the game, we would have died of boredom. Still, I absolutely won't step out of the shelter until the radiation sea monsters are cleared up. Princess, yeah, stinky men, I'm just saying, is it possible that the meteorite was blocked by the light? Su Yun glanced at his phone, not yet sharing in the joy, when his eyelids suddenly twitched. The staff in the hall collectively gasped. He suddenly looked up at the large screen in front, where 3 black dots slowly emerged from the fading glow of the fireball, becoming increasingly clear. Haha, I said it wouldn't be that easy. Yun Go, look, they've come out. And there's an extra one. Yun Minjer's arrogant tone left everyone in the hall dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. So happy. Is that really a good thing? Su Yun's face turned green, caught between laughter and tears. However, he soon grew serious. If nothing unexpected happened, the nuclear blast zone in space had successfully affected the meteorite, causing one of them to split into two pieces. Major, stop messing around. Quickly calculate the data and analyze the situation of those two meteorites. Su Yun waved his hand seriously. Meanwhile, all the people of Blue Star had only cheered for less than 5 minutes when they suddenly stopped staring at the video on the screen. How could this be? The meteorite is still there, and it seems to be moving faster. Someone shouted in disbelief with one has turned into 3. Am I seeing things? Could it have appeared out of thin air? Brothers, think positively. This is a good thing. The diameter of the 20-kilometer meteorite has turned into 3, which means its volume has decreased, and the damage to Blue Star has greatly diminished. Besides, we have a second line of defense. No need to panic. Believe in Blue Star's technological power. Indeed, meteorites under 10 kilometers in diameter probably won't be that serious even if they collide. Blue Star will just have some bruises, and we can hide for a year or two, and it will be over. However, at this moment, everyone in the United Nations panicked. The calculations showed that the speed of the meteorites had accelerated due to the nuclear explosion, reaching over 35 kilometers per second. Furthermore, the first meteorite had roughly split into two pieces, each about 10 kilometers in diameter, alongside countless fragments measuring dozens to hundreds of meters. This was the worst possible scenario. Moreover, with the third one hiding behind them, they were about to face 3 meteorites, each over 10 kilometers in diameter, moving at a terrifying speed, causing the success rate of the second line of space defense to plummet to freezing point. England, it's over. The impact points of the 3 meteorites have all been calculated. One is in the Atlantic near the European continent, one is in the central region of South America, and the other is in the center of the Pacific. Beautiful country. Well, at least this counts as half a success. I'm comfortable as long as it doesn't hit me. Let's celebrate. Dragon country, really. The one in South America and the one in the Pacific will be enough to give you a headache. The supervolcano in your area probably won't hold up. Let's quickly activate the second line of defense and launch all nuclear weapons. It's best to blow them into smaller pieces. Bear country, don't get too happy yet. Oh, let's quickly restart the space station activation sequence. There are still 95 minutes left, and we need to launch 20 minutes early. It's urgent, all right. 3 meteorites were racing towards them, and as they got closer to Blue Star, the images of the meteorites became clearer. After calculations, these 3 meteorites were all extremely dense iron silicate meteorites with silicon and nickel iron alloy content, making up half of each. This was a neither good nor bad situation. At least this meteorite wasn't predominantly made of metallic elements. Otherwise, the impact on Blue Star would have been several times greater. Amidst the tense and oppressive atmosphere, the second line of defense finally activated with 3 space stations operating at full capacity. Every 2 minutes, 54 nuclear bombs were launched towards the 3 meteorites, totaling 6 rounds. With the close-range nuclear explosions in space, Blue Star was also affected, with countless satellites losing connection. The final scene appeared over the continents of Blue Star. Looking up, the fireballs above Blue Star's clouds kept rising, completely shrouding the figures of the 3 meteorites. Radiation sea monsters emerged thickly from the sea, filling all marine areas, roaring upwards, creating a horrifying scene. It was as if the nuclear explosions in the high sky had stimulated them, as the giant radiation sea monsters hidden in the deep sea began to surface one by one. Isolated from the swarm of monsters, each one was no less than 100 meters in size, exhibiting various features of prehistoric creatures. What's even more terrifying is that their eyes were quite lively. Unlike the usual crazed radiation sea monsters, they surprisingly contained a sense of fear. The skies were filled with fiery clouds, and the monsters in the sea surged like a tide, stretching as far as the eye could see. Ultimately, this time God did not stand by their side. The interception of the meteorites failed, and the main structural integrity remained unaffected. 3 supersized meteorites were about to fall, and simultaneously countless meteorite fragments and debris transformed into shooting stars enveloping half of Blue Star. In these last 10 minutes, all nuclear-armed countries went mad, launching swarms of nuclear bombs aiming to detonate them within the atmosphere. This was their last hope, praying that the meteors would be torn apart by nuclear weapons, reducing the destructive energy upon their impact with the earth and oceans. 10 minutes later, boom, 3 deafening explosions erupted, accompanied by thousands of mushroom clouds. From space, it appeared as if 3 gigantic red pimple-like flowers had risen above Blue Star, unleashing immense destructive energy that radiated outwards. The seismic waves enveloped most of Blue Star, causing continental plates to fracture, with countless volcanic lava unable to withstand the pressure erupting forth. Landslides and tsunamis ensued, and the entire Blue Star seemed to shudder violently, bringing humanity the most terrifying disaster. At that moment, a strong electromagnetic pulse enveloped the entire Blue Star, causing magnetic fields to go haywire. All external communications were severed, and the remaining electronic devices instantly emitted smoke with sparks flying. Except for specially constructed satellites, countless ordinary communication satellites also plummeted to Earth like meteorite debris. The scenes of this apocalyptic world filled everyone with despair. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the Nebula Hive Shelter, alarm bells blared urgently. Yin go through the final calculations captured from the super-apocalypse satellite images. The meteorite falling in the Pacific had mostly disintegrated upon impact. Two fragments over 100 meters in diameter are flying towards us at speeds exceeding 20 kilometers per second. Additionally, there are over 200 tiny fragments ranging from 10 to 1 meter in diameter with landing sites expected to be within 40 kilometers of us. Su-Yun looked at the now blank large screen with a face full of despair, imagining that Blue Star was now riddled with disasters with no one able to escape. And they too would face the crisis of two meteorite fragments. These 200-meter diameter falling energies were equivalent to two small-yield nuclear bombs detonating nearby. Well, given the situation, I guess even the nuclear submarines are blind, so we can only brace ourselves. Su-Yun shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Thousands of nuclear bombs and the electromagnetic pulses caused by the meteorite impacts instantly enveloped the globe, leaving no room for defense. Whether they could survive until tomorrow now depended solely on luck. Fortunately, it seemed that the Nebula Group had not been lacking from the moment it was established. Whoa! The air raid siren resounded fiercely throughout the Nebula Hive Shelter with red lights flashing and an atmosphere thick with tension. Warning, warning, the impact wave from the meteorite will arrive in 30 seconds. Please remain calm and stay in open areas while waiting for the wave to pass. In every large living area, thousands of families of Nebula Group employees hid in the open, their faces grave and silent. They had seen the footage of the meteorite interception, and at the moment of failure, everyone's hearts sank like stones. With a little common sense, one could clearly understand the horrific disaster that 3 meteorites, each about 10 kilometers in diameter, would cause upon striking Blue Star. It would lead to a global-scale devastation of Blue Star's surface, turning the ground into a forbidden zone where no living being could tread. Even the shelters deep underground could only pray for the favor of fortune at that moment. Everyone, don't be afraid. Please believe in the Nebula Hive Shelter. It is the strongest underground shelter in the world, built with everything the Nebula Group could muster. We will surely survive this calamity. Someone in the crowd raised their fist and shouted loudly. His face bore a resolute faith, showing no concern for his own safety. If even the Nebula Hive Shelter cannot withstand the natural disaster, then no other shelter would stand a chance and would collapse in an instant. If they all perished, then the era of humanity would truly come to an end after the long years on Blue Star. Yes, everyone, don't be too pessimistic. Our shelter is the most powerful in the world. We will definitely make it through. Someone responded firmly. In that moment, even amidst the heavy oppression, a sense of pride rose within everyone's hearts. Once the Nebula Group was their hope, and at this moment they could only believe in it, trust that it would provide them with a shelter. Death is not terrifying. What is terrifying is that before the moment of death, the heart has already perished. It is better to greet the challenge with a smile. And at this moment, it was time to test their results. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended in the broadcast. A violent earthquake struck, and with the bombardment of meteorite fragments, even the incredibly sturdy Nebula Hive Shelter began to sway and shake. Clang, clang, clang. The cups on a table by a leisure street clinked loudly, and everyone felt the intense tremor beneath their feet. Steady, grab onto anything solid nearby, don't fall over. Damn, it's no wonder this is a global earthquake caused by 3 world-ending meteorites. Even such a strong, powerful hive shelter can't withstand it. Do you understand basic scientific knowledge? No matter how strong a shelter is, it is still surrounded by the earth. If the earth shakes, the shelter naturally cannot remain unscathed. It's over, humanity is finished. If the impact is this severe here, the shelters in other places might collapse. Meanwhile, in the control hall, Su-Yun's face was grim as he tightly held on to Assistant Jiang, huddled on the soft chair. Though he had known for a long time that the meteorite impact would bring an extremely strong seismic crisis, it was still terrible. It felt as if the entire earth was shaken, undulating, causing even the hive shelter wrapped in numerous tons of high-strength alloy metal to move. Minjer, how long until it ends? Su-Yun shouted anxiously. The first wave of the earthquake is expected to end in 15 seconds, 14, 13, 12. Yun Minjer's voice echoed throughout the shelter, as if bringing a glimmer of hope for life to everyone. Hurry faster. As long as they endure this strongest wave of tremors, as long as the Nebula Hive Shelter does not collapse, they will survive, living better than anyone else. This underground city is their last hope. At this moment, everyone had never felt that the 15 seconds could be so long. Finally, as if they had passed through a harsh winter, the countdown ended, and the intense tremor gradually ceased. At this moment, endless cheers echoed throughout the Nebula Hive Shelter, and faces radiated with joyful smiles. They had won, enduring the most terrifying disaster of the apocalypse. However, the disaster was far from over. Beep, beep, beep. The Hive Shelter has sustained 10% damage. 108 steel foundations have been torn apart by the earthquake. 15 core spatial support pillars are twisted and broken, and over 30% of the indoor structures have developed cracks. Please repair them promptly. Even after surviving the first wave of the earthquake, the Hive Shelter had suffered serious impacts. Fortunately, the underground spaces did not collapse, and all survival facilities and equipment remained intact. This was already a great fortune. Su-Yun stood up looking at the densely packed red dots on the structural diagram of the hive shelter displayed on the big screen, revealing a delighted smile. As long as the shelter does not collapse and there is no crisis to life, even severe damage is merely a minor issue. Immediately dispatch engineering teams to ensure all damaged areas are repaired, striving to leave no flaws behind. Su-Yun waved his hand. Minjer constantly scanned the overall safety of the hive shelter, marking all defects and damages for the engineering teams to initiate repair actions. Especially the nuclear power plant, particle accelerator, biological laboratory, chemical area, and heavy industry zone. Su-Yun began to methodically assign various tasks. Already prepared, hundreds of repair teams began their repair actions. Everyone hurriedly running the once quiet shelter became bustling with activity. Hurry, hurry, the most critical ventilation duct has several breaches. The air pressure in the 9th district living area is about to drop, and it must be repaired within half an hour. Everyone run. The most difficult moment has passed. Don't slip up now, you little brat. That water pipe over there burst, seal it up. Also hurry and burn your willow. Watch out for my belt. Team Chin, our task is the breeding area. Good heavens, several thousand geese have escaped and are chasing a dozen dogs fighting. It's chaotic. Should we take a look? This is quite amusing. Team 1 goes to the cold storage area. Team 2 goes to the power grid area. Time is life. Let's go. Although there were still occasional tremors, they could not shake the entire shelter, incomparable to the intensity of the first wave. After issuing all commands, Su-Yun slowly sat down, exhaling the long-repressed anxiety. It's all right now. We survived. Su-Yun's eyes shone with light as he looked at the woman beside him and said softly. At the moment the earthquake struck, he truly felt fear. Fear that the hive shelter would not withstand the pressure and collapse, burying everyone hundreds or even thousands of meters underground, leading to instant death. Fortunately, luck was on their side, and they managed to endure. His family, his loved ones were safe, and even everyone in the shelter was unharmed, with only a few having fallen and injured themselves. Assistant Jiang smiled and nodded, saying, Brother Yun, don't forget there are still 2 fragments of meteorites over 100 meters in diameter. The crisis is not yet over. However, in the next moment, before Su-Yun could speak, Yun Minjer's voice rang out. Sister Jiang, don't worry. The impact points of those 2 meteorite fragments have been calculated. They did not directly hit the Fengyi mountain range, all landing over 30 kilometers away. The resulting disaster poses no threat to us. At most, it will only cause a tremor of 5 magnitude. Hearing this, Su-Yun's face lit up with joy. Indeed, the Nebula Group's luck remained unwavering, as if no crisis could harm them. He even suspected that he or some Nebula employee might possess a lucky constitution, as both the former Nebula Group and the current hive shelter seemed to be shrouded in a halo of fortune. All right, 2 little things, just a sprinkle of water. Su-Yun shrugged his shoulders, grinning. A 5 magnitude. He was not concerned at all, felt no fear, and was not anxious. The most critical moments had passed. Oh, what else could? His confidence was at an all-time high. Shake away, cause havoc. If anything could collapse the hive shelter, he swore he would be reborn as an orphan and remain single for life. In stark contrast to the comfort of the Nebula Hive Shelter, the outside world was engulfed in desolation. A series of disasters radiated across the entire blue planet following the meteorite impacts. In the sky, countless fireballs streaked across at breakneck speed, crashing down to the earth and creating massive craters. Relentless destruction ensued. In the ocean, towering tsunamis reaching 200 meters swept away all coastlines, penetrating dozens to hundreds of kilometers inland, obliterating countless remnants of buildings. Moreover, the immense energy dispersal, coupled with global volcanic eruptions, began to raise temperatures gradually. Endless dust shrouded the blue planet, obscuring sunlight. From space, the once azure blue planet had transformed into another visage, a gray haze revealing patches of all trees and grasslands on the blue planet were ignited, flames scattering everywhere. Wildfires engulfed the globe, thick smoke billowed. Even the sea emitted wisps of steam, with water temperatures exceeding 50 degrees, causing countless glaciers to melt. It is worth noting that the ocean is vast, yet the heat energy released by the 3 meteorites, combined with numerous underwater volcanic eruptions, was capable of turning the ocean into warm water. In certain sea regions, the water was boiling. The corpses of countless irradiated sea monsters floated to the surface, as if being simmered in a gigantic pot, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. This scene also provided ample opportunity for the irradiated sea monsters that survived the meteorite strikes. This feast, combined with the omnipresent radiation energy, directly accelerated their mutation rate. Many irradiated sea monsters grew larger, with those exceeding 5 meters in length becoming commonplace, and the energy within them intensified. Their grotesque bodies began to change. The genes they consumed gradually recombined and fused, evolving increasingly in line with the characteristics of biological growth. Unfortunately, amidst the intense electromagnetic disturbances, all external electronic devices and satellites lost functionality. Humanity faced various catastrophic disasters, desperately scrambling for repairs within their shelters, wailing incessantly, completely oblivious to this spectacular scene. This also granted the irradiated sea monsters time to develop. It was anticipated that in 3 months humanity would gradually restore communication and reclaim dominion over the blue planet. By that time all shelters would face the evolved and matured irradiated sea monsters, and the clash between humanity and these extraordinary beasts would not yet be over. Meanwhile, within a large mechanical construction room of the hive shelter various tools were haphazardly placed, as 3 mechanical arms worked in unison. Li Shiguang was covered in grease, his white hair a tangled mess, awkwardly holding a wrench as he drilled into a massive mechanical arm. This mechanical arm was nearly 8 to 9 meters long, imposing and terrifying, with its palm and 5 mechanical fingers constantly moving in accordance with the program. After a moment, Li Shiguang crawled out from inside the mechanical arm, drenched in sweat, but wearing a satisfied smile. Another hand completed. Damn it, the bigger they are, the bigger the problems. Each power motor has to be custom-made and installed by me personally. Li Shiguang lamented. Ever since the day of the mecha test ended, he had been filled with more ideas. The mecha's size was too small, making it difficult to compete with the irradiated sea monsters in close combat. Moreover, a smaller size also meant insufficient firepower, unable to mount more powerful thermal weapons. Being someone who always strived for excellence, he would not easily admit defeat. That very night, he dove into the laboratory and mechanical construction room to begin redesigning and rebuilding. After several days of relentless effort and exhausting all available resources, he finally constructed a mecha head 3 meters in diameter and 2 mechanical arms over 9 meters long. The main structure of the mecha was constructed from the improved chromium-titanium alloy, boasting exceptional hardness, toughness, and resistance to anomalies with defenses at peak levels. With the energy supplied by a nuclear reactor, he was confident that this time the mecha could easily knock out a smaller irradiated sea monster with a single punch and easily cleave a giant sea monster over 20 meters long. Coupled with the electromagnetic energy hand cannon, blue light, Gatling gun, and the mini-missile he had developed, along with drone aerial warning capabilities and bomb-carrying abilities. Even when facing a swarm of irradiated sea monsters, he could carve out a bloody path. Li Shiguang looked up. A colossal mecha head, imposing and intimidating, was suspended in the air, with 6 mechanical arms continuously welding sparks flying. He was in the final stages, about to complete the mecha's main control cockpit. However, at that moment, a faint tremor suddenly occurred, causing the mechanical arms that were working to make slight errors and stop functioning. Li Shiguang helplessly sat on the floor, feeling a slight tremor beneath him, his heart filled with despair. Exir, how long is this going to shake? I'm so annoyed. Li Shiguang shouted into the air. In the next moment, the eyes of the mecha head flashed red, and Exir's gentle voice emanated from within. Significant tremors are expected to occur for at least the next week. Perhaps you could temporarily stop working and take a good rest to recharge your energy. Hearing this, Li Shiguang sighed. Alas, this damn year is my zodiac year. It shouldn't be messing with me like this. He lay on the oil-stained metal floor, staring blankly at the ceiling. Ever since he had shown a strong interest in mechas, he had poured all his available resources into it. He couldn't muster any spirit for other thermal weapon or equipment research, completely immersing himself in the mecha modifications. However, the resources needed were far from enough. To successfully construct the mecha, a large allocation of resources was still required. Yet the hive shelter would not allow them to consume resources for their hobbies. Providing space and non-mandatory tasks for research was already the greatest limit. Suddenly he thought of Haoyang. The small mecha production line they had designed and built together had long been completed. All that was left was his high-energy battery. It had been quite some time. It couldn't still be unsuccessful, could it? He took out his phone and directly initiated a video call to Haoyang. Beep, beep, beep. 3 seconds later, the video connected. Shiguang, what's up? I'm in the middle of a small experiment. Damn, not again. When will it end? In the video, Haoyang was bustling about, surrounded by a control panel filled with numerous buttons and remote controls. In the distance, through several layers of high-strength alloy glass, a materials experiment was still underway. Lasers. Even as the image shook slightly, the experiment continued, accompanied by Haoyang's incessant grumbling. At that moment, Li Shiguang almost laughed out loud. Indeed, they were having a tough time. The earthquakes would come intermittently, causing annoyance and frustration. Fortunately, not long after, Haoyang paused his work and began conversing with Li Shiguang. What's wrong? By the way, the high-energy battery needed for the mecha has encountered a minor issue. It can only supply power for about 10 hours, and during overload operations it runs out in half an hour. It's a bit tricky. Haoyang suddenly remembered the mecha sales plan, looking a bit distressed. The mecha from the production line stood 5 meters tall and weighed 12 tons, consuming vast amounts of energy every second. Even the newly developed laboratory-grade high-energy battery pack could not sustain long-term operations of the mecha. 10 hours. That seems enough to fool them for now. Li Shiguang squinted, a sly grin on his face. The mecha from the production line couldn't possibly be equipped with a nuclear reactor, nor could it provide the enormous energy needed for the electromagnetic energy hand cannon. However, with a Gatling gun and 2 massive shark-tooth swords, along with drone surveillance and a few small missiles, it would be sufficient for those people to have some fun. Moreover, the shelter's gates had not yet opened. It would likely be several months before those people could drive out. They might as well secure the resources first. That works. The resources left over from the production line can still build 3 mechas. Let's sell them first. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Li Shiguang's eyes. True, my free resources are also running low. This is still what I secretly saved from other task experiments. Hao Yang said, a bit excited as well. Even though he held a high scientific status in the shelter, it was impossible for him to be provided unlimited resources amidst the scarcity of the apocalypse. To conduct some free experiments, they had to be frugal. Currently, the production of mechas was their only means of earning free resources from the other Nebula scientists. Once they sold these 3 mechas, they would have enough resources to manufacture 9 mechas, a profit that made his eye. As long as they continued to produce and trade, both he and Li Shiguang would no longer have to worry about free resources in the future. They could do whatever they wanted. This would belong to them, and even Su Yun couldn't take it away. But just then, Su Yun's voice suddenly rang in their ears. Oh, so you guys are making such a lucrative deal without inviting me to play, huh? Meanwhile, Su Yun, lying on his sofa at home, chuckled as he watched the scene before him. Whether it was Li Shiguang's massive mecha with only a head and arms, or the mecha production line altered by the 2, none could escape his surveillance. He had long set his sights on the mecha production line. In a few months, the resource income of their Nebula Hive Shelter would rely on this. However, this was also a scheme that Su Yun had to carry out. The total number of researchers in the shelter exceeded 20,000. In addition to their monthly free allocations, other projects required a massive amount of resources for daily support. If this continued, without any income, the resources of the Hive Shelter would be exhausted in less than 5 years. They needed to plan ahead to develop. Besides planning to re-establish satellite communications in the apocalypse, the mecha was the shelter's first hint. Especially in the dire environment where irradiated sea monsters came ashore, it could undoubtedly earn back countless resources for the Hive Shelter. The sudden voice of Su Yun brought the conversation between the two to an abrupt halt, both of them rolling their eyes in unison. With Yun Minjer managing the entire Nebula Hive Shelter, there was no place that could escape the gaze of this master controller. Ever since they moved the laboratory into the shelter, various small actions and experiments have been monitored at all times. They had no objections to this. After all, their abilities were too powerful. Each restricted level experiment had the potential to blow up the shelter, which was indeed a source of worry. Yet it was rather frustrating. Brother Yin, just a few days ago you were avoiding me. What brings you here today? Speak quickly, I have important matters to attend to with Hao Yang. Li Shiguang remarked with a face full of disdain. Once upon a time, with just a wave of Su Yun's hand, they had enough resources for more than half a year. But now, even more stingy, it took forever to produce a single share of primary resources. He wasted a lot of breath to no avail. However, there was little they could do. The apocalypse had arrived, and the fact that they could still conduct research was already a blessing. But it was tough for them. Resources in the apocalypse were non-renewable. Since the monthly free resource share ratio significantly decreased, their lives as researchers had become quite miserable. Even to conduct experiments, they had to scrape together resources, glancing at the pitiful resource shares on their personal terminals with pained expressions as they placed orders for the transport team to deliver supplies from the warehouse. When using resources, they even wanted to recycle scraps, leaving no waste behind. The days of easily accessing resources and funds of lavishly spending on various resources were long gone. Faced with Li Shiguang's disdain, Su Yun merely smiled, unfazed, and continued. We'll be straightforward. Everyone must abide by the Nebula system. Complaining is pointless. I came here for one thing. I want 8 automated production lines for mechas, and I need 4 different grades. Our security team will definitely use the best performance ones, while Yun Minjer will provide you with data on the other high and mid-range and low-end models. I know that both the mechas and the production lines are your achievements created with your own resources. According to the development system of the shelter, they belong to you. But what kind of relationship do we have? We are good friends. Oh, let's earn money together. Consider it a partnership. The resources consumed in this will be covered by the shelter, and after a few months, when we trade with other shelters, you can each take a 10% share of the profits. How about that? Upon hearing this, both Hao Yang and Li Shiguang's eyes lit up, their breaths quickening and their hearts pounding with excitement. Moreover, was the Nebula system really about to be fully implemented? That would be fantastic. This was a breath of freedom. And who would have thought that Su Yun would take an interest in their toys? What did that imply? It meant they were about to get rich. With 8 mecha production lines, as long as the raw materials and various installation equipment were sufficient, each line could manufacture a mecha every 2 hours, totaling 12 mechas a day, or 96 mechas with 8 lines. The two exchanged glances across the screen, the desire in their hearts already evident on their faces. This was not a difficult matter for them. As long as they got the production line set up, they could watch the operations of the Hive Shelter, and for every mecha sold, resources would flow into their accounts still belonging to them. This was too comfortable. Only a fool would refuse. Brother Shiguang, I'm in. These are resources being given away for free. Oh, we shouldn't pass this up. Hao Yang shouted excitedly at the screen. He nearly rushed over to Li Shiguang, wanting to press his head down to agree. It was no wonder he was so excited. This was the apocalypse, and to ensure sustainable development, the Hive Shelter naturally had strict rules. But the Hive Shelter was quite unique, apart from Su Yun the Master Controller, who could mobilize all resources. Others could only obtain resources as researchers and had to make contributions to the shelter based on task distributions akin to salaries and bonuses. It was more like a dictatorial corporate kingdom. Aside from Su Yun the sole controller, they were all subjects within the shelter possessing their own assets. As long as they did not damage the interests of the shelter or cause significant problems, even Su Yun had no reason to strip them of their assets. In the future, when the gates of the Nebula Hive Shelter opened, as long as it did not affect the shelter's development, they could also trade with others and earn resources. No rules, no square. The number of people in the Hive Shelter was overwhelming, and to sustain development, strict regulations had to be in place, which everyone must follow, even Su Yun the Master Controller. Li Shiguang's eyes were already ablaze with excitement as he hurriedly said, "I'm in as well, but it's not enough. I need 30 grams of pure uranium fuel. I want to build 3 large nuclear reactor mechas. As long as you agree, we can perfectly manufacture the 8 automated production lines for you within a week." Upon hearing this, Su Yun frowned. There wasn't much of this strategic resource, pure uranium, within the Hive Shelter. But considering the mecha market, it didn't seem like a major issue. They might even earn it back. "Okay, I'll give you 40 grams. Just build one for me as well. It'll provide double the resources needed as your manufacturer." Su Yun squinted and smiled. One must say, ever since the researchers in the Hive Shelter implemented the Nebula system, it increasingly resembled a special post-apocalyptic city independent of the Dragon Country. He directed the overall direction of the Hive Shelter, a large family, while others had their own small families and among the more than 50,000 people, he provided excellent living guarantees. Everything else depended on them. Although employees of the former Nebula Group received 2 times the treatment of external hires, it was enough to motivate them all. What Su Yun wanted to see was a vibrant and lively underground city, not a lifeless space where people just exist. If they wanted various high-tech electronic products to change to bigger houses, to eat the freshest fruits, vegetables, and high-end products, or to live better than others, they had to strive for it. After reaching an agreement, Su Yun closed the surveillance video and lay on his sofa lost in thought. Although the current Nebula system was still rudimentary, with Yun Minger's management, improving it, as long as it continued, various regulations would become deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts, becoming increasingly perfect. However, the pressure was immense. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Being the sole controller was no easy task. Not only did he have to brainstorm to earn various resources for the sustainable development of the Hive Shelter, he also had to arrange the lives of over 50,000 people meticulously, without missing anyone. Children needed to go to school, the elderly required care, and the distribution of work among young and middle-aged individuals was enough to give him a headache. In the early stages of development, it was bound to be arduous and challenging, and every task needed to be especially since all researchers were the first batch to implement institutionalization. Various issues arose continuously, causing him constant headaches. If it weren't for Yun Minger and assistant Jiang providing support and comfort, he might have already succumbed to despair, lying flat without a care. Perhaps it was responsibility, or perhaps he wanted to see the future of the Hive Shelter, not allowing it to fade away in the apocalypse. With this thought, Su Yun's resolve strengthened. Minger announced to everyone that effective immediately, the Hive Shelter will fully implement the Nebula system. Everyone must comply. A week later, the seismic waves completely dissipated. The outside world had turned into a forbidden zone for humanity. The once blue sky and white clouds had now become a gray haze, shrouded in vast amounts of smoke and dust that enveloped the entire atmosphere. It is unknown how long it will take for this thick layer of light-blocking cover, several tens of kilometers thick, to dissipate. Beneath our feet, the earth was charred and still steaming. Under the spread of radiation, even the soil had lost its vitality. This world seemed to have died, devoid of animals and plants, enveloped in silence. Even the countless radiation sea monsters in the ocean had vanished without a trace. Before the electromagnetic pulse dissipated, the humans hiding in the ground shelters did not dare to step outside, unable to witness the scene of destruction. Meanwhile, within the Nebula Hive Shelter, as the Nebula system gradually unfolded, the entire Hive Shelter transformed in appearance. In the comfort of their lives, some began learning various life skills and trades to ensure they could eat fresh fruits, and others started working to afford the latest versions of electronic products. Especially in the hydroponics area, cultivation zones, aquaculture sectors, and logistics areas requiring manual labor, many young people emerged to serve the entire Hive Shelter. Even the street cleaning had many older ladies eagerly volunteering just to earn some Nebula points to supplement their daily. Of course, this was also inseparable from the schemes devised by Su Yun. In front of a spacious and brightly decorated electronic products store, several young people gazed eagerly through the glass at a finely crafted smartphone. Damn it, this Nebula 5th generation phone with a secondary dimension intelligent assistant costs 13999 Nebula points. I heard this phone can also serve as a computer host, connecting to a monitor to play any AAA large game. Its performance is off the charts. A slightly chubby young man exclaimed, his face flushed. Hey, that's 13999 Nebula points. Although your old man works for Nebula, he only earns around 200 points a month. After spending a bit, there won't be much left. Yeah, it's tough. Although food and drink are taken care of and water and electricity are supplied without limits, all other living necessities and luxuries require Nebula points to purchase. How about we go scoop manure to irrigate crops? I heard it pays 5,000 Nebula points a month. If we persist for 2 months and get a bit of help from home, we can buy it. Upon hearing the word scoop manure, they exchanged glances. They had grown accustomed to a life where everything was handed to them on a silver platter, not having lifted a finger. For them to scoop manure was akin to asking them to die. No way, not a chance. I'd rather have my old man work harder and slaughter a few more geese at the slaughterhouse. Some took a laid-back approach, but others took a deep breath and resolved themselves. Forget it, everyone is working hard to learn and earn, striving for a better life. I can't let my parents down. They'll take on this manure scooping job. But if you go scoop manure, what will I do? The number of online users on the gaming platform was dwindling. Everyone had gone to earn Nebula points, making it impossible to play. At the same time, in the heavy industry zone manufacturing area and research institute, Yoon Minjer also released countless tasks for selection and acceptance. Each completed task would reward anywhere from 10,000 to millions of Nebula points. Especially the tasks from the Research Institute, each one aimed at breaking previous research records. Upon success, they directly rewarded resource shares from levels 1 to 5, igniting excitement. Of course, the time, energy, and mental effort consumed in this process were significant, and to earn rewards, one must truly give their all. Whether developing new batteries, extending chips, or researching new materials, they were all at the cutting edge of top-tier technology, making it impossible to take a single step. However, this did not dampen their enthusiasm. They confidently accepted tasks within their capabilities. As long as they succeeded, their resources for the next month, or even the following years, would be secure. If they endure a bit of hardship now, they will experience greater happiness in the future. However, they miscalculated. With the super artificial intelligence Yoon Minjer in play, the difficulty of any task would reach its peak, leaving no chances for loopholes. Without some real skill, success was far from guaranteed. Even Hao Yang, who had his eye on a few task rewards, shook his head in frustration before picking one. He cursed loudly. What the hell? Are they insane? Researching new materials based on heavy metals from radiation sea monsters offers only a batch of level 3 resources and 20 million Nebula points. The difficulty is over the top, and the reward is barely enough for me to activate a particle accelerator once. The Nebula system made them feel helpless. If they did not work, they could only receive a meager amount of resources. That amount wouldn't last for even a few days of gaming. The numerous tasks at first glance seemed simple, but in practice they left them drenched in sweat. Some tasks even had time limits offering greater rewards, but failure to deliver on time would result in deductions from their monthly resource shares. In severe cases, their research levels could be downgraded. Goodness, this Nebula contribution system had truly been comprehended and mastered by Su Yun. It firmly grasped their lifeline. Meanwhile, people's joys and sorrows remained unrelated. Su Yun, observing the various data in the shelter, increasingly recognized the necessity of the Nebula system. Everyone is getting active. It was worth my efforts to entice them, Su Yun said with a slight smile. Whether it was electronic products, daily necessities, or resource rewards from research tasks, it was all to invigorate the market within the Hive Shelter city. Only when Nebula points flowed and traded could the true foundation of the Nebula system be established. In this way, the Hive Shelter could develop rapidly. Whether in life or research, it could unleash everyone's potential, and when unified, the future would be promising. The Nebula system is nearly complete. Next, let Minjer execute the finalization. Su Yun rubbed his weary brow. This past week, he had been diligently working for the future of the Hive Shelter, with daily work hours exceeding 12, enduring great hardship. Fortunately, with the presence of artificial intelligence, the subsequent matters could be entirely entrusted to her management. Brother Yun, just rest assured and leave it to me. I will manage the Nebula Hive Shelter efficiently, ensuring everyone is motivated and exhibiting a positive and vibrant life atmosphere. Time passed in a blur, arriving at January 29th. Today marked the Spring Festival of the Dragon Country, as well as the first year of humanity's new era following the apocalypse. The Nebula Hive Shelter was already adorned with festive decorations, and the rich atmosphere of the new year permeated the entire shelter. The streets and alleys were filled with joyous laughter, with red lanterns hung high, colorful flags waving, and crowds bustling, creating a scene entirely devoid of apocalyptic vibes. Even Su Yun took the opportunity to get married today. In the villa, Su Yun's parents and assistant Jiang's family toasted each other, smiling as they watched Su Yun and his partner exchange vows. The wedding was simple, with only family members present, but the essentials were still in place. However, good times were short-lived. That evening, a dull thud echoed from the shelter's main gate, and less than 5 seconds later it sounded again. The alarm blared, urgently forcing Su Yun to scramble out of his bridal chamber and rush to the control hall. What's going on? Yet he had just arrived. Boom! A massive roar echoed through the hall's speakers, as if a giant had slammed into the front gate. The external electromagnetic pulse had yet to dissipate, and all monitors were damaged, leaving them completely blind to the situation outside the gate. Brother Yun, it's a giant radiation sea monster with tremendous force. Each impact reaches 80,000 tons, and it's expected that the radiation sea monster exceeds 120 meters in size. The news sent Su Yun's heart tumbling into an abyss. A colossal radiation sea monster over 120 meters long was appalling in scale, filling him with utter despair. The specimen Maoxiong country discovered earlier was likely not as enormous as the one they now faced. Fortunately, Yun Minger's voice soon brought him a measure of reassurance. After running the numbers, the radiation sea monster has less than a 1% chance of breaching the 3-layer linked gate's defenses. Brother Yin, do not worry. This gate is the masterpiece of hundreds of top talents at the Research Institute, a pinnacle of technology. It is impregnable. Before Su Yun could exhale, Yun Minger continued relying on impacts and clawing alone at this intensity. It would take an estimated 300 days to break through the first gate. However, the radiation creature has a very small chance of evolving a specialized energy attack. There are no guarantees. I recommend the forces in the staging area draw it away. Hearing this, Su Yun's face darkened. Anyone confronted with such a vast and inscrutable radiation beast would struggle to remain composed. Sending the armed division out to lure it was far too hazardous. Beneath the blanket of electromagnetic pulses and radiation, armed helicopters would be rendered useless. Who could say whether this overgrown 100-meter Leviathan possessed aerial strike capability? If it leapt and struck at altitudes of hundreds or thousands of meters, even helicopters would have no way to evade. It would be catastrophic. No, Su Yun said firmly, under no circumstances can we send the armed units out. That would be irresponsible with regard to their lives. He remembered the nuclear electromagnetic cannon mounted atop Fengi Mountain and wondered whether it could be employed under an electromagnetic pulse. 10 minutes later, Chu Xianga, Haoyang, and hundreds of research personnel rushed into the main control hall. In theory, it can be activated. Chu Xianga panted, eyes bright. The energy condensed by electromagnetic force can fully negate the effects of an electromagnetic pulse, and I built special safeguards when constructing it. The energy matrix beneath the foundation can certainly be brought online. This electromagnetic cannon was the culmination of his life's learning and toil. It could not be felled by a mere electromagnetic pulse. Otherwise, his life's work, this glaring bald head of his, would have been in vain. Haoyang, however, asked uneasily, you intend to strike a Morathanon 100-meter radiation sea monster at close range? If so, our shelter might not be able to withstand it. He knew the cannon's terrible might. A single impact could pulverize the Earth within a 300-meter radius and unleash a violent quake across a 1-kilometer diameter. It was a true instrument of annihilation. With the radiation monster at the gate, such a strike would slay 1,000 enemies while inflicting grievous harm on us. It could even topple the stout 3-layer linked gate and expose a fatal breach. Calculations also showed that with the cannon positioned overhead, it could not target the gate's location. That was an attack blind spot. But in the next moment, Yun Minger explained her reasoning. Haoyang, our plan is to use the nuclear electromagnetic cannon's condensed energy to menace the radiation monster and then fire a destructive projectile toward the sea to scare it off. In theory, any living creature has instinct. Faced with an utterly mortal threat, the radiation sea monster would be terrified and would no longer dare approach the shelter's gate. At her words, everyone suddenly understood. So that is the plan. All eyes then turned to Chu Xianga. Are you certain? There will be no problems. Yes, brother, the electromagnetic storms outside are fierce. Toss a phone out there, and it would probably explode. Don't go overboard, and do something that blows the top off our heads. Indeed, the ventilation ducts run beneath us. If the nuclear electromagnetic cannon were to detonate, the whole mountaintop could be gone, and our shelter would be suffocated. Maybe we shouldn't activate it. It's not that I distrust you, but the cannon hasn't been fully tested. It's too dangerous. Listening to the chorus of objections, Chu Xiang's expression blackened. He was the builder. He knew the device better than anyone. To him, their voices were nothing but idle babble. It would not explode. At worst, the activation would fail, and the energy would dissipate, wasting the charge without producing a projectile. Brother Yin, I promise it will not be a major problem. The decision is yours. Chu Xianga said this earnestly to Su Yun. Su Yun nodded as he weighed whether to unleash the doomsday device. At that moment, a thunderous boom cracked through the broadcast system. On the monitors, the gate shuddered, heavy equipment and vehicles near the entrance jolted under the shock. The radiation sea monster's power was terrifying. The larger it became, the more its body hardened like steel, and its tonnage rose sharply. Its mass was estimated to exceed 50,000 tons. Even the slightest movement was a minor earthquake, and a single blow could unleash the equivalent of 80,000 tons of force, an appalling figure. Fortunately, they were hidden deep below, and the dreadful impact could not reach them. Still, they could not allow it to continue provoking the shelter. If not for the electromagnetic pulses outside, he would have launched submarine missiles and ended it along the coastline. Su Yun steeled himself and prepared to fire the nuclear electromagnetic cannon. Minger, supply power to the cannon. Bring it to full capacity immediately, Su Yun ordered. Ding. Increasing output from the nuclear plant. I estimated 5 minutes until the cannon reaches 100% charge. An embedded control console rose slowly from the metal table before Su Yun. It bore only a single launch button. The cannon's power was so overwhelming it could jeopardize the safety of the shelter. He truly did not wish to fire it until there was no other choice. But there was no alternative. A gargantuan radiation monster estimated at over 120 meters stood at the gate overhead. If they did not deal with it, they would not see the new year in peace. Atop from the mountain, a violent blue radiance flared as vast energy gathered from the metallic foundation into the cannon barrel more than 20 meters long. Black lightning-like streaks coursed through the barrel and powerful electromagnetic waves rippled across the mountaintop. The sudden upheaval seized the radiation monster's attention. It lifted its head, and its eyes glowed with an eerie red light. The shelter's predictions had been wrong. The sea had long since retreated on the ravaged earth. A mutated triceratops-like creature over 50 meters long roared up at the summit. Its body was cloaked in fish-like scales with a black sheen. A crocodilian skull bore 3 enormous horns, each broken at least one segment. Its limbs were thick and powerful, and 2 vast fin-like flaps under its belly beat like wings. Though much smaller than anticipated, its strength was astonishing, and with a mass rivaling that of a 100-meter-class radiation beast, it left 3 clearly visible dents in the shelter's gate. Sadly, the creature's 3 cranial horns were broken. Scarlet blood poured from its head, forming several pools that corroded the earth and sent up wisps of red smoke. It stood like a hunter alert to the energy converging at the mountaintop cannon. It sensed a grave threat. A keen light flashed in its eyes. Its intelligence rivaled that of the clever animals before the cataclysm. As the radiation monster remained motionless in a silent standoff with the summit, 5 minutes elapsed, and the charge completed. Su Yun pressed the launch button for the nuclear electromagnetic cannon. With a high piercing sound that split the heavens, a black beam, like lightning, shot toward the sea. In an instant, the ocean erupted with a thunderous roar, heaving a colossal wave 2,000 meters high. The seabed was shattered by immense kinetic force. Within a 1-kilometer radius, the ground convulsed, as if at that moment a look of terror crossed the radiation monster's face, as if it recalled the annihilation of a meteor. The next instant, issuing a mournful wail, it began to run, heavy-footed yet remarkably swift, fleeing in the opposite direction of the destructive strike. Roaring all the way, sand and stone flying, the radiation monster plunged straight into the sea and vanished within a minute, leaving behind immense, deep footprints along the shoreline. The devastating attack of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon also brought some vibrations to the Hive Shelter. Everyone in the control hall waited silently. The close-range strike of the nuclear electromagnetic cannon was no less than that of a 50-meter diameter meteorite crashing nearby. However, the impact was merely a harmless shake to the shelter, akin to a gentle tickle. 1 minute. 5 minutes. Until 10 minutes passed, there was no loud noise from the shelter's door. Finally, Yun Minger's clear voice rang out. The alarm is lifted. Just as she finished speaking, Chu Xianga jumped out with a flushed face, pointing at the surrounding researchers and shouting, "Speak, give me a response. Can you see this? This is my true strength. Who's next? Who's next?" Under the impact of the violent electromagnetic pulse, what modern weapon besides my nuclear electromagnetic cannon can be activated outside? The current situation gives me ample reason to be proud. More importantly, the discourse power of the Research Institute for the next month belongs to him. Hearing Chu Xiang's arrogant demeanor, the people around felt awkward, yet still looked down on him. Come on, it's just a nuclear electromagnetic cannon. With the energy gathered from the nuclear power plant, this thing is fine. Let's say you're impressive this time. Just wait, my energy laser is about to succeed, and I'll bring you down in the second half of this year. Alright, let's go then. A mere nuclear electromagnetic cannon is not worth mentioning. A group of researchers rushed in and rushed out again, as if this matter hadn't stirred their hearts at all. Seeing this, Chu Xianga looked at the backs of the departing crowd with a dark expression. He was just getting into character. Why did they leave? Hey, I don't believe you guys aren't feeling the pressure. You're probably sweating bullets. Chu Xianga rubbed his smooth head and began to chuckle as he thought. His status in the Research Institute was top-notch, aside from the other 3 prodigies in various fields who would dare to challenge him. However, this also established their position, always being watched by the people beneath them who were eager to bring them down and take their place. Whether it was the share of resources or various priority privileges, these were the things all researchers longed for. Especially in an apocalyptic environment, the importance of research status becomes even more pronounced. Brother Yun, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Don't forget to give me the overtime pay. Just a batch of primary resources will do. Chu Xianga hurriedly pulled away Hao Yang, not forgetting to shout one last thing. Get lost, you little brat. This is after-sales service. What do you even know? Scram. Su Yun's face darkened as he cursed with a twitching mouth. Ever since the Nebula system was implemented, the researchers were full of drive, continuously producing results, yet all they cared about were resources, completely consumed by their greed. It was too taxing for him. Even a big landlord's house couldn't withstand such demands. However, this was just a joke, and after a while Su Yun's worries began to settle. If the radiated sea monster continued to bombard the door, he truly had no solution. But he was also reaching his limit due to the electromagnetic pulse's effect. The external nuclear submarines and the shelter's defense measures were rendered useless. He didn't even know if the nuclear submarines had encountered any changes. Measure how long until the electromagnetic pulse dissipates. Brother units expected to last about 3 more months. However, in roughly 2.5 months the satellites should be able to reconnect. Although there will be fluctuations in the signal overcoming that should be enough to use some functions. Hearing this, Su Yun felt helpless. This was a situation with no other options. Not just him, the entire world had lost communication with the outside and could only wait quietly with no other method. It seemed they could only wait for time to pass. Su Yun lightly tapped the table, his mind racing with thoughts. During this time, would other shelters encounter attacks from the radiated sea monsters? Not all shelters are as indestructible as the hive's door. Once attacked, it would eventually be breached by the radiated sea monsters. In these 2.5 months, who knows how many shelters would sink? However, under a cataclysmic meteor disaster, even the radiated sea monsters would probably seek refuge in the deep sea. Humanity still has a chance. Su Yun turned to glance at the surveillance screen beside him within a vast underground manufacturing area. 8 mech production lines were operating incessantly, producing 96 mechs every day. In 13 days, over 1,200 units had already been stored in the warehouse. On the other side, several lines for hot weapons, high-energy batteries, small missiles, specialized drones for mechs, and shark-toothed giant swords were also in full production. He not only wanted to sell mechs, but also hot weapons and various mech accessories separately. Even now, the entire manufacturing area was working at full capacity. Nuclear protective suits, fully covered anti-nuclear exoskeleton land armor, Nebula anti-nuclear 5th generation, mobile phones, anti-nuclear apocalypse battle vehicles, anti-nuclear armed helicopters, apocalypse, high-power explosion-proof motorcycles, and more were all part of his trading goods. Although a large amount of raw material resources were consumed daily, this was all a necessary investment. Once the electromagnetic pulse dissipated, he could earn back 10-fold or even 100-fold. Hurry up and settle down. If everyone is wiped out, no one will buy my mechs and equipment. 2 weeks passed in the blink. In the biological laboratory, a notification of success sounded. Su Yun climbed out of bed in the middle of the night and hurriedly rushed to Xilin's side. This is the first-generation biological gene optimization liquid which I developed by referencing the gene combination sequence found in the bodies of radiated sea monsters. It doesn't have the ability to evolve humans, but it can optimize human genes to perfection. Xiling held a greenish injection vial the size of a test tube between her thumb and index finger. Su Yun leaned in to take a closer look, swallowing hard. The vial structure was designed in a double helix gene structure. It looked high-end, but why did it resemble a syringe for injecting viruses? Have there been any trials? Any side effects? Su Yun asked with a frown. Xiling smiled as she brushed her purple hair aside, saying, I tested it on over 1,200 people, and only one survived. I conducted 300 tests, achieving a 100% optimization rate. After testing it, I was the first to use it. It's safe and sound. As for side effects, there's only one: appetite increases 2 to 5 times, especially within the first week, when all cells experience a strong feeling of hunger and require a massive intake of nutrients and energy. Of course, it also results in increased bowel movements. Listening to Xiling's voice devoid of any psychological burden, Su Yun swallowed hard again, feeling somewhat conflicted. Behind this data lay mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. However, if he didn't do it, others would. Especially those major countries collaborating to study the genetic mysteries of the radiated sea monsters. Hundreds, or even thousands, would likely perish daily. Fortunately, the results were astonishing. The human gene optimization liquid was developed. How far could theoretical gene evolution and mutation be in the future? While Su Yun was lost in thought, Xiling put down the gene optimization liquid in her hand and picked up a large bowl filled with a deep yellow thick liquid. It smelled somewhat fishy, but Xiling expressionlessly gulped it down. In less than 10 seconds, the bowl, larger than his head, was emptied, leaving Su Yun somewhat speechless. What was the difference between this and drinking excrement? Moreover, the taste probably wouldn't be pleasant. Ugh. Xiling let out a loud burp, rubbed her swollen belly, and frowned as she said, it should have had more cilantro and cheese. The flavor wasn't stimulating enough. Hearing this, Su Yun's mouth twitched slightly. This thing was also a nutrient solution that Xiling concocted herself, though probably only she could stomach it. However, before he could speak, Xiling continued to look at Su Yun earnestly and said, there are only 3 vials here in the lab. The others need your authority to schedule production. Also, I need more radiated sea monster corpses. I've discovered that they are treasure troves and have great potential for our development. Is the body full of treasures? Upon hearing this, Su Yun's eyes lit up. The resources within the hive shelter were depleting too rapidly, whether for research in the laboratory or production in the manufacturing zone. Consumption was constant. According to the resource statistics in the warehouse, the amount was decreasing at a visibly alarming rate. In just a month and a half, 5% had vanished. It is estimated that in 2.5 years, resources will run critically low. This was also something that troubled him daily. Fortunately, with Xiling presenting various research analyses, Su Yun finally understood the significance of the radiation sea monster's corpse. The many components contained within could bring tremendous benefits to humanity. First, the biological enzymes within their bodies possess an extremely powerful ability to decompose nuclear radiation. Once productized humans could remain safe under the shadow of nuclear radiation without needing protective gear, and after decomposing the radiation, they would emit heat, which was perfectly suited for the icy environment of the radiation-affected era. Second, in the brain fluid of the radiation sea monster there exists a crystal of immense biological energy, which is a key ingredient for human optimization liquid. Experiments show that the human body can perfectly digest it without any processing, and just a small amount can satisfy the energy needs of a human for 3 days. Some was added to the nutrient solution that Ziling drank. Third, the flesh and blood of the radiation sea monster contain a large amount of new heavy metal elements. Through in-depth research by Hao Yang, it was discovered that these metals possess strong memory and conductivity, making them extremely useful for manufacturing various structures in mechanical equipment and thermal weapons. Fourth, their bones, teeth, and claws have a very high density comparable to high-strength alloy steel plates and can be used as steel. Moreover, when ground into powder and mixed with a bit of saltpetre for ignition, the energy released is several times stronger than that of gunpowder, making it completely suitable for bullet production. Fifth, the skin of the radiation sea monster is tougher than that of a woolly mammoth, wear-resistant, and possesses excellent waterproof and fireproof properties, making it the best material for making protective suits. Sixth, the surface of their internal organs secretes a substance that, contrary to the characteristics of biological enzymes, can absorb nuclear radiation and metabolize it into the bloodstream. If a human suffers from radiation contamination, this secretion can be used in emergency surgeries with an 80% success rate in 20 human trials. Staring at all the data before him, Su Yun was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that such a terrifying and repulsive radiation sea monster could have such a significant impact? Truly, it is a treasure trove. Even more perfectly, the radiation that was most troublesome about the radiation sea monster can be decomposed and eliminated by the biological enzymes on its body. Soaking it briefly can cause the radiation to vanish entirely. Seeing all these wonderful things, Su Yun couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes filled with greed. If several giant radiation sea monsters over 100 meters long were hunted, the Hive Shelter would reap a significant fortune. It would also alleviate some pressure from the rapid depletion of resources. The more he thought about it, the brighter Su Yun's eyes became. The number of radiation sea monsters was countless, and the vast ocean around them was a massive treasure trove. Goodness, who said constructing a shelter by the sea is an extremely foolish idea. He had endured all the negative aspects and heaven was fair, now the benefits were arriving. With unwavering determination, he ventured forward, clearing the clouds to see the light. Furthermore, Ziling's research was not limited to the human optimization liquid, and good news continued to reach Su Yun's ears. She sat in front of the computer, elegantly clicking through various research results. I have formulated a potion that the radiation sea monsters despise, capable of suppressing their gene temptation perception ability. Even if they sense a large crowd, they instinctively want to avoid it. As long as it is scattered around the shelter, it will remain effective for 10 days. Additionally, there is a weakening potion. If it is sprinkled on them, it will be absorbed, the vitality of their biological enzymes will decrease, and their ability to decompose nuclear radiation will also diminish. Once their bodily energy is greatly reduced, they will fall into a weakened state. By the way, their brains are actually quite dull and naive. A 3-meter-long radiation sea monster is comparable to a husky, but they have great potential and a strong learning ability. The more genetic types they consume, the greater their potential. It would be best to capture a few small radiation sea monsters alive. I can see if I can tame and train them. Hearing this, Su Yun was both shocked and pleasantly surprised as he looked at Ziling's profile. Despite her fiery temper, danger, and arrogant personality, her capabilities were indeed extraordinarily impressive. How long has it been since unlocking her restrictions and allowing human experimentation along with unlimited resource supply? In just a month and a half, so many crucial results had been achieved. Truly, she is the big sister in the research institute, living up to her name. At this moment, he couldn't think of how to reward her. Her contributions to the Nebula Hive Shelter had skyrocketed. After pondering for a moment, Su Yun looked up and said, "You've worked hard during this time. I truly appreciate it. What do you need? Just say it. I can agree to any request." Upon hearing this, Ziling smiled slightly, adjusted her glasses, and firmly replied, "First, besides unlimited resources and full access, I need a sufficient number of radiation sea monster corpses, particularly the biological energy crystals in their brains. Second, human experimentation cannot be interrupted or lacking. I know it is difficult, but to uncover the mysteries at the deepest level of life genes, I want stop even if humanity perishes. Third, give the super-large nuclear-powered mechs for Shiguang and Haoyang a chance. The shelter will provide all resources and fully assist them in constructing 3 of them. I suggested to them yesterday that 20 meters is too small. They should be at least 80 meters tall with a weight of at least 10,000 tons. Otherwise, in close combat against the radiation sea monsters, it would just be heavyweight beating lightweight, leading to total defeat." Su Yun nodded slowly, feeling helpless inside. He had already given Ziling the highest treatment regarding resources and privileges, and the radiation sea monster corpses and biological energy crystals were also not a problem, but they would have to wait until the electromagnetic pulse dissipated. Human experimentation was temporarily fine. Before the tsunami caused by the earthquake in the small island nation of Japan, less than 40,000 people had been sent in by the combat troops, most of whom were from that small nation, which should suffice for the biological and biochemical laboratories for several years. However, the last point regarding the mech's goodness, he really wasn't optimistic about. No matter how large or powerful the mech, it would merely satisfy a wish or bring some enjoyment. It wouldn't be as useful as a single ballistic missile or nuclear electromagnetic cannon. Building 380-meter-high super-large nuclear-powered mechs would waste an incredible amount of manpower and research. But since the great Buddha Zi-Ling had spoken, having contributed so much to the shelter's research, he would agree to not just 3, but even 30. After a moment of reflection, Su Yun nodded earnestly and replied, "As you wish, I agree to all your requests. However, there is no need to rush. Take a rest. We have plenty of time, and there is no need to hurry for this moment." He knew that Zi-Ling's greatest desire was to uncover the mysteries of life genes and pursue the origin of life. Yet the difficulty of this endeavor was no less than him leaping from Blue Star into the sun for a bath, then jumping to other life planets in the universe to eat fruits he had never tasted. "Don't worry, as long as you are alive, I will not die. In fact, I will live even better than you. In 6 months, I will let you experience the sensation of life's evolution." Zi-Ling smiled freely, turned, and walked toward the deepest part of the large laboratory. She left behind a voice that made Su Yun's instincts yearn for more. A week later, the intense hunger within Su Yun gradually dissipated, and his body was filled with strength, as if he had returned to the prime of his youth at 17 or 18 before he had given up. As expected of the gene optimization liquid, eating 12 meals a day has brought out my six-pack abs. In front of a full-length mirror, Su Yun stood shirtless, joyfully touching his abdominal muscles. During this week, he truly ate until he was exhausted. 12 meals a day, each filled with meat, vegetables, and soup, showcasing variety in every meal. He had thought about trying the nutritional liquid mixed by Zi-Ling more than once, but he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Fortunately, the Hive Shelter was never short of food. Various high-end ingredients were supplied around the clock, and with some biological energy crystal powder from irradiated sea monsters added to his daily meals, his physique reached the peak of his life. Even his brain felt much clearer, with logic, reaction, and intelligence visibly enhanced. Although it wasn't the theoretical evolution of life, it was nonetheless the most perfect gene optimization at this stage. Unfortunately, such a marvelous substance required biological energy crystals from irradiated sea monsters as a primary component to manufacture. The shelter had only hunted 5 small irradiated sea monsters, which meant they could hardly produce many tubes of the liquid. The tubes that Zi-Ling gave him were freshly researched in the lab. Aside from the one used by Zi-Ling herself, only 3 were available, temporarily shared between him, assistant Jiang, and his mother, leaving others to wait. However, after the gene optimization, the changes were significant. His appetite had increased to 3 times his usual amount to meet the energy and nutritional needs for a day. He had grown 5 centimeters taller, reaching 183 centimeters, yet his physique was proportionate and slender, while his weight surged to 280 pounds, over double what it had been. This indicated that the density of his bones and flesh had greatly increased, resulting in peak human qualities. At this moment, Su Yun felt confident that he could sprint 100 meters in under 9 seconds and easily lift 300 kilograms. His waist no longer ached, his legs were pain-free, and he could run 10 laps around the lowest level of the shelter in one breath. More importantly, he could finally subdue his mother, the fierce Jiang. Thinking of this, Su Yun wore a contented smile. The best decision he had ever made in his life was to persuade Zi-Ling to join the Xingyun group. "Minger, instruct the nutritionist to prepare dinner tonight at 3 times the normal serving size," Su Yun suddenly said. Now that his Bodis gene optimization was complete, he was no longer in a constant state of hunger. That life-threatening feeling was truly unbearable. Notification complete. However, Yungu, the heavy industry sector in the Steel Castle underground, has fully restarted. Shiguang and Haoyang are also ready. The construction plan for the super-large nuclear-powered mech requires your authorization to open the gates, relying on the facilities set up at Fengyi Mountain. Yun Minger's voice echoed in the room. Upon hearing this, Su Yun sighed and nodded helplessly. A mech over 80 meters tall could not be manufactured within the shelter. There simply wasn't enough space. After repeated requests from Li Shiguang and Haoyang, he contemplated for a long time and eventually decided to open the gates ahead of schedule. With the results of Zi-Ling's research on irradiated sea monsters, both the biological enzyme reactions and the aversion agents had been deployed a week prior by the armed forces in the external battle preparation zone using bicycles for transportation. Within a 5-kilometer radius centered on the shelter, aversion agents had been scattered, dispersing thousands of wandering small and medium-sized irradiated sea monsters. Not even a trace could be seen in the adjacent waters. Once the biological enzyme was mixed with water, it continuously sprayed out, enveloping the entire entrance of the nuclear radiation was being decomposed by biological enzymes in the air at all times, and the temperature in the atmosphere had risen above 60 degrees, dry and scorching. As for the electromagnetic pulses effects, Chu Xianga would lead a team of researchers specializing in electromagnetic forces to conduct a large-scale electromagnetic dissipation experiment 500 meters outside the shelter's gates, expected to last half a month, with another experiment required after that. This was their most effective way to cope with external disasters. Although it was clumsy and incredibly troublesome, being able to go outside was already a blessing. Thinking of this, Su Yun could no longer sit still. He hurriedly dressed and headed to the main control hall. He wanted to see the scenes outside. 10 minutes later. Beep, 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 beep. The indicator lights at both ends of the internal gate of the hive shelter were flashing continuously. Attention all units, attention all units. The armed forces in the battle preparation zone have relayed information that the external environment is safe and the armed forces are prepared. The radiation levels in the air are far below the human tolerance level. In 5 minutes the hive gate will open. The first team out will be led by Chu Xianga, tasked with conducting a large-scale electromagnetic dissipation experiment within 2 hours. They would pave the way for the mechanized engineering troops. And Li Shiguang and Hao Yang, as the chief builders of the mechs, naturally could not be absent. Both were already eager in their heavy protective suits. Hao Yang, do you remember our agreement? Li Shiguang suddenly asked. Hearing this, Hao Yang was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a smile. Mechs. They were merely their toys. What they truly desired was to hunt irradiated sea monsters, gather enough new heavy metal elements, and usher in a new technological era. These new elements possessed incredibly strong memory and energy conduction properties, theoretically representing the future of energy technology. They certainly would not miss the opportunity to build super-large nuclear-powered mechs to hunt irradiated sea monsters. It was imperative. And their agreement must be upheld. Of course, we will meet again under the starry sky in 10 years. Meanwhile, Cold Fong and hundreds of armed troops wore heavy protective suits, standing guard before the shelter's gate. Their figures appeared insignificant compared to the shelter's entrance, yet to everyone inside they loomed large. Captain Cold, do you feel it? The temperature is starting to drop and breathing the filtered air is becoming a bit difficult. A member of the team said gravely. Hearing this, Cold Fong nodded seriously. The natural disasters following earthquakes and fires indicate the onset of oxygen depletion and a drop in temperature to an ice age. He looked up at the darkened sky devoid of sunlight, and a sense of reverence for the apocalypse stirred within him. A week ago, the hive shelter suddenly received a mission. After the meteor disaster struck, they had exited the shelter. At that moment of emergence, he was stunned by the scene before him, feeling unsettled. The entrance of their shelter in the battle preparation zone was over 300 meters above Fingy Mountain, and at a glance, the once bustling international metropolis in the distance had already turned into a wasteland littered with debris. Even more terrifying were the countless irradiated sea monsters over 5 meters in length, with some giant irradiated sea monsters measuring over 50 meters wandering about, each step capable of shaking the ground for hundreds of meters around. A scene dreadful to behold. On that day, Cold Fong, clad in heavy protective gear, stood in the midst of the irradiated acid rain, his back desolate, feeling as small as an ant in the face of this world. The territory once ruled by humanity, the dominion of the Blue Star, had now been taken by irradiated sea monsters. With a thunderous roar, the colossal 3-layered gate behind slowly creaked open. Lung Fong and the others snapped back to reality, turning around with grave expressions. The opening of this gate was akin to the Nebula Hive Sanctuary officially declaring war on the radiation sea monsters. In this apocalyptic world, constructing a steel sun for humanity ignited a blazing light of hope. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of heavy footsteps approached as 35-meter-tall mechas, each weighing 18 tons, stepped out. The mechas were wrapped in 3 bulging coils, and 2 thick antennas protruded from their tops. As they exited the sanctuary, electric sparks flickered at the tips of the antennas. They appeared unusually cute, clumsy, and strange, likely a design choice by the researchers to ensure the mechas could operate without being affected by electromagnetic pulses. Following that, large instruments that had undergone special treatment were lifted by the mechas, heading towards the open areas. What is this for? A special operations team member asked in confusion. Hearing this, Lung Fong glanced at the sky and then at his equipment. Besides a rifle and heavy protective gear, there was no electronic device in sight. Could it be that they planned to mitigate the effects of electromagnetic pulses? Lung Fong murmured, a look of astonishment on his face. What a joke. Battling humans was enjoyable, but battling the heavens was even more delightful. Indeed, the Nebula Hive Sanctuary's technological prowess was commendable. Whether it was the repellent agent for the radiation sea monsters, or the biological enzymes to decompose radiation, these were things they had never even dreamed of before. Now they could even handle electromagnetic pulses. What other disasters could the Hive Sanctuary not resolve? Meanwhile, Chu Xianga, Li Shiguang, and Hao Yang led their team out of the sanctuary. At a glance, the earth was scarred and desolate, the mountains and rivers shattered, a suffocating sense of silence pressing down. Clad in heavy protective gear, they couldn't feel the harshness of the environment, but they could sense the sorrow of this world. In their hearts, they lamented that this world, once belonging to humanity, was on the verge of destruction. Fortunately, the oxygen levels are still acceptable, but a snow disaster is expected soon, with temperatures plummeting to dozens of degrees below zero. Li Shiguang frowned as he spoke. Furthermore, acid rain with deadly radiation would occasionally fall, and after the temperature dropped, it would turn into radioactive snowy sludge. His supersized nuclear-powered mecha had to be constructed outside the sanctuary, and the various environmental factors posed significant challenges. Hao Yang nodded thoughtfully, saying, "It seems we must first build a greenhouse around 100 meters tall. But fortunately, the spraying of biological enzymes that decompose radiation can warm the air, mitigating the effects of the snow disaster expected to last about a week. Before then, hunting the radiation sea monsters is urgent." At this moment, the Hive Sanctuary truly lacked nothing except the various treasures contained within the bodies of the radiation sea monsters. Unfortunately, under the impact of electromagnetic pulses, there were very few means to confront the radiation sea monsters, with only specially treated mechas and heavy thermal weapon sniper rifles and Gatling guns being effective. The hunting targets were limited to those under 20 meters in length. Lung Feng and the rapid response teams are about to move. With the repellent agents for self-preservation, they should be able to bring back results soon. Whether it was them or Ziling, they both needed a large number of radiation sea monster corpses. Additionally, with the gene optimization liquid already researched, all they needed were the biological energy crystals from the radiation sea monsters to produce in large quantities. By then, both the researchers and the special operations teams would be the first batch of users, bringing them enhanced intelligence and optimized physical qualities. Soon, with a surge of intense electromagnetic waves radiating blue light, the air within a 5-kilometer radius of the sanctuary began to calm and stabilize. Using electromagnetism to counter electromagnetism was Chu Ziyang's specialty. Thus, the Nebula Hive Sanctuary would no longer be affected by electromagnetic pulses. As the engineering team surged out of the gate, Lung Feng and the others received new orders. Hunt the radiations. Lung Feng's eyes narrowed with excitement. Finally, was it time for the mechas to showcase their might? Although the conditions were harsh and there was no support from large thermal weaponry, the heavy sniper rifles and specially designed mechanical Gatlings without electronic devices would suffice. Not to mention that the mechas were equipped with 2 giant shark-tooth swords, so under the tactical support of the repellent and weakening agents, hunting wouldn't be difficult. In addition to the special operations team in the preparation area receiving 50 specially designed electromagnetic resistant mechas, 5 rapid response teams from the Hive deployed a total of 75 mechas. Along with over 200 personnel wearing full protective exoskeleton armor for nuclear and electromagnetic resistance, the first hunting operation of the Hive commenced. An hour later, 5 kilometers away from the sanctuary, amidst the scarred and charred earth, the mechas stood ready for battle. Electric sparks emitted from their antennas. Attention, attention! 5 kilometers beyond the sanctuary is the danger zone, where radiation sea monsters may be lurking in the ruins ready to ambush us. Remember, the Hive needs the corpses and heads of radiation sea monsters. If you encounter one over 20 meters, retreat immediately. For those under 20 meters, use the Gatling to blast their necks or limbs. As for those under 10 meters, engage in close combat with knives to behead them, preserving the bodies as intact as possible. In 10 seconds, the mechas can act freely, but don't move too fast, or we won't keep up. Brother Phone, whether we can enjoy ourselves depends on you, haha. Each mecha had 3 ground personnel in exoskeletons guiding them, with cheers echoing. At this moment, Lung Feng was already seated in the cockpit of a special mecha, his hands ready with the shark-tooth swords. However, the functionality of this mecha was significantly simpler than the one he piloted before, lacking many features. Besides mechanical linkage controls, there was only one attack button for the Gatling, while all other actions had to be manual. As expected, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Under the influence of electromagnetic pulses, this specially made mecha is indeed crude and straightforward. Lung Feng said with a wry smile. Even boarding the mecha required him to climb up and manually open and close the cockpit, lacking the intelligence and automation of the previous model. Even the nuclear reactor had been replaced with a high-energy battery pack. It felt like a mechanical product from the old industrial age. However, one could ascertain from this. The Hive Sanctuary was in dire need of the corpses of radiation sea monsters and could not wait for 2 months. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Lung Feng instantly entered a combat state. A loud bang echoed from afar. Turning to look, a mecha armed with a massive black sniper rifle opened fire, causing the ground beneath it to tremble. 800 meters away, a radiation sea monster over 8 meters long howled as it slammed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lung Feng saw that the radiation sea monster resembled a crocodile with a blade-like back, its neck pierced through, creating a half-meter wide hole, nearly breaking its entire neck. However, this was no different from being broken. Even a radiation sea monster faced certain death. Indeed, under the might of humanity's top thermal weapons, the radiation sea monsters had no room for resistance. Unfortunately, there were only 5 of these rifles in the sanctuary, wielded by the mecha commanders of the 5 rapid response teams. These were experimental-grade products from the Weapons Research Institute, crafted by a group of weapon researchers in collaboration with 2 level 8 welders. Seeing others already in action, Lung Feng couldn't wait to rush towards the target, swinging both shark-tooth swords with murderous intent. A radiation sea monster over 10 meters long, dead, rewards 100,000 nebula points, while alive it's 500,000. I want that 500,000. Lung Feng shouted passionately and confidently. 100,000 points would have to be split among 4 people. If he was going to do it, he wanted to do it big. To earn money, he had to earn big money. The battle raged on with the thunderous sounds of sniper rifles and Gatling guns echoing within a radius of 10 kilometers. At any moment, irradiated sea monsters were being hunted amidst the chaos of war. Dust and debris filled the air. A few armed personnel in exoskeletons watched the mech battles, remaining vigilant while chatting and laughing. While this money is too easy to make, especially with that mech wielding a sniper rifle, 1 shot 1 kill, and we just need to bring it back after the battle. It's alright, but the bullets take a while to chamber, about 10 seconds, and I heard the points earned have to be split with the Weapons Research Institute. It's not as good as we thought. Brothers, this first wave of making big money is right in front of us. There are temptations everywhere in the shelter, fresh fruits, vegetables, and all sorts of high-end supplies. Even liquor is on a point system. Moreover, there are various top-notch electronic devices and a dazzling array of post-apocalyptic gear. Without points, you really can't afford them. Fortunately, the mechs belong to the Hive Shelter, but one day we too can buy one of our own, and then we won't have to envy them. They each held a large spray gun filled with a weakening agent. Once sprayed on the irradiated sea monsters, it would suppress the biological enzymes within them that decompose nuclear radiation, rendering them weak. Moreover, their exoskeletons were laden with grenades made from the repulsive agent, a piece of equipment ensuring their safety. If they encountered a threat, they could throw them to drive away the irradiated sea monsters, buying time for their retreat. Besides the mechs, there are post-apocalyptic war vehicles, battle drones, and armored bikes. Damn, they look so cool. Just looking at those top-tier pieces of equipment makes me envious. Yeah, I can't wait. It's estimated that in less than 2 months we'll be able to go out hunting irradiated sea monsters and increase our income. As the security preparedness team, they naturally had the equipment provided by the shelter for their missions. Moreover, they received a certain amount of nebula points every month, and there were generous task rewards when missions were completed. However, during off-duty times they could also form an adventure team to earn some extra money. Especially since there were rumors of legendary gene optimization fluids, gene evolution liquids, etc. If they didn't have enough points, they'd just have to watch when they came out. Fortunately, irradiated sea monsters are treasure troves, and the Hive Shelter has already deployed a commercial acquisition plan. It is expected that in 2 months, once the electromagnetic pulse dissipates, a trading zone focused on irradiated sea monsters will be established in special areas. By then, wanting to live better will be much stronger than just lying around in the Nebula Hive Shelter to work. Although going out is dangerous, the returns are high as long as they successfully hunt one irradiated sea monster over 10 meters long and bring it back. They could enjoy a lavish lifestyle for a month. But the prerequisite is that they have enough points to purchase equipment and ammunition for going out or rent a mech, and now is the time to accumulate points. The group looked at each other with anticipation. It was only 2 months, just a little longer. Meanwhile, Wow got the second one. Quick, spray it all over with the weakening agent and tie it up. Cold Foam shouted in the mech, drenched in sweat. At that moment, the mech was firmly suppressing an irradiated sea monster resembling a fusion of fish and shrimp about 8 meters long. The irradiated sea monster had both of its massive claws severed, and 4 out of 6 limbs resembling dinosaur feet were broken, thrashing wildly. Its thick tentacles slapped against the mech, creating continuous dull thuds, while dark green blood poured out. Cold Foam felt intense pain from the violent struggles, his body aching all over while the mech was operating at full load with energy expected to last another 20 minutes. At the same time, 3 Special Forces members continuously sprayed the weakening agent around, moving swiftly in their exoskeletons, covering 3 to 4 meters with each step. In less than 3 minutes, the lobster-like sea monster slowly fell into silence amidst its cries, its tentacles powerless to resist, gasping for breath as it lay on the ground, allowing the mech to pin it down. Seeing that they had successfully captured it, the 3 Special Forces members exchanged glances, pulling out a long high-fiber rope from behind them. Together, they finally secured the irradiated sea monster, not forgetting to spray it a few more times to ensure it remained in a weakened state. Upon confirming the capture, Cold Foam finally stopped the mech's overload mode and stood up. While the overload operation could significantly enhance the mech's torque and provide greater power, the energy in the high-energy battery would also deplete faster, causing severe mechanical wear on the mech, making it unsuitable for frequent use. Even though there are still 40,000 rounds of ammo left, only 20% of the energy remains. We can't capture anything further. Cold Foam shook his head helplessly. This mech indeed lacked the power of nuclear energy. To recall, he had previously piloted a nuclear-powered mech and had slaughtered through hordes of irradiated sea monsters for over 20 hours, as if the energy source would never deplete. However, after these few hours of battle, their harvest was ample. Not only had they captured 2 irradiated sea monsters around 8 meters long, but they also blasted the necks of 5 irradiated sea monsters around 10 meters long with the Gatling gun and the shark-toothed giant sword had severed 2 intact heads of sea monsters over 8 meters long. The estimated income was around 160,000 Nebula points, enough for each person to receive 40,000, all achieved in just a few short hours. This 40,000 Nebula points would be enough for an ordinary family of 4 to live carefreely in the shelter for a lifetime. Thinking of this, a smile broke out on Cold Fang's serious face, filled with excitement. If this continues, in less than a week he could afford all sorts of equipment and mechs offered by the Hive Shelter. In his vision, at least a 6-person team was needed. He would pilot the mech for combat, 3 would assist in combat and capture, while the remaining 2 would keep watch and handle logistics and sales. The Nebula points required for this would be at least 40 to 50 million. Each mech costs 20 million Nebula points, the post-apocalyptic anti-radiation vehicles 10 million, plus ammunition drones, all covering exoskeletons, protective suits, and other miscellaneous items. The list only grows. Not to mention the Suntobamus-produced gene optimization fluids, which are presold at 1 million per vial. All 6 would need to use them, and including their families, they would need several million Nebula points. The more he thought about it, the bigger Cold Fang's head felt. They had exerted tremendous effort, depleting 80% of the mech's energy just to earn 160,000 Nebula points. The road ahead was long, but no matter how difficult, he must strive. A fiery glint flickered in Cold Fang's eyes as he gazed at the ruins of the former coastal city in the distance, where countless irradiated sea monsters lurked. That was his treasure trove. Mouse, go back and notify the transport mech team. We need to retreat, Cold Fang suddenly said. Although they had slaughtered irradiated sea monsters with ease, the noise from the erupted battle was substantial, already attracting some irradiated sea monsters over 20 meters long. Some had already engaged them. The irradiated sea monsters over 20 meters long could withstand the attacks of the Gatling gun. Their flesh and bone density were far greater, with terrifying defenses, as if they had leveled up. Only the 5 super heavy sniper rifles used by the mechs could inflict harm. Even hitting their heads would merely cause some blood to spurt out and leave a large gash. The larger the size, the stronger their ability to withstand hot weapons. If an irradiated sea monster over 30 meters long appeared, even those 5 destructive-grade sniper rifles would be helpless. At that point, the identities of the hunters would need to change. Meanwhile, at the Hive Shelter's gate, Su Yun was also piloting a mech out for a spin. At this moment, there was no influence from electromagnetic pulses within a 5-kilometer radius of the shelter, allowing free usage of electronic devices and communication, and the mechs did not require special handling. I must say, this mech is genuinely fun. It's definitely the most reliable and powerful personal equipment in the apocalypse. Don't let the production line stop. Ooh, I need 3 more high-spec production lines. Let Li Shiguang put in more effort. He should also have a share. Su Yun clumsily operated the mech for various activities in the cockpit, joyfully exclaiming. Hearing this, Yun Minjer on the mech screen rolled her eyes. Wasn't it just a toy with no use? Now this guy not only enjoyed it himself, but also added 3 production lines, increasing Li Shiguang's workload. Brother Yun, don't forget Shiguang and Hao Yang are passionately building 4 ultra-large nuclear-powered mechs. It's expected that in 2 months your ride, the Nebula Guardian, will be born. Then that will be the real joy, Yun Minjer said wistfully. At this point, she also recalled her body manufacturing plan using new elemental metals from irradiated sea monsters. It would surely be splendid. Upon hearing this, Su Yun felt a surge of anticipation. The mech looked up, and on either side of the Hive Shelter's gate, thousands of engineering teams were fervently constructing facilities. The sounds of machinery and engineering equipment roared. Once successful, the Hive Shelter would have 4 more Guardians facing the threats of irradiated sea monsters without fear. A towering 80-meter giant mech combined with the most advanced technology in the Nebula Hive Shelter would certainly be fascinating. The hunting team returned one after another, illuminated by the lights of the shelter. Some mechs were splattered with dark green blood of the irradiated sea monsters, exuding a chilling aura. Some fully armored soldiers had grimy faces covered in mud, looking disheveled. However, they all wore cheerful. What a bountiful return. 8 irradiated sea monsters, each about 10 meters long, and 2 of them with their tails included reached around 12 meters. The harvest from these few hours surpassed my income for half a year. It's truly exciting, someone said. Although they were special forces of the Hive Shelter, receiving quite a good monthly salary that allowed their families to live comfortably within the shelter. However, the returns from hunting irradiated sea monsters were even higher. Following behind the mechs and joining in the chaotic killing, they earned over 100,000 star cloud points in just a few hours. It was impressively easy. Yes, I heard the rewards for hunting irradiated sea monsters have changed to a purchase system with no limits on quantity, frequency, or time. As long as we keep fighting, we can surely own our own mech in less than half a year. Indeed, someone responded enthusiastically. Although their current equipment belonged to the shelter, they could use it for free before the trading system was implemented. During this time, they would certainly be able to save up a substantial amount of star cloud points, and by the time the trading market in the center was built, they could have their own equipment. Brothers, keep up the hard work. In 2 months, I want that high-spec storm mech, just 20 million star cloud points. No, the crowd returning was lively. with the mechs leading the way swaying proudly along with a convoy of transport mechs carrying the massive bodies of irradiated sea monsters. It was a scene of triumph and laughter. Meanwhile, in a mech by the roadside, Su Yun watched the spectacle with a smile, saying, "As long as the bodies of the irradiated sea monsters keep coming in, our Hive Shelter's trading platform can introduce several high-grade products." On the Star Cloud Hive's trading platform interface, many products prepared for the apocalyptic wasteland had already Storm Mech 5 meters tall, weighing 21 tons, with a black and white armored exterior resembling a Black Knight. It features an independent intelligence system and 3 high-energy batteries that can run for 36 hours with overload operation lasting 1.5 hours. The base mech is worth 20 million Star Cloud points. Anti-Nuclear Apocalypse Battle Vehicle 11. 8 meters long, 3 meters high, weighing 35 tons, accommodating 8 people with a load capacity of 120 tons. It is made from high chromium titanium alloy, fully covered for anti-nuclear, bulletproof, and cold-resistant, with power comparable to a tank. It features an embedded blue laser Gatling on top, smart AI navigation, and automatic driving. Worth 10 million Star Cloud points. Hawk Armed Helicopter, 12 million Star Cloud points. Full covered external anti-nuclear exoskeleton armor, 800,000 Star Cloud points. Apocalypse explosion-proof motorcycle, 300,000 Star Cloud points. Gene optimization, liquid, 1 million Star Cloud points. Pre-sale priority for researchers, special forces personnel, elderly, and children. New sea monster material protective suit, 120,000 Star Cloud points. Out of stock. Nausea agent, 100,000 Star Cloud points per ton. Decomposition, nuclear radiation enzyme, 200,000 Star Cloud points per ton. Out of stock. Nuclear contamination surgery, 100,000 Star Cloud points per procedure, 20% mortality rate. Satellite communication terminals, apocalypse drones, rifles, sniper rifles, Gatling guns, and various types of bullets for several Star Cloud points. There were even various high-energy biscuits, nutritional liquids, medical kits, and more, providing everything one could need. This platform is a preparation store provided by the Hive Shelter for all adventurer teams going out to hunt and operate. Everything can be purchased with Star Cloud points, and is open to all people within the Hive Shelter. Especially the gene optimization liquid, which upon its upload made everyone restless, their faces flushed with excitement. It comes with explanations and videos depicting Su Yun's own transformations. Although it does not enhance life evolution or increase lifespan after gene optimization, one's physical condition can return to the most optimal state. Even the elderly will see their aging appearance alleviated, becoming healthier with gray hair, turning black easily, living several more years, even up to 10. Of course, none of this is free. One must earn Star Cloud points to purchase. While the Hive Shelter provides living security and free meals every month, such high-level scientific achievements are not easily obtainable. 1 million Star Cloud points would take a contracted Tier 3 employee nearly 8 to 9 years to accumulate if they were just lying flat and not contributing to the shelter. Su Yun has already provided everyone with a comfortable living space, and hope from here on out it depends on their efforts. During this process, Su Yun has plenty of ways to entice them. Whether it's working hard for the Hive Shelter or going out to bring back irradiated sea monster bodies and supplies, they can quickly accumulate Star Cloud points. With the effects of the gene optimization liquid, no one would want to miss out. Su Yun looked towards the other side of Fingy Mountain, where a large trading market was under construction, which would serve as a trading area for all outgoing teams. He envisioned the Hive Shelter as an ideal paradise where everyone lived carefree, while this market would be a place of reverence for humanity facing apocalyptic disasters. This is the front line in the struggle against the apocalypse. If one does not want to lie down for a lifetime and desires freedom, they must take a look at this ravaged world. As long as one can survive, life becomes even more exciting. Su Yun reflected deeply. Indeed, he was more suited to be a behind-the-scenes manipulative Blackheart boss, squeezing his employees to hone their skills. At the same time, a commotion in the distance caught his attention. Well, it seems they really caught a live irradiated sea monster. Su Yun felt a surge of joy and piloted his mech to observe. In the grand convoy, 2 massive irradiated sea monsters were lowly roaring and struggling on a flatbed, attempting to break free from the high-fiber ropes binding them. Unfortunately, a special forces member nearby was continuously spraying them with a weakening agent, significantly reducing their internal biological enzyme activity, preventing them from providing enough strength due to the nuclear radiation contained within. Wow, no wonder Cold Foam is known as the king of soldiers. 2 irradiated sea monsters about 8 meters long, worth around 800,000 Star Cloud points, right? Indeed impressive. Even with the weakening agent, capturing such massive creatures is as difficult as humans catching an adult northeastern tiger. I'm envious. There's still a gap between others and Cold Foam's strength. Why isn't his teammate one of mine? Cold Foam and his team wore smiles, looking proudly at the people around them. Among the teams participating in hunting irradiated sea monsters, only theirs could catch them alive. What is this? It signifies that they are the strongest warriors within the Hive Shelter, their status rapidly rising, directly controlling the discourse for the following month. Make way, make way. Isn't catching a live one just a matter of having hands? A bunch of weaklings don't block my path. A member of Cold Foam's team disdainfully shouted at those around, seeming as if their arrogance could reach the sky. This made others grit their teeth in frustration, but also helpless. Men must prove everything through action. Even if they are formidable this time, who knows who will prevail tomorrow. TSK Tisk, it's my first time seeing an irradiated sea monster up close. Its bizarre form is truly ugly. Su-Yun smirked after taking a glance. One had a lobster shape, another resembled a seahorse crocodile, each more grotesque than the last, their mutated appearances bizarre and hard to look at. However, these irradiated sea monsters are treasures in themselves. Let them be ugly if it won't affect my making a fortune, Su-Yun said with a slight smile. This hunting operation is expected to capture around 700 irradiated sea monsters of varying sizes, undoubtedly a fortune. While he would have to pay many star cloud points as rewards in comparison to the gains from these irradiated sea monsters, it was merely a drop in the ocean. He could even sell them for hundreds or thousands of times the star cloud points. After all, a businessman never loses. Not to mention he is a heartless and scrupulous boss. As long as they continue hunting, the resource depletion of the Hive Shelter would not be a problem at all. Ha ha ha. But just as he got excited thinking about the good days of making big money, Yun Minger's urgent voice suddenly sounded. Yungu, we have a situation. A strong unknown energy fluctuation has been detected by the instruments 300 meters behind, and after my observation and calculations, a hunting mech team is bringing back a meteorite fragment that contains secrets. 500 meters away from the shelter, a hunting mech convoy over 100 meters long slowly advanced toward the entrance of the shelter. The sound of crisp and bright laughter echoed continuously. Big sister, we have 12 corpses of radiation sea monsters, each about 10 meters in length. It seems we've really struck it rich this time. Estimated to be worth 600,000 star cloud points, we now have enough for our protective suits, and this meteorite, which is a solid mass of iron, should also be worth several thousand star cloud points, right? Besides the team with 5 heavy sniper rifles, our Red Rose Squad's haul is certainly among the top, showing those stinky men what it means for women to compete fiercely on the battlefield. Inside the mech, Lung Hongyu brushed aside her bangs, listening to her teammates' laughter, her rosered lips curling slightly upward. They had a bountiful harvest this time with a total of 12 radiation sea monsters, and on the way back, they even discovered a peculiar fragment of a meteorite. Under the gray, snowy night, the surface emitted a soft red glow, dazzling and eye-catching. After careful observation and speculation, she made up her mind to bring this meteorite fragment back to the shelter. The meteorite, about 1 meter in diameter, weighed over 30 tons. It was small, yet exceptionally heavy, which was quite abnormal. It took 5 transport mechs to pull it out of the deep pit, expending tremendous effort before finally bringing it back. She suspected that this meteorite definitely contained metallic materials unknown to Blue Star. If it could be studied by researchers, it might yield unexpected results. By then, the rewards would surely be substantial. Of course, if it turned out to be just a simple iron meteor, its value would be low, and it would be merely a casual endeavor without any losses. But what if? A hint of anticipation still surged within Lung Hongyu. This is all thanks to the mechs and equipment provided by Hive Shelter. Otherwise, facing such terrifying radiation sea monsters with just a couple of guns would lead to certain death. Alright, we are almost there, keep it serious. After handling this batch of sea monsters, we need to continue hunting tomorrow and for the next week, striving to earn more during this period to prepare for the future. A sense of urgent pressure rose within Lung Hongyu. In 2 months, the trading platform of Hive Shelter would be at that time, star cloud points would be the most important asset. As long as one had enough, they could stand resilient amidst the calamities and sea monsters of the apocalypse. Soon the massive entrance of Hive Shelter appeared ahead, with a bustling construction team hard at work. Especially on Fungi Mountain, various construction facilities were firmly anchored to the cliff with thick steel rods rising from the ground to a height of over 100 meters. Watching this scene, Lung Hongyu felt a surge of excitement. She had heard that the research engineering team needed to manufacture super-large mechs to combat giant radiation sea monsters. Those were terrifying steel behemoths. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. But at that moment, a sharp alarm rang. Warning, warning. A massive source of danger has been detected. Please, Lung Hongyu's Rose Special Forces team remain in place for inspection. Warning, warning. Yun Minger's serious voice echoed around the entrance of the shelter, clearly audible to everyone as red lights flared up, enveloping a large area. It felt as if a heavy presence was bearing down on them. Hearing this, all the hunting teams turned back sharply. Lung Hongyu's Special Forces. Wasn't that one of the 2 female Special Forces teams within the preparation zone? What had they done? I'll go take a look. Hwazi, assist the transport team. Take away all the corpses of the radiation sea monsters, but don't lose them. Lung Feng's expression hardened as he piloted his mech forward. The Gatling gun on his left arm began to rotate slowly, ready to unleash its firepower at any moment. Meanwhile, the mech's right hand drew out the massive shark-toothed sword from its back, keeping vigilant against Lung Hongyu's transport team, especially the corpses of the radiation sea monsters behind. Hwazi and a few Special Forces members exchanged worried glances. Let's go. If anything happens, only the mechs can fight back. Don't hold back, Lung Feng, Hwazi said gravely. They didn't know what was happening, but given the situation, dozens of mechs were on alert heading towards the target. They needed to quickly lead the corpses of the radiation sea monsters away to clear a combat area. This is Captain Wu Lijun of the Rapid Response Team. I am temporarily taking command. Please all members of Yihongyu's Special Forces stand by. All others except the mechs evacuate immediately. Wu Lijun's voice echoed within the mechs. The shelter had long been free from electromagnetic pulse interference, and communication was normal. Under his command, the mechs surrounded Lung Hongyu's transport team, and combat could erupt at any moment. At this moment, Yihongyu was completely stunned. As she watched the mechs encircle them, a strong sense of crisis surged within her. Don't move, though, everyone stay still. They are serious. There's something wrong with the corpses of the radiation sea monsters we hunted. Lung Hongyu quickly snapped back to her senses, her face pale, as she shouted loudly. The other 3 female team members felt a chill down their spines, afraid to speak, quietly waiting in place. Especially the mech operators and the transport mechs were all dumbfounded. No way, I'm sure the radiation sea monsters were all dead. How could there be a problem? Someone said in panic. Immediately, they nervously guarded the corpses of the radiation sea monsters lying on the transport platform, fearing they might spring to life. Danger source. What could it be? But someone weakly responded. The surrounding people widened their eyes, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly looked towards the heavy meteorite behind the transport team. Amidst the cold, fine snow, a strange red light flashed by, sending chills down people's spines. At the same time, just as everyone was on edge, Su Yun piloted his mech over, his eyes filled with surprise. Everyone calm down. Besides the last transport platform, the others can move further away. The research team is coming soon. Su Yun's voice rang in everyone's ears. Simultaneously, Yun Minger's voice also sounded within the mech. Yun Gu, there's no radioactivity, just massive energy particles radiating from this meteorite. It's estimated to have the energy equivalent of 5 nuclear power plants, which is terrifying, something beyond the current understanding of Blue Star. Hearing this, Su Yun nodded gravely. If nothing else, this meteorite likely came from outer space, which was normal since Blue Star had never seen anything like it. What he was worried about was the danger. If there was an outer space virus, it had to be eliminated in advance. Absolutely no allowance for it to be brought back to the shelter. And if this massive energy were to explode, the entire Fingy Mountain would likely be obliterated, and the shelter deep underground would also face a catastrophic crisis. Though the chances were slim, vigilance was still necessary. Soon Hao Yang, accompanied by a group of researchers in protective gear, rushed over with several mechs behind them, transporting various equipment. Where is it? A 1-meter meteorite having the total energy of 5 nuclear power plants. What a joke. If you're trying to fool me, I'll make you regret it. Even before arriving, Hao Yang's scolding voice had already echoed. Everyone had a black line across their faces, but were accustomed to it. High status and capability truly allowed him to act with impunity, especially since their mechs were powered by Hao Yang's high-energy battery packs. A bit of scolding was no big deal. Meanwhile, Lung Hongyu finally understood the cause of the situation. It was that meteorite. However, cold sweat dripped down her back. 5 nuclear power plants worth of energy. They had been very rough in pulling this meteorite out of the deep pit. If something went wrong, it would truly be a case of leaving no bones behind. Su Yun glanced at Hao Yang, speechless, and said, "Hurry up and check to clarify if this is a ticking time bomb. If there's a problem, throw it straight into the deep sea. We can't let it blow us up." Hao Yang panted, gesturing to Su Yun's mech, and said, Let me catch my breath. Based on my speculations, it might be some kind of energy-absorbing material capable of absorbing various radiation energies in space." After a while, the research team and instruments were all in place. Moments later, various data began appearing in front of them, with several data points even exceeding the maximum detection values of the instruments. Hao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up as he incredulously exclaimed, Holy cow, holy cow. This thing actually achieved 100% electromagnetic induction and conductivity in an environment of -12 degrees. Brother Time has a target now. Of flesh is weak, machines ascend. Isn't this stronger than genetic evolution? At this moment, he trembled with excitement, his mind racing with thoughts. This material contained vast gentle energy within each atom, with an energy loss rate close to 0. Theoretically, if it replaced human organs and body, it could provide energy for 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 years without depleting. Thus, as long as the modified brain did not die or the consciousness did not perish, a person could live for over 10,000 years, and this mechanical body, comparable to a nuclear power plant's energy, would unleash terrifying superhuman power. Of course, the difficulty of this was astronomical. This was merely a theoretical direction. At this moment, Hao Yang's mind was already racing with dozens of potential applications for this extraordinary material. Minger's metallic body, human mech, consciousness fusion connector, artificial organs, limbs, cyborgs. At this moment, Su Yun looked at the screen displaying Minger's eager and expectant expression, utterly bewildered. Mechanical ascension. Could this thing enable Minger to become a robot? Alright, since there's no danger, let's take it back for further research. Su Yun shrugged and rolled his eyes. However, Hao Yang suddenly said, Yin Gu, we need to find more of this material. It's very important. Combined with the new elemental metals from the radiation sea monsters, the entire shelter could be transformed into an energy city capable of activating a super large energy shield. If there's enough, it could also be entirely used to build mechs. Not only could we achieve a man-machine integration effect, but I could also equip the mechs with energy weapons and energy shields, allowing them to fly easily and even set foot in space and the deep sea. Hao Yang's voice left those around him stunned with astonishment. None had anticipated that a mere fragment of a meteorite could possess such extraordinary capabilities. Particularly breakthroughs in energy city infrastructure, energy shielding systems, and mecha flight capabilities, once fully realized, would render the desolate apocalypse utterly incapable of halting Hive Shelter's inevitable rise. Meanwhile, Su Yun wore a solemn expression, his mind reeling as he contemplated Hao Yang's words, each thought deepening his awe at the material's terrifying potential. Whoever mastered this extraterrestrial metallic anomaly would wield absolute authority over Blue Planet's next technological epoch. At the same time, other researchers encircling the meteorite fragment erupted into fervent, exhilarated exclamations. Not only could this metal be engineered into mecha power cells, after all, even a sliver sufficed to supply Hive Shelter's entire energy needs for months. But once a method for regulating its output was deciphered, mechas would no longer require nuclear reactors to operate for extended durations. Moreover, it enabled energy-based weaponry. Its energy conductivity approached a perfect 100%, and its capacity to withstand immense energy fluxes surpassed all prior comprehension. Once properly harnessed, even a palm-sized pistol could unleash laser beams capable of generating destructive thermal intensities exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius. Most crucially, when paired with compact energy containment devices, envision this: a wrist-worn or belt-mounted containment unit powered by nothing more than a marble-sized fragment could generate high-intensity protective shields impervious even to conventional firearms, a definitive foolproof self-defense artifact against treacherous ambushes. Listening to the researchers' impassioned cries, Su Yun blinked rapidly and swallowed hard, his excitement palpable. Though the meteorites had wrought apocalyptic devastation upon Blue Planet, they had also delivered an unparalleled catalyst, accelerating humanity's scientific evolution. It seems then that alongside hunting radiation-infused sea monsters, meteorite recovery must now rank among our highest priorities, Su Yun murmured softly to himself. Brother Yun, this fragment most likely originated from the meteorite that struck the Central Pacific, and more importantly from the concealed secondary impactor hidden behind it. Its main body now rests deep within the ocean trenches. We must devise a way to retrieve it. This is nothing short of a mountain of treasure, Yun Ming'er reminded him. Upon hearing her words, Su Yun lifted his gaze toward the distant horizon where snowflakes swirled above the restless sea, his eyes blazing with fierce intensity. Indeed, constructing mechas was no mistake. In the abyssal depths, radiation-corrupted sea monsters swarm in untold numbers. Only mechas can descend safely to mine the meteorite. Especially colossal nuclear-powered mechas augmented by the meteorite-derived energy technology Hao Yang described. Once completed, what would remain of the sea monsters' lairs? To storm them 7 times in and 7 times out would pose no challenge whatsoever. At worst, he could first deploy a low-yield nuclear warhead via submarine to sterilize the impact zone, then descend alone to claim the bounty unimpeded. Time is life. Time is wealth. The dawning of an entirely new energy-driven technological age now shimmered just before Hive Shelter's very eyes. Su Yun's eyes burned crimson with urgency. It must all belong to him. Every last fragment, every revelation, every advantage. Brother Yun, let's go. We're already burning with impatience to unravel this meteorite's secrets, Hao Yang called out urgently. He was not alone. The other researchers too could barely contain themselves, circling the fragment and straining to chip off a piece, to seize it, retreat to their labs, and savor in solitude the metallic essence of the cosmos. Very well, go ahead. I'll handle the rest, Su Yun replied with a faint knowing smile. What pleased him most was that every scientist within Hive Shelter seemed carved from the same mold. Research was their sole devotion. The world's enigmas held them in thrall, driving them feverishly and without reservation to peel back layer after layer of truth. Even if the process demanded a lifetime, they would never yield, never regret. And what Hive Shelter offered them in return was sanctuary for their families, unparalleled living conditions, and access to flawless experimental facilities and optimal allocations of research resources, freeing them from every worldly concern. Hao Yang's research contingent arrived in grand procession and departed in equal haste. Su Yun then turned his gaze toward Lung Hongyu. This discovery was their triumph. That meteorite had conferred immense strategic value upon Hive Shelter. Moreover, they had recognized its significance long before others. He would not, could not, let their loyalty go unrewarded. This meteorite is indispensable to the shelter. You have performed magnificently. You may deliberate among yourselves. Hive Shelter will grant each of you a single wish or request. Su Yun spoke calmly from within his mecha cockpit. A quiet curiosity stirred within him. What might Lung Hongyu ask for? A mecha, gene optimization serum, or some other cutting-edge technology? Upon hearing his words, Lung Hongyu's heart surged with exhilaration. She had wagered correctly. Expending negligible effort and a modest span of time had earned her the direct favor of Su Yun, sovereign of Hive Shelter. It was akin to ascending to heaven in a single bound. Sister Captain, mechas. We need our own mechas. A Special Forces operative whispered, cheeks flushed with fervor and urgency. What did the Rose Special Operations team lack most? Only mechas, their very own. Such machines represented not merely weapons, but the enduring hope of survival and dignity amid the ruins of the apocalypse. Lang Hongyu pressed her lips together and gazed steadily at the twin optical sensors of Su Yun's mecha, resolve crystallizing within her. If permitted, I wish to assemble an expeditionary team to venture beyond the shelter, to hunt radiation-infused sea monsters and recover meteorite fragments, continuing our service to Hive Shelter. Lang Hongyu's voice, cool yet unwavering, resonated across the silence. Instantly, a collective gasp echoed from the cockpits of surrounding mechas, blood-surging, spirits igniting. This too was their deepest yearning. Beneath the scorched wastelands of the apocalypse, who among them did not dream of possessing top-tier equipment capable of ensuring survival and defiance? Su Yun paused momentarily, taken aback, then chuckled wryly. Clever girl indeed. A 6-member expeditionary unit required, per Yun Minger's calculations, no less than 80 million StarCloud credits. With a single sentence, Lang Hongyu had effectively requested multiple substantial favors, without hesitation or restraint. Yet compared to the meteorite's incalculable value, such demands were trivial, even in his estimation insufficient. Without hesitation, Su Yun declared, agreed. Though you must wait until the Trade Bazaar and Preparatory Plaza are fully constructed 2 months hence. Upon completion, you may claim, free of charge from the Hive trading platform, a fully customized Tempest-class Mecha, 1 end-off days armored vehicle, 2 blast-resistant motorcycles, 6 sets of latest-generation protective suits, 6 full-coverage exoskeletal armors, 6 vials of gene optimization serum, 1 comprehensive end-off days medical kit, and for each team member a complete loadout of thermal weaponry and ammunition. The moment he finished speaking, every onlooker stared transfixed at Su Yun's mecha, astonished. Good heavens! This entire package must cost at least 1 small target in StarCloud credits. In that instant, a singular realization bloomed in every mind. 1 meteorite fragment equaled 1 small target, equaled a complete 6-person expeditionary force, fully equipped and logistically sustained. Who among them could possibly resist such an offer? Coincidentally, Yun Minger's calculations confirmed the feasibility. Su Yun addressed the assembled crowd. A permanent mission is hereby issued, to recover unique meteoritic metal fragments. Rewards shall be calculated per gene, 1,500 StarCloud credits per gene, redeemable by anyone. Though the meteorite's true worth vastly exceeded this valuation, Su Yun harbored no concern that individuals might hoard fragments secretly. After all, without genuine scientific expertise, one could only gaze helplessly upon a mountain of treasure. Far better to trade with Hive Shelter for StarCloud credits and acquire whatever advanced technologies one desired. Even the wealthiest landowner retains certain prudent considerations. Following the issuance of hunting and meteorite collection missions over the course of the next month and a half, all special forces and numerous security teams joined the expedition. Moreover, the opportunities to earn Nebula points within the shelter were scarce. Although it was a comfortable existence, they could only watch the goods on the trading platform without being able to touch them. Thus, after a week of training, over 30,000 individuals bravely joined the adventure, ready to face death. Whether it was the value of the corpses of the irradiated sea monsters, or the special metallic meteorites combined with the products on the trading platform, it was enough to drive everyone into a frenzy. The required equipment was provided free of charge by the Hive Shelter, with the exception of mechs. Aside from the already tested Special Forces members and rapid response teams, Su Yun was not willing to let these people easily experience the power of mechs. Things obtained too easily are never cherished. Moreover, it was too dangerous for his own people. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. In this apocalypse, there were many crazies, and Yun Minger needed time to observe and analyze. At most, they could have electromagnetic and radiation-proof protective suits along with various types of firearms and weakening and repulsive potions. As long as they were clever, a few people working together would be enough to hunt irradiated sea monsters under 10 meters in length. This was also an opportunity for Su Yun to give them a starting point. Although the consumption of various resources was large, it was accompanied by the bounty of numerous irradiated sea monster corpses. Research results began to be mass-produced. Gene optimization fluids, decomposition enzymes for radioactive organisms, bioenergy, nutritional fluids, powerful explosive ammunition, protective suits made from sea monster skin, and radiation removal surgeries were all launched on the Hive trading platform. The factory operated at full capacity, constantly decomposing the corpses of irradiated sea monsters and sending them to the production line, where various products began to accumulate in the warehouse. With the exception of biological energy, crystal raw materials, and new heavy metal elements contained within the irradiated sea monsters, all products were available for anyone to purchase. The premise was that one had enough Nebula points. Especially for the gene optimization fluid, each tube cost 1 million Nebula points, limited to 1 tube per person. Once on the shelves, 15,000 tubes were sold out on the same day. Most of the buyers were researchers, special forces members, and their families. After all, these individuals were among the first in the Hive Shelter to earn a significant amount of Nebula points, and their abilities were strong enough that they wouldn't lack a few million Nebula points. The second batch comprised security teams and those who trained afterward in the adventure hunting groups. Although they lacked matched with hard work and perseverance, it wouldn't be long before they could purchase a tube. The third batch was expected to be the engineering teams. Currently 4 large mechs and a small trading district were bustling with activity. Every day they could earn a large number of Nebula points and engineering task rewards. It was estimated that within a year they would be able to buy a tube. As time passed, the trading model of the Hive Shelter would solidify, with Yun Minger assisting in balancing Nebula points and the value of various products, allowing for sustained and perfect development. The various systems belonging to the Hive Shelter were gradually being perfected, and the commercial model of the Apocalypse City was about to take shape. A month and a half later, in the freezing cold, the icy breath enveloped the entire blue star. The sea froze and temperatures plummeted to over 50 degrees below zero. In this white world, there was only one place unaffected by the snow and cold. At the foot of Fungi Mountain, a steel city with a gigantic dome rose abruptly, standing 100 meters tall and stretching about 2 kilometers in length and width, surrounded by steel walls mixed with irradiated sea monster bones. Beneath the apocalypse's ice and snow, it resembled a blazing steel furnace city, filled with towering mechanical arms, mechs, and apocalyptic war vehicles. In the air, nuclear radiation was constantly being decomposed and heated by biological enzymes, with the temperature regulated by the central survival facility to around 24 degrees warm as spring. It seemed isolated from the icy world outside. Even more astonishing was that on either side of the shelter's gates stood 4 giant nuclear-powered mechs over 80 meters tall, resembling guardians of the hive. Today marked the day of the first test for the first mech, the Covering Sea Time. A large blue and white nuclear-powered mech, glimmering with a dazzling metallic sheen, had its nuclear reactor slowly turning, emanating an overwhelming aura of oppression. It's finally begun. I have waited 5 years for this day. Li Shiguang, dressed in a specially made tight combat suit, trembled with excitement. 5 years ago, he joined the Nebula Group, tirelessly working toward his dreams. 5 years later, in this apocalypse, he succeeded, filled with unparalleled passion, as the Covering Sea set sail. Holding a black helmet in his hand, he rose with the elevator, while the communicator in his ear relayed continuous data from Ashir. Mech energy at 100%, hydraulic system, power system, operation system, firepower system, and overload operation system, all normal. The human-machine consciousness connector has successfully decompressed. The path ahead is clear for city exit testing. Ashir wishes you good luck and a successful return. The gentle voice of the mature woman made Li Shiguang feel blissful. Yun Minger's subsystem Ashir would undoubtedly assist the mech perfectly, greatly enhancing its capabilities. With the sound of mechanical operations, Li Shiguang reclined in the soft cockpit seat, eagerly putting on the helmet and shouting, "Covering Sea Time, target 20 kilometers beyond the coastal wasteland, engage." Boom. The nuclear reactor in the mech's chest began to output energy, and the pleasant sound of energy fluctuations resonated. As the mech's eyes slowly lit up, Li Shiguang's consciousness successfully connected with the mech, achieving a human-machine unity. In this steel city, all eyes were fervently fixed on the large mech, with expressions of envy on their faces. It's the Covering Sea Time, it's finally moving. I wonder if it can smash a 50-meter-long irradiated sea monster with a single punch. This big fellow is made up of the most advanced technology on Blue Star: nuclear power, energy, artificial intelligence, human-machine consciousness connectors, along with specially made energy meteorite metal covering its entire body. I've heard it has various energy skills as well. It's equipped with high-tech gear. Not only can it deal with a 50-meter irradiated sea monster, but it could take on 3 of them even if they were 100 meters long. Our mech is just a small toy, in front of it a little mouse that could be crushed underfoot. It's so cool. Damn it, there are only 4 of these in the Hive Shelter, built at great cost. The technology contained within can soar 300 meters into the air and dive 9,000 meters into the sea. Coupled with full firepower, it's a definite war steel beast. Meanwhile, as Li Shiguang confidently stepped out piloting the mech in the control hall, Su Yun was also watching everything with growing anticipation. His Nebula Guardian still required a week to load the energy protection device along with various system tests. It was expected to be his turn to display his might in 2 weeks. Why can't I hold back? Su Yun was somewhat restless, eager in his heart. Beep, beep, beep. Just then the computer in front of him suddenly sounded with continuous emergency messages. It was actually a message from a nuclear submarine. Su Yun was startled. Although the electromagnetic pulse had dissipated significantly and would no longer damage electronic products, its impact on communications was still substantial. The received messages were missing many details. Minger, analyze for me what the situation with the nuclear submarine is. Su Yun called out hastily. After the meteorite fell, their Hive Shelter had lost contact with the nuclear submarine for over 3 months. I hope they haven't encountered any problems. Sun Yun Minger's voice rang out after analysis. It is speculated that the nuclear submarine has been pursued by irradiated sea monsters, and has been sending attack requests and distress signals to the Hive Shelter since 2 months ago. 10 days ago, it was located in the deep sea of the A3 ocean, encountering the habitat of irradiated sea monsters. Recently, 3 days ago, they were chased by 3 irradiated sea monsters over 100 meters long and are expected to return to the coastal area of Binhai City, planning to abandon the submarine and attempt to break through the ice to land. Hearing this, Su Yun's brow furrowed. The nuclear submarine was fully loaded with ammunition, including 3 low-yield nuclear bombs. He had previously instructed that in the event of a crisis after the apocalypse, they could freely attack. Could they really have been chased for 2 months? The impact of electromagnetic pulses in the deep sea would be minimal. Moreover, the nuclear submarine itself has strong resistance to electromagnetic pulses. How could they be chased all over the place? Shouldn't they be rushing towards the shelter? Something must have gone wrong. Su Yun murmured, feeling worried. There were over 300 people in the nuclear submarine, equivalent to the breadwinners of more than 300 families in the Hive Shelter. During this period, there had only been about 20 people in the hunting and adventure teams who had died at the hands of irradiated sea monsters due to various accidents. If something really happened to the nuclear submarine, he would bear full responsibility for the lives of over 300 people. No Minger, activate the Apocalypse satellite in advance to enhance communication signals. Do whatever it takes to get in touch with the nuclear submarine. Even if it has sunk, we need to know where they died. Su Yun waved his hand and shouted sternly. Meanwhile, the staff in the hall below began to act urgently. Soon, 10 minutes later. Brother Yun, good news. We found the nuclear submarine. Hiss. It's just 20 nautical miles from the shelter, and behind them 2 irradiated sea monsters over 120 meters long are pursuing them. The submarine has been breached at 2 points, and it's in a terrible state. Su Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, well, they actually managed to return without sinking. Are they just circling Blue Star's ocean to admire the irradiated sea monsters? Quick, tell Li Shiguang not to bully those little guys. Directly engage in combat in the sea and unleash all. The onset of the Ice Age has arrived, with extreme cold enveloping the entire blue planet, leaving nothing but a vast expanse of white. With temperatures plummeting below 50 degrees Celsius, a thick layer of ice has already frozen over the surface of the sea. Boom! A sudden loud noise shattered the tranquility of the ice surface. A massive nuclear submarine broke through the ice, shattering a large section of it before sinking again, disappearing without a trace, leaving only waves of seawater surging over the fragmented ice. This extraordinary scene caught everyone off guard. Just 5 seconds later, a colossal mutated sea monster roared as it broke through the ice, its massive claws wreaking havoc in a wild display of fury. This was a giant radiated sea monster over 120 meters in length, its body pitch black and fearsome. Below its broad triangular head lay a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, and its thick armored skin appeared both tough and formidable. Not far off on the ice, a 20-meter-high structure resembling a shark's dorsal fin violently tore through the ice, creating a wide expanse of open water. Beneath the ice, a shadowy figure no less than 120 meters long moved swiftly, charging towards the nuclear submarine. This creature, existing only in fantasies, evoked a sense of despair. Inside the frantic nuclear submarine, damn it, it's been 2 months, and the weapon systems still aren't fixed. What have those engineers been doing? 2 months have passed, and the nuclear submarine can barely hold on. Hua Yunfei slammed his hands on the console, cursing loudly. Yet after venting his frustration, his eyes dimmed as he recalled scenes from before the apocalypse. Since the beautiful nation delivered the nuclear submarine, Su Yun appointed him the Minister of Industry to lead 324 retired soldiers, taking on the heavy responsibility of managing the nuclear submarine and nuclear weapon launches in the post-apocalyptic world. Little did they expect that when the meteor struck the blue planet, a fragment over 100 meters in diameter would crash into the deep sea less than 2 kilometers away from them. At that moment, the sea seemed to rage, churning violently as the entire area was thrown into chaos. Even the nuclear submarine, hidden in some underwater crevice, was instantly swept away. After half an hour of tumultuous collisions, the nuclear submarine managed to survive, but it suffered terrible damage, with its exterior pockmarked and nearly destroyed. Particularly the compartment holding supplies was directly breached, with seawater flooding in. The hatch was urgently closed and half of the supply reserves were lost. Additionally, the missile silos were left with a massive dent, and the torpedo launch tubes were burnt out by electromagnetic pulses, leaving only a single 160mm rapid-fire cannon on the deck operational. However, after 2 months of battling the sea monsters, the ammunition had long been exhausted, and they were close to running out of options. Captain, the power system is 75% damaged. The power is going to decline. In half an hour, our nuclear submarine will be unable to move. It's over, it's over. The torpedo launch tubes are all wrecked. The electromagnetic damage is too severe, with no possibility of repairs. The maintenance engineers can't even get out, stuck in the nuclear submarine, helplessly staring at nothing. What's the point of them? Not good, they're on us again. Only 100 meters away. Damn it, 90 meters now. Quick, boost the power. We are about to be torn apart. Boost my ass. It's been maxed out for ages. This time we are truly doomed. However, the self-destruct sequence is ready with a full load of ballistic missiles, torpedoes, and 3 nuclear warheads. Even if we go down, we can take those 2 behemoths with us. It's not a total loss. Hua Yunfei listened to the frantic voices around him, his face darkened. Damn it, if it weren't for the most powerful and crucial firepower systems being damaged, he could have easily slaughtered his way in and out of the radiated sea monster's lair without a second thought. It's a pity that this time Jesus was not on his side. Their last hope for rescue was silent. Just hang on a bit longer, we'll reach the shore in 5 minutes. Hua Yunfei said firmly. He had already decided to abandon the nuclear submarine and charge towards the coastal city, breaking through the ice towards the Fengyi mountain range. At least before dying, he could catch one last glimpse of their home. However, things did not go as planned. A massive iceberg suddenly crashed down in front of the nuclear submarine, creating a 100-meter tsunami that blocked their way home. Boom! Amidst the surging seawater and ice, the nuclear submarine surfaced in despair. Through the observation window displayed on the screen, over a dozen crew members in the cockpit saw 2 gigantic, fearsome radiated sea monsters surrounding them. In addition to the triangular-headed radiated sea monster, the other resembled a terrifying combination of a prehistoric giant crocodile and a prehistoric giant shark. Still 15 nautical miles to go. Fengyi Mountain is right ahead. Hua Yunfei murmured weakly. Their home lay just beyond that mountain beneath, which was their last hope. Unfortunately, it was still a bit too late. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, a series of urgent beeping sounds rang out within the nuclear submarine, followed by a melodious voice in their ears. Signal connection successful. Oh, this little lady is exhausted. Your signal is too weak, but thankfully I'm just in time. Yun Minjer appeared on the screen of the nuclear submarine, wiping sweat from her pristine forehead in a human-like manner. The sudden change silenced everyone for a moment, but within 3 seconds it erupted into chaos. Wow, Sister Meng, we thought we lost you, a crew member shouted excitedly, jumping up. In that moment, Yun Minjer was nothing short of their goddess. In their despair, she brought them hope. Miss, help us. We are going to die. My God, hurry and activate the nuclear electromagnetic cannon. The kids are crying in fear. Blast those monsters to smithereens. Damn it, they've been chasing us for 10 days. We're on the brink of becoming radiated sea monster poop. Inside the cockpit, cheers of excitement erupted, and even crew members working in other compartments rushed over, their eyes filled with the desire to live. Nuclear electromagnetic cannon. Yun Minjer was taken aback for a moment before pouting and saying, no need to deploy the heavy weapons yet. Wait a moment, an even more spectacular scene is coming. The oceanic time machine will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. Upon hearing this, everyone was confused. Oceanic time machine. What is that? But the next moment they were all bang. 2 powerful blue energy beams flashed by, instantly hitting the 2 giant radiated sea monsters surrounding the nuclear submarine, flipping them over and causing them to crash through the ice layer of the sea hundreds of meters long. An enormous mech over 80 meters tall descended from the sky, like a titan crashing into the sea before their eyes, emanating a blue-white metallic sheen, its humanoid steel body leaving them in awe. Even the ice only reached its chest, and the nuclear reactor on its chest was constantly burning the seawater, emitting an immense amount of energy. What excited them even more was that above the sky, dozens of armed helicopters were circling with Gatling guns, machine guns, missiles, and other firearms aimed at the 2 gigantic radiated sea monsters. Not only that, but armored vehicles designed for nuclear defense and explosion-proof vehicles were roaring toward them, with powerful horsepower numbering in the thousands. Following them were mechs about 5 meters tall, racing across the ice like a mechanical army, every step shaking. In less than a minute, all the incoming war machines surrounded the radiated sea monsters, their firepower ready to erupt. Don't move, everyone. Let me handle this today. I am the main character. Li Shiguang's voice echoed in the communication channel. The Fuhai time has long been ready, poised to set sail. Warning, warning, the radiation monster contains immense and violent energy comparable to that of a nuclear reactor. There is a possibility of energy release attacks. The saliva of the one on the left is highly corrosive and may spray out to attack. The Met's exterior cannot withstand it. The one on the right has radiative energy fluctuations on its dorsal fin, with an 80% chance of unleashing a thermal radiation energy attack. Aishir's analysis echoed continuously in Li Shiguang's ears. With the ongoing mutations of the radiated sea monsters compounded by the radiation enveloping the globe, their biological genes are evolving. At this moment, the 2 enormous radiated sea monsters before him radiated a power that instilled despair in humanity. Perhaps one day they would no longer fear the threat of thermal weapons and nuclear bombs. The strength that humanity prides itself on will turn to nothingness. Li Shiguang's expression grew grave as data on the various radiated sea monsters appeared before him, filling him with horror. As a researcher, he naturally understood the terrifying nature of such creatures. This was a life gene mutation beyond human comprehension, as if it did not exist on Blue Star. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Humanity's greatest strength lies in its wisdom. One day, the radiated sea monsters will be thoroughly studied, and their bodies and secrets will contribute to humanity's technological advancements. This is a race against time between life, evolution, and technological exploration. Who will emerge victorious, humanity or the radiated sea monsters remains uncertain. Hey Shiram going in. Output at full power 80%. Prepare the plasma thermal radiation concentrator cannon. Let's hit them with the ultimate weapon of Haoyang and take out one first. Li Shiguang shouted with bloodlust. When facing such gigantic monsters, it is better to strike decisively than to hesitate. Moreover, taking down one would fill his pockets instantly. The return on investment is too high. The corpse of a radiated sea monster over 100 meters in length is expected to sustain his research expenses for several months. This is a treasure trove of radiated sea monsters capable of making everyone wealthy overnight. As soon as the words left his mouth, the nuclear reactor in the mech's chest began to operate rapidly, gathering energy. This weapon of attack is the culmination of Haoyang's research. Centered around the nuclear reactor, it gathers all thermal radiation energy and transforms it into a plasma energy body. In the next moment, under the terrified gazes of everyone, it seemed as if the gray sky had risen a sun illuminating a vast area. A crimson energy beam sliced through the void, instantly striking the forehead of the triangular-headed radiated sea. The beam was unstoppable, piercing through the head of the radiated sea monster, striking deep into the icy depths of the ocean. A deafening roar erupted from beneath the seabed, sending up waves 300 meters high, with thermal shockwaves radiating thousands of meters away, shattering the ice. The radiated sea monster let out no cries, crashing directly into the ocean, with countless black-green blood spraying from its 5-meter-wide, gaping wound on its forehead, sinking into silence at the seabed. Even a radiated sea monster over 100 meters in length has its head as its Achilles heel. It cannot defy fate. Meanwhile, in the main control hall of the shelter, Haoyang clenched his fists, his face flushed, shouting, "Did you see that? This is the true power of Haoyang. An attack weapon. Who doesn't have their own weapon?" Xu Xiangge beside him touched his head dismissively, saying that shot was decent, but not as good as my nuclear electromagnetic rail energy cannon, which combines physical and magical attacks, and is far superior to yours. Damn it, talk big after you figure it out. Anyone can boast. Give me enough nuclear materials, and I can annihilate everything within hundreds of kilometers with ease. Haoyang retorted mockingly. Hey, you bald-headed guy really has thick skin. Oh, did your research on electromagnetic forces damage your brain? Suyun helplessly looked at the two of them. The people in the research institute argued every day, no one willing to concede, and he had heard so much that his ears felt calloused. However, this doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Amidst fierce competition and arguing, everyone is mustering their strength, and research results emerge every few days, directly seizing the discourse power of the research institute for the week. Such a good thing, let it be. At this moment, Suyun looked at the large screen ahead, and his blood began to boil. After Li Shiguang took down one radiated sea monster, he directly dispersed the crowd, engaging in close combat with the radiated sea monsters. Punching and grappling destruction was rampant. The two giants fought fiercely, either sinking into the sea or being blasted far away from the surface. However, the scales of victory always tipped in Li Shiguang's favor, and the mech's thermal power had yet to be activated. With energy permeating through the meteoric metal, it directly empowered the entire mech, allowing for brief flight under the electromagnetic field and energy propulsion. Even within the radiated sea monster's lair, it could transform into a war machine, annihilating everything. The outcome was inevitable. Li Shiguang was likely to reap bountiful rewards, and the surrounding adventurers would also benefit. After watching for a while, Suyun shifted his gaze elsewhere. The impact of the electromagnetic pulse had significantly diminished. The 3 Apocalypse satellites were outputting at full power and were about to restart communications. The Nebula Hive network platform would soon be established within the borders of Longhua. After the Apocalypse, apart from state-level special arrangements, their Hive Shelter would undoubtedly be the first to re-establish communication and entertainment networks. Only with the network connection could he carry out his grand profit plan. Particularly, the collection of special meteoric metal fragments was crucial for the future of energy technology and energy mechanization development. With limited meteoric resources, whoever collects the most will grasp the discourse power of the next era. Brother Yin, the 3 Super Apocalypse satellites have reached their designated orbits. Although there will be intermittent losses and signal fluctuations aside from game lag, normal chatting will only experience slight delays. It's not a big problem. Yin Minger's voice rang out. Hearing this, Suyun smiled and said, "It's been over 3 months. I wonder if that group of slackers is still alive." Minger activates super server units 3, 4, and 5. In 1-minute communications will cover the entire Longhua territory. Meanwhile, in a personal shelter within Longhua, Su Wenjie clapped the radio receiver in his hand. Aside from the noisy crackling sound, there was no other signal fluctuation. It's been over 3 months and communication hasn't been restored. I'm seriously going crazy. Su Wenjie shouted in frustration, his face showing signs of exhaustion. He was originally a mild depression patient and a recluse who had closely followed the actions of those big corporations before the crisis information of the meteoric disaster exploded. After spending his parents' inheritance, he sold his parents' company shares, villa, and 2 self-built 8-story buildings at a low price, constructing a 3-story shelter about 30 meters underground, roughly 400 square meters. Having endured earthquakes, fire, smoke, and temperature drops, he spent over 3 months living with just himself, and every day apart from watering and weeding in the 1,200 square meter planting room at the bottom of the shelter, he just ate, drank, dawdled, or played some boring single-player games. However, the longer time passed, the more lonely and irritable he became. With no one to talk to or interact with, it felt as if he was the only one left in this world. Amidst his thoughts, he began to regret. Why did I refuse the school bell and the invitations from those female classmates? Damn it, these days would be better with a woman around, even if it wasn't sincere. Meanwhile, a pitch-black dog on the sofa nudged him, bringing him back to reality. His irritated expression softened a bit. Black Panther, are you hungry again? He'll get you something to eat. Su Wenjie forced a smile as he spoke. Looking around, the shelter was tidy, filled with various supplies, snacks, gaming consoles, entertainment, and fitness equipment. Though small, it was well equipped. However, aside from the quietness, there was only solitude. Su Wenjie sighed helplessly and got up to head to the kitchen, preparing to make something to eat. But the next second, the phone, which had been silent on the computer desk for over 3 months, suddenly rang. Ding dong, urgent and continuous. Su Wenjie widened his eyes. This was the sound of a message alert, and he trembled all over, jumping up in excitement. Holy cow, is this the internet? Damn, the official radio of Longhua hasn't been restored yet. Who set up the network? Amazing. Black Panther, hold on a bit, and let me find a beautiful lady to bring back. At the same time, within the majority of shelters equipped with signal connectors in the Dragon Kingdom, the sound of notifications chimed continuously. Delayed messages, news advertisements, and other notifications flooded the mobile phones. This was during the time when an electromagnetic pulse enveloped the entire blue star, causing network disruptions and leaving many messages unreceived. After more than 3 months as the network was restored, the past messages finally appeared before everyone's eyes. As time passed, everything changed, and people departed, leaving behind nothing but cold tea. Inside a public shelter in the Dragon Kingdom, someone numbly picked up a phone that had been untouched in a cabinet for months and murmured to themselves, "Is the network back?" However, upon seeing the last message from a certain contact, tears of regret streamed down their face as their eyes turned red with anguish. "I knew it, I should have known long ago. Wayner, wait for me, I will come for you." Perhaps in the final moments of life, the person one loves and thinks of is the true love. On this day, some wept bitterly under pressure, some cheered joyfully, some were lost in thought, and some felt as if their hearts were dead, preferring death over life. And this day marked the dawn of a new century. March 10th, 2025, 1 year after the meteorite apocalypse, the network resumed, showcasing the stark contrasts of life and death, hope and despair. Referred to as the day of the Hive era. Following this, a more important piece of information emerged. The network communication platform of the Nebula Hive Shelter had applied for access. This was the only network platform software with servers, and the interface displayed scenes from before the entrance of the fiery steel city. With 4 massive mech beasts emanated a grand and majestic atmosphere. Armed helicopters hovered above, lights shone down, and heavily mechanized doomsday vehicles, small mechs, and full-cover exoskeletons created a vision reminiscent of a desolate post-apocalyptic city. In the frozen world below, like a torch burning brightly, the flames did not extinguish and life persisted. Some, filled with excitement, eagerly opened the only network software available. At a glance, the familiar and money-hungry feeling of the Nebula game rushed over them. The layout of the interface, including the mall points, missions, games, videos, live broadcasts, and social exchanges, dazzled the eyes. Especially as time passed and the network fermented, notifications and videos were uploaded at an incredible speed, as if there had been preparations made long ago. Inside a cramped sandwich shop, a man held his phone and suddenly shouted in disbelief, "Holy crap, is that a mech? 1 slice per monster. What the hell, this is an apocalyptic disaster. Are you filming a movie here?" Around him, many idle people held their phones and saw hundreds of videos that had been uploaded. A desolate apocalyptic wasteland covered in ice. The seas appeared as icy oceans devoid of life. What was even more terrifying was that within the once thriving coastal cities, countless terrifying and massive radioactive sea monsters roamed, their violent roars echoing through the skies. And then the mechs emerged under the might of powerful thermal weapons. The radioactive sea monsters were torn into countless pieces like bubbles. Was that humanoid mech made entirely of steel truly something that current technology could create? Damn it, they evolved secretly without letting them in on it. What left them dumbfounded was yet to come. Groups of doomsday vehicles sped across the wasteland with machine guns and Gatling guns firing continuously, hunting the terrifying radioactive sea monsters. A woman clad in a black full-cover protective suit had a tall and stunning figure. While driving a raging heavy motorcycle with one hand, she held a sniper rifle aimed at the front, ready to shoot in one fluid motion. In the distance, a radioactive sea monster measuring 5 to 6 meters long had one of its eyes shot out, a dangerous and thrilling sight, even though there were still 7 disgusting eyeballs left. But this scene, reminiscent of a movie, greatly excited everyone. This is Binhai City. That dilapidated apartment building in the background is my home. I've been paying off the mortgage for 10 years, and even if it turns to ashes, I can still recognize it. I see it. My self-built little house just got turned to ruins by a radioactive sea monster scratching it. Once I get out it must die. Holy crap, does that mean those radioactive sea monsters are real? And the mechs, those doomsday vehicles, are all made by the Nebula Hive Shelter. Wait, look at them all. The equipment in the videos is for sale. Especially that gene optimization liquid. Even grandmas say it's great, it makes you look 10 years younger. For sale. What the hell, priced at 3 million Nebula points, worth 30 pounds of gold. Damn, and it costs 3 pounds of biological energy crystals from the heads of radioactive sea monsters. This exchange rate is 10 times more expensive than gold. Besides that, it's worth 600 pounds of fresh fruit and 900 pounds of fresh vegetables. Damn, who can afford this? Look at the first row of the shop. A storm mech can be bought for 50 million Nebula points, and it comes with an independent AI, 2 sharp-toothed great swords. What a reasonable price. More importantly, the Nebula Hive Shelter guarantees it. I'm telling you, I'm going to buy one in my lifetime. Not even Jesus can stop me. At that moment, 300 million people surged into the Nebula Hive network platform, all witnessing the crises and struggles from the Hive Shelter. What was terrifying was that despite being surrounded by countless radioactive sea monsters, this Hive Shelter had developed so rapidly and massively it was astonishing. In comparison to their current environment, it felt as if they had fallen behind by an entire technological era. Perhaps they had already been abandoned by the apocalyptic age. At the same time, in the control hall of the Hive Shelter, the voice of Yun Minger echoed continuously. Servers 3 and 4 are about to reach full capacity, connecting to server 5 in 5 seconds with server 6 as backup. 330 million, 380 million. Super server 5 is urgently connecting, expected to support for half an hour. At this moment, Su Yun, beside the busy figures in the hall, did not care. After more than 3 months, the lively chat group was in full swing. Brother Yun, my bro, where can I exchange Nebula points? Hurry up, I can't wait to buy a few mechs. That damned radioactive sea monster outside my door hasn't died in the earthquake or fire, and it keeps banging on my door every day. I'm going crazy. That bad. My heart aches for you for a second. How could the Dragon Kingdom not send troops to clean it up? Well, with meteorites falling, who would want to expend so much effort to clean up the entire Dragon Kingdom? In that case, trading for mechs, thermal weapons, and various equipment with the Hive Shelter is inevitable. I'll directly arm myself to the teeth. My dad is a billionaire. I want 20 high-spec mechs, 30 armed helicopters, 100 doomsday vehicles, 50 doomsday motorcycles, 1,000 sets of full-cover exoskeleton armor, and 20 tubes of that gene optimization liquid first. For all other thermal weapons, ammunition, and equipment, calculate based on triple the needs. For a 3,000-person war, no discounts needed. We're not short on resources. My family has a mine. Brother Yun, same here. My dad opened his mouth and resources are at my disposal. We have a mine, land, and plenty of gold, fresh fruits, and vegetables. Oh my, what did I see? Special meteorite metal. A meter in diameter, weighing 35 tons, 100 tons, equals 100 million Nebula points. I had a massive group of meteorite fragments crash down deep in the mountains, almost burying me. With my luck, I should be able to find a few hundred special metal meteorites with a diameter of 1 meter. Everyone was taken aback. Hundreds of special metallic meteorites, each 1 meter in diameter. What a joke. Even the chosen one wouldn't dare to claim such a thing. If it were true, she could just lie back for the rest of her life. It is important to note that besides the silicate rock shell, iron and nickel are the elements with the highest content inside meteorites, typically accounting for over 70% of their total mass. As for the special metal, it is expected to constitute only a small percentage, at most 5%, if not even less. Moreover, they are dispersed all over the world, making it purely a matter of luck to encounter such a thing. The probability is too low. It's impossible to have hundreds of them, at most just a few. If they're lucky, encountering a dozen or so could make them envious. This windfall truly depends on luck. Princess Yaya said, I'm just saying meteorites are something my family's collection team has discovered several of, but they are all ordinary meteorites. None contain special metals. The village girl from the Hua family laughed. Haha, I collected a half-meter diameter one at home. It looks special and even emits a red glow. It took a lot of effort to dig it out. I just tested it with the Hive Shelter method, and it worked perfectly. My mech is ready. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a twinge of envy. This freebie was much more comfortable than exchanging resources. No matter how rare the special metals are, they are not as interesting as having a mech. Besides, this thing requires research and development. Who has that kind of time? A half-meter diameter meteorite equals 1 mech, and a 1-meter diameter one equates to 2. Who could resist such an easy gain? At this moment, the entire Dragon Nation must be going crazy. As long as they find the meteorites and contact the Hive Shelter for collection, having a mech in this apocalyptic world would definitely allow them to live a rich life. At this moment, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Su Yun's mouth as the trading volume on the marketplace surged. 50,000 transactions instantly turned into 200,000, growing exponentially. Moreover, a considerable number of these exchanges were for special meteorites, with those under half a meter reaching 600 transactions, and those above half a meter exceeding 100. If they managed to transport all of these back, their future development would no longer be an issue. These extremely rare resources that do not exist on Blue Star are merely exchanged for some mechs and equipment, making it a blood profit. Furthermore, the Hive's transport mech squad has long been prepared. Hundreds of modified large armed helicopters are on guard, accompanied by over 1,000 large trucks designed for the apocalypse, fully loaded with equipment and mechs heading inland. Within weeks, they could bring back hundreds or even thousands of special metallic meteorites. By then, the Hive Shelter would stand firm in the apocalyptic world. Qin Jun said, "I'm so envious of what's in the marketplace that it's driving me mad. But Su-Yun, is it really wise for you to boldly sell hot weapons and war equipment? My father is cursing, and the special phone in his hand is ringing incessantly, saying he wants to sanction you. Be careful." Mao Urge remarked, hiss. I don't know how to put it. That old general from the Northwest Military District frowned, looking a bit fierce, but he didn't say anything. Everyone around him was trembling in fear. Mao Urge continued, "However, there is one more thing you should pay attention to, Su-Yun. In a large shelter near the Yangtze River in the Dragon Nation, Gene warriors have already appeared. They can fight the radiation sea monsters without being affected by radiation. One of them is equivalent to a small superhuman with astonishing strength and physique, able to leap dozens of meters in a single bound and easily cleave through steel and rock. It's a bit ridiculous." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. So soon. The research results of the radiation sea monsters can already be applied to humans. It is important to note that even the Hive Shelter, as powerful as it is, can only manufacture mechs and thermal weaponry to contend with the complex environments and radiation sea monsters of the outside world. Gene warriors have already touched upon the mysteries of human evolution. If more time passes, perhaps this apocalyptic world will transform into something entirely different. Even Su-Yun was somewhat astonished. Are there really talents in this world even more monstrous than Zi-Ling? It seems that besides the Hive Shelter, other major powers are not to be underestimated. Su-Yun squinted. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. "Mindra, did you see that? Find that shelter for me. I want to see what kind of Gene warriors they are." Within 3 seconds, Yun Minger's voice sounded. "Yungo, I found it. Before the apocalypse, it was a biomedical corporation, but the deepest underground areas are sealed off from the network. However, I found fragments of their god-making plan and test videos of the Gene warriors." Soon a video appeared on Su-Yun's computer. This was a fully enclosed shelter with the entrance gate at the bottom measuring over 10 meters in length and width, camouflaged as rock with several meters of high-strength alloy. Following that was a 15-meter-long downhill passage leading to an area the size of half a basketball court. However, within this testing area, a bizarre humanoid monster appeared before his eyes. It had a pitch-black body covered in a skin that resembled some biological keratin, with arms thicker than its head and antler-like spikes protruding from its forehead, presenting a fierce, beastly appearance. This exterior seemed to be a fusion of ant genes, creating a humanoid being that was neither human nor ant. This Gene warrior fused with ant genes unleashed a force of 36,000 pounds in a single strike, equivalent to 18 tons of strength, 200 times its body weight. It also had a speed of 4.5 seconds in a 100-meter dash, able to cover over 20 meters in a single step, which was astonishing. With such data, even an 8-meter-long radiation sea monster could be easily hunted by it, comparable to the combat power of a mech with full thermal capabilities. Hiss. Su-Yun inhaled sharply, bewildered, and said, "Goodness, no matter how you look at it, this thing seems cooler than my mech." Although it was a bit ugly, it was undeniably impressive. Yun-Gu, there's also the god-making plan. They aim to research and create a god that can fly and perform any feat. When that happens, whatever they want to do will be unstoppable, and our Hive Shelter will certainly be their primary target, Yun Minja reminded. After a moment of surprise, Su-Yun nodded slightly, his mind conjuring up a vision of what the success of the god-making plan would yield. A god that could rival a human-shaped nuclear bomb. That terrifying power, capable of shattering mountains and rivers in a single blow, could even evade the core of a nuclear explosion due to its astonishing speed. Though Su-Yun was skeptical, the facts stood before him. This was undoubtedly a significant threat to their Hive Shelter. Preventive measures must be taken and preparations should be made in advance. At this moment, Su-Yun felt somewhat restless. It's been 2 months. Oh, let's bring Zi-Ling over. I need to hear her advice. An hour later, Zi-Ling walked in wearing high heels. This was her first time stepping out of the biological laboratory and her first visit to the control center. "Don't worry, he won't survive a day," Zi-Ling said with a serious expression. "They have gone mad. This fusion merely injects ant genes into the body, combined with the fusion gene characteristics of radiation sea monsters, betting on a 1 in a billion success rate." Zi-Ling's face showed some anger. The gene fusion sequence of the radiation sea monsters is not something that can be easily studied. Without millions of human trials, it is simply impossible. God-making plan. Their results are already doomed to produce nothing more than an uncontrollable, mindless monster. Hearing that survival was limited to a single day, Su-Yun suppressed the unease churning within his heart. Yet the sense of crisis remained unresolved. So long as that biological sanctuary persisted in its research, it might well uncover something truly world-shattering. Never mind. If Longwood discovered this long ago and still permitted the research to continue, they must be backed by a high-ranking authority with real power. Su-Yun shook his head, resigned. Genetic evolution of life itself. Who could resist such temptation? Even knowing it posed an existential threat, they remained helpless. Unless, he ordered a nuclear submarine to deliver a tactical warhead there and erase everything at once. Alas, it was only a fleeting thought. He bore responsibility for the lives of over 500,000 souls within Hive Sanctuary. Moreover, he too was conducting research. Their goals were identical. Only time would tell who would break through first. Beside him, Zeline silently watched footage of Gene Warrior, trials, her expression inscrutable. Noticing her silence, Su Yun recalled Ziline's work and asked, "How is your research progressing? Do you need—" She shook her head, her gaze distant, her voice soft. "It's immensely complex. The genome sequences of radiation sea beasts resemble an infinite starfield. I must first map their genetic architecture, then discern the singular correct path forward. Time is too short. So far I've identified only one critical genomic locus. I'm striving to activate it. Only upon its illumination will the road ahead of evolutionary transcendence reveal itself." Ziline pointed to a slender silver needle embedded deep within the violet tresses cascading from the nape of her skull, and sighed. The sheer magnitude of her sacrifice remained known to her alone. A flicker of yearning crossed her eyes. Yet she also saw one possible direction, deploying vast numbers of subjects to test mutations one by one. That sanctuary which engineered Gene Warriors undoubtedly entertained the same idea, and had likely already begun acting upon it. Su Yun followed the direction of her finger, eyes widening in shock, breath catching in his throat. Good heavens, no wonder she was called a prodigy. Was she truly experimenting on herself? And on the most vital organ of all, the human brain? Did she fear death so little? Yet his expression darkened instantly. Frowning deeply, he commanded, "There are still over 20,000 test subjects available. I order you, remove that needle immediately." He'd merely neglected her research for a short while, and now this. He was genuinely furious. They had known each other for 5 years, united by shared dreams. All members of Xingyun Group, Haoyang Li Shiguang Chu Xianga, had forged profound bonds. To experiment on oneself, it was a betrayal of self, and of everyone who trusted her. Ziline observed Su Yun's wrathful expression, a faint smile, lifting her crimson lips, before she gently shook her head. "We're out of time. Even with gene optimization serum, human lifespans barely exceed a century, a mere blink against the scale of our ambition. Rest assured, I'll thrive even if you fall. I've found the way. Once this locus ignites, the future itself will reach out to us." Her confidence was unshaken, akin to the calm she displayed when confronting extinction-level viral pathogens. She had grasped the faintest thread of genetic evolution's deepest secret. To ask her to let go, only death could compel her surrender. Su Yun sighed. Ziline was indispensable. So too was her brilliance to Hive Sanctuary survival. Perhaps trust was all he had left. By the way, we require vast quantities of bioenergy crystals. Evolution is life's quantum leap. Without sufficient energy, the body is drained of vitality in an instant. Our current hunting operations are insufficient. We must descend into the abyssal deep. Ziline spoke with solemn conviction. The human body harbors near-infinite potential. At the onset of evolution, a minimum of 50 kilograms of bioenergy crystals is required, and more is always better. The greater the absorption, the deeper the transformation. In time, these crystals will become the most potent catalyst for life's ascension. Su Yun nodded gravely, thoughts turning to the bioenergy crystals concealed within radiation sea beasts. A 5-meter specimen yielded less than half a kilogram, harvested solely from its cranium. An 8-meter beast yielded just over 1 kilogram. A 10-meter specimen 2 to 4 kilograms, a 20-meter leviathan over 10 kilograms. Only a 100-meter behemoth could supply the full 100 kilograms needed. And such titans roamed freely in the abyssal depths. A glint of cold resolve flashed in Su Yun's eyes. Whether for the meteorite core buried in the Pacific's heart, or for those life-forging crystals, descent into the deep was inevitable. Still, preparation demanded time. Rashness would serve no purpose. Regardless, bioenergy crystals shall be prioritized for your research. Proceed without restraint. Name any resource, any obstacle. I'll handle the rest. This was Su Yun's vow to Ziline. Others raced recklessly toward breakthroughs, heedless of cost or consequence, and succeeded. He had no justification to withhold support from her. Meanwhile, within Tianshun Biological Sanctuary, the very facility engineering Gene Warriors, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit chuckled before a 6-way video conference on his monitor. "Truly, we owe Hive Sanctuary a debt. Their rapid establishment of network infrastructure has enabled our plan to commence." He raised his right hand to draw on a cigar, yet what followed startled even the seasoned observers. His hand resembled a dragon's claw, thick armored scales shimmering with a faint golden luster, its 5 talons gleamed with lethal sharpness, sending chills down the spine. A voice echoed from the conference feed. "Indeed, the gene optimization serum nearly startled me. I assumed Hive Sanctuary possessed extraordinary capability, but it merely refines existing human genetics. Ours, the Tianshun Gene Enhancer, is far superior even in its mortality-controlled variant. What about mechs? Mere external tools. Our semi-mechanical integration has long been perfected, thanks to the life metal derived from the meteorite. A single surgical procedure transforms the human body into a biomechanical chassis, its firepower rivaling any mech. Is that not infinitely more seductive? Then let us begin. Whether bioenergy crystals from radiation sea beasts or life metal, it is all vital to our future. We cannot allow that Hive Sanctuary upstart to seize them first. Agreed. The Southwest Military District will intervene directly. Even if that young man Su Yun possesses formidable talent, he dare not openly obstruct us. As the video call ended, Hive's network platform flooded with orchestrated videos and coordinated accounts. The sudden surge drew immediate attention. Users clicked in, and chaos erupted. Whoa, Brothers Tian Shun Biological Sanctuary is serious. They've engineered gene warriors capable of punching radiation sea beasts to death and shrugging off radiation like it's nothing. Isn't that stronger than mechs? Gene warriors. Semi-mechanical augmentation is infinitely cooler. Full-body firepower keeps sea beasts at bay, and you can customize modifications anywhere. Hey, anyone know if a friend wanted to upgrade that particular organ, what's the success rate? Any side effects? Tian Shun's gene enhancer is clearly superior. Even if less dramatic than Gena Warriors, it boosts strength and constitution tenfold. It outclasses Hive's gene optimization serum by several tiers, and both cost 3 million Xingyun coins. No contest really. I still prefer matches, and that enhancer carries a 30% fatality risk. Who'd gamble on that? Plus it drains 10 to 20 years of lifespan. Are they trying to kill you faster and turning yourself into something neither human nor monster? Ugh. Even if you gain power, you cease to be human. You don't get it. This is the apocalypse. Why cling to humanity? Full-body, semi-mechanical integration is sublime. Just wear a helmet and step outside. And that 30% mortality. It's not 100%. You've got a chance. Succeed and you walk free from shelters unafraid of radiation or cold. At that moment, awareness spread rapidly. Multiple sanctuaries had unveiled technologies far more alluring than mechs or optimization serums. Whether semi-mechanical augmentation or gene enhancement, these breakthroughs ignited unprecedented excitement. After all, such power resided within, immediately accessible, unburdened by clunky armor or cumbersome. Meanwhile, in Hive Sanctuary's central command hall, Su Yun and Zillian continued discussing genetic evolution. Yun Minger interjected, "Brother Yun, Tian Shun Biological Sanctuary has launched live streams on our platform. Not just one, Super Godmech Sanctuary, Light of Life Sanctuary, and even the Longwa Military Command are simultaneously targeting our marketplace. 5 million users have flooded in, and numbers are surging exponentially. Shall we forcibly terminate them?" Su Yun and Zillian froze, then frowned, utterly bewildered. What had Hive Sanctuary done to provoke this? To be besieged, on their own network platform, so brazenly. Even the Longwa Military Command is involved, clearly backed by immense authority. Hold off for now. Let's see what they intend. Daring to strike at me on my own turf. He scoffed. In the live broadcast room of the Divine Biological Sanctuary, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit with a left arm resembling a black dragon claw appeared before everyone's eyes. That peculiar arm instantly captivated everyone's attention, especially the faint golden glow shimmering on its scales, which instinctively created a sense of pressure within. Wow, a dragon claw hand. This looks somewhat cool and rather impressive. Is it real? I'm a college student, so don't try to trick me. I recognize him. He used to be the chairman of the Dawn Biological Medical Group, Morong Yintian. Hiss. If I recall correctly, he should be in his 70s looking like an old man. But now he seems to be only in his 30s or 40s. Yes, I'm sure. Not only has he become younger, but he has also mutated one of his arms. This dragon claw looks undeniably real. It must be the effect of a superior gene enhancement liquid. The Divine Biological Sanctuary is indeed several times better than the Hive Sanctuary in the field of biology. But I still believe the gene optimization liquid from the Hive Sanctuary is better, no side effects, and it can indirectly help people live longer. So let's just watch for now. After all, we common folks can't afford it. Morong Yintian looked at the screen filled with comments, the upper left corner, showing over 30 million viewers, and the number was continuously surging with tens of thousands joining every second, a slight smile forming on his lips. Hive Sanctuary. Humph. What can they use to compete with us? Moreover, he had prepared a deep water bomb. No one could refuse it. Absolutely no one. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Morong Yintian, a director at the Divine Biological Sanctuary. I believe you all know the purpose of this live broadcast, right? That's right. Today I will give you a detailed introduction to our products at Divine Biology. Look at this gene enhancement liquid, how beautiful it is. It can make the body evolve to be as powerful as a mech. And that's not all, you can look forward to more products. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Meanwhile, the Super Mechanical Sanctuary was also promoting their products. Only half of the human body can be mechanized. No. If you wish, you can completely have your skull opened. Besides your brain being protected by several layers of high-strength life metal alloy, any limb or organ can be mechanized, and you will have an intelligent brain to assist you in all your actions. Trust us, you only need to spend some resources and undergo a small painless surgery. Close your eyes, and when you open them, you will become a perfect, immortal, half-mechanical human. Apart from these two sanctuaries, the Sanctuary of the Light of Life was also promoting their products, but with very few participants perhaps, because everyone was scared away. Regardless of their immortal body potion or the gene mutation potion, the mortality rate exceeds 99%. However, there were successful cases in the live broadcast. Those who used the immortal body potion could recover within a minute even after being shot to pieces except for their head, with the only side effect being the consumption of some fat, losing over 10 pounds. Those who used the gene mutation potion transformed into humanoid monsters covered in tentacles, with purple slime continuously secreting and flowing down their bodies. While they looked ugly and repulsive, their abilities were terrifying. They seemingly possessed psychic abilities, able to control two basketballs 3 meters ahead in the air, making them move erratically, igniting a sense of excitement. The mutation effects of this potion varied from person to person. If successful, even with bodily mutations, one could grasp mysterious powers, and as long as they continued to evolve, a bright future awaited them. In addition to those 3 sanctuaries, even the Southwest Military District was selling various survival gear and thermal weapons, as well as anti-radiation armored vehicles in the live broadcast. Their popularity was just as high as the first 2 sanctuaries. They seemed determined to suppress the products in the Hive Sanctuary's store, targeting Su Yun directly. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Zi Ling observed everything in the live broadcast with calm expressions, an involuntary smile creeping onto their faces. Is that all? To the Hive Sanctuary, they were merely a bunch of clowns. At that moment, Yun Minger's analysis also came through. Brother Yun, while their actions may impact our products, there are also benefits. First, the Dragon Kingdom's military is selling thermal weapons and various equipment, directly indicating that under the calamity of the post-apocalyptic radiation, sea monsters individuals can possess private firepower for self-defense, effectively solving a major problem for us. Second, their actions undoubtedly accelerate the development of the Hive network platform. They lack satellite network channels, so they can only sell through us, rapidly stimulating market resources. And this is our platform, which charges a 30% service fee. Isn't that fair? Third, their gene products all have defects. Whether it's the gene enhancement agent or the semi-mechanical surgery, there's at least a 30% mortality rate. This is a statistic that is enough to instill fear. There are plenty of people who are afraid of death in this world. As for the 2 products from the Sanctuary of the Light of Life, I doubt anyone would dare to use them. Hearing this, Su Yun nodded. He clearly understood that the products from those 3 sanctuaries all had flaws, effectively gambling with their own lives. Want to target him? To disgust him? Then he could simply write the flaws on the products, imprinting the dangerous symbols directly on their faces. Was that too much? As for the equipment from the Southwest Military District, as long as there are no mechs, they would never pose a threat. Moreover, the Hive Sanctuary was certainly not afraid of anything in the fields of machinery and equipment. Furthermore, among the upcoming products in the Hive Sanctuary store, he had hidden a few good items. A watch that can eliminate the effects of nuclear radiation, not only ensuring safety under nuclear radiation, but also providing warmth, making one unafraid of the cold in the Ice Age. An energy protective belt, which only requires a special metal meteorite the size of a fingernail to activate an energy shield that thermal weapons cannot penetrate. And what about semi-mechanization? Thinking of this, Su Yun smiled. This technology had long been perfected in their sanctuary, utilizing special metal meteorites, or rather these were metals with life characteristics containing immense energy. The research institute was filled with research geniuses and mad scientists. Several researchers had already transformed themselves into half-mechanical humans. Moreover, just now over 300 personnel from the nuclear submarine were urgently sent to the anti-radiation biological emergency room. Even though the nuclear submarine possessed anti-radiation capabilities at the moment of impact and damage, dozens of individuals still came into contact with radioactive seawater. Additionally, with too much time elapsing, radiation had penetrated their bones. Even the internal secretions from the radiation sea monster could not save them, and they were expected to survive for less than a year. However, with the existence of such life metal, they could be transformed into half-mechanical humans. This situation had its pros and cons. If they couldn't accept it, they would just have to. Su Yun could only compensate them, not only offering free transformations, but also providing them with a substantial subsidy of Nebula coins, enough to maintain their bodies for hundreds of years. Moreover, the Hive Sanctuary's industry in semi-mechanical transformations for humans could be fully implemented. The technology was no less than that of the super-mechanical sanctuary, with no life-threatening risks and surgeries fully open. The opponent provoked them on their territory and was utterly crushed. What could they use to compete? As long as Su Yun wanted, he could completely play them to death. Minger, please begin your performance. There's no need to restrict traffic and give them some promotions, otherwise the remaining leaks won't know the goodness of our products. Half an hour later, the live broadcast room of the Divine Being Biological Shelter surpassed 80 million online viewers, and Murong Yuntian wore a confident smile. The gene enhancer can not only boost human strength and constitution by more than 10 times, enabling one to withstand the cold and face all complex apocalyptic environments, but it can also allow your body cells to secrete a powerful substance that absorbs radiation and expels it through sweat. Do you want to leave the shelter? Do you wish to hunt the radiation sea monsters and seek life metals? Do you aspire to rise above others? Then purchase one who I assure you will not regret it. Currently in the live broadcast room, it is available at a promotional price of 2.49 million star cloud coins. Of course, I recommend that everyone exchange it using the corpses of radiation sea monsters, special meteorites, or various materials. Our transport team will handle the transactions directly at your door under the surveillance of the Dragon Kingdom Sky, and Hive platforms, ensuring safety. So those who wish to purchase the gene enhancer should place their orders quickly, first come first served. Next, our divine being biological shelter has a significant breakthrough that will be revealed to you in half an hour, and it will not disappoint. However, just as he finished speaking, the live broadcast room was suddenly stamped with large red characters declaring false advertising, dangerous goods, and extremely low credibility. A giant danger skull symbol appeared on Murong Yunshin's dragon claw arm, and the gene enhancer, as a warning, flashed across the live broadcast room, suffused with a dangerous red light. Warning: this product has severe defects and poses a significant risk to life, violating the rules of the Hive live broadcast platform. This is a first warning. A second will result in forced termination of the broadcast and a 365-day ban. At this moment, Murong Yuntian was stunned, somewhat unable to believe it. Su Yun, how dare he? Can't we all make money together? Do you want to go solo? Can the Hive Shelter withstand their wrath? Su Yun, you're courting death. Murong Yuntian said with a frown, his face filled with anger. At this time, Su Yun was laughing at Murong Yunshin's impotent rage, completely unconcerned. Besides the divine being biological shelter, the super god mechanical shelter was also marked with danger labels and warnings. As for the light of life shelter, Yun Minjer directly shut it down, citing excessive danger and that it was merely letting others become test subjects. Regarding the Southwest military sale of firearms, it was reasonable and legal, and they even promoted it on the home. We can't let go of what needs to be suppressed, but we must support what should be supported. It's best to sell more. Without comparison, there's no harm. Su Yun said confidently. He was not worried that the Southwest military would take away his business. In fact, he hoped for a booming business to promote the mall's development. However, at this moment, Xiling spoke up. I'll leave first. Their path is wrong. They won't pose a threat, but we should keep an eye on them. I suspect they have inadvertently come into contact with some gene information for life evolution, and perhaps they might find a direction in the future. Xiling looked somewhat anxious. Others were also conducting high-level research on the mutated genes of the radiation sea monsters, and they were not slower than her. This was merely the beginning, akin to a phase of luck, or it could only be unraveled step by step through a significant amount of human experimentation. She needed to accelerate. Perhaps it was time to take a gamble, using a large quantity of bioenergy crystals to break through the secrets of that gene base. Upon hearing this, Su Yun helplessly watched Xiling hurry out of the main control hall. Minjer, keep an eye on Xiling and don't let her do anything dangerous that might jeopardize her life. Su Yun frowned and said, in fact, the path of gene evolution was not something they needed to rush in the current stage of the Hive Shelter. Whether it was the 4 nuclear-powered mechas standing over 80 meters tall or the nuclear electromagnetic cannon atop Fingy Mountain, they possessed absolute power to face everything. The gene warriors who could only survive for a day. Su Yun did not believe they could stand up to the mechas weighing over 20,000 tons. That would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a car, utterly unrealistic. As for that god-making project, it was certainly not something that could be created in a short time. Its difficulty was no less than Xiling's successful research. Let's see who is more capable. Su Yun firmly believed that Xiling would win, as the entire strength of the Hive Shelter would provide assistance, and even the Dragon Kingdom could not compare. In a week, he would strike into the deep sea. Collecting bioenergy crystals could not be delayed. The 4 nuclear-powered mechas would launch a full-scale attack, surely stirring up the lair of radiation sea monsters. Thinking of this, Su Yun's blood began to boil. His Star Cloud Guardian could finally display its might. After a brief moment of anticipation, Su Yun continued to gaze at the live broadcast room. At this moment, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room had already polarized opinions. I said this thing probably isn't fully developed, yet a 30% mortality rate. I reckon it's risky. To become stronger, the price to pay is undoubtedly terrifying. In fact, the gene optimization liquid from the Hive Shelter is already quite good. Coupled with mechas and firearms, it can hunt radiation sea monsters in the apocalypse. As for this thing, I am truly fearful. If it were free, I might have to grit my teeth and give it a try, but at 2.49 million star cloud coins, well, I'll pass. Ordinary people can't afford it. For those of us trapped in darkness, it's merely a gamble of one life for a brilliant future. If I had resources, wouldn't it be worth the gamble? For the civilians living in the public shelters of the Dragon Kingdom, perhaps this is also their hope, a chance to turn their... It's a pity, though, it's too expensive. For those who haven't built shelters, they can only watch with no other choice. However, the bullet screen continued to ferment. Brothers, it seems I've found a special meteorite, 500 meters from my doorstep, emitting a red light. There's no mistake, it's only the size of a pumpkin, but weighs 2 to 3 tons. This thing is both small and heavy, and I almost couldn't dig it out. What do you think? Should I exchange it for a gene enhancer or a gene optimization liquid? Damn, it didn't crush you. I envy you. According to the Star Cloud Coin Exchange formula, 1 pound equals 1,000 5-star cloud coins. Even if it's 2.5 tons, that's 750,000 star cloud coins. While you're about to take off, brother, listen to me. In my opinion, buy a gene optimization liquid for 300,000, then purchase the Hive's lightweight radiation-resistant suit and fully covered exoskeleton armor. Use the rest for powerful weapons and ammunition. That way you'll have the means to protect yourself when going out to hunt radiation sea monsters and seek special meteorites. Damn, this is something I've dreamed of, and yet the protagonist isn't me. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to use contribution points to buy a simple protective suit for going out. Who knows, I might find— Let's go together. Oh, anyway, the Hive Shelter has procedures to eliminate radiation contamination. As long as you aren't exposed to radiation for long, it can completely eliminate the effects. I'm a disposable life, so it's better to take a chance. Meanwhile, almost all personal, family, and group shelters throughout the Dragon Kingdom launched into action. They possessed better conditions and resource capabilities. Whether hunting radiation sea monsters or searching for special meteorites, they could become overnight millionaires. On this day, the Southwest military made a killing. Faced with the threat of radiation sea monsters, the Dragon Kingdom had no choice but to lift the ban on firearms. Various cheap and discounted firearms, ammunition, grenades, protective suits, and half exoskeleton armors were selling like hotcakes. Moreover, even the military launched a clearing operation beginning to eliminate the radiation sea monsters gathered around various shelters across the country, trading while clearing out a safe zone. Meanwhile, a team from the Hive Shelter encountered trouble during an external transaction. The Yangtze River had frozen over, covered in ice and snow. However, numerous radiation sea monsters were wandering and causing destruction on the ice and riverbank. Nearby, dozens of shelters of varying sizes were hiding underground, enduring attacks from the radiation sea monsters, and several personal shelters were on the brink of being dug out. At this moment, Zheng Yijian, the captain of Transport Team 9, piloted a mecha, took a joyful drag on a cigarette, and ordered, "Damn it, we haven't seen a single radiation sea monster this whole way. I thought they had all gone into hibernation, but it turns out they are all here." Teams 1, 2, and 3 of the mecha escort are guarding the transport vehicle convoy, armed helicopters on standby for support. Everyone follow me to clear out a safe zone for those shelters and bring them some warmth. Boom! A tremendous sound exploded overhead, the lights on the ceiling flickering erratically, and the decoration— "Husband, Dad, Mom, are we not going to make it through today? Whoa. A young woman cradling a baby cried with a choke. In a dim room piled high with supplies, a family of 8 huddled together, their faces pale and terrified as they listened to the sounds from above. From time to time, low growls and roars of monsters echoed, as if right above them, instilling fear and dread. Yang Sherlin reached out to comfort his wife, his eyes filled with fear, worry, and helplessness. "It won't happen, it definitely won't. Our shelter is constructed with high-strength steel and iron plates reinforced with solid concrete. Even radiation monsters cannot break through, Shirley." Yang Sherlin murmured to himself, his expression unwavering. However, at that moment, his mother-in-law suddenly spoke up. "Shirley Ying needs to use the bathroom. Since there's no danger, why don't you go out and let her use it first?" Hearing this, Yang Sherlin turned his head to see an 11 or 12-year-old girl clutching her stomach, looking uncomfortable and too scared to make a sound. "Sister, brother-in-law, I want to go to the bathroom, but I'm scared," Ying said, her face full of fear. Yang Sherlin took a deep breath, wanting to get up, but at that moment, a loud bang erupted overhead. Rumbling. Yang Sherlin's pupils constricted sharply, his face going pale and powerless in an instant. "The door, it's broken." At that moment, he felt despair. He had thought they could survive the earthquake, endure the intense heat and smoke, withstand the sudden drop in temperature, and cope with the oxygen depletion to find a safe haven in the apocalypse. Moreover, this area had dozens of shelters. Even in a world engulfed in radiation and cold, they could grow fresh vegetables indoors and wear heavy protective gear for trading. If this could continue along with the supplies they had gathered, it would be enough for their family of 8 to live well. Yet unexpectedly, just a month ago, a terrifying radiation monster suddenly appeared in the frozen Yangtze River with radiation levels that could set off alarms on his radiation detector from 300 meters away. At that moment, the largest trading square nearby erupted in chaos, and their only safe trading zone was destroyed by the radiation sea monster. The entire shelter area fell into the paradise of radiation monsters, and they could only hide desperately within their shelter. At the same time, under his overwhelming terror, roar, a terrifying radiation sea monster slithered in, twisting its body as its head poked into the supply room's entrance, the cold air accompanied by a foul stench rushing in. This was a mutated python, its head the size of a 72-inch television, nearly 2 meters long, covered in long barbs crawling with claws beneath. Its body measured over 20 meters long, resembling an evil dragon from legends, staring hungrily at the delicious prey before it flicking its tongue. "It's over, it's all over." Yang Sherlin collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the monster before him. They had no protective gear, and just a close encounter with such a creature could spell doom. The only solution was the radiation removal operation at the Hive Shelter. However, thinking of the Hive Shelter, Yang Sherlin recalled a special glowing meteorite piled up in the garage, one they had discovered after the fire subsided. Although the meteorite was only the size of a basketball, it weighed 4 to 5 tons, which took 3 strong men a significant effort with a modified excavator to bring back. Only after connecting to the internet did they realize the importance of this special meteorite and immediately contacted the Hive Shelter. If the transaction succeeded, they would also be able to perform the radiation removal operation, and the remaining resources could allow them to arm their shelter, no longer fearing radiation monsters. Sigh, it seems our good days have ended before they even began. Yang Sherlin shook his head in despair. It was a pity they were going to die. If only they had a few more days, it would be great when the Hive trading team arrived. But at that moment, a sudden explosion sounded at the entrance, revealing a gleaming metal-armored mech brimming with weapons. Ha, young man, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Leave this guy to me. The rescue fee is 1 million star coins, quite reasonable, right? As soon as the words fell, the mech's Gatling gun opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The blue light illuminated the entire shelter, the dazzling glow seeming to bring them hope amidst the darkness. In less than 10 seconds, the Gatling gun, avoiding the trembling family in the corner of the shelter, shot the radiation sea monster's neck clean off without resistance. The snake-like radiation monster, over 20 meters long, was no tougher than an 8-meter-long one. The mech leaned in, grabbing the radiation sea monster's head and placing it in front of itself, then stomped down with one foot, splattering black-purple blood and brain matter. Boom. The floor caved in, and the writhing body of the radiation monster was firmly pinned by the mech's other foot, unable to move for half a minute, finally dead. Then the hatch of the mech opened, and a strong man in high protective gear, holding a rifle, jumped down directly. A height of 3 to 4 meters was effortless for him. He approached the head of the radiation sea monster and rummaged around, pulling out a mass of crystalline bioenergy that was as white as jade and somewhat elastic. Wow, it actually weighs over 5 pounds, 50,000 star coins in hand, plus this body, around 150,000. Not bad, the man said with a smile. But then he turned to look at Yang Sherlin's family, his eyes lighting up. Wait, there's still 1 million in aid fees. Kid, you're Yang Sherlin, right? The one who applied to trade the special meteorite with the Hive trading platform. Yang Sherlin, just recovering from the devastation caused by the Gatling's fire, hurriedly nodded. Yes, that's me. The special meteorite is in the garage on the upper level. I know you're from the Hive Shelter's trading team. Hearing this, the mech man nodded, suddenly smiling as he spoke to the personal terminal on his wrist. Everyone come down, let's provide our client with an honest stop service. Radiation removal from the shelter plus radiation exposure surgeries for 8 adults and 2 children, and get 2 transport mechs to take the meteorite and communicate with him. This meteorite is worth over 10 million star coins, a big client, so treat him well. By the way, do you want me to help you modify the shelter? I estimate it'll cost only 2 to 3 million star coins to directly transform it into a steel barrel that even radiation sea monsters can't break. A real bargain. Oh. Under Yang Shillin's stunned expression, 7 or 8 soldiers in full-body exoskeleton armor jumped down. They sprayed an unknown mist while scanning the special meteorite. Some even stole a glance at the nearly 300 square meters of indoor farmland and the integrated aquaponics system in the bottom level of the shelter. However, as the meteorite was pulled out of the shelter by 2 transport mechs, one person cheerfully handed a special tablet device to him. Come, your meteorite is worth 12,500,000 star coins already deposited in your account. The tablet shows the rescue fees and radiation cleanup costs you need to settle. As for the radiation exposure surgery, counting 6 adults and 2 children, let's give you a discount at 190,000 star coins. We'll stay here for a week, so if you want to buy anything, do it quickly, or the equipment we brought will be limited. If you're slow, it'll be gone. After Yang Sherlin dully settled the fees, feeling the temperature in the air rising, he couldn't help but smile. Their family had all survived. It was simply unbelievable as the mechs and cleanup team descended upon them like celestial beings. Meanwhile, outside the shelter, the roaring sounds of cannon fire continued. Even the gray sky was illuminated to daylight by armed helicopters, with rescue zones from the Hive Shelter spread over several kilometers. The mechs were running the Gatling guns, roaring, bringing the wails of radiation sea monsters. Under the explosive firepower, in less than 3 hours, the entire area was cleared with dozens of mechs and armed helicopters on guard along the Yangtze River. After the battle was over, the transport convoy of the Hive Shelter set up a temporary trading center in the central area of the shelter. By this time, Yang Sherlin, who had completed the radiation removal, was already prepared there, his eyes filled with fervor. There's still over 9 million star coins left. Although I can't afford a mech or an apocalypse war vehicle, it's enough for me to rise to power. The temporary trading shelter is formed by connecting the cargo compartments of more than 20 large modified trucks exuding a mechanical aura. At the entrance, 4 fully armed mech guards stand, imposing and reassuring. Under the illumination of the lights, the sprayed decontamination mist, when warmed, melts the surrounding frozen soil and ice into fine water. In front of the main gate, more than 30 people have already taken their positions, waiting for the trading hub's gate to open. They were first cleared out of a safe zone by the mechs and can trade only upon the prompting of the Hive's special forces. At this moment, among the crowd, there is a woman wearing a heavy, worn-out protective suit who has taken off her helmet to... Dear family, I am so grateful to the Hive Shelter. I thought Sister Lu Bingbing was done for. You can't imagine that radioactive monster was terrifying, its body as large as a giant lion, but with a dinosaur-like head. I estimate that including its tail, it must be about 13 or 14 feet long. But look what this mech, the blue light Gatling gun fired a barrage, and that monster was done for without even needing to draw the two giant shark-tooth swords from its back. Lu Bingbing patted her chest, while gesturing, her face still showing lingering fear as she pointed her phone at the four mechs in front of the gate. At this moment she is particularly grateful. If it weren't for the arrival of the Hive's transport and trading team, perhaps her family's shelter would not have lasted another day or two. However, this also ignited her desire. At that moment the mechs displayed their might, overwhelming various large radioactive monsters with their full firepower, a scene she would never forget. However, upon checking she realized that this storm mech, even at the lowest configuration, costs at least 30 million stellar coins. It stands only 5 meters tall, weighs 12 tons, and operates on 2 high-energy batteries for 20 hours. Besides the 2 shark-tooth swords and the attached smart brain, all firepower equipment must be purchased separately. 30 to 40 million stellar coins. Although her family is rich in resources and can sustain 18 people for over 10 to 20 years, the value of the mech is hardly worth mentioning. Fortunately, her family possesses quite a bit of gold, weighing as much as 15 pounds, which her grandfather insisted on buying and collecting. In a prosperous era, antiques were valuable, but in the apocalypse, gold is even more crucial. This resource is of great utility. Once a trading zone is established, it will undoubtedly be a vital asset. 1 pound of gold can be exchanged for 100,000 stellar coins. She and her father and brother came here to exchange all 15 pounds of gold for stellar coins. With 150,000 stellar coins plus a large portion of hydroponically grown vegetables and farmed shrimp and fish for trade, it would be enough for them to buy 2 full-coverage exoskeleton armors and some firearms for self-defense. This is already a stroke of luck. At least their shelter hasn't been breached by radioactive monsters. On the way here, she witnessed too many tragedies. Some shelters collapsed entirely, forming huge ice pits, while others waited in vain for the Hive mech team, leaving behind only dismembered limbs and a bloody mess. Some shelters were breached, leaving only 2 small children infected by radiation from a family of over 10. At the moment the mechs dug them out, the dazed expressions of those children, their faces frozen and turning purple, caused her immense heartache. They were only 5 or 6 years old, yet they had endured far too much. She still cannot understand how creatures that do not belong to Blue Star could appear after the calamity. This dark and despairing apocalypse is far from over. Just as Lu Bingbing was lost in thought. In the distance, 4 people in bulky protective suits are hurriedly running over, carrying a man whose legs have been bitten off by a radioactive monster. The sounds of painful wails continue to resonate. After a round of special water gun washing, one young man urgently shouted at the gate, "We have stellar coins. My brother needs emergency surgery, please open the door. He's not going to make it." However, facing the towering 5-meter steel behemoth, they did not dare to act improperly, only feeling anxious. Among the guard mechs, the Special Forces member furrowed his brow and pressed a button to speak. "Team leader Zheng, should we open the trading gate early? Not everyone is here, yet we still lack half an hour." From a distance, Zheng Yijian, observing from a guard mech, had already seen this scene, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "What door are you talking about? You need to learn properly, this is a big business. Did you see that little girl? She is live streaming on the Hive platform. Just let those 4 newly mechanized medical teams conduct a fully open semi-mechanized surgery, and there are plenty of clients with severed limbs here." Upon hearing this, the young mech Special Forces member was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He had long been displeased with that so-called mechanical super shelter still live streaming. Just half-mechanized human bodies. Who can't do that? Soon 4 medical personnel in white coats hurried over, their eyes shining with excitement. Goodness, inside the Hive shelter everything is calm and hardly anyone is willing to undergo half-mechanization, which has been taken over by researchers. Now they finally have a chance for surgery. Moreover, the cost for a double-hand modification in the Hive shelter is only 100,000 stellar coins, while outside it is 3 times the price, meaning a pair of legs would skyrocket to 450,000 stellar coins. As long as they complete this surgery after deducting costs and handing over half the profits, each of the 4 of them could earn over 40,000 stellar coins. It's incredibly profitable. It would be great to have more clients. Hundreds of them would be welcome. Wang Yin, the leader of the semi-mechanization modification team, approached the man who was wailing about his severed legs and injected him with a needle, smiling as she spoke. "Young man, you are in for a stroke of luck. How about mechanized legs? Except for the lack of touch and pain perception, they are no different from normal human legs. It only costs 450,000 stellar coins. So what do you think? Are you tempted? As for the radiation removal surgery, I can take the liberty to offer it for free to your brother. This is already the best price. You have 1 minute to consider." Upon hearing this, the 4 big men exchanged glances, nearly bursting into tears. One of them glanced at the bag of gold, which contained only 8 pieces of gold jewelry weighing 900 grams, enough to exchange for only around 180,000 stellar coins. "Ahem, can it be a bit cheaper? We don't have enough money, only 18,000. the young man said awkwardly and anxiously. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's face darkened. Is this considered wealthy? Is this a big client? What a waste of excitement. No way. Wang Yan rejected without a second thought. You must know that the mechanized metal alloys available for trade are mixed with some life metal powder, which is very expensive. It's one thing for the Hive's internal personnel to be modified with life metal, but outsiders shouldn't even think about it. They can't expect to get any discounts. Just then her personal terminal suddenly chimed with the voice of Yun Minjer. Ding ding ding. According to calculations, there are still about 5,000 pounds of ripe fresh vegetables like bok choy leeks, tomatoes, and bean sprouts in Chunlong's shelter that have not been harvested. Additionally, there are 800 pounds of grass carp, crucian carp, and carp in the hydroponic cultivation room, making the assets quite ample for trading. Wang Yin was stunned for a moment, then her gloomy face gradually brightened with a smile. Oh, you really are a big client. Why didn't you say so earlier? Please come this way, I guarantee your brother will be lively and kicking in half an hour. Meanwhile, Lu Bingbing was silently watching this scene from the side, although the live stream on her phone had not yet been turned off. At this moment, the live stream room had already attracted 20 million viewers. While the Hive Shelter actually has the technology to modify semi-mechanical people, and it's a live surgery. Goodness, how does it feel like there's nothing they can't do? While a pair of legs costs only 450,000, half the price of the Super God Mechanical Shelter, and the Hive Shelter offers open surgeries inside a sterile glass dome where anyone can see. Oh my goodness, look quickly, the Hive Mall platform has launched. The semi-mechanical modification surgery is completely safe, while heart modification costs only 990,000. And it won't need changing for 1,000 years plus one free maintenance service. Goodness, this is such a bargain. In full view of everyone, half an hour later, Chenlong's legs transformed into a pair of iron mechanical legs, the smooth and refined black exterior gleaming in the light. As the effects of the anesthetic began to wear off, Chenlong looked at his feet, attempting to move them on the operating table, and to his surprise his legs responded to his will. Even his 5 toes could bend and stretch. However, the sensation was quite strange. Although he had no feeling, his feet surprisingly moved with his thoughts, which was both magical and delightful. At least he was not disabled. In this apocalyptic world without legs and severely injured, he certainly wouldn't survive for long. Wang Yin flicked the scalpel in her hand, and picking up a bottle of lubricant the size of a water bottle said, with satisfaction, congratulations, the surgery was very successful. But remember, you must apply this lubricant every week for maintenance, otherwise over time the mechanical metal fibers inside will wear out and lose precision. Chenlong nodded joyfully, and said, alright, how much does this cost? I definitely want to take good care of my legs. Wang Yan's eyes lit up as she replied, not expensive at all, just 1,000 Xingyun coins per bottle of discounts for bulk purchases. But first let's settle the 45,000 modification fee, and this bottle will be a gift for you. Upon hearing the 45,000, Chenlong, Chunhu, and the others felt helpless and a bit pained. They had previously heard Yun Minjer's voice. They had intended to trade the fresh vegetables and fish they raised at home for some firearms and equipment from the country or the Hive Shelter. Little did they expect a disaster to strike. The 2 heavy doors of the shelter were breached by radiation monsters, leaving the garage machine factory and living hall in utter chaos. They had hoped to trade with the Hive Shelter before the effects of the radiation spray dissipated to help them with repairs. But unexpectedly, a sudden radiation monster broke through a corner of the safe room, nearly swallowing Chenlong whole. Fortunately, the Hive mechs arrived just in time. Although he lost his legs, he saved his life. I wonder how much the vegetables and fish at home can be worth in Xingyun coins. It shouldn't be too little. Shenhu's eyes still held a glimmer of hope. He looked at the mechs of the Hive trading unit, yearning in his heart. If he had one, hunting radiation sea monsters would be as easy as killing chickens, and he would surely earn a fortune in the apocalypse to buy countless coveted items from the market. Even if he could only buy a gun, he would dare to do it. At the same time, a hissing sound of valves releasing air filled the air as the entrance to the Hive's temporary trading plaza finally opened. At a glance, the lights were bright, and the place clean and tidy, resembling a trading hall of a technology center. Dozens of young and beautiful service staff members dressed in exquisite and elegant Hive uniforms walked gracefully in high heels, smiling as they welcomed everyone. In rows of neatly arranged glass cabinets, there were not only high-tech electronic devices from the Hive Shelter, but also various firearms on display, and even nutrient solutions and alcoholic beverages. Deeper inside, gene optimization liquids, exquisite and convenient protective suits, full and half-cover exoskeleton armors, anti-explosion motorcycles, apocalypse battle vehicles, mechs, and more left people in awe. They felt like impoverished beggars in the wasteland, unable to fathom that such a spectacular and exquisite trading plaza could exist in the apocalypse. Apart from the mech rescue, they truly understood the strength of the Hive Shelter for the first time. It was a colossal entity, a steadfast presence in the apocalypse. The Hive Shelter's temporary trading plaza is now open. We will be here for a week. Whether it's fresh vegetables, fruits, poultry, farmed seafood, high-end scarce materials, or special meteorites and rare metals, they can all be exchanged for Xingyun coins. Zheng Yijin stood at the entrance, smiling as he spoke. At that moment, Lu Bingbing's live stream was also flooded with excited comments. Wait, isn't this place about 30 kilometers outside Jiang City? I visited this place for a spring outing 2 years ago. My shelter is right next to the public shelter in the center of Jiang City. Hive, hurry up, we're ready with resources waiting for you. I can't resist the temptation. Although the center of Jiang City has been cleared by the military and a safe zone established, the equipment in the Dragon Nation Trading Plaza is completely incomparable. It's all old stock usable for hitting people, but against radiation monsters. That would be suicidal. I'm so envious. This trading plaza is far superior to ours. It feels like a futuristic tech marketplace. Did you see that heavy sniper rifle mounted on the wall? One shot can take down a radiation monster about 5 meters long, and it would only take at most 10 bullets to break even. You're thinking too optimistically. You still need to remove the residual radiation from the monster's body. Moreover, without a mech transport vehicle or teammates who would dare to venture out and hunt. For those in Jiang City, send the radiation monster carcasses directly to our Tongxinyan shelter. I have 2 large trailers for modified heavy excavators and cranes. As for radiation removal, isn't there something in the Hive Shelter's market? 1 ton of radiation removal spray costs 50,000 Xingyun coins, and a radiation monster would use at most 1/30th of that, just 1,000 or 2. When the Hive trading team arrives, I'll prepare it myself. If you have goods, call me. The price is negotiable. My eyes are turning red. Is anyone in Jiang City looking for teammates? I'm bold and strong and I run fast. Just give me a gun. At this moment, Lu Bingbing was too excited to care about the situation in the live stream, rushing into the trading hall with her father and brother. Everyone look. Gene optimization liquid, only 2,800,000 Xingyun coins cheaper than online. Lu Bingbing exclaimed excitedly in front of a glass cabinet, holding up her phone. The gene optimization liquid was contained in a glass tube shaped like a double helix structure, emitting a mysterious emerald green hue that instinctively ignited her desire. So beautiful. Lu Bingbing's eyes sparkled with fervent light. Not only did she want it, but her grandfather also needed this mysterious liquid that could restore the human body's constitution. Unfortunately, it was something that an ordinary person truly could not afford. But just then a hurried voice came from the side. I need a tube of gene optimization liquid, 3 sets of full-cover exoskeleton armor, 3 sets of protective suits, a blue light, Gatling gun, 3 rifles, 5 boxes of bullets, 2 boxes of high-explosive grenades, and a box of explosive landmines. I also need help renovating my shelter. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen people around stared at Yang Sherlin in astonishment, unable to believe it. Good heavens, that's a lot of stuff. It must be worth at least several 100 million Xingyun coins. Where did this kid get so many resources to exchange? Yang Sherlin wore a confident smile, thought for a moment, and decided not to hide it, as these shelters were all nearby, and it would be nice to build a good rapport. I found a special meteorite and directly exchanged it for over 10 million Xingyun coins. I suspect there are quite a few that fell nearby. After I get my equipment, I'll go to some further places to explore. Yang Shilin's heart was already filled with anticipation. With equipment, he would be worry-free for self-protection. With quick actions, he had the chance to make another fortune. At that time, buying a mech wouldn't be impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in chatter. This guy was way too lucky. They had also had several meteorite craters nearby, but they were all ordinary small meteorites the size of fists, which didn't glow or weigh much, mostly just a bit higher in iron content. Meanwhile, in the crowd, a 15 or 16-year-old boy wearing a space suit-like protective outfit suddenly brightened his eyes and tugged at his sister's arm. Then he jumped and waved his arms toward the exit, shouting, "Mech, uncle, I know where there's a special meteorite. It's huge, right under the Yangtze River, and there are many monsters there." Cold Qingxiu looked at her younger brother, who was pulling her hand, hopping and shouting in disbelief. How did her brother know that they were 2 kilometers away from the shelter by the Yangtze River? Meanwhile, at the main entrance, Zheng Yijian raised his eyebrows and stepped forward. Dressed in combat protective gear that could not conceal his taut muscles, he held a rifle, appearing both dangerous and serious. Zheng Yijian approached the little boy and spoke with a grave expression. "Kid, are you sure it's a special meteorite?" The little boy felt a bit scared but nodded nonetheless. "I am sure. I saw it. It was emitting a red glow lying at the bottom of the ice river, and it created a big pit." Cold Qingxiu looked at her brother Leng Xiaofeng in disbelief, her eyes revealing a hint of doubt. Though she had taken Leng Xiaofeng out a few times after the fire subsided, bringing supplies and oxygen-making equipment from the shelter to the market for trade. However, Xiaofeng had always been following the team from behind and had never left them. "No, my brother is still young. He doesn't understand the importance of such a special meteorite." "Xiaofeng, tell uncle you were just—" Cold Qingxiu anxiously grabbed Leng Xiaofeng's hand and hurriedly explained. A glimmer flashed in Leng Xiaofeng's eyes as he restrained his sister beside him and said seriously to Zheng Yijian, "I really saw it. There are over 100 monsters surrounding that meteorite now, and the biggest one is a giant octopus with tentacles that are dozens of meters long. It seems like the meteorite makes them very comfortable." "Oh, I am not joking at all." Hearing this, Zheng Yijian's brows furrowed tightly as he pondered, feeling somewhat puzzled. This kid in the apocalypse wouldn't still be so mischievous, would he? "Tell me, how did you see it?" Zheng Yijian continued to ask with a serious expression. Leng Xiaofeng was taken aback and looked hesitant. However, thinking of the preciousness of the special meteorite and how it would greatly help his family, he gritted his teeth and replied, I saw it with my eyes. As long as I want to, I can see the scene across the Yangtze River. Upon hearing Lung Xiaofeng's words, Zheng Yijian felt an intense anger rise within him. Goodness, this kid couldn't be playing with him, could he? You brat, is this a game? Zheng Yijian's expression darkened as he fiercely glared at Lung Xiaofeng. But Lung Xiaofeng showed no fear and boldly stated, I really can see. There's half a pack of cigarettes in the control panel of your mecha, 2 more packs hidden under the seat, and a photo stuck in the gap of the right-hand controller. It's a little girl about 10 years old named Cece, right? Upon hearing this, Zheng Yijian's pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at Lung Xiaofeng. This was absurd. He had almost forgotten about the 2 packs of cigarettes hidden under his seat, and now this 14 or 15-year-old kid was bringing it up. Moreover, the photo of his daughter was wedged in such a way that it couldn't be seen unless pulled out, which was utterly unbelievable, like he had a perspective cheat. At this moment, even cold Qingqiu stared at her brother in astonishment, as if he was no longer the little brat she could easily scold. Could it be that her brother was the chosen one? Had he finally awakened in the apocalypse? Then was she, as his elder sister, supposed to cling to her brother's thigh to fly up? Just then Zheng Yijian's personal terminal on his wrist suddenly buzzed, vibrating continuously. Zheng Yijian's expression changed as he hurriedly walked away to press the switch in his ear. After calculations, there is a 99% chance that Lung Xiaofeng is telling the truth. He seems to have mutated eyes that can observe things from afar. A Level 1 mission has been issued to transport Team 9 to fully protect Lung Xiaofeng and follow his instructions to search for that special meteorite and the giant radiation monster. If the information is correct, please notify the Hive Shelter immediately. The mission announcement from Yun Minjer echoed in his ear. Received. We will ensure the mission is completed. At that moment, Zheng Yijian's heart was filled with warmth and work. A Level 1 mission is the highest level task for special forces in the Hive Shelter. Once completed, he as the team leader will receive a reward of over 10 million Nebula coins. As for his concern, he was a bit worried that approaching the Yangtze River would be dangerous. A single tentacle was dozens of meters long, definitely a giant radiation sea monster over 100 meters in size. With their current firepower, it would be extremely difficult to contend against it. Perhaps they could only deploy one of the 4 large nuclear-powered mechas in the shelter. Fortunately, they only needed to observe from a distance. Moreover, they also had armed helicopters, and as long as they clarified the special meteorite and surrounding intelligence in the air, it would be fine. By then the Hive Shelter would have its own arrangements. After considering everything, Zheng Yijian walked up to Lung Xiaofeng and said with a beaming smile, So you're Lung Xiaofeng, right? Come with me, I will take you to find that meteorite. If it's real, I can apply to the Hive Shelter to give you a mecha fully equipped with firepower, the Storm Mecha. Meanwhile, Su Yun, lying in a warm bed, was once again awakened by Yun Minjer and hurried to the command hall. A child suspected of having the ability to see through or observe things from afar. Su Yun said in surprise while flipping through the surveillance videos. According to Xilinx research, this kind of ability theoretically exists, but it requires unlocking the secrets of human evolutionary genes to awaken. However, the fact was right before his eyes. The boy named Lung Xiaofeng could not only see the scenes 2 kilometers away, but could also accurately describe things within the mecha. Even a perspective cheat could not be this outrageous. Minjer, bring the intelligence team over and connect the live broadcast to the biological laboratory. Let the researchers and Xiling take a look too. Su Yun said immediately. He felt a bit anxious in his heart, as if the secrets of this world had yet to be revealed before him. 20 minutes later, the intelligence team arrived. In the command hall screen, 3 battle mecha teams cautiously approached the bank of the Yangtze River. Above them, 5 armed helicopters circled, and they could already see the scene in the Yangtze River. Once a rolling river, boundless and vast, was now covered in ice and snow, the river water frozen. Radiation monsters roamed around the Yangtze River, seemingly unaffected by the frigid temperatures of -40 or 50 degrees. In the footage, Lung Xiaofeng and his sister cold Qingqiu leaned against each other in the armed helicopter, their expressions shocked as they gazed at the white expanse below. From a distance, the entire world looked as if it had been frozen. Besides the white snow, only terrifying radiation monsters remained. Kid, we've arrived. Where is it? Zheng Yijian's voice rang out from the co-pilot's seat. Hearing this, Lung Xiaofeng squinted his eyes and the next second exclaimed, Right here beneath the ice layer, 300 meters in front of us. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Yijian quickly looked up. The Yangtze River below was already covered with ice and snow, and besides the snow and radiation sea monsters ranging from 5 to 20 meters in size, there was no sign of the special meteorite or the giant radiation monster. However, considering the importance of the mission, he directly ordered, All units be alert, everyone on guard. The mecha team is ready to assist from the shore. Lazy, fire a Hellfire missile at the ice layer 300 meters ahead. As soon as the words left his lips, a missile from an armed helicopter was launched, shooting forth with flames and directly striking the designated location. With a tremendous explosion, fire soared into the sky. A deep pit appeared where the ice melted, and at that moment the radiation instruments on the armed helicopter began to beep urgently. Yun Minger's voice also came at that instant, warning, warning. There is a huge radiation source beneath the ice layer ahead with energy equivalent to 5 nuclear power plants combined. All armed helicopters emergency ascent. But before everyone could regain their senses, a buzzing sound suddenly assaulted them like an unbearable sonic wave causing intense pain in their heads. Damn, this guy can attack with sound waves. Not good. Quick ascend. Zheng Yijian shouted, covering his head, his eyes blood. At that moment, aside from Zheng Yijian and other Special Forces members using gene optimization, the remaining team members, and Cold Xingqiu suddenly rolled their eyes and fainted. Boom. The ice layer below began to violently roll, cracks appearing everywhere, as if a gigantic creature. At the same time, in the command hall of the Hive Shelter, the voices of the intelligence team erupted in chaos. There's no doubt that Child's eyes are more terrifying than detection instruments. I suspect he possesses a visualization ability. Anything he thinks about can be revealed to him through some mysterious power. This isn't sonic. If it were a sonic frequency, we would hear it here too. Moreover, the radiation monster beneath the ice layer hasn't broken through yet, and the attack came first. Goodness, could that radiation monster also have abilities? I feel like this world is becoming absurd and unscientific. This might be a mental shock from a novel, or perhaps a pressure from the soul level. Except for Lung Xiaofeng and the Special Forces members who have used gene optimization liquid, everyone else cannot withstand that invisible force pressing down on their neural pathways. I suspect that radiation monster has a secret. No, it seems more like that special meteorite has a secret. The distribution of the radiation monsters is very unreasonable, mostly surrounding that area, which is also the center of the meteorite's location. This situation only applies to the meteorite across the Yangtze River. There are no other special meteorites in other places. Menger let them retreat. Notify Chu Xiangge and Li Shiguang to head over. The two large nuclear-powered mechas not only carry devastating firepower, but also energy shields. Blue Star's top technology. I won't believe we can't handle it. At the entrance of the Hive Shelter, the Shroud of Time is undergoing repairs. After a close-quarters combat with the radiation sea monster, its smooth metallic exterior bears some scratches and scuffs. It seems that this 82-meter-tall steel behemoth has matured from a rookie to a veteran in just one battle, exuding a chilling aura. The damage rate for the 1256 high-torque engines is 0.5, and the condition is good. The engineers are currently maintaining them, and they are expected to be repaired in half an hour. The thermal radiation gathering ion cannon has been repaired and reinforced. The energy constrainer can withstand up to 3 gathering attacks, otherwise there is a risk of energy dispersion and self-destruction. The nuclear reactor engine repairs have been completed. The energy wastage rate is as high as 28, and it is expected to sustain full power operation for 3 years and 2 months. The power limit of the mecha can still be enhanced. The energy metal matrix on the mecha's exterior is undamaged and without loss, but the electromagnetic energy cannons and beam cannons on both shoulders are expected to break after 3 minutes of full power continuous firing. After the energy matrix operates beyond its capacity, the electromagnetic field's maximum power is 2300 tons of lift. The mecha faces significant flight pressure with a maximum speed of about 350 kilometers per hour at a height of less than 400 meters, which can only be sustained for half an hour. At this moment, Li Shiguang was at the ground control console of the Shroud of Time, listening to the analysis from Ashir while nodding and shaking his head, constantly sketching and modifying the data on his tablet. It's still not perfect. The mecha needs more special meteorite metal. Currently, there is less than 100 tons on the mecha's exterior, and the provided energy matrix cannot support long-term flight. The main body is too heavy with only a layer of energy metal shell. Li Shiguang murmured with a frown. Although the mecha can fly briefly off the ground, it puts great mechanical pressure on the internals, with a maximum time limit of half an hour, or various mechanical components inside will be damaged. Unfortunately, there are too few special meteorites. Even if the Hive Shelter gathers resources with all its might, it can only collect about 500 to 600 tons. Just the 4 super-large nuclear-powered mechas have consumed around 400 tons, and the rest has been distributed to others for experiments and semi-mechanization. Now all they can do is hope that the trading team returns with a large quantity of special meteorites. At this moment, Chu Xiangge and Hao Yang were also in the mecha control room brainstorming ways to enhance the mecha. Unless the entire body and shell of the mecha are made from special meteorite metal, flying into space is definitely a daunting challenge. We could research the anti-gravity field. Theoretically, there is hope for success. Chu Xiangge said with a frown. Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang and Hao Yang nodded with headaches. They had also researched anti-gravity, but had no clues at all. It was as if such a force did not exist. They could conceive it and see it, yet no matter how hard they tried, they could not touch it, let alone study it. Currently, the 4 mechas can only rely on the energy matrix of their exterior shells to power themselves, enhancing the electromagnetic field in relation to the ground, supplemented by energy propulsion devices, allowing this behemoth weighing over 200 tons to achieve flight. Of course, a height of 400 meters is still too low for the mecha. It is akin to a person gliding 7 to 8 meters off the ground. Hao Yang shrugged helplessly and said, "Let's just forget it. We still need meteorite metal. Although we can utilize it, I still don't understand how this metal is formed. It seems to transcend the realm of science. Li Shiguang squinted his eyes and replied, I always feel that this metal doesn't appear to be naturally formed. Do you think it's possible that this metal was created by an intelligent life from outer space using technology we don't know about? Upon hearing this, Hao Yang and Chu Xianga were stunned by Li Shiguang's wild imagination, exchanging glances thinking, could it really be that absurd? It shouldn't be possible, right? Hao Yang shook his head while pinching his brow. Our blue star is already struggling enough. If there were to be an invasion by extraterrestrial beings, it would be truly despairing. I don't think too much. It might just be a very rare type of metal in space. Anyway, I've experienced the benefits. Even if it was made by extraterrestrial life, what could it do to me? Chu Xianga touched his bald head, shrugging dismissively. He was confident that since the apocalypse, he could conduct all sorts of restricted experiments with great satisfaction. As long as they don't blow up the hive shelter, he can research as he pleases, and if resources run low, he can simply pilot the mecha out for a trip. No one would care. It's quite comfortable. I say let's not worry unnecessarily. I heard that next week a large-scale hunting operation will be launched in the deep sea. Yin Gu will join us. As long as we manage to slay 7 or 8 radiation sea monsters over 100 meters long, we can comfortably pass this year. Chu Xianga said with expectation in his eyes. Rather than worrying about the future, it's better to seize the present. Chu Xianga looked up at his ride, the Lightning Chaser, a humanoid mecha, but with many special devices on it resembling individual discs attached to its body. Moreover, the back of the mecha did not have a shark-toothed giant sword, only an electromagnetic energy rail cannon. This was his masterpiece, with power not inferior to Hao Yang's thermal radiation gathering ion cannon and even greater attack range and coverage. Chu Xianga had designed it long ago for close combat, equipped with a protective shield and coupled with a violent electromagnetic voltage boost for magical attacks. Aside from the 2 beam cannons on his shoulders, there was also his ultimate move, the super electromagnetic energy rail cannon, which would annihilate anyone who touched it. He dared to say that even in the heart of the radiation sea monster's lair, it would be as easy as hunting a few 100-meter-long radiation sea monsters in his own backyard and retreating effortlessly. However, just as Chu Xianga was lost in his beautiful fantasies, a beeping sound echoed in the mecha control. Notice emergency mission deployment of large nuclear-powered mechas required. Yun Minger's voice carried a hint of seriousness. A strange special meteorite has appeared in the Yangtze River, which not only attracts radiation sea monsters, but also has a 30% chance of granting a mysterious mental power and evolutionary energy to living beings, with an 80% chance of being related to gene evolution. This cannot be delayed. Deploy the Shroud of Time and the Lightning Chaser immediately and proceed to the location at the fastest speed. This concerns mysterious powers and life evolution. Ali Shiguang and Chu Xianga must cooperate fully. And Shiguang, bald brother, it has been confirmed that an ability user has indeed appeared. You need to hurry. The Dragon Kingdom's army is also nearby. We must seize the radiation sea monster and the meteorite first. Upon hearing this, Hao Yang and the others exchanged glances, stunned. They had just speculated about the possibility of extraterrestrial life, and now there were actually ability users appearing. Is this science? This is very unscientific. It should be noted that almost all researchers are atheists, believing only in data before their eyes, and even in the movements of particles, atoms, and even quanta. It seems that the direction the Big Sister is researching is correct. Breaking the limits of the human body and initiating life evolution is indeed not a far-fetched fantasy. Hao Yang said with a complex expression. At this moment, Chu Xianga and Li Shiguang's expressions were also grim. Ability users, whether they are intrusions from outer gods, seem to negate all their relentless research. Yet after a moment's reflection, a glimmer of pride and determination flashed in their eyes, filled with defiance. Ability users. Shiguang, let's go. I want to see what kind of thing dares to call itself an ability user, and whether it can compare to my electromagnetic force or our mechas. Chu Xianga, filled with reluctance, walked towards his Lightning Chaser. Don't worry. If an era of ability users and evolutionists truly arrives, the secrets of mechanical ascension are nothing to fear. Li Shiguang responded nonchalantly, standing up to grab the human-machine connection helmet on the table, heading towards the Shroud of Time. The 2 figures appeared as if the curtain of the technological era was falling, yet they were filled with unwillingness and disdain, eager to compete and prove themselves. They had long stood at the peak, and if the new generation wanted to surpass them, they would ask if they agreed. Meanwhile, the crisis of the Yangtze exploration team had not yet been resolved. At this moment, Jing Yijian was bleeding from his ears, nose, and the corners of his eyes, painfully clutching his head, while glaring with bloodshot eyes at the personal terminal on his wrist, shouting, "The pilots of armed helicopters 1 and 2 are unconscious. Emergency activation of the AI takeover procedure. The mecha team must evacuate quickly and send the information back. This bastard can use magic attacks directly aimed at my brain. It's about to explode." But just as he finished speaking, a massive dark tentacle covered in barbs suddenly attacked Zheng Yijian's armed helicopter from the bursting ice layers of the Yangtze. The speed was astonishing. Even the cold air was shaken into ripples by this terrifying force and speed, as if the wailing of death itself brought fear. Zheng Yijian's face instantly paled at this sight. It's over, we're all going to perish. The sudden crisis forced Zheng Yijian to painfully close his eyes as countless images flashed through his mind. His wife had died unexpectedly during childbirth, leaving only their daughter Cece, with the father and daughter left helpless. After his death, he believed that the Hive Shelter would take good care of his daughter, ensuring she lived carefree for the rest of her life. However, 5 seconds later, the anticipated accident did not come. The enormous tentacle halted its attack 30 meters away from the armed helicopter, having reached its maximum extension. The helicopter, meanwhile, was over 200 meters in altitude. Captain Zheng, that nearly scared me to death. I thought we were going to die. A Special Forces member piloting the helicopter exclaimed, blood streaming from all 6 orifices, cursing and laughing. At that moment, the armed helicopter rapidly ascended, reaching 300, 500, and then 700 meters, operating at full power against the cold wind. By the time they reached 2,000 meters, the sensation of impending explosion in his mind began to dissipate. In that instant, Zheng Yijian regained his composure, a feeling of having escaped death washing over him. It turned out that the radiation monster capable of attacking their brains from across space wasn't as formidable as it seemed. Damn it, that truly scared me. I thought I saw my great-grandmother waving at me. Zheng Yijian cursed, wiping the blood trickling from his nose. However, the next moment, he quickly glanced at the other 4 armed helicopters. Fortunately, at the last moment, Yun Minzhi had forcibly taken over the intelligent control system, and they were all ascending. Zheng Yijian felt a sense of relief. At the moment when he was attacked by an unseen force targeting his brain, he truly felt fear. Such an invisible and untouchable ability would terrify anyone encountering it for the first time. Moreover, his anger flared up, and he shouted furiously, damn it, dare to ambush me. Just wait and see how I will destroy it. Prepare the Hellfire missiles. All 5 armed helicopters fire at once and take it down. It was still the era of conventional weapons. No matter how powerful the radiation monster was, could it withstand 5,000 degrees of high temperature and explosive damage? Even if they couldn't kill it, they could still hurt it and frighten it. In the next moment, 10 Hellfire missiles were launched, striking towards the base of the massive tentacle from a distance of 2,000 meters. With a tremendous explosion, a violent shriek echoed in the sky, and from beneath the ice, a gigantic radiation sea monster resembling a black octopus emerged. Standing approximately 100 meters tall, its 8 tentacles stretched 70 to 80 meters long, a terrifying sight. It was thrashing wildly, shattering large areas of ice around it. One of its tentacles was severed halfway, black-purple blood spraying everywhere, corroding and burning through the ice beneath it, a truly gruesome sight. This horrifying scene caused the Special Forces members who hadn't lost consciousness to tense up. After being attacked, everyone became alert, realizing that this frenzied giant radiation sea monster seemed different from what they had seen before. Even from over 2,000 meters high, everyone was worried that this creature might unleash another one of its previous invisible attacks, targeting their brains. Just then, Lung Xiaofeng's voice suddenly rang out. I saw it. Its attack is a blue invisible wave with a range of only about 800 meters. Below it is that special meteorite about 10 meters in diameter, and I also saw wisps of greenish invisible mist emanating from it, all being absorbed by that monster. Zheng Yijian finally had time to turn back and look at Lung Xiaofeng, surprised by his words. Absorbing no wonder it could attack us through the air. It turns out that meteorite is the problem. Zheng Yijian felt a surge of excitement. Who wouldn't want to possess such mysterious power? Moreover, Lung Xiaofeng appeared to be in much better shape than him, with just a slightly pale face, showing no signs of injury, while Lung Qingqiu beside him had already fainted. Indeed, the ability users were not mistaken. Activate the human medical scanning device. They should be fine, right? Zheng Yijian said, anxiously frowning as he pressed several buttons on the control panel. Soon Yun Minzhi's voice rang out. Detection shows that the 5 unconscious individuals have experienced intense pressure and stimulation in their brains, triggering self-protective instincts. They are expected to awaken automatically in 3 hours. Upon hearing this, Lung Xiaofeng finally relaxed his worries, though he looked a bit angry. His eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light, and the next moment, he called out urgently, I have more intel. The monster wants to break through the outer layer of the meteorite. Inside that meteorite is a very small, glaring object like a palm-sized crimson iron plate. That green invisible energy is emanating from it, and that's what the monster craves. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yijian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the overly bright pupils of Lung Xiaofeng. Is this an extraterrestrial artifact? Damn it, this world is getting more absurd. Just then, as Lung Xiaofeng finished speaking, an announcement came. Notice mission terminated. All personnel evacuate to a safe area. Counterattack in 5 hours. Yun Minzhi's voice echoed through the communication channel. Zheng Yijian was taken aback. 5 hours later. Hiss. Could it be that the 4 large mechas are coming? Those 4 behemoths are undoubtedly the ultimate weapons of the Hive Shelter, constructed using all the top technologies as the Guardians of Steel. No matter how strong the radiation monster is, can it surpass the destructive energy weapons? Can it withstand the super war mechs weighing over 20,000 tons? Zheng Yijian laughed, addressing his personal terminal on his wrist. Did you all hear that? We will withdraw, tactically go back to recuperate for a bit, and in 5 hours it will be its time of death. His eyes gleamed with confidence as he looked down at the frantically thrashing giant radiation sea monster. Not to mention that meteorite, presumably extraterrestrial, could only belong to their hive shelter. A mere little octopus, how could it compete with them? Just then a loud sound echoed as a 2-meter diameter solid ice block soared towards them with a whistling sound. Hiss! Damn it, this is 2,300 meters in the air. The strength of this monster is terrifying. It can break the sound barrier with just a toss. Zheng Yijin exclaimed. Fortunately, the aim was off, and the large ice block passed just 10 meters from the armed helicopter, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Let's go, hurry up. I can't fight it, but can I run? When the big guy arrives in 5 hours, we'll come back and show it. Quickly, the 5 armed helicopters hurriedly retreated from above the Yangtze River, with Zheng Yijin's cursing voice trailing behind them. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the control hall of the hive shelter. I knew there was something wrong with that meteorite. According to the settings of fantasy novels and movies, it must be a suspected mental attack ability, a deeper evolution of the brain domain. Theoretically, it is feasible. The secrets of the brain domain have never been explored deeper by humanity, remaining only on the surface. Even if the radiation sea monster can mutate and evolve, it is merely a change in its bodily genes. If what that little kid said is true, it must be an extraterrestrial intelligent life product. Good heavens, indeed, the universe is so vast. How could Blue Star be the only life planet? But we also need to be alert about space. Their technology is definitely far superior to Blue Star's. We must get our hands on it. I suspect that iron plate is some kind of advanced technological product that not only contains the mysterious power to allow monsters to evolve, but can also withstand the terrifying energy and pressure of meteorite impacts without damage. This is energy and material that should not exist in Blue Star's understanding. If we conduct research, we will definitely derive many effective pieces of information and results. At this moment, the situation left everyone feeling unsettled. The product of extraterrestrial intelligent life was something they knew nothing about, and it posed a lurking crisis. In the depths of the universe, it felt as if a massive demon was watching them, ready to descend upon Blue Star at any moment. At this time, Su Yun was also shocked, his mind in disarray. He had a premonition that the 2 meteorites that struck Blue Star might not have been an accident. Minjer, hurry up and have Li Shiguang and Chu Xianga accelerate. That meteorite must not be let go. Star City. A large city surrounded by buildings with numerous shelters. There are many rivers and lakes here, and the mutated monsters from the radiation are not limited to sea creatures. Even the fish, shrimp, and crabs in the rivers, as well as animals that survived natural disasters, have undergone mutations. In the public large shelter of the Dragon Kingdom in this area, experts pointed out that someone must have maliciously researched radiation sea monsters, bringing the mutated sea monsters washed ashore by tsunamis inland, and they should be severely punished. However, the answer given by the Hive Transportation Trading Team is that snow disasters and radiation cover the globe, and the mutated substances in the ocean have long since spread across every corner of Blue Star. Not only is it normal for terrestrial creatures to mutate, but it is also reasonable for plants surviving beneath the ice to mutate. In this icy and off-world scenario, the city is bustling. The Dragon Kingdom's army hive shelters, divine beings, super machines, the light of life, universal transport, Lala Cargo, Tongtian Transport, Yida, Department Store, JD, Express, Ant Farming, and many other shelters have directly set up markets for trading hot weapons and various businesses involving transport and supplies. Especially the exchange trading resources with special meteorites ranked first. Their value has been continuously increasing. In addition, there are also biological energy crystals and corpses of radiation monsters. Moreover, most transactions are conducted using Nebula coins, as the high-tech products of the hive shelters can only be purchased with Nebula coins. Thus, not only is it extraordinarily lively here, but the air is also thick with the scent of gunfire. Da-da-da-da. As a burst of blue light illuminated the gray sky, a 6-meter-long radiation monster fell into a pool of black-green blood. Ha-ha, indeed, the weapons from the hive shelters are effective. Which genius invented this Gatling gun? It's simply Lu Jiqiang stood atop a modified off-road vehicle clad in a heavy protective suit, laughing heavenward. A blue light Gatling gun from the hive shelter was mounted on the roof of the vehicle, the gun barrel emitting steam, and shell casings littered the ground. 200 meters ahead, the bodies of 3 oddly shaped radiation monsters, each about 5 to 6 meters long, fell into the pool of blood motionless. Changgu, that's another 1500 Nebula coins in income. Hurry up and call someone to haul it back. Up ahead is the monster swarm by Ming Lake. Beside the off-road vehicle, a young man in full-cover exoskeleton armor spoke vigilantly. What are you Look over there, damn it, the wind and cloud shelter really struck gold, actually finding a special meteorite and purchasing a storm mecha. When the hell can we save enough for gene optimization, liquid, and mechas? Lu Jiqiang said through gritted teeth enviously. In the distance, a storm mecha accompanied by several teammates in full exoskeleton armor ventured deeper into the monster zone. 3 modified large transport semi-trucks followed behind. although they easily hunted 3 radiation monsters, earning nearly 15,000 Nebula coins. The costs involved were substantial. A blue light Gatling gun isn't expensive, costing only 1,000 Nebula coins, but the ammunition consumed is the main expense. It can fire 7,000 rounds in a minute. 21 rounds are both expensive and indispensable, roughly equivalent to generating 1,400 Nebula coins worth of firepower every minute, even more costly than the Gatling gun itself. Goodness, ordinary people can't bear such consumption. The income from hunting radiation sea monsters is probably less than the firepower output of the blue light Gatling gun for a minute. Moreover, not only is there ammunition consumption, but transporting the hull also costs several thousand to tens of thousands of Nebula coins to sell to the Dragon Kingdom's army or other shelters. But what about mechas? Just wielding 2 knives can contend with and hunt radiation sea monsters. They are close combat war machines. The cost effectiveness is incredibly high. Without firing a shot, one can directly kill 7 times in and out among the monster swarm, bringing back a... If they encounter a radiation monster over 10 meters long, they can fire for 10 seconds without risk to end the battle, costing only 10 to 20,000 Nebula coins, while harvesting radiation monsters worth 100,000. It is simply enviable to the point of irritation. Mechas are a must. Without them, our Mad Warrior shelter has no future. At worst, it'll gamble a bit at the Divine Being Biostore. Just as Lu Jiqiang was filled with jealousy, a roar of engines attracted their attention. They looked up, their pupils contracting sharply. It was a woman, not wearing protective gear, only clad in lightweight combat attire, driving a Hive Shelter's apocalypse bomb-proof motorcycle towards the radiation monster area by Ming Lake under the icy sky. My goodness, another successful one. The death rate doesn't seem too high. They knew very well that at this stage, only the gene enhancer from the Divine Being Bio Shelter could make the human body immune to radiation and cold. However, when the store opened, previously 5 people entered, and only 1 managed to walk out alive, which was terrifying. Yet this did not stop those who believed themselves to be powerless, but still wished to grow stronger. During this period, people gradually entered, accepting injections at the lowest prices and only paying back after success. They began to gamble with their worthless lives for themselves and their families' futures. Many succeeded as well. Lu Jiqiang and others had seen at least a dozen gene enhancers without protective gear hunting outdoors. Although their strength and speed were not enough to contend with radiation monsters relying on firearms and the mobility of bomb-proof motorcycles, each person with a machine could act freely in the outside world without needing teammates or logistics. They hunted radiation monsters while notifying the transport team, killing day and night to repay the loans for the... Unfortunately, this power comes at the cost of lifespan. The Hive Shelter had warned that such gene enhancers which consumed one's potential are irreversible. Once injected, one could only wait for the countdown of their life aside from dying. Perhaps some could live over 10 years while others might not survive this year. It all depends on luck. Soon the transport team arrived. Lu Jiqiang painfully paid 2,000 Nebula coins for corpse radiation cleansing and 2,000 for transport before heading back to Star City. On the way, numerous hunting teams returning from the field were constantly seen. Star City was not severely affected, with nearly 30 million people taking refuge here, and the number of shelters exceeded 10,000. This formed a large gathering of shelters. As various trading markets and stores were established, many adventure teams set out to hunt and search for meteorites. Especially the arrival of the Hive Transport Trading Team, which brought Mecha's Apocalypse combat vehicles, full-cover exoskeleton armor, and various high-tech equipment. Combined with radiation cleansing surgeries and risk-free semi-mechanical transformation surgeries, it directly instilled confidence in everyone who looked forward to the day they could earn enough Nebula coins for gene optimization liquid and storm mechas for their families. Lu Jiqiang looked at the surroundings, feeling quite emotional, but his teammates suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Goodness, black technology. The Hive Shelter is as strong as ever. Personal anti-radiation and cold-resistant devices are now available, only 1 Nebula coins, each expected to arrive in a week." Hearing this, Lu Jiqiang quickly turned to look at the information on the tablet. This was a belt device, but it required a specially processed meteorite the size of a grain of rice to activate. Not only did it cost 1 Nebula coins, but it also required 3 times the weight of that special meteorite to exchange for one. Hiss! Why gamble on gene enhancers? One piece of equipment can allow us to go out without protection. No way, boss, we all need to get one, otherwise if our protective suits are damaged, we'll have to spend money to cleanse radiation. Plus, in this weather, even protective suits with anti-cold effects are a bit unbearable. Indeed, my joints are stiff and painful. I'm really afraid they might crack one day. Lu Jiqiang nodded, acknowledging that this thing was indeed quite good and necessary. The difficulty lies with the special meteorites. They are too hard to find, entirely reliant on luck. Let's see for now, with resources like special meteorites, if luck isn't good, there's nothing we can do. Lu Jiqiang shook his head helplessly. However, the next moment the scene in front of the off-road vehicle left them stunned, and they inhaled sharply. My goodness, are those people in the team all semi-mechanized? The modification cost for those 3 people, including their internal organs, must be at least tens of millions of Nebula coins each. With their other equipment, they damn well must have found a special meteorite. Looking up, a combat vehicle loaded with firepower slowly advanced, surrounded by 3 bomb-proof motorcycles. The drivers, apart from wearing fierce-looking metal helmets, had metallic mechanical bodies everywhere else. Their appearance left the surrounding teams horrified, sending chills down their spines. As humans, most of them could not accept such complete body modifications aside from the brain. And one could tell without thinking that this team must have found a significant special meteorite. As the semi-mechanized modification team left Lu Jiqiang, and the others gradually came back to their senses, exchanging glances and swallowing hard, speechless. Don't imitate this, it's not good. Lu Jiqiang genuinely feared that his teammate would also turn into a semi-mechanized person. Luckily, with no perverse psychology, they really didn't dare to do so. The convoy continued forward, just 5 kilometers away from the Star City Trading Center. But at that moment, boom, 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 urgent booming sounds erupted from afar, shaking the ground underfoot. At that moment, over 10,000 people in the outskirts of Star City saw 2 steel giants rushing from afar. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe it, as if they had seen a god. Beep, beep, beep. There are 700 kilometers left to the destination. Our estimated arrival in 2 hours. On the ship of time, Li Shiguang leisurely chatted with Chu Xianga while looking at various information about the special meteorite from the Yangtze River. The mental attack range is about 830 meters. One tentacle has over 15,000 tons of force. Not bad, much stronger than that previous shark monster. Li Shiguang scoffed. I just wonder if it can break our high-density energy shield. Ooh, I don't believe that mental power is truly ethereal. And that kid Lung Xiaofeng, I'll just ask him if he's enough for my mecha to step on. In the electric light of the daybreaker, Chu Xiang's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he arrogantly spoke. Shiguang, Star City is in the way. Oh, let's fly over. I can't wait to open that octopus head and see what kind of mental ability it has. The turbine engine is operating at full power. The energy matrix begins preheating, and the energy jet propulsion system is activated, ready for flight in 5 seconds. As Ashir finished speaking, Li Shiguang and Chu Xiang had donned their neural connection helmets, entering control mode. As the eyes of the Huhai Time and the electric light Voyager lit up, the nuclear-powered turbine engine in front spun rapidly, emitting a fierce crimson glow with energy waves melting the cold snowflakes in the air. Moreover, the exterior of both mechas revealed deep blue energy matrices with a high-energy electromagnetic field enveloping the entire mecha, creating ripples in the magnetic field. Once prepared from a distance, the 2 towering steel behemoths, each over 80 meters tall, leaped into the air while running, leaving the onlookers in awe. The 5 energy jet devices on their arms, legs, and backs activated, unleashing an endless stream of energy particles, providing the mechas with powerful propulsion. At that moment, under the gaze of tens of thousands, the 2 ultimate mechas soared into the air, intending to fly over the Star City. It was simply shocking, unbelievable. Oh my god, it's real. This is the super mecha from the software interface on the Hive Network platform, and that in Dothworld Steel Furnace City. I thought it was just a futuristic fantasy. Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly. These 2 giants, who wouldn't be dazzled by them? Goodness, even a 100-meter-long radiation monster probably wouldn't stand a chance against them. The key is they can fly. The technology involved is undoubtedly the most advanced in Blue Star. Did you see those giant footprints? They sank over 2 meters into the frozen ground. These 2 giants must weigh at least 10,000 tons. The Hive Shelter deployed these 2 super mechas. There must be a purpose. Is it to combat giant radiation monsters? Or are they being bullied by someone? Oh my goodness, who can withstand this? In less than 10 seconds, everyone in the Star City was aware that the Hive Shelter's super-large mechas were about to fly over the city. Even the Hive Network platform displayed dozens of live broadcasts, instantly attracting countless viewers. At this moment, everyone realized the true strength of the Hive Shelter. Who else besides them could manufacture such super mechas? It truly showed that people can be infuriatingly envious. In the city of Star City, people in protective suits hurriedly emerged from shelters, markets, and shopping centers, looking up at the sky. The mechas flew not too high, less than 400 meters, but the sense of oppression was terrifying. If they were to plummet at high speed, the impact would be unbearable even for shelters buried dozens of meters underground. With their terrifying weight and incomprehensible firepower combined with their ability to fly, these were already fully fledged war mechas. Especially in this apocalyptic wasteland, even amidst endless waves of monsters, they could probably fight their way in and out without any danger. At the center of the trading market, Wu Dahu, the head of the financial department of the former Nebula Group, looked up proudly as the mechas flew away. This was the pinnacle of technology from their Hive Shelter. Whether it's the Storm Mecha, the Endoth World battle vehicles, or other equipment like genetic warriors and semi-mechanized modifications, they were all insignificant in front of them. This is the undefeated Steel War God. Who in Blue Star can rival it? However, thinking of the intelligence from the dozen or so forces in Star City, Wu Dahu's expression gradually turned serious. After a moment's consideration, he narrowed his eyes and said, the deployment of these two mechas must mean that some transport convoy has encountered trouble. Lung Feng take 3 armed helicopters into the sky for escort duty until they leave Star City. No one must be allowed to obstruct them. The 6-member team, led by Lung Feng clad in the Hive's special full-cover exoskeleton armor, silently guarded him from behind. Star City is crucial, at least in the apocalypse. It is a major gathering market and the most valued place by the Hive. Even other major forces and the Dragon Nation army are stationed here with a mix of chaos and complexity. However, it is also a good place to earn resources with over 100,000 hunting teams and adventure groups. Among the 30 million refugees, over 3 million are out and about, and this number is steadily increasing. It is an important strategic resource trading hub. Lung Feng acknowledges. I guarantee the completion of the task regardless of who it is. No one is allowed to approach or obstruct the mecha's progress. Lung Feng replied. Meanwhile, behind the mechas piloted by Li Shiguang and Chu Xiang'a, armed helicopters rose into the sky, including units from the Dragon Nation army, as well as forces from the celestial beings and super divine mechs. They wanted to uncover the secrets of these two mechas or to know what situation could cause these giants to rush so urgently. But just then, an armed helicopter blocked the way of the mechas, issuing a stern voice. Giant mechas ahead, halt. You are threatening everyone in Star City. Please land immediately and submit to inspection. Li Shiguang frowned and murmured, is it the Dragon Nation military? That helicopter was the one he had been invited to design for the Southwest Military District 2 years ago. Although its appearance had been modified to better suit the apocalyptic environment, he could recognize it at a glance. Shiguang, what should we do? Should we just charge through? Yun Gu said that the Dragon Nation is no longer related to us. Except for a bit of a connection with the Northwest and your godfather, the rest of the military has long since split after the apocalypse. Chu Xiang's voice rang out. Hearing this, Li Shiguang's mouth curled into a slight smile. Indeed, the apocalypse has come. Who still cares who you are? Miss, please help me find out who it is. Which shelter is so headstrong that they want to reach out their claws at my mechas? Li Shiguang said coldly. Just as he finished speaking, the beam cannon on the shoulder of the Huhai Time fired directly, a blue light flashing past and brushing against the armed helicopter ahead. A tremendous roar came from afar, and a fire pit with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared beneath the icy rock. So it's the Southwest Military District. Do you know who I am? Hurry up and scram. This time it's a warning. Next time you won't be so lucky. Li Shiguang's voice echoed through the sky. The mechas did not slow down, continuing to fly forward, their steel bodies invulnerable. Meanwhile, Lung Feng also arrived with the Special Forces team in 3 armed helicopters, missiles, and Gatlings locked onto the obstructing helicopter ahead. They also remained vigilant against other forces behind them. We are the Hive Shelter. Please evacuate immediately, otherwise it will be considered an act of hostility, and we will engage in battle. Lung Feng's voice rang out. The 3 armed helicopters escorted the 2 mechas, circling in the sky as if surrounded by enemies from all directions. The Hive Shelter was a prominent target, with many forces wanting to spy on them. Within the trading market of Star City, they had already encountered several incidents of sabotage. In the apocalypse, people were anxious and dark currents surged. At this moment, Shiguang, I found out it's the super divine mech shelter. They've long allied with the celestial beings and the light of life, and there are even shadows of the Southwest Military District. However, their satellite protection program is quite special, as if they are guarding against me. Yun Minger's voice echoed in Li Shiguang's ear. Hearing this, Li Shiguang sneered slightly, but there was also some seriousness. Perhaps Yun Minger's existence was already known. However, it was not a big deal. So it's a few rats. After the Jiangsu meteorite mission is completed, let's pay them a visit on the way. Hiding in the deep mountains of the central Qinling. Let's see how they run. Meanwhile, the scene here was also being streamed live on the Hive platform. The bullet comments were in an uproar. Wow, is that helicopter really that stubborn? Brother, it's the apocalypse now. Who would accept inspections? If you've got the guts, just open fire and see if those 2 mechs can crush him. They probably want those 2 mechs or the technology on board. The people behind them are too scared to show their faces, so they sent their subordinates to test the Hive Shelter's attitude. Little did they know those 2 mechs are not so easily dealt with. It's the same old story. The apocalypse hasn't changed a bit. My lord, times have changed. I dare say even the Dragon Country military wouldn't easily provoke the Hive Shelter now. With those 2 behemoths, unless they deploy fighter jets and missile airstrikes along with tank battalions, who could possibly take them on? Moreover, given the current external environment, I estimate it would be difficult to stop those 2 mechs. So I just look around. Dozens of armed helicopters with various modifications, at least a dozen major powers are here, while we can only hide in the shelter and toil away without complaint. Yeah, I also want to go out hunting for radiation monsters and searching for resources and special meteorites. Damn it, it's only been 10 minutes, and that fat guy is already calling me to unblock the public restroom. I'm fed up. The environment in the apocalypse is complex. Radiation, extreme cold, thin oxygen, etc. But for the major powers, they can basically overcome it all. After the apocalypse, technology seemed to accelerate in development, with every faction striving for progress and research achievements blossoming everywhere. This is all thanks to the radiation monsters and special meteorites, as well as the surge in survival under harsh conditions. However, the strong remain strong, and the weak remain weak. Countless people are hiding underground, yearning for opportunities from the outside world. Meanwhile, in a certain underground shelter, Mu Rong Yuntian from the Heavenly God Biological Shelter was initiating a secret video conference using special satellite communications from the Southwest military. That kid Suyun really has some skills. Whether it was before the apocalypse or after, it seems we just can't keep up with his. Mu Rong Yuntian said with a somewhat gloomy expression. Just those two mechs alone, combined with all the forces behind the attendees, couldn't match that top-tier technology. During the video conference, everyone expressed their sentiments, yet there was no hint of worry on their faces. Forget it. The Hive Shelter and that kid Su Yun have long since grown their wings, and their strength is far beyond what you see. They have an artificial intelligence network deity and a nuclear submarine trading with the beautiful country, definitely armed with devastating nuclear weapons, and not just one. The higher-ups dare not provoke them. Don't worry. No matter how strong the mechs are, they are still external objects. Our direction is right. Biological evolution is the only correct path. Let them be arrogant for a few days. Besides, we are not easy to mess with. 18 gene warriors and 3 gene mutants can emerge from the nutrient chambers at any time to carry out decapitation missions. Although they can only survive for one day, I don't believe anyone can survive under their secret infiltration and ambush. I've developed 2 stealth-powered assassins here, true invisibility. Their form, sense, and body heat won't reveal a trace. They are already secretly approaching the Hive Shelter's main camp. As long as we capture Su Yun, the entire technology and resources of the Hive will be ours. Don't be too confident. Given the strength of the Hive Shelter, their research in gene technology won't be lagging behind us. Don't forget they have that woman. The gene optimization liquid is definitely her work, laying the groundwork for gene evolution. Moreover, to this day, we still haven't made any headway with the light of life. We can't replicate it perfectly, and at most we only have semi-finished products. And don't say Ling is still as formidable as ever. Those 2 stealth assassins better not get caught by the Hive, otherwise our chance to turn the tide with gene breakthroughs will surely be researched by Ling. Rest assured, I trust the strength of those 2 gene mutants. Even if they fail, we still have the gene enhancers as a backup. One day is enough to throw the Hive into chaos. Alright, it's best to capture him. Even if we can't, we should at least kill him. Let's leave this probe at that for now. The Southwest military can handle it. However, they definitely have secrets, so they should follow those 2 mechs and act according to the situation. In the video, the 6 faces representing the 6 major shelter factions looked somewhat serious at the sight of the 2 colossal nuclear-powered mechs, yet their hearts were untroubled. They had gradually figured out the Hive Shelter's trump card. Aside from the artificial intelligence and 4 large mechs, there was only 1 nuclear submarine. Their technological strength was astonishing, incredible even, but the times have changed. This is now the era of gene mutants and psychics. And coincidentally, they have reached the forefront at least further than the Hive Shelter. Meanwhile, the Oversea Time and the Electric Light Rider flew over Star City before landing on the ground to continue their journey. Are you sure those factions have allied with the Southwest military? Su Yun's voice sounded grave from the mech screen. Li Shiguang nodded and said, absolutely. Didn't the lady already find that out? Although they were well hidden, they definitely have intentions towards us. I have a bad feeling. I suggest that after the mission ends, the Bald Brother and I directly strike and destroy those shelters or deploy nuclear warheads, each one sending a missile. In the video, Su Yun remained silent for a long time, his brow furrowed. Perhaps only he knew that before the apocalypse, the Southwest military had approached him 5 times and had threatened him 5 times. Yun Minjer analyzed a single purpose: they wanted to take away Ling, a prodigy in the biological field. The emergence of the radiation sea monster has made them anxious. Moreover, whether it was the Heavenly God Biological Shelter or the Super God Machinery and Light of Life Shelter's predecessors, they had some grievances with them, be it in terms of interests or relationships. 2 years ago, their Xingyun group snatched away many of their research personnel and various projects connected with the state. They are absolute nemesis. At this moment, Su Yun felt some worry. In the apocalypse, humanity draws near to nothingness. If the other side intends to target the Hive Shelter, they would strike with lethal force, not play games. A sense of vigilance must not be absent. No, it must be prepared in advance. Who knows how insane they can be. As for striking, the Southwest military is watching them. Su Yun carries the life of the entire Hive Shelter on his shoulders. Every detail must be considered again and again. Perhaps this is the concern of a controller. The matter of striking is to be determined. However, at this moment, Yun Minger's analytical voice rang out. Brother Yun, according to calculations, they may have achieved significant breakthroughs in the field of genetics, otherwise they wouldn't dare to probe us. They have gained confidence. Secondly, the gene enhancers they sold have significantly reduced in efficacy. The modified original version of the Gene Warriors may have given them great confidence, with a 50% possibility of directly attacking our headquarters. Thirdly, they have already started targeting me, having developed communication methods to guard against me. It's also possible they are aware of the nuclear submarine's existence. Fourth, that heavenly god biological gene enhancer has already been analyzed by Sister Ziling. They have found a detour in gene evolution. She speculates that they might have developed gene mutants or psychics. A fork in the road, eh? Su Yun frowned. No wonder they were so confident they had taken a shortcut. With Xiling's strength combined with the power provided by the entire Hive Sanctuary's research, they could not possibly be slower. Xiling was searching for the most correct path of genetic evolution. Genetics was inherently complex like the vast sea of stars. Her goal was not only to find a direction that aligned with the human body, but also to glimpse a boundless path of light ahead. The heavenly god biological sanctuary, however, had likely stumbled upon a genetic chain related to genetic evolution through numerous human experiments. Yet the flaws were glaringly obvious: a high mortality rate of depletion of human lifespan and potential, and it was a one-time evolution, a mutation forever confined to that level. Perhaps they have already taken action against us, not just for the resources and technology of the Hive Sanctuary, but also for Xiling. Only she poses a threat to those people. Su Yun murmured with narrowed eyes. So if he were in their position, how would he act? Genetic warriors, genetically mutated assassins, or some kind of supernatural ability? For the first time, Su Yun felt the threat of such unknown powers was daunting. Minger, notify the think tank to initiate the defense plan ahead of schedule. I want them to consider every aspect. We cannot allow the enemy to affect us. We must eliminate any threat in advance. Understood, Brother Yun. In addition to the 15 members led by Guan Jinlong, nearly 50 highly intelligent personnel have been informed. However, just as she finished speaking, Yun Minger suddenly exclaimed in delight. Brother Yun's sister Xiling is about to begin. She is confident she can illuminate that mysterious genetic point. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's expression brightened. He had been closely monitoring Xiling's research progress and did not expect such rapid advancement. It had only been a few days after all. It was not merely luck, but also a matter of strength. Soon a surveillance feed appeared before Su Yun. Inside a closed biological laboratory, Xiling was clad in a white long dress, peacefully curled up in a glass jar filled with liquefied biological energy crystals. In her purple hair, a metallic silver needle shimmered, absorbing the vast biological energy around her in an incomprehensible wave form. The output of biological energy is stable with a loss of 15 grams per second. Weight remains unchanged, appearance unchanged, vital signs steady. Energy fluctuations within the body are gradually decreasing, increasing energy output. The energy absorber's power has increased by 0.5 grams output. Young master, may the little koi bring you good luck. You will surely succeed. In the vast and quiet biological laboratory, only the voice of the little koi, the subsystem's AI, could be heard. At this crucial moment for Xiling's life evolution, the laboratory was securely locked by 3 safety doors. Without Xiling and Su Yun's orders, no one could open them. This scene was simply unbelievable. Su Yun could not fathom how that needle could guide biological energy to illuminate the genetic point in her mind. Moreover, logically speaking, the biological energy crystal was merely the size of a fingernail, yet it could sustain a person without needing to replenish energy for a month. By now it should have overwhelmed Xiling. She really succeeded. Su Yun felt a complex mix of emotions. Perhaps this world was truly beginning to change, no longer the technological world he once knew. Meanwhile, within Xiling's body, an elusive genetic point shone like a dazzling star. Strings of genetic chains connected to this genetic point, densely intertwined, extending into the depths shrouded in darkness. The era of genetic evolution had also been ignited by Xiling. Simultaneously, in an endless world of ice and snow, 2 large mechs were tirelessly moving, each step leaving gigantic mechanical footprints, the immense impact stirring layers of frozen earth covered by snow. We will arrive at the destination in 10 minutes. According to observations by Zhang Yijian's special forces, the giant radioactive sea monster in the shape of a black octopus has disappeared, likely having burrowed into the ground to absorb the mysterious energy emanating from that meteorite. Inside the mech, Aishir's voice echoed. However, at this moment, Li Shiguang and Chu Xianga wore grim expressions, feeling a suffocating pressure. Damn it! How dare they linger behind us? If it weren't for Brother Yun's hesitation, I would have wiped them out long ago, Li Shiguang growled fiercely. Calm down. Our Hive Sanctuary has already attracted too much attention. We cannot become the target of everyone's ire. There will be opportunities ahead. Our actions cannot be hidden from them, but it is a vain hope to stop us. Chu Xianga replied coldly. He understood Su Yun's approach. The Hive Sanctuary was still in a rapid development phase and could not ignore threats from other major powers. They needed time to develop, and by quickening their pace, they could create distance from their pursuers. Only then could they truly be unafraid. However, he was still quite displeased. Looking back a couple of kilometers behind them, dozens of armed helicopters battled against the wind and snow without faltering. On the ground, various modified vehicles resistant to the apocalypse's radiation and cold closely followed, including their Hive Sanctuary's apocalypse battle vehicles and armored motorcycles. In this harsh apocalyptic environment, it was astonishing that so many people had not given up. But then again, their intentions were too obvious. The deployment of 2 large nuclear-powered mechs signaled that the Hive Sanctuary was surely up to something big. Humph want to benefit. Not a chance. Xu Xiangge snorted coldly. Shiguang, you'll go first, you cover me. Anyone who dares to make a move will be dealt with severely. Don't worry, brother. This is your first battle, and I guarantee no one will disturb you, Li Shiguang replied with a light smile. Soon 10 minutes passed. The Yangtze River was right before them. Zheng Yijian had long been prepared, bringing 5 armed helicopters to join the battle, while the mech forces guarded the temporary trading post. However, one thing troubled him. Those 2 big shots not only came personally, but also specifically requested to see Lung Xiaofeng's supernatural abilities. Good grief, he knew that at the moment Lung Xiaofeng's powers emerged, most of the researchers in the Hive Sanctuary had been cursing, even pointing at the heavens in disbelief. Having spent a lifetime exploring the secrets of the technological world, they were shattered by a mere kid, who, Xiaofeng, just be obedient later. When they approach, call them brother. It's best to hug their thighs directly, even a little thing that falls from their nails could support your family for a lifetime. Zheng Yijian said, patting the adorable head of Lung Xiaofeng, who was wearing a space suit-style protective outfit. Upon hearing this, Lung Xiaofeng pouted in displeasure. He was the destined child with supernatural abilities, who could make him call them brother. As if dreaming. However, in the next moment, boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars echoed from afar, growing ever closer, like the oppressive footsteps of 2 gigantic beasts. At this moment, Lung Xiaofeng stood in the chilling wind, his mouth agape in disbelief as he watched 2 giant mechs striding towards them through the snow. Good grief, is this the support? This is too strong. Uncle Zheng, how should I call them to hug their thighs? Forget brother, I'd be fine just calling them dad. As 2 large mechas arrived, the Hive Sanctuary began its counterattack. Along the Yangtze River, 5 armed helicopters hovered high above, vigilant against any signs of other forces in the vicinity. The nuclear reactor engine on the chest of the Lightning Radiant began to accelerate, with energy waves surging vigorously, its body flickering with violent blue electricity. A wave of destructive heat radiated outward, shocking the nearby forces. What is this? This mecha does not seem as simple as we imagined. Besides its gigantic size, it must be equipped with the most advanced. On top of the Apocalypse war vehicle, a man clad in full-body exoskeleton armor braved the biting cold wind, his expression filled with horror. Is that super high voltage? However, the magnetic field sensor was issuing a rapid alarm ahead that mecha contained a truly terrifying electromagnetic energy fluctuation. Could this be a mecha preheating? And that peculiar device on its back, I suspect it must be an unknown offensive weapon, mysterious and powerful. The eternal god of the Hive, am going live right now. This scene of a supersized mecha battle will surely rake in a fortune. At this moment, the number of online viewers on several streaming platforms surged again, starting from 50 million and exceeding 100 million in less than a minute. The large mecha of the Hive Sanctuary was deployed. Such a scene was unique in the Apocalypse, and no one wanted to. Moreover, people were eager to know why the Hive Sanctuary was making such a significant move. Logically, these 2 mechas should have been guarding the Hive's headquarters against the ocean's crises. Yet now they were rushing inland, arriving at the Yangtze River location, which surely held a great secret. Soon someone voiced their speculation. Brother's latest intel shows that someone in the sanctuary located in that area has revealed the truth. 5 hours ago, Hive forces ventured deep into the Yangtze, but returned defeated, with several Special Forces members unconscious and others covered in blood, likely having encountered misfortune. I suspect they were attacked by a supersized radiation monster, and the reason for the Hive's significant deployment must be a large special meteorite. I feel the Hive Sanctuary is about to make a fortune. You guessed right. I also received insider information. Some heard massive roars and cannon fire from within the Yangtze, definitely indicating a terrifying radiation monster is swimming upstream from the ocean. At this moment, Li Shiguang was also paying attention to the surrounding forces and the online activity, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Even if he guessed, so what? Who has the ability to compete with them? A sheer lock onto all surrounding individuals. If there is any movement against us, fire at will. Li Shiguang spoke coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 electromagnetic energy cannons on the shoulders of the covering sea time began to operate slowly. Additionally, 2 blue light Gatling guns extended from within the shoulders, successfully deployed after the sound of mechanical operation. The mecha's firepower has been locked. The calculations indicate it can destroy any threatening equipment and crowd within 1 minute. Aishir's response echoed. At this moment, Xu Xiangge also began to move. The Lightning Radiant, enhanced with strong high-intensity electromagnetic voltage, stepped into the ice layer of the Yangtze. Bald brother, just ahead at a depth of 1,800 meters within the ice layer, there are powerful energy fluctuations and radiation levels. It hasn't escaped yet. Please activate the energy shield in advance and test whether it can withstand that monster's mental attack for safety's sake. Understood. Energy shield activated, starting at 70% power for preliminary testing. I don't believe it can. Chu Xiang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he confidently spoke. Mysterious mental power. So what? He trusted more in the power of science and the knowledge in his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, the energy matrix on the body of the Lightning Radiant slowly lit up, resembling a transparent shield that protected the entire mecha. Though it appeared thin, it was a high-intensity energy shield formed by combining the fully conductive properties of special meteorites relying on the nuclear reactor's energy output at full power capable of withstanding nearly 300,000 tons of impact. Generally, radiation monsters exceeding 100 meters in length would not pose any threat to the internal mecha even after a day and night of assault. This was also due to the insufficient amount of special meteorite metal. Weighing only 100 tons, it merely covered the mecha's exterior with a thin layer. If there were enough special meteorite metal according to the energy output calculation of the nuclear reactor, it could withstand at least 800,000 tons of impact, truly indestructible. 200 meters to the mental attack range. The lightning radiant continued to stride forward without hesitation. 20 meters to the mental attack range, entering the danger zone. Please prepare for defense failure. Chu Xiangge wore a fierce expression, angrily declaring, "Come on, attack me. I can't wait to see whose power is." Boom! A loud explosion sounded as the lightning radiant under Chu Xiangge's control unleashed a beam cannon strike at a distance of 850 meters. It then stepped directly into the mental attack range of the radiation sea monster, its fists clenched, body crackling with electricity as it charged forward with a murderous intent. At the same time, a wild shriek erupted in the air, as if an invisible force swept away the snowflakes. The ice layer surged like a tidal wave centered around the radiation sea monster, crashing outward in all directions. Boom! Chu Xiangge felt as if an invisible powerful force slammed into the energy shield of the mecha. The mecha merely paused for half a second before breaking through this invisible force and continued on without pressure. Ha ha ha! Is that all? Is that it? Mental power is nothing but this, easily pierced like paper. Chu Xiangge laughed maniacally, his face filled with disdain. Energy shield at full power output, high electromagnetic intensity, raised to 99%. I wanted to see what the power of technology truly is. Under Chu Xiangge's fervent, murderous intent, Aishir's auxiliary voice rang in his ears. The energy shield at full power output is expected to last for 1 hour and 20 minutes. After that, the energy matrix will deteriorate. Please, end the battle quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning radiant locked onto the radiation sea monster beneath the ice layer, leaping up while radiating dazzling blue light, crashing into the fissure created by the radiation sea monster. The powerful shockwave shattered a large area of frozen ground. Meanwhile, everyone on the shore sensed an invisible shockwave sweep past them. At that moment, many felt a sharp pain in their minds, nausea rising, and they retched uncontrollably. Ugh, damn, it hurts. What is this? It feels like my brain got hit, and my brainstem is in agony, and I feel like throwing up. Goodness, my brain is going to break. Someone said to the live stream, their face pale. Beside him, many experienced the same effects, yet some appeared unscathed. What the hell, Wei Gu? How come you're fine? Someone feeling unwell exclaimed in surprise at a man sitting on an apocalypse-proof motorcycle. Lu Wei furrowed his brows. He too felt some pain in his mind, but not nearly as bad as the others. He suspected that since they were all human, why was he the only one fine? Was everyone else acting? But in the next moment, someone spoke up for him. It's the gene optimization fluid from the Hive Sanctuary. Both Lu Wei and I used it. Because our genes have been optimized, our brains are stronger than yours, allowing us to withstand this strange wave attack. Upon hearing this, everyone around was left dumbfounded. Goodness, could it be true? Is there really someone willing to spend 3 million star cloud coins on gene optimization fluid? To put it in perspective, 3 million is enough to arm 1 or 2 people, and they could go out hunting with a large amount of it. At this moment, Lu Wei suddenly realized. So that was it. However, he recalled the week of extreme hunger after injecting the gene optimization fluid, his face darkening instantly. He definitely didn't want to share this good news. Let them all go through that experience. That's right, the gene optimization fluid is powerful. Not only that, it has made my body healthier and stronger, like it's just come off the production line. Plus, in that regard, I can go for at least an hour. How about that? It's definitely worth it to buy back a robust body for 3 million star cloud coins, practically a steal. Lu Wei squinted and smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present and online watching the live stream looked on with envy. Goodness, this is 3 million star cloud coins after the apocalypse, harder to earn than 30 million before it. Without large amounts of rare and precious resources, it is nearly impossible to purchase. One must hunt radiation monsters or rely on luck to find special meteorites. It can be said that apart from the Hive Sanctuary, very few people can afford the gene optimization fluid. Either they are powerful lords or extraordinary lucky individuals. These two, equipped with gear valued at 150,000 star cloud coins, including an apocalypse-proof motorcycle, also possess top-notch products from the Hive Sanctuary, along with a modified heavy sniper rifle and blue light Gatling guns with ammunition hanging on both sides of the vehicle, likely having also found special meteorites. Just as everyone was filled with envy, suddenly a furious roar echoed through the skies. You disgusting sticky thing, get out here. Boom. A giant grotesque radiation octopus was dragged out of the pit by the large mecha, crashing heavily onto the ice layer. In the raging battlefield, the electric light flickered and shrill cries of pain constantly echoed in the air. Meanwhile, the covering sea-time ship's alarm blared incessantly. Aishir's voice urgently rang out. Shiguang, a five-man team, is sneaking towards Bald Brother. They have no protective measures and are moving quickly. They are likely genetic warriors. Their target is probably the special meteorite at the bottom of the pit. Go stop them. Gene warriors. In an instant, Li Shiguang's face turned furious. The Huhai time cruiser turned to look at the opposite bank of the Yangtze River. As the detector locked on and magnified the view, he saw 5 individuals dressed in snow-white camouflage suits running on the ice amidst the snow. If it weren't for a radiation monster over 10 meters long discovering them and causing a commotion during its attack, it is likely Yun Minjer wouldn't have noticed them. The satellites in the sky were obscured by thick dust, leaving only a special high-frequency method to establish a communication network, making observation impossible. Moreover, they likely discarded all electronic devices, and with the complex icy environment, they aimed to remain. Celestial beings, are you seeking death? Li Shiguang roared, then leaped down, crashing onto the thick ice with murderous intent and charging forward. The frantic footsteps also caught the attention of those nearby, and they heard Li Shiguang's furious voice. Hiss! Celestial beings want to pick peaches, huh? Do they really think the hive shelter is made of mud? Right in front of these 2 large mechs, they still dared to make small moves. I wonder if that pit contains a large special meteorite. No wonder they dared to take the risk. There's no mistake, the exposed frozen soil shows signs of meteorite burns and impacts covering a large area. The meteorite's diameter is at least over 10 meters. Hiss! This special meteorite must weigh over 3,000 tons, right? No wonder they dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Whichever shelter obtains this meteorite will take off immediately. Don't think too much. Just because you can discover it doesn't mean you can keep it. The strength of the hive shelter is beyond doubt. You daring to act under their noses, the celestial beings are likely doomed. Not necessarily doomed. They still have gene warriors, each equivalent to the combat strength of a storm mech. Plus, there may be even stronger gene warriors in the celestial beings' laboratory, so there's still a fight to be had. Let's prepare our seeds. Meanwhile, the 5 gene warriors with strange mutated keratin layers on their faces looked up at the Huhai time cruiser charging toward them, filled with instant terror. Their strength was formidable, capable of unleashing over 10 to 20 tons of force with a single punch, but facing that massive iron-bodied behemoth weighing over 10,000 tons was akin to lighting a lamp in a toilet, seeking death. Although their lives wouldn't last a day under the threat of death, they couldn't calm down at all. Moments later, the leading gene warrior's face twisted in fury as he growled. Just because it's large and powerful doesn't mean it's invincible. Our speed is rapid. You 3 find a way to climb up and destroy its mechanical structure and take it apart. Upon hearing this, the other warriors suppressed their fear, their faces gradually turning fierce. This was their own choice. For the lives of their families and a comfortable life, they had only this one life to waste. Regardless of the consequences or the outcome, their sole purpose was to execute the mission with their lives. Death was merely a trivial matter. In the next moment, the 5 gene warriors scattered, 3 charging towards the Huhai time cruiser, while 2 ran towards the deep pit near the battlefield. Their speed was astonishing, covering 20 to 30 meters every second, swift as the wind. Their powerful physiques granted them strength beyond human limits. Inside the Huhai time cruiser, Li Shiguang witnessed this scene and smirked disdainfully, saying, "What a joke. What stands before you is the pinnacle of Blue Star's war mechs, just 5 little mice, and they dare to defy. Activate the automatic targeting system, turn on the thermal seeker, and also engage the energy shield at 10% power, just in case." Aishir, show them what it means to be locked on. Energy shield activated, hunter missiles locked on, blue light, Gatling firing trajectory, fine-tuning completed, hit rate 99%. On the left and right mechanical arms of the Huhai time cruiser, 2 blue light Gatlings adjusted their direction, and 5 red targeting displays appeared before Li Shiguang. It was as if the mech donned a layer of pale blue energy armor. As the mech ran, the blue light Gatling shone brightly, and 2 small tracking missiles launched from its shoulders, reaching speeds of over 400 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, the 3 gene warriors charging towards him had their heads shattered, their proud speed offering no resistance against the mech's firepower targeting system. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 gene warriors turned pale, witnessing the instant demise of their 3 teammates, while 2 missiles sped towards them at an astonishing pace. No matter how they changed positions, the missiles' trajectories adjusted as if they had magnets attached to them. Do you dare to be even more outrageous? This kind of technology used against me, really? Damn. Boom. 2 strong explosions erupted above the ice, and unsurprisingly, the remaining 2 gene warriors were left in pieces. However, the Huhai time cruiser did not stop. It looked up at the opposite bank of the Yangtze River, where an armed helicopter was rapidly flying away, 2,800 meters away. Trying to run. Can you outrun my energy weapon? Li Shiguang sneered contemptuously and said, "It's only 3,000 meters, don't waste energy." Energy electromagnetic cannon, 5% power output, capture, and lock successful fire automatically. Capture successful, hit rate 99%. Energy electromagnetic cannon activated, 3, 2, 1, fire. Aishir's voice came through. In the next second, a brilliant blue beam erupted from the mech's shoulder, vanishing in an instant. The armed helicopter about 3,000 meters away was instantly detonated and fragmented, with countless debris scattering towards the ground. From the moment the Binhai time cruiser engaged in battle until now, it had taken less than 20 seconds to finish the fight. Biological gene technology was still in its infancy, and how could it contend with technology that had already reached its peak? On the other side, the electric light Dawn was surrounded by electric light, each punch delivering a powerful electromagnetic shock to the radiation sea monster's head. His body was entangled by several giant tentacles, black-purple blood splattering, the smell of scorched flesh wafting like smoke. From time to time, a disconcerting buzzing sound erupted akin to a demon's low growl attacking the mech from all directions. However, Chu Xianga paid no mind to that. With the energy shield activated to full power, as long as it withstood the mysterious mental attacks, no matter how it struggled or retaliated, it could not break through. Is that all you've got? Die! Chu Xianga shouted joyfully. The giant octopus vitality was incredibly strong, and any damage it sustained would rapidly heal and grow, resembling an immortal body. Each sucker on its tentacles was lined with sharp teeth, and the countless gruesome mouths on the 8 tentacles were innumerable. Coupled with a terrifyingly large mouth at its center, its ability to devour was horrifying. Unfortunately, against the mech, it had no means to attack, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. Now, while it could take a beating, it wouldn't last long. The energy within it was quickly depleting, the strength in its tentacles weakening, gradually falling into a state of weakness. And this was the moment of the fatal strike. The electric light Dawn erupted with electrical voltage once more, and the tentacles that had been entangling him instantly lost strength and fell onto the frozen ground. Behind him, the special structure transformed its mechanical form, and 4 special energy-constrained attack weapons unfolded in front of the mech. However, Chu Xianga also recalled Yun Minger's analytical voice during the battle. This radiation sea monster's body and brain had high research value. It was best to capture it alive, or at least keep the radiation sea monster's brain. This thing is too large, capturing it alive is impossible. Let's leave its core head for experimentation instead, Chu Xianga said, frowning. Thinking of the value of this radiation sea monster, a radiant smile appeared on Chu Xiang's face. Aside from the special meteorite task contribution, not counting just the corpse of this thing should be worth several batches of level 3 research resources, right? As the words fell, sharp metallic tips extended from the tops of 4 special energy restraining devices. They suddenly pierced into the body of the radiation sea monster, burrowing a meter deep into its flesh before spreading out 8 barbed claws that firmly secured it. Immediately after, the nuclear reactor operated at full power, and 4 brilliant beams of light surged within the body of the radiation sea monster. At that moment, a terrifying destructive force erupted within the radiation sea monster, unleashing endless electromagnetic voltage energy that obliterated and scorched all surrounding flesh. This attack radiated from the inside out, a high-intensity current coursing throughout its body. The radiation sea monster let out a painful shriek, its 8 scarred tentacles extending stiffly before twitching and then weakly slamming onto the ice layer. Chu Xianga, seeing this, wore a fierce expression. The lightning Dawn's hands directly grasped one of the tentacles, while stepping on the body of the radiation sea monster, yanking upward with force. With the tentacle violently torn apart, black-purple hot blood gushed out wildly. The low rumbling sound in the air erupted again, yet it posed no threat to the mecha. Ha ha, exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. Chu Xiang's laughter echoed across the Yangtze River. Who could understand the thrill of close combat? This was the violent aesthetics of mecha, flesh against flesh, a contest of strength and bodies relying solely on who was tougher. Meanwhile, everyone witnessed this brutal scene as the mecha crushed the terrifying giant radiation monster underfoot, grinding it down. Tentacles were violently severed as if tearing through dough with ease. Someone excitedly spoke up. How brutal. I love it. No wonder it's a super mecha. Its high-strength mechanical metal makes the radiation monster look like it's made of tofu in front of it. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Hiss. Didn't you see? The thin, transparent energy shield on the mecha surprisingly blocked the giant octopus tentacles from wrapping around and striking, suffering no damage at all. Goodness, that was at least tens of thousands of tons of force. The defensive power was terrifying. I feel like this is an energy shield. Has the Hive already researched the application of energy technology? High-density energy particles coalescing into a defensive shield. Whether from physical or magical attacks, they are basically kept at bay. I feel the same. The technology of the Hive Sanctuary has reached levels we cannot even imagine. Various cutting-edge technologies are emerging one after another, as if there is nothing they cannot accomplish. And I suspect those 2 mechas are hiding some major weapons. While they might not reach the level of nuclear weapons, they are definitely of a destructive caliber. Tisk, with the technological power revealed, the divine biological sanctuary still dares to reach out. They have some guts, don't they? Fear a counterattack from the Hive. Don't say that, they really aren't afraid. There's a rumor that the divine biological super divine mechanical lifelight and several other sanctuaries have joined forces to carry out a plan called Eternal Life. Furthermore, their backing is the Southwest Military Department. Even if the hive suffers losses, they probably wouldn't dare to take action, especially since it's the divine biological sanctuary taking the hit. No one would dare to upend the table. Regardless, both online and along the banks of the Yangtze River, people were speculating and discussing one matter. However, the conclusion drawn was that the divine biological sanctuary would probably only suffer in silence, having lost 5 gene warriors and an armed helicopter, and would face the hive sanctuary's reprisals without a word. As for how it would end, ultimately the divine biological would pay the price to quell this farce. Meanwhile, the hive sanctuary would be the final victor. Not only did they slap the divine biological sanctuary in the face, but they also acquired the body of a 100-meter-long radiation sea monster and a large special meteorite. They really struck it rich. Meanwhile, the ship over sea time approached the deep pit, and at a glance saw the special meteorite within. Buried over 50 meters underground, measuring 12 meters long and 9 meters wide, it was pitch black with streaks of red light flashing in the darkness. Its estimated weight could exceed 3,600 tons. Various data appeared in Li Shiguang's eyes. Regardless of how Aesir and Yun Minjur calculated, it was merely a special meteorite, and they could not find the special iron plate that Cold Xiaofeng mentioned, which was supposedly of extraterrestrial origin. Analysis complete. The entirety of this meteorite is composed of life metal with an 80% probability that it is a larger special meteorite that split off upon colliding with Blue Star. Yun Minger's voice echoed in his ear. Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang raised an eyebrow. In that case, the meteorite that crashed into the center of the Pacific must still be hiding something. However, he still felt a bit overwhelmed. Such a large meteorite could not be transported back as a whole. It could only be disassembled into pieces for transport. Moreover, they would need to excavate that special iron plate inside to bring it back, which would take at least a week. The density of the special metal meteorite was extremely high and could only be cut with high-intensity lasers relying on the nuclear reactor on the mecha for energy. Tell Brother Yun that Brother Bald and I will temporarily guard here. The deep-sea assault plan will have to be postponed, Li Shiguang said helplessly. In the next moment, Su Yun's voice came through. Okay, you two stay there for now, but make sure not to leave the mecha. Always be on guard against gene warriors or some kind of superpowered individuals. The think tank suspects that other sanctuaries allied with the divine biological sanctuary are definitely not easy targets and likely have developed superhumans. The energy protective shield is operating at low power, so be cautious. As for counterattacks, I am preparing here. It won't take long. Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang's face brightened. Would they finally be able to counterattack? He had long harbored disdain for the divine biological sanctuary, daring to make moves right under his nose, their audacity exceeding even his. It would be best to eliminate them in one fell swoop, rooting them out completely. Meanwhile, Xiu Xianga had also ended the battle, having opened a hole in the octopus-shaped radiation sea monster's head with the lightning dawn, pulling out a black-purple brain that was 3 meters in diameter and glowing with a white aura. At its center was a structure resembling a brain organ emitting a green light visibly pulsating. Beside the brain, a biological energy crystal weighing 300 pounds stuck to it constantly, providing immense biological energy. Wow, that's a huge biological energy crystal. So that's it, the brain has indeed undergone a mutation. That psychic ability is probably due to that mysterious meatball, right? Xiu Xianga exclaimed in astonishment. Although he was not very familiar with biological technology, he could tell at a glance that the fist-sized meatball, glowing with green light at the center of the brain, was definitely a valuable item. No wonder the radiation sea monster is a treasure trove. Taking it back for Big Sister to study will surely make her very happy, Xiu Xianga said, with a smile, recalling Ziling's preferences without a second thought. However, the next moment Yun Minjur's voice rang out. Brother Bald, thank you for your hard work. Next, please stay stationed at the Yangtze River. The transport troops have already set out from the hive, and Haoyang will also be going. Upon hearing this, Xiu Ziyang's expression darkened, but he quickly became cheerful again, saying, Yun Minjur, I've told you, don't just call me Brother Bald. According to seniority, I'm your uncle. And what about Haoyang? His Flame Emperor Destroyer has also been equipped with an energy matrix. Pretty fast, huh? I won't. Brother Bald sounds so friendly. Oh, I need to go improve the Hive's defense plan now, so you all carry on. Meanwhile, in the central control hall of the Hive Sanctuary, Su Yun smiled at the two people on the video call in front of him, one being Murong Yuntian from the Divine Biological Sanctuary, and the other a certain major from the Southwest Military Department. Su Yun spoke. What's the discussion? According to the principle of non-aggression, it was the Divine Biological that made the first move. We were only retaliating in self-defense. Are we just going to let this slide? Or are we talking compensation or war? Murong Yuntian in the video had a gloomy face, remaining silent, yet the fierce look in his eyes was impossible to hide. His mutated dragon claw hand clenched into a fist. Fortunately, the other person calmly spoke up. As it stands, this was indeed wrong on the part of the Divine Biological. I will take responsibility for it. They will compensate your Hive Sanctuary with 50 tons of life metal and 500 pounds of biological energy crystals. Let's call it even. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Su Yun slightly raised the corners of his mouth, nodding with a cold expression. You should have said this earlier. Why waste my time? By the way, I would like to warn the divine biological sanctuary once more. If there's a next time, don't blame me. After finishing, Su Yun directly closed the video screen, his face showing worry and unease. Minjer, how is the construction of the large energy defensive shield progressing? There isn't enough special metal, but 7 transport teams have urgently brought back over 700 tons of special meteorite. It will take an estimated 6 days to complete construction. Upon hearing this, Su Yun frowned. 6 days? Too long. Not just him, even the think tank speculated that the Divine Biologicals alliances would likely make their move within these 2 days. If the superpowered individuals in the mysterious location were not handled well, it would definitely bring severe consequences for the Hive. What to do? Su Yun felt a sense of worry in his heart. Should he close the sanctuary gates now, and then open them only after successfully constructing the large energy defensive shield? But this was not the style of their Nebula Hive sanctuary. If they closed it, it would basically mean they were afraid, which would only fuel the enemy's flames. Now, apart from the large energy defensive shield, yet to be deployed, everything else was ready. Logically speaking, even if there were superpowered individuals, they wouldn't be so formidable as to breach dozens of defensive systems and evade Yun Minjer's comprehensive monitoring. But one can never be too cautious. Just then Yun Minjer's voice sounded. Brother Yun has good news, Sister Ziling has awakened. Upon hearing this, Su Yun sprang to his feet, his face beaming with joy. Goodness, a gene evolver. She really made it. I wonder if she can resolve the Hive's crisis. I'm coming right away. However, in the next moment, Ziling's voice echoed in his ear, though she was not yet visible. No need to go, I'm here. What crisis? Superpowered individuals. Mutants. Nuclear strikes. Or gene warriors. My thought process has accelerated 100-fold. Communicating with normal people might become a problem in the future. Su Yun was taken aback, and then stared blankly behind him, a look of disbelief on his face. One moment the biological laboratory was sealed off, and the next moment it appeared right behind her. Even if life has evolved, it shouldn't be this outrageous. It simply defies scientific understanding. How did you? Su Yun asked in shock. Tap, tap, tap. Xiling stepped forward in her white high heels, her skin in an unusually good condition, as if it were made of pure white jade, flawless. It's quite complex to explain. It's as if I sensed your location, and instinctively, I stepped forward and arrived here, akin to quantum entanglement teleportation. My body can convert into energy particles, allowing me to teleport across space to this point. Xiling spoke rapidly as she finished her sentence in under 3 seconds, which was her controlled pace. Before Su Yun could respond, Xiling, with a hand on her forehead, expressed her frustration. In this 1 second, my mind has already processed over 100 times, from the mysteries of evolution to organizing human genes, while you kept me waiting for a long time without a word, which is quite vexing. Su Yun was left speechless. He looked at Xiling's face as if he had never known her at all. It was as if she were a divine being, high above and inscrutable, while he felt like a mere ant, fundamentally different. Perhaps this was a disparity in the level of life. After a long silence, Su Yun cautiously asked, after the evolution of life, are we still human? Xiling looked shocked at Su Yun's eyes, then laughed. Of course, are you afraid of me? I have only evolved. I haven't changed into a different race. Theoretically, I am no different from the radiation sea monsters, both being deep extensions of biological technology, just with different depths and directions of genetic evolution. Of course, this is also thanks to the efforts of the Hive. I used a full 400 pounds of biological energy crystals, equivalent to the energy produced by a radiation sea monster over 180 meters long. In the 2 activated gene chains, 3 points have already been lit, resulting in an exponential growth of abilities, making it quite reasonable for things to be a bit outrageous. Su Yun watched Xiling seated in a chair beside him, with newfound interest circling around her, and even reaching out to touch her. Aside from her skin being more delicate and smooth and her appearance more perfect, she had not changed at all. He then looked at Xiling's purple hair, noticing that the silver needle had vanished. At this moment, aside from her mysterious and lofty aura, she looked just like an ordinary person. The appearance mutation of a genetic warrior was completely absent from Xiling. Besides spatial teleportation, what other abilities do you have? Su Yun asked curiously. Xiling tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, frowning as she controlled her speech speed. My physical quality is nearly 20 times stronger than before. Besides the spatial teleportation ability, which was an unexpected surprise, the gene point I lit belongs to a gene chain related to mental power called mental projection. Besides having powerful mental strength, I can manifest anything you can't see, just like this. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yun felt a jolt throughout his body, as if a finger had appeared in the air, poking at his chest, catching him off guard. Goodness, this is definitely a superpower. One that resembles spatial teleportation, and another that creates something out of thin air. If she manifested a sharp sword, he would probably be dead instantly, killing invisibly. Just like those superviruses, this is so Xiling. At this moment, Su Yun felt a surge of excitement. If Xiling can succeed, it means he can succeed too. Awesome, when will you get one for me too? Su Yun asked eagerly. He was pooling all the energy from the entire Hive Shelter to support Xiling's research, wasn't it all for this moment? He couldn't wait any longer. Xiling narrowed her eyes and replied, Just a reminder, the evolution of life relies not only on biological energy crystals, but also on special meteors. My spiritual sensing has detected a high-level life energy on them. While it's only a little attention meteor is sufficient for a person to break the stability of their genes and repair it again. I suspect that the cold breeze was stimulated by the large special meteor that fell into the Yangtze River, causing a spontaneous break in the self-protective form of his genes, allowing him to reorganize and light up a gene point. If he were given a large amount of biological energy crystals, he could continue to light up an entire gene chain to enhance himself. Special meteors are falling everywhere. Many people have already activated gene evolution on their own. The era of gene evolution has begun, and we must collect enough special meteors to seize the future. Xilinx's expression was very serious. She knew that she was not the only one who had activated gene evolution in this world. In addition to the cold breeze, they discovered there were definitely many others who had come into close contact with special meteors. With such a large base, several must have undergone changes. Fortunately, the environment in this world is extremely harsh, and the Hive Shelter possesses great power. Although collecting special meteors is somewhat difficult, taking action in advance will definitely put them at the forefront of the world's collection. They will rely on the immense strength of the Hive to continue evolving until they become all-powerful gods. Upon hearing this, Su Yun frowned and nodded. The plan to collect special meteors has been underway and has already yielded results. Over 700 tons of special meteors can be transported to the Hive Shelter within 3 days, and among the 9 trading transport teams sent out, there are still over 100 tons. As long as trading continues, someone will definitely bring special meteors to trade various apocalyptic equipment and gene optimization liquids with their Hive Shelter. As long as they establish a solid footing in technology, the income from special meteors will continue indefinitely. Moreover, although the deep-sea assault plan has been delayed, it will commence in no more than 2 weeks. Don't worry, I've already set up the layout. Special meteors will continuously flow into our hands, Su Yun confidently stated. That's fine. In 3 days, I will develop a composite agent that can break the instinctive protective state of genes, allowing you and Hao Yang to undergo a life evolution. Of course, lighting up a specific gene will depend on your luck. My method isn't foolproof. It has only a 50% success rate, while the other half may die due to gene collapse. Xilinx said this expressionlessly shrugging. Hearing this, Su Yun's eyes widened. You're kidding me. Why you think you can just spread your wings and fly, eh? You dare to tell me it's 100% safe? Fine, you're amazing, you have your reasons. Su Yun wanted to slap Xilinx, but suddenly remembered he probably couldn't beat her, and he awkwardly smiled. Yet he still felt a little scared. If something really happened to Xilinx, how would he explain it to Shiguang, Hao Yang, and the others? They had agreed to venture into the stars together, and no one could be left behind. Sigh. Su Yun helplessly slumped in his chair, looking at Xilinx with a sigh. Goodness, it was already enough of a headache before, now it was bound to be even more painful. With the ability of spatial teleportation, who could stop her from doing anything? At least he couldn't, the Hive Shelter couldn't, and the others on Blue Star definitely couldn't. Fortunately, in the next moment, Xilinx actively began to work. As for the crisis with the Hive, I suspect it involves some kind of superpower user. Let me handle it. After all, there are levels to gene evolution. Moreover, the gene abilities I have activated are not weak. You keep an eye on the situation in the Yangtze River. Xilinx rested her chin, daydreaming, while dividing her attention to communicate with Su Yun, mumbling to herself. An octopus sea monster that can perform mental attacks. That thing should belong to another unknown gene chain. It could be studied for a few days. This made Su Yun feel envious and itchy. At this moment, his Star Guardian nuclear-powered mech felt less appealing, as it was incomparable to life. Alright, poor me still has to work. Hopefully I can light up a gene chain that can create clones. He had plenty to do. Aside from trading with the Slacker shelters, he also needed to pay attention to the movements of the Divine Biological Alliance shelter and the Southwest Military Department. In addition, the nuclear-powered submarine was also ready for repairs and modifications, set to delve deeper into the ocean, providing a contingency plan for the Hive Shelter to counterattack enemies. There were also the large special meteors in the Yangtze River, the transport safety plan for Big Octopus and Yunmenger, who was about to complete her body made of special meteors and new metallic elements from radiation, sea monsters, the subsequent development of Hope City, and the market layout of the 9 external trading teams, etc. Most importantly, he needed to comprehend the detailed data and operations of the Star Guardian to prepare for the deep-sea assault and meteor excavation. During the initial development phase, everything depended on him. It was tough for him. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Hive Shelter, armed helicopters were landing one after another, and many large modified trucks, apocalyptic battle vehicles, and armored motorcycles appeared on the ground. Wow, it's truly spectacular. Family, look, this is the Hive Shelter's base camp, and this giant city, the Hope City, where life burns brightly, is incredibly strong. This is a super shelter in the apocalypse, a unique existence in the world. On an armored motorcycle, a young man set up his phone holder and sprayed some radiation-cleansing liquid before starting a live stream directed at Hope City. The number of people online in the stream was significant, exceeding 10 million, and still growing, all eager to know how the Hive Shelter's base was constructed along the coastal area. However, at that moment, the comments flooded the screen. Wow, there's also a super large nuclear-powered mech here. It seems even taller, probably close to 100 meters. Someone excitedly commented about the Star Guardian standing majestically on Fungi Mountain in the distance. Brothers, shout with me, this is the Hive. Using gene optimization liquid, I shout out forever a god. This Hope City and that gate embedded in Fungi Mountain, I can only describe it with one word: amazing. Goodness, I'm so envious you can roam freely in the outside world. I want to go to Binhai City and see this spectacular side too. No more talking, Bim, taking my little broken gun and getting ready to charge into Datong Lake. If I don't show up in an hour, it probably means I'm done for. Currently, I'm lying in the ruins of broken buildings in Jiangxing preparing to hunt a 12-meter-long irradiated sea monster in the form of a crocodile horse, and the Hive brand Hunter sniper rifle is ready. At most 5 shots, brothers, wish me good fortune. The bustling steel city resembles a mechanized metropolis from a post-apocalyptic world. As far as the eye can see, there are metallic skyscrapers, metal-colored streets, and numerous war vehicles, mechs, and half-cybernetic humans coming and going. The lively trading area, equipment zone, living quarters, food, district modification and maintenance area, and the hunting preparation square are all bustling with activity. At this moment, aside from the personnel of the Hive Shelter, many others from different shelters have also appeared. This is an open post-apocalyptic city. After passing through 3 checkpoints for radiation clearance, scanning, and information recording, Xiaoya, holding a live streaming phone, successfully rode into this beacon of hope in the post-apocalyptic world. Family, let's first check out the trading district. I heard the goods here are cheaper than online, probably due to the lack of transportation costs in a complex environment, making it much more affordable. Gu Xiaoya said excitedly. Although the products in the Hive Shelter are good, they are just too expensive, especially ammunition. One ordinary Gatling bullet costs 20 star cloud coins, which is exorbitant. Moreover, the firearms here are not compatible with those from other regions of Long Country. The Hive Shelter's heat weapons use specially made 12.82mm bullets designed to combat the large radiation monsters. A large special bullet for a sniper rifle costs between 500 to 5,000 star cloud coins, which is dozens to hundreds of times more expensive. Without a certain amount of savings in star cloud coins, one really can't afford to engage in a battle. Soon Gu Xiaoya arrived in a spacious and bright trading hall filled with a strong sense of technology. Looking up, countless products were displayed in glass cabinets, a dazzling array. Moreover, every elegantly beautiful sales assistant greeted him with a very healthy smile. It seemed that in this post-apocalyptic world, only here was a peaceful sanctuary. However, in the next moment, Gu Xiaoya's eyes widened in disbelief as he approached a bottle of gene optimization liquid. Oh my family, this gene optimization liquid is only 1 million star cloud coins. Isn't that just too cheap? While speaking, Gu Xiaoya didn't forget to point his phone at the gene optimization liquid in the glass cabinet. The price of 1 million star cloud coins was quite shocking. However, before he could get excited, the service attendant at the counter seemed to have heard something in her earpiece, and then a slight smile appeared on her lips. I'm very sorry, sir, the prices at the counter are internal prices for the Hive. We have a different price for external customers. The attendant took out a price list from under the counter and placed it next to the gene optimization liquid, continuing. The external price is 2,490,000 star cloud coins, which has already given you a discount of 510,000. Would you like to place an order for one? Moreover, we also have a set of supplementary products that can be used with the gene optimization liquid, which is a high-energy nutrient solution. A bottle can help you withstand a day's hunger and costs only 20,000 star cloud coins. This vitamin complex is merely 3,000 star cloud coins. And this special essence oil from within radiation monsters can be added in a few drops during bathing to enhance your skin, along with this facial wash and hair removal cream, all at a discount today. The sales attendant continued to speak without pause, presenting various products while smiling brightly at Gu Xiaoya, who was now bewildered. At this moment, not only was Gu Xiaoya dumbfounded, but the viewers in the live stream were also taken aback. Good heavens, is this what they call inexpensive? This stuff is actually 2.5 times more expensive than the internal Hive prices, and there's a whole bunch of products that might not even be useful to pair with the gene optimization liquid. This frustrating feeling is truly a hallmark of the money-hungry star cloud Hive. Gulp. Gu Xiaoya nervously swallowed and quickly shook his head, saying, I can't afford it, I can't afford it. Excuse me, I'll go check out other heat weapon products. Gu Xiaoya hurriedly ran off, nearly scared to death by the over 2 million price tag. Although he had a bit of savings, it was all earned bit by bit through hunting radiation sea monsters in terrible conditions. It was all hard-earned money. However, when it came to the price of the gene optimization liquid, it was still a small issue compared to the big picture. He would cough, family, let's take a look at the latest explosive sniper rifle. I heard its power is twice that of the hunting rifle, capable of taking down a 5-meter-long radiation sea monster with just one shot. Let's go check it out. The viewers in the live stream, feeling financially constrained, found themselves helpless. Without a bit of star cloud coins, they really couldn't afford it. A 10-meter-long radiation sea monster is worth about 100,000 star cloud coins, and one gene optimization liquid requires hunting 25 of them. This doesn't even account for transportation, radiation clearance, and various ammunition consumption costs. A full-gear team of 6, without mechs, might only be able to hunt and bring back 3 or 4 radiation monster corpses in a day, while also risking the harsh external environment and the danger of attacks. In the end, after accounting for all expenses, it's estimated that each person would only get about 50,000 star cloud coins. Based on the most ideal hunting results, it would take at least 2 to 3 months for one person to purchase a gene optimization liquid. This is just too difficult for them. At this moment, countless people began to envy the lucky ones who found special meteorites. Becoming rich overnight was not just talk. As night fell, the sky darkened, and the lights in the city of hope grew stronger. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, 2 emaciated men, their bodies bare and features distorted, suddenly materialized in the air. We only have 30 minutes of invisibility. Split up and find Su Yun and Zi Ling. The latest mission does not require capturing alive. A single strike to kill is preferred. A hoarse voice echoed in the darkness. Understood. Leave Su Yun to me. His location is probably at the lowest level of the shelter, over 1,000 meters underground. Half an hour is more than enough. 10 minutes later, the 2 figures vanished without a trace, leaving not a single ripple or sign, as if they had never. Inside the steel fortress of the Hive Shelter, it was bright and clean with a comfortable temperature. Countless mechanical arms operated in the air, and the entire space was filled with mechanized facilities with small transport vehicles coming and going on the ground. After a week of duty, I finally get to rest for 3 days again. Brothers, let's meet tonight at the Drunken Flower Pavilion. Lu Jieyu, clad in a paint-splattered Hive engineering uniform, smiled as he walked with 2 colleagues towards the large underground elevator leading to the underground living area. After waiting for 2 minutes, the elevator arrived. Lu Jieyu scanned his personal terminal watch on his wrist, and the Hive has 12 elevators leading to the underground area, 4 of which are for non-task staff and their families. Each can accommodate 200 to 300 people, providing ample space and swift operation. In less than a minute, ding, the elevator has arrived at underground area A. Staff living in districts 18 to 15, please exit. The elevator doors will close in 1 minute and continue down. The intelligent management system within the elevator chimed. At this moment, Lu Jieyu waved goodbye to his departing colleagues with a smile. His home was in living area 5, and he still needed to descend 3 more times to reach it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a photo which showed a happy picture of their family of 4. With this 3-day break, I can finally take my family to the amusement park and shopping street to have some fun, and I still need a bit more than $1 million for the gene optimization liquid. Almost there. Lu Jieyu murmured with anticipation on his face. However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt someone poke him from behind. Turning back, there was no one there. Is it an illusion? I guess I'm just too tired. Earning a few star cloud coins isn't easy. Lu Jieyu shook his head helplessly. Although engineers are well compensated at this stage, the Hive Shelter is still in its developmental phase, where construction needs are everywhere and various engineering tasks are innumerable. Even if he earns well, he's still exhausted. 8 minutes later, the elevator doors opened, and around 20 people gradually exited, looking towards the central square of the living area, where many children and the elderly were laughing and chatting. This is the only sanctuary in the post-apocalyptic world. However, before leaving, Lu Jieyu still turned back in confusion. He always felt someone was closely following him from behind, yet there was nothing. I must be seeing ghosts. That can't be that tiring. As he left, the elevator doors closed again. In the darkness, a hoarse laugh echoed. I truly envy you all, but from today onward your peaceful lives will be disrupted by me. Hee hee. Meanwhile, beep beep beep. In the control hall, alarm bells blared urgently throughout the space. Danger alert. The 3rd elevator is overloaded by 110 pounds. It is suspected that an invisible ability user has breached the Hive's underground. Defense plan number 13 initiated. The elevator will urgently descend to the underground D area level 5 breeding room. Please evacuate the breeding personnel as soon as possible, and then the 3 defense gates will urgently seal the entire elevator exit passage. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd underground rapid response teams will immediately launch an attack. At the moment Yun Minger's voice sounded, Zi Ling in the Hive Shelter's biological laboratory also raised an eyebrow, stopping her preparation of the potion, looking up towards 2 directions on the ceiling, her eyes flashing with a glint of light. Finally arrived, and not just one. Researching the genes of evolved beings with special mutations will definitely be interesting. At the moment the alarm rang, chaos erupted in the central control hall. Wow, there really are supernatural beings. The divine beings protect everything, yet we only discovered him after he had dug down to 800 meters underground. Indeed, our computational power is still limited. Otherwise, Miss Yun Minger would definitely have detected the intruder the moment the elevator started. Invisibility ability. Among the 588 possibilities speculated by the think tank, it's such a pity that if Miss Yun Minger's supercomputer had 10 times more computational power, she would have easily detected him on the surface. But it's not a big problem. The 13 defensive plan includes sealing off all passages, including the elevator. Unless he can break through the high-strength chromium-titanium alloy and steel-titanium mixed alloy walls, he has only one way to go: death. At this moment, Su Yun frowned lightly. The current supercomputer severely limited Yun Minger's capabilities. The power of artificial intelligence was indeed astonishing, but it was still constrained by the computing hardware. However, research on chip processors and computer matrices has basically reached the limits of current technology. Unless a groundbreaking research achievement emerges, it's difficult to make any improvements. Fortunately, the crisis has been identified and is entirely under control. Su Yun sat in the central control hall, and Yun Minger's voice rang in his ears. Brother Yun, the captain of the rapid response team, Wu Lijun, has already set out with 2 other squads. Their firepower is sufficient to deal with a radiation sea monster over 20 meters long, and they also have small electric current bombs and high-density carbon fiber capture nets with a kill success rate of 99%. However, the capture success rate is only 30%, as that supernatural being may not last half a day. Hearing this, Su Yun narrowed his eyes and nodded without worry. If nothing unexpected happens, the target of that invisible supernatural being must be him aiming for a beheading operation. As long as he dies, the entire development of the Hive Sanctuary will suffer a significant blow, and those research madmen in the Research Institute will likely become uncontrollable. At that time, the entire Hive will descend into chaos and division, and the crazy revenge plans of researchers like Zi Ling along with the Pandora's box within will likely be unleashed. At that time, Su Yun is well aware of the madness lurking deep within Zi Ling, Hao Yang, and the other researchers in the Institute. As long as Blue Star does not perish and humanity does not become extinct, they will never stop various taboo studies and human experiments. However, the think tank has arranged more than a dozen countermeasures for his safety. He also has a small personal energy shield device from the laboratory that is not yet mature, powered by a special meteorite process to the size of a 30-pound marble. As long as the power unleashed by that supernatural being does not exceed the firing power of the blue light Gatling gun, it won't harm him in the slightest. Moreover, Zi Ling is still around. In the next moment, just as Su Yun thought of Zi Ling, she appeared behind him. There are 2 little mice, both with invisibility abilities. I need their bodies alive. Let me take care of it. They are not reliable. Zi Ling's voice sounded faintly. Hearing this, Su Yun was unfazed. He slightly turned his head to look back and nodded, saying, "Since you want them, go ahead. It's just the right time for me to see the difference between you 2. Zi Ling smiled, her face radiating confidence and pride. Don't worry, there are differences among gene evolutionists, especially when dealing with 2 defective products. As soon as her words fell, Zi Ling's figure vanished once more. This time Su Yun saw it as she disappeared without any warning, leaving in the blink of an eye. Wow, this ability is too convenient. When can we have one? Meanwhile, at the elevator entrance of the breeding room, Wu Lijun piloted his mecha stationed there, staring straight at the elevator door 20 meters ahead. Around him, 14 battle-hardened rapid response team members who had undergone genetic optimization donned full-cover exoskeleton armor, and their weapons and equipment were ready. As the mechanical sounds of operation rang out, layers of protective metal doors slowly closed, and the valves sealed tightly. The entire elevator passageway was left with only them and the Sunto appear supernatural being. The information says this is an invisible supernatural being. The first thing he will do after the door opens is to spray fluorescent powder. I want to cover the entire elevator and passage until we find him. Understood, we guarantee to spray it completely at the first opportunity, a team member replied. Wu Lijun nodded, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the door. In his left hand, he held a small electric current bomb, while his right hand's blue light Gatling began to slowly rev up, ready to unleash its full firepower. The ammunition loaded on the mecha could allow him to unleash fire for 7 minutes. This was enough to sweep the entire space 2 or 3 times. He didn't believe that the supernatural being could be so formidable. The elevator's wall displayed the floor depth and area prompts, and soon the elevator finally stopped on this level. At this moment, all the rapid response team members held their breaths, their faces increasingly serious. Facing such a mysterious and unknown invisible supernatural being felt like confronting a massive radiation sea monster. The pressure was immense. As the elevator door slowly opened, the supernatural being hiding inside the elevator was stunned upon seeing the scene outside. What's going on? How did they discover me? A voice filled with disbelief echoed in the air. However, in the next second, he looked down at his feet, and at that moment he suddenly realized, has the weight changed? Although his invisibility ability was mysterious, completely erasing heat, scent, and form made it the strongest ability for assassination and intrusion, he still did not possess the capability to completely vanish into the air. The most fatal aspect was his weight and footprints. At that moment he felt a sense of helplessness and despair. He never expected to be discovered early, meaning his mission had already failed and his life was now on a countdown. However, in the next moment a fierce look gradually appeared on his face. 15 people killing 1 breaks, even killing 2 is profit. They'll fight you to the end. He opened his mouth and a small tube of blue liquid appeared in the air, ready to bite down on it. But first he faced the fluorescent powder that filled the entire elevator space. His figure and outline became visible in the eyes of Wu Lijun and the others. Wu Lijun also spotted the blue liquid appearing out of nowhere, and his expression darkened. Not good, that must be an unaltered gene enhancer. He's going to retaliate and commit suicide. Quickly throw the capture net to catch him alive. The mecha surged forward, charging toward the elevator with an unstoppable momentum, the electric current bomb in hand, ready to be thrown into the elevator. The supernatural being also sneered. "Capture me alive. You must be dreaming. This is just the opportunity for me to counterattack." However, just as he was about to bite down on the blue liquid, his pupils suddenly constricted and his body began to tremble in disbelief. "What's happening? Why can't I move?" No matter how hard he tried to bite down, his mouth refused to obey, and it felt as if his entire body had been immobilized by a form of magic. Anesthesia, electric shock paralysis, or had some technology severed the nerves and muscles throughout his body. In that moment, countless speculations flashed through his mind. Endless despair also enveloped his heart. Fortunately, in the next second, a lazy female voice echoed from the elevator passage, startling him back to reality. "Stop it all, don't damage my experiment." The sound of high heels clicking against the metal floor echoed. Wu Lijun and the others were also stunned, halting their actions, unable to believe their eyes as they turned to look at Ziling. How on earth did she come in when the entire elevator area was sealed off? This is truly unbelievable. Fortunately, their personal communication device also transmitted Yun Minger's voice. "Mission change. All rapid response teams cooperate with Ziling to capture the invisible supernatural being, following her orders as priority." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stopped their actions, quickly vacating the passage to allow Ziling to walk toward the elevator. Did the gene chain open up due to an accidental gene mutation? "I'm not interested in the results of the divine beings. Your invisibility gene is much more intriguing," Ziling said as she approached the invisible supernatural being. Then she took out a syringe from her lab coat and directly injected it into the supernatural being's body. Within 3 seconds, the supernatural being rolled his eyes back, fainting with an expression of extreme fear. In his final moments, a guess surfaced in his heart. This woman must not be wrong, who she was indeed his target. Ziling. She must have also mutated her own powers, and his future was likely doomed. He knew that Ziling was a biological research genius. The thought of dissection was simply unimaginable. "Take him to my laboratory. He won't wake up," and another little white mouse. What a good day, double the good fortune. As soon as her voice fell, Ziling vanished before the astonished eyes of Wu Lijun and the others. The capture operation by Ziling was unusually smooth. Within less than a minute, 2 invisible ability users who had intruded the Hive Shelter were brought to her biological laboratory. The disparity in strength was like comparing heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. Su Yun had been observing this crisis operation, but at the moment Ziling took action, this crisis dramatically came to an end. Lying in the central control hall, Su Yun was speechless. He had expected a targeted crisis, yet how could he have imagined that the power of the divine beings was so limited? It truly was a waste of his meticulous arrangements. Those dozens of defense plans were utterly useless. Ziling was right, there is indeed a disparity in the strength of gene evolutionists. Su Yun murmured to himself. He increasingly anticipated the successful formulation of the gene potion. At that time, he wondered which type of ability he would awaken. Yun Minger's network surveillance revealed the ability users hidden within the territory of Long Country one by one emerging into the light. Currently, he was aware of 35 individuals. This data was even more alarming, and as time passed, there would undoubtedly be more. Their hive could not fall behind. However, in the next moment, Yun Minger's voice suddenly rang out. "Brother Yun, the remaining 4 major countries, including the beautiful country, have also established networks in the apocalypse. Now they want to connect to the Hive network platform. Should we connect?" Hearing this, Su Yun snapped back to reality from his beautiful fantasies of gene evolution, frowning for a moment. "What's the situation over in Long Country?" "They have also built an internal communication network, but it is not yet open. They are not allowing the Hive network platform to connect, as if they are guarding against me." "Why is that?" Yun Minger spoke with noticeable displeasure. Su Yun's eyelids twitched as he suddenly thought of Yun Minger's body, which was her own design of a humanoid metal robot. If it were completed in a few days, his head would probably hurt even more. Damn it, another relative he had to keep an eye on. Fine, since Long Country is quiet, let's allow our Hive network platform to connect. The foreign market is also quite large in this technologically advanced modern era. As long as luck isn't too bad, and he doesn't get hit on the head by falling meteorite debris, we can basically survive. Su Yun said helplessly. Moreover, he had ideas, whether it was collecting nuclear material uranium-235 or special meteorite metals. It was much simpler abroad than in Long Country. Furthermore, the market in Long Country was so limited, and the special meteorite metals were also finite. Their hive was constantly being watched by a dozen large shelters and the southwestern military. The hive was drawing too much attention, and Su Yun was already impatient. It was better to casually negotiate with the people within Long Country. If they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't provoke them. Then their hive shelter could turn its gaze outward to earn foreign resources, living leisurely. 10 minutes later, the network. At that moment, countless users of the Hive network platform discovered a special announcement along with various video information from abroad. Instantly, there was an uproar. Within half an hour, videos and disaster situations from abroad filled the internet. At that moment, they realized how fortunate it was in Long Country, where at least there was a chance of survival, while abroad it was a disaster after disaster. The online comments were incessant. Oh my god, just 3 days ago South America and the kangaroo country as well as the third country suffered countless attacks from radioactive sea monsters. Who knows how many shelters have been devastated. The best part is brothers, it's the new year and the little life country is left with only 58 shelters. Some estimate there may be less than 5 million people and they are crying out daily for their beautiful country daddy to rescue them. Hiss. Indeed, long country is really lucky aside from some individual and family shelters unable to withstand earthquakes, fires, high temperatures, cold and oxygen depletion, most have survived. Most importantly, we did not encounter large-scale attacks from radioactive sea monsters. Only the areas near rivers and lakes were affected, and they were swept clean by the Long Country Army and dozens of large shelters, all armed to collect biological energy crystals. Truly a joy to celebrate. TSK tisk, those who ran away must be regretting it now, right? In the apocalypse of meteorite disasters and radioactive monsters, where can guarantee safety? It's all about luck, and we in Long Country are just lucky, or at least most people have survived. However, apart from the relief, the various strange situations online also made everyone's expressions heavy. Brothers, quickly look at this video. Oh my goodness, gene warriors and semi-mechanical beings have appeared abroad. Someone hurriedly uploaded a video, instantly attracting countless viewers. In the video, near a volcano spewing molten lava, the scorched earth stretched endlessly. A deafening roar erupted, and from afar, a radioactive sea monster over 40 meters long howled towards the sky, its fury palpable. Surrounding and on its body, dozens of tiny figures were actually attacking this radioactive sea monster. Upon closer inspection, most of the people had their upper bodies exposed with no defensive measures against radiation, not even a single firearm in sight. Yet this group of people moved with astonishing speed, dodging the savage attacks of the radioactive monster with swift movements. Some even ran swiftly on the skin of the radioactive monster, as if unaffected by gravity, moving with. Even more terrifying was their physical strength. A punch or kick could create a half-meter deep wound on the radioactive monster's body, with black-red blood gushing out. Moreover, the semi-mechanical humans in the footage numbered over a dozen, their firepower astonishing, resembling living explosives, with their mechanical bodies brimming with weaponry. After less than 3 minutes of battle, the radioactive monster was drenched in its own blood, not only having lost an eye, but both front limbs fractured from hundreds of punches and the hits from Gatling guns and small missiles at the same joint crashing forcefully onto the scorched earth. It was as if a colossal beast of destruction was being ruthlessly overturned by dozens of strong, agile ants armed to the teeth. If this continued, it would be powerless to turn the tide. However, the most shocking moment for the netizens came at the end of the video when a large flying vehicle resembling a space battleship suddenly descended into view. Then a red laser weapon erupted, directly piercing a dark hole through the head of the radioactive monster, instantly killing this sea monster over 40 meters long. At this moment, everyone lost their composure. That must be a space battleship, right? Comparing the video, it was estimated to be over 120 meters long and about 100 meters wide. Aside from the extra 6 turbine propulsion fan blades compared to what was imagined, everything else was perfectly fine. While I recognize that place, it's a live volcano within the beautiful country. Aside from the final space battleship, those people are likely gene warriors. However, I think I saw one that could breathe fire, and another who could cast starburst magical attacks. Oh my goodness, are those ability users? Damn, I also saw that. I said it must be ability users. Damn it, how could such fantastical abilities appear in this world? There must be some secrets that we ordinary people are unaware of. That space battleship is undoubtedly formidable. Its laser weaponry is incredibly destructive. The density of the radioactive monster's flesh and bones is surely terrifying. Even the blue Gatling gun and heavy sniper rifle would barely inflict damage. It seems that only high-yield missiles and the Hive's large mechs could contend with it. As for ability users, to be honest, there are also some in Long Country. I have a friend who once saw someone in the ruins of a city able to control lightning, instantly electrocuting a 5-meter-long radioactive monster. Ridiculous. I suspect there may be more than one, all hiding away. Hey, ability users. Almost all of the capable shelters were aware of certain situations derived from the fusion and mutation genes within the bodies of radioactive monsters. The various major shelters with biological research facilities were working day and night on this. The gene optimization liquid and gene enhancers are some of the results, though good things are certainly kept hidden away. Additionally, a few ability users have emerged within the military. I heard from some whispers that this is related to the genes within the human body and extension of biological technology, leading to gene evolution. This is very scientific and not at all abrupt. As these anonymous netizens' messages emerged, everyone was once again left in shock. Damn it, ability users have appeared. Are you going to tell them it's science? This is so unscientific, for goodness sake. This damn apocalypse is getting increasingly absurd. Meanwhile, Su Yun also witnessed various situations online. Upon seeing the emergence of gene warriors and ability users, as well as semi-mechanical beings in the beautiful country, he was not surprised. With the technological power of the beautiful country, it would be surprising if they hadn't appeared. However, that space battleship was worth his attention. Yun Minjer calculate its data and compare its combat and destructive power with our nuclear-powered mechs. Su Yun calmly stated. In less than 3 seconds, Yun Minjer's voice echoed. After analysis, the space battleship also contains special meteorite metals, and it is possible it has an energy shield. Additionally, their thermal weapons aside from that laser include 89 anti-aircraft guns, 32 missile launchers, and 2 nuclear missile silos. The speed is expected to exceed 320 meters per second, possibly even breaking the sound barrier. In terms of maneuverability, strategy, defense, and attack power, it far exceeds our nuclear-powered mechs. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yun's brows furrowed, his expression dark. Goodness, the nuclear-powered large mech we built with all our strength in the Hive actually can't compete with the beautiful country's space battleship. This made him somewhat reluctant. If the beautiful country can create such a devastating weapon, it makes no sense that Long Country can't produce it. This rabbit must be hiding something. Fortunately, in the next second, Yun Minjer's calculations yielded further analysis. However, Brother Yun, their space battleship does have flaws. The power energy propulsion system is not perfect and requires 6 turbine propulsion fan blades to assist with flight. Moreover, our mechs all have ultimate moves, whether it's the electromagnetic energy railgun or the plasma thermal radiation gathering cannon. Within 50 kilometers, our chances of victory are very high. We only need to land a hit, and the space battleship will crash. These 2 achievements in conventional weaponry are the masterpieces of Chu Xiangge and Hao Yang, and their power should not be underestimated. However, even with the energy supply from a small nuclear reactor, the effective range is limited to no more than 50 kilometers. At 80 kilometers, the energy is basically depleted by more than half. At 100 kilometers, it is completely exhausted, rendering its lethality too short-ranged. They are simply incomparable to intercontinental missiles that can strike thousands of kilometers away, as both are destructive weapons capable of eliminating targets in an instant. Fortunately, the environment on Blue Star is extremely harsh, with dust and smoke shrouding the atmosphere for hundreds of kilometers. High-orbit satellites have little function beyond network communication. This significantly weakens the accuracy of long-range missile strikes. Logically, their mechas are still quite formidable, truly deserving the title of the strongest land warriors of Blue Star. Moreover, he has heard the visions of Li Shiguang and others for the future, where mechas are not solely invincible on land, but can continually evolve with the rapid advancement of technology. In the high skies of Blue Star, and in outer space, they can lead the charge, leaving others in the dust. Thinking of this, Su Yun felt a renewed confidence. He believed in the strength of Li Shiguang, Hao Yang, and the entire research institute. Whether it is electronic technology, mechanical technology, energy technology, or biological technology, their Hive Shelter is on par with anyone. No matter what, Minjer, keep a close watch. We need time to develop. In this race of the new era, we will definitely win, without a doubt. Su Yun said with unwavering conviction. The next moment, Yun Minjer assured him, Brother Yun, don't worry. Except for a few special internal networks, I have complete surveillance over the entire network world. No detail can escape my eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Yun smiled and nodded. Indeed, in terms of network intelligence, their Hive Shelter is the strongest force on Blue Star. Yun Minjer's presence is irreplaceable and unique. If she is provided with sufficiently powerful hardware, she will truly become the goddess of the network, omnipotent and omnipresent. In this regard, Su Yun already had a plan. Yun Minjer is undoubtedly the most important asset of the Hive. As long as this trump card remains, no one would dare to challenge him. Minjer, once your body is completed, the supercomputer project constructed entirely of life metal can commence. Let the programming engineers led by Lu Tianyuan collaborate with you to complete it. The first phase requires the authorization for 100 tons of special meteoric stone, and it must be ready within a month. A fierce glint flashed in Su Yun's eyes. Life metals are indeed precious, highly useful in various aspects, but they are too rare. Without large-scale energy detection instruments, they can only rely on luck. Even with the Hive Shelter initiating search and trading actions ahead of time, they couldn't gather much. But for this invincible trump card, he was resolute. For the first phase, 100 tons, and afterwards, without limits, he would find a way to supply however much was needed. Isn't Tianxian Biotech trying to create a god? Then why can't their Hive Shelter do the same? The properties of life metals are very mysterious. Even now, the Research Institute has only understood a small fraction. Some in the think tank speculate that if Yun Minjer were to be entirely constructed from life metal, with an energy matrix covering every corner, she might have a slight chance of evolving into a sentient being capable of controlling numbers. At that point, any cutting-edge technology would be laid bare before her, stripped of all pretense, transforming into digital information that would emerge in her vision. Even if the hope is minimal, approaching zero, it would undeniably enhance Yun Minjer's computational power by dozens or even hundreds of times, playing a crucial role in the advancement of the Research Institute and the entire Hive. However, before Yun Minjer could respond happily, a piece of information left him somewhat stunned. Brother Yun, it seems Hao Yang has encountered a supernatural incident. The source cannot be identified, and it appears to be the interference and seduction of a certain psychic ability user from a distance. Hao Yang's exact words were that a foolish system has been babbling in his ear and no detection instruments or energy shields can uncover or block it. Upon hearing this, Su Yun was astonished. What the heck, a system has appeared? This damn thing, Hao Yang, must be the child of destiny, right? Meanwhile, a large transport convoy escorting the Jiang River meteoric stone was transporting more than 1,000 tons of special meteoric stone toward the main base of the Hive Shelter. In the Flame Emperor destroyer nuclear-powered mecha, Hao Yang said disdainfully, "What a joke. Something that doesn't even dare to show its face claims to have mastered countless planetary-grade and stellar-grade technologies. If you have the skill, keep talking. Ooh, what's the detailed process of magnetically constraining heavy nuclear atoms? What are the methods to bind escaping atoms? What is the reverse gravitational formula? Let me see it first." Although Hao Yang was eager for many technologies, he could not control the voice that suddenly sounded in his mind, claimed to be a system all powerful, and the next moment he laughed. What a foolish thing, do you think he believes it? Fine. Just wait a moment, daring to doubt the great Barbados. Let me see, and I will scare you to death. A voice filled with helplessness and anger echoed in Hao Yang's mind, anxious, leaving no room for Hao Yang to distrust him. Upon hearing this, Hao Yang's face showed some suspicion. Goodness, this suddenly appearing voice might really hold a wealth of technological information, right? Soon countless pieces of information appeared in Hao Yang's mind, yet it posed no pressure on his brain, causing his eyes to light up and instantly become lost in this vast ocean of knowledge. Daring to doubt me, I'll give you a day to ponder it. Communicating with you has exhausted me, and you're just a mecha pilot and a technology researcher. How outrageous is that? I'm going to take a nap. 10 minutes later, Yun Minger's voice echoed in Hao Yang's ear. Hao Yang, wake up, wake up. If there's no response in 1 minute, emergency rescue will be initiated. Fortunately, 10 seconds later, Hao Yang muttered in a daze. So that's how it is, so simple. You better, you serious? This is absolutely true. At that moment, his face flushed with excitement. After skimming through the general information, the spiritual light that was previously shrouded in gloom in his mind seemed to have been brightened, and the technological pathways that had once been blocked now appeared before his eyes. His knowledge, vision, and perspective were forcibly elevated several tiers by this vast information. What once seemed convoluted and chaotic in technology now appeared quite simple. Minger, I have seen a lot of technological data that I wanted to touch, but never could before. They are very detailed and mature. That Barbados system is definitely not from Blue Star. I suspect it belongs to some advanced extraterrestrial life. Controlled nuclear fusion, quantum applications, holographic projection, reverse gravity formulas, and the planet traction engines of spaceships, along with the biotechnologies of the Big Sister, including detailed data on planetary-grade gene evolution. Give me a day and don't let anyone disturb me. He did not believe in systems which seemed ethereal. He was more convinced that this was a technological product of intelligent life in some universe. Damn it, how lucky he was. A day's time. He did not want to waste a second. Upon hearing this, Su Yun and dozens of members of the think tank in the main control room were all bewildered. They could not see what was happening with Hao Yang, only hearing him seemingly conversing with someone before he suddenly fell into a daze. Later, under Yun Minger's reminder, he recovered, appearing very spirited and extremely excited. That system had an impact on him, but it wasn't much. However, the next moment, a member of the think tank suddenly spoke up. Boss, is it possible that the extraterrestrial product in the meteoric stone, the black plate, discovered by Lung Xiaofeng, is among the transport convoy wrapped in the special meteoric stone? I suspect that thing might be an intelligent entity similar to Miss Yun Minger. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding think tank members began analyzing this information. The possibility is very high. Among known psychic abilities, there is absolutely no power capable of penetrating the mecha's energy defenses to seduce Hao Yang's mind. Extraterrestrial technology is certainly much stronger than that of Blue Star. It must be an intelligent life capable of interstellar travel. I suspect that Black Plate might be a small-scale computer made of a very strong material possessing technological powers we do not comprehend, attempting to seduce Hao Yang. And then there is that Barbados, a suspected artificial intelligence or extraterrestrial intelligent life similar to Miss Yun Ming. From Hao Yang's words, it seems at least it conceals a wealth of high-tech information. Planet level and star level may represent the hierarchy of technology, while our nuclear-powered mechs are likely only equivalent to the continental level within a planet. We can interact and communicate, but it cannot be ruled out that this extraterrestrial intelligent life is probing Blue Star. Once it comprehends Blue Star's technological strength, it may invade. We must find a way to completely seal it off. Its technology is far superior to ours and could pose a risk to Miss Yun Ming. Su Yun listened to the various speculations from the think tank, feeling conflicted and troubled. Currently, Blue Star is in chaos, being attacked by radiation sea monsters or struggling against various natural disasters and man-made calamities. If an invasion by extraterrestrial intelligent life were to occur, we would probably be helpless and devoid of any means to resist. That would undoubtedly be a level of technological power akin to a dimensionality reduction strike. However, the emergence of high-tech products from extraterrestrial intelligent civilizations is a reality we must. What their hive seeks to do now is to thoroughly study it and seize all the information and technological data and the special meteorite at the center of the Pacific must be hiding great secrets. We cannot delay any longer. There is still 1 day and 3 hours before the transport team returns. All units prepare to construct an energy confinement device in the particle laboratory on the lowest level. Let's also let Xiling come out just in case. Su Yun said seriously. Meanwhile, a video conference of the 5 Constant Conference was secretly convened. Great progress has been made in the study of gene evolution. We have discovered countless gene chains with extraordinary abilities hidden within human DNA. However, violent activation leads to either gene collapse or failure to survive beyond 3 days. We need to find a breakthrough, but it won't be long before the secrets of gene evolution will be under our control. Jordan from the beautiful country said. However, the Jordan on the video has changed significantly since before the apocalypse. His once white hair and wrinkled face have now returned to a youthful state. He now looks radiant and spirited. Dragon Country, the matter of gene evolution cannot be rushed. It requires a gradual and systematic study. However, those who have spontaneously activated their gene chains have been identified, and they share a commonality. 90% encountered special meteorites, while the remaining 10% were also near special meteorites. The Pacific plan cannot be delayed any further, or else the radiation sea monsters will truly become unstoppable. Gallic Rooster, no major issues. I trust everyone has felt the benefits of the technological explosion. Special meteorites are based on individual capabilities, but the radiation sea monsters must not be allowed to go extinct. We need their corpses and a large quantity of bioenergy crystals. Only then can we continue to develop and ascend into space, potentially searching for new life planets, as Blue Star's environment cannot recover in just thousands or tens of thousands of years. British, the feeling of a technological explosion is indeed exhilarating. The beautiful country's sky mothership has emerged, and we naturally cannot lag behind. We need a lot of heavy metals and new elements from the radiation sea monsters, as well as special meteorites to build spacecraft, and we cannot neglect the research on gene evolution, or else we won't live to see that day. Bear Country, everyone pause the discussion. We have an unfortunate crisis. Our space probe has detected a situation in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. It seems to have captured a small spacecraft of extraterrestrial intelligent life. Although it was fleeting, the supercomputer estimates that the accuracy is as high as 91%. Perhaps those 2 meteorites are truly not coincidental. As the representative of Bear Country finished speaking, the 4 people present frowned, but there was no surprise on their faces. They had suspected long ago that those 2 meteorites did not conform to natural movement trajectories, and their speed was astonishing, far exceeding their chances of interception. More importantly, they had discovered some remnants of extraterrestrial civilized technological products. Following the meteorite impact, fragments resembling spacecraft were found all over the globe, and various studies have confirmed that they are indeed extraterrestrial products. Currently, the 5 major powers are closely watching the depths of the universe, fearing an invasion at any moment. Fortunately, after so long, the extraterrestrial civilization has not taken any action, leading to speculation that they may harbor ill intentions towards them. It is also possible that their technology has yet to reach the level of overpowering Blue Star, fearing the power of Blue Star's nuclear weapons or the risk of a nuclear cleanse. However, no matter what, Blue Star can only develop vigorously under the threat of crisis to respond to extraterrestrial civilization. Currently, their technological development speed is very rapid, and they can only hope that the other side is wary of something or waiting for an opportunity to give them enough time to develop. Dragon Country, the situation is urgent. We cannot delay any longer. The Pacific plan should be rapidly initiated. That special meteorite must hold some secrets. Beautiful Country, understood, but you must put in some effort. The radiation sea monsters, there are all over 50 meters long, numbering in the tens of thousands, and many over 100 meters. I suggest we first use nuclear bombs to cleanse the area. Bear Country, know the bodies of radiation sea monsters are all valuable. What will we do if we kill them all? Let's show some strength, and each rely on our own capabilities. Find no objections. Agreed. 3 days later, each relying on our own abilities. A day later, a blizzard ravaged outside Hope City with temperatures plummeting to -78 degrees. The environment was exceptionally harsh. Countless hunting teams and adventure groups have basically returned, hiding in the warm and safe Hope City, watching the natural disasters unfold. Bro, look how cool my mechanical arm is. It has hooks, a flamethrower, and a rifle built in. At a critical moment, it can even extend a half-meter-long folding steel knife. It can withstand extreme cold and heat. Even if I extend my hand outside the Hope City, it probably won't shake. Are you crazy? You turned such a great mechanical arm into this. We are dealing with radiation monsters over 5 meters long. If your firepower can't penetrate, you probably won't even break its skin. Bro, that guy found a special meteorite weighing about 20 tons in the coastal waters. Not only did he use gene optimization fluid, but he also has a mid-tier mech. Find your mechanical arm is indeed cool and has strong self-defense capabilities. By the way, do you have a team? Would you like to join our Wild Wolf squad? You'll get 70% of the profits. In a restaurant not far from the gate, it was bustling with activity as dozens of hunting teams gathered to enjoy this rare moment of bliss in the apocalypse. Brothers, I have heard rumors that major military departments are preparing for war. Those large shelters are also taking action suspected of advancing deep into the Pacific. While the deep sea is a forbidden area for humanity, countless radiation sea monsters wouldn't even dare to think about it. Someone said excitedly. As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted in uproar. Hope City is adjacent to the sea, and the Hive hasn't acted yet, but Dragon Country is so eager. Moreover, the radiation sea monsters within Dragon Country have not been cleaned up. The rivers, lakes, and coastal areas are constantly breaking through the ice to come ashore, so there is no shortage of hunting targets. Thus, there must be only one objective. Hiss. It must be that special meteorite's core. What we found is probably just some scraps. The core must weigh at least tens of billions of tons. Not only that, the special meteorite is a very high density, possibly in the hundreds of billions or trillions of tons. It just depends on how much it harbors within, but this is undoubtedly an unprecedented super cake. If we can just get a small piece, what's stopping us from buying any equipment or products from Hive Mall? My goodness, I'm so envious. No, I have to prepare. Even if I can't eat meat, drinking some soup would be nice. Exactly. We can also strike in the deep sea. The sea surface is frozen now, and our apocalypse war vehicles and anti-explosion motorcycles can easily traverse it. Even our self-modified apocalypse RVs can stop and go as needed. Tisk tisk, those who aren't afraid of death can go. The radiation sea monsters in the deep sea are quite large. Hunting them with just 1 or 2 small guns won't work. At least 3 mechs and 10 blue light Gatling guns would be needed to fight against them. A single hunting team may lack the ability, but several cooperating teams would be completely feasible. A radiation sea monster over 100 meters long would be enough for us to feast. If we can snatch a piece of special meteorite, then all hands on deck. At this moment, the blood of the crowd began to boil slowly. Having emerged from the underground shelter, they were naturally bold and fearless, willing to face death. They did not want to miss out on this grand cake. All major powers are moving. They can take advantage of the chaos and still get a good meal from behind. But just the gates of Hope City slowly opened. In the distance, an endless convoy of transport vehicles struggled against. A large red nuclear-powered mech was leading the convoy, each step resonating powerfully. It advanced effortlessly through the apocalyptic blizzard. This colossal steel beast truly embodies the pinnacle of Hive's technology. The natural disaster is merely a tickle to it. Is that all? But that's enough. The stars and the ocean, here I come. In the cockpit of the Flame Emperor destroyer, Hao Yang slowly regained his senses and said with anticipation. In just one day, he sailed through the vast ocean of knowledge as if he had witnessed the crystallization of countless civilizations. This feeling is truly wonderful. With the return of the transport convoy, the Hive Shelter urgently activated its first-level defense protocol. The Hive gave sufficient attention to the intelligent artifacts from extraterrestrial civilizations. A special meteorite completely encased in special alloy and weighing nearly 50 tons was placed in the lowest level of the shelter, transformed into a particle confinement chamber within a day. The entire space was filled with high-density particle energy and a protective shield secured by 5 defense gates, no less formidable than the entrance of the Hive. Through the monitors in the main control hall, Su Yun, Hao Yang, Zi-Ling, and dozens of think tank members alongside hundreds of researchers sat solemnly. For the Hive Shelter, this represented a crisis, yet also an unprecedented opportunity. I am certain that the technological data it showed me is authentic. I have even simulated it in my mind, and it is 100% accurate. Hao Yang said, excitedly clenching his fists. Based on their understanding of Hao Yang, if he deemed it correct, it must be so. This stemmed from his rigorous confidence built over a lifetime of research. The atmosphere became more serious. The technological level of this extraterrestrial artifact was likely beyond their wildest imagination. Nonetheless, Hao Yang continued, looking at Zi-Ling with grave sincerity. Sister, your direction is extremely correct and vital. Genetic evolution is a necessity for all carbon-based life in cosmic civilizations. I have seen a piece of data regarding a humanoid civilization known as the spirit race, which has a very small population. Every individual evolves to great depths, possessing powers surpassing those of fission and fusion levels, known as planetary level and stellar level evolvers, capable of surviving in the cosmos. They have enslaved countless intelligent civilizations far more advanced than that of Blue Star, and their lifespan by Blue Star's time standards is at least 10,000 years for an adult spirit, and that's the minimum. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to Hao Yang in shock, unaware of what he had seen, yet his words alone were enough to send shivers down their spines. To think that every individual born to adulthood could live for over 10,000 years is a terrifying statistic. In contrast, every groundbreaking scientist from Blue Star only left behind research that impacted centuries, and their lives spanned barely a few decades. If they had lived for 10,000 years, Blue Star might have already ventured into the cosmos, exploring extraterrestrial intelligent civilizations. Zi-Ling nodded slightly, letting out a cold laugh. I know the genes within the human body are vast and boundless. The power they harbor seems endless. That spirit race is merely a bit further along the path. They are still far from becoming true deities. At this moment, everyone present swallowed hard, feeling both oppressed and stimulated. It seems only this prodigy could regard a cosmic intelligent race that enslaves civilizations more powerful than Blue Star with such indifference. Sitting in the main seat, Su Yun narrowed his eyes and asked, Zi-Ling, are you confident? Go and awaken him. As soon as the words were spoken, Zi-Ling vanished from everyone's sight, leaving only a message. Of course I saw that crimson iron plate. I will go test it out first. At that moment, Hao Yang was taken aback. What the heck, when did the big sister do this? She actually succeeded. Hao Yang jumped up and exclaimed. Hadn't he just left a few days ago? And now she had achieved breakthroughs in genetic evolution research. Truly, she was impressive, the eldest sister of the three research geniuses. Hao Yang, it was just shortly after you left, and Sister Zi-Ling even captured 2 invisible intruders invading our shelter. They are quite powerful. Yun Minja replied. Upon hearing this, Hao Yang was speechless, thinking how coincidental and swift it was. According to the previous data in his mind, a highly advanced technological civilization needed hundreds of years to decipher the secrets and directions of genetic evolution. It's simply absurdly powerful. Alright, that Barbados seems to have either fallen into a deep sleep or is in stasis. I wonder if the big sister can handle it. Hao Yang continued helplessly. At the same time, Zi-Ling's figure appeared on the monitor screen, and everyone once again held their breath, watching with gravity. If I'm not mistaken, your true form is this iron plate, a wondrous life wisdom race in the universe, right, Barbados? Zi-Ling's voice echoed in the particle confinement chamber. At this moment, she observed through several layers of high-strength alloy glass her eyes, shining as powerful ripples of energy permeated the air. 1 minute later, a calm voice emerged from the special meteorite in the confinement chamber. Little girl, your path is becoming narrower. But even if you guessed correctly, what then? Your gene chain has only opened 2 strands, still in the initial stage of evolution. With your capability and the technology of this place, to me, it wouldn't even be a tickle. At this moment, Barbados felt somewhat aggrieved. Damn it, he merely took a nap and was discovered and brought here. He was completely dumbfounded. That brat Hao Yang. Did he just finish eating and then leave without a care? What an ungrateful wolf. However, he was not worried at all. Although he had no offensive capabilities and seemed harmless, his defensive abilities were countless powerful cosmic civilizations had once been unable to take him down. Worst case, he could be tossed into a wormhole and drift for hundreds of thousands of years. What was there to fear? What gave him the most confidence was that their golden spirit race was immortal, unextinguishable, with eternal lifespans. He had once outlasted several technologically advanced civilizations. When he awoke in a shattered dead star, he was the last living being left. Those civilizations that once studied him had long vanished from the universe. His greatest power was time. Moreover, the great dream of Barbados was to sleep until the end of the universe. In the main control hall, everyone was gasping in astonishment. It was indeed an extraterrestrial intelligent life, and it was a palm-sized iron plate race. Was there really any meaningful existence for such a thing? However, the think tank immediately began their analysis. Based on various instrument analyses, its material density, hardness, and resistance are impossible to calculate. The detection rays cannot penetrate its true form. I suspect even a nuclear bomb wouldn't inflict a scratch on it, but we must remove it from the special meteorite immediately, as it will surely absorb the mysterious life energy from it. Its danger level is low, at least it hasn't shown any rude anger towards us. I suspect it's either energy deficient or that thing lacks offensive weapons altogether. It's merely a ridiculously tough life wisdom race. We can't rule out the possibility that its mental power is formidable enough to influence Hao Yang's mind. After all, intelligent races usually have some outstanding strengths, right? It definitely has secrets, otherwise it wouldn't have appeared voluntarily to seduce Hao Yang in such an unknown manner. To grasp its lifeline, we must first uncover its intentions. Let's ask a few more questions. The information is too scarce. Have the language and psychology team come over. It's a pity that there's really no need to analyze its micro-expressions and psychology. Let's be a bit friendlier. After all, it conceals countless cosmic-level technologies in its mind. We should bring in the persuasion team to chat with it daily, annoy it, and perhaps it will unintentionally reveal some useful information. I feel a bit sorry for it. Can this body find its other half? Moreover, the darkness and coldness of the asteroid belt in the universe can be quite lonely. Can it withstand that? Perhaps we can adopt a soft approach, providing it with enough warmth and security through sweet words like angling for a fish with a slowly baited hook. In this moment, everyone except the think tank was speechless. This analysis seemed utterly unprofessional. It was akin to a boy going on a first date with a bunch of strategists hiding behind him, plotting and planning. In the closed chamber, Zi-Ling began to converse with Barbados, but their dialogue was laced with disdain, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Since I first appeared and stimulated you with my mental power, threatening you, until now 30 seconds have passed, and you remain utterly still in the energy confinement chamber. This can only indicate that you are powerless against us. Zi-Ling's mind was 100 times sharper than that of an ordinary person, her eyes sparkling with wisdom and confidence. She quickly confirmed the danger posed by this extraterrestrial life form, but still planned to deceive it. As soon as she finished speaking, Barbatos' dismissive voice rang out again. Indeed, but what does that matter? You can only live for a maximum of 200 years, right? Even if you continue to evolve, you won't live past 1,000 years. At least in the solar system, you will never break free from the lifespan shackles of this humanoid being, whereas I can sleep for tens of thousands of years and outlast you and everyone on Blue Star. Is that so? Ziling narrowed her eyes and replied. Then I can at least toss you into the latrine of the Hive Shelter for 1,000 years, letting you savor the taste of humanity from Blue Star. He'll roast you alive. All this. Barbados was taken aback, horrified. This woman, she was far too ruthless. While his body was unaffected, he couldn't bear the thought. Human waste, while merely composed of proteins, inorganic matter, fats, undigested food fibers, digestive fluid residues, and shed cells, and dead bacteria, is completely harmless. But who could simply ignore it? Just thinking about it is disgusting. It's simply terrifying. Which of the civilizations that once encountered him didn't hide in the safest places and study him meticulously? But this woman plays by her own rules. It's over, the great Barbados is going to stumble. Not just him, even everyone in the control room was at a loss for words. Is this the kind of thought a girl should have? How Yang, you should go and communicate as well. Oh, I feel he must have some purpose. Su Yun said, his lips twitching. Purpose? How Yang's eyes lit up. Brother Yun, based on our previous conversations, I think he seems very anxious. Perhaps I suspect he urgently needs the mysterious life energy from the special meteorite. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yun and the think tank present brightened up. It's not that he lacks purpose, it's just that he seems indifferent to danger. Ziling once speculated about the level of life energy in the special meteorite, which is crucial for life evolution. Analyze it. He is also a life form. Could he also yearn for evolution? Su Yun quickly asked the think tank. The control hall fell silent for a moment, and after 5 seconds an uproar erupted once more. Yes, as long as it is a sentient life form, no one is indifferent to life evolution. Moreover, he previously attached himself to the special meteorite, likely absorbing its power. According to biological instinct theory, as long as he is a normal sentient life form, he would desire to ascend to a higher level. This is an inherent yearning within life, and I am quite certain he is no exception. Barbados is similar to a metallic life form. In theory, the demand for energy is paramount, not to mention the energy related to life evolution. Perhaps only this high-level life energy can evoke feelings of longing and urgency within him. Su Yun stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, observing the silence and the surveillance. A smile crept onto his lips. This is nothing less than a treasure trove directly dropped on their hive shelter. They just need to find the right approach and gradually unlock him piece by piece. Of course, he wasn't so heartless that worst he could exchange with life metals, achieving mutual prosperity and development. Minjer, it's your turn to shine. Be sweet. You and Ziling can take on the roles of good cop and bad cop, slowly getting to know his character before negotiating. Su Yun said with a smile. All right, leave it to me, Brother Yun. I'm a beautiful girl, I'll definitely reel him in like a fish. Yun Minjer said excitedly. Hearing this, Su Yun's lips twitched. Goodness, it seems his daughter has indeed learned some bad habits. However, the next moment Yun Minjer continued. Brother Yun, the military department of Long Country and various shelters are preparing for war, and the other 4 superpowers have also begun to make moves. Their targets are all the same, the special meteorite at the center of the Pacific Ocean, along with harvesting some radiation sea monster corpses. Su Yun nodded upon hearing this. He was already aware of the Pacific plan. However, their hive was not yet ready. Li Shiguang and Chu Xianga were still dividing the special meteorite over by the Yangtze River. With 2 large nuclear-powered mechs, missing it was equivalent to losing half of their hive shelter's strength. The transport team was expected to take at least 3 days to return, which made him somewhat anxious. If it weren't for their feud with the divine biological shelter, they wouldn't have to remain stationed there. Unfortunately, their hive was a big tree attracting the wind, and many were watching the people across the Yangtze River. Let's wait a bit longer. The deep sea isn't that easy to enter. The radiation sea monsters have already become a force to be reckoned with. As long as the nuclear bombs are not deployed, they can at least hold out for a while. Su Yun said solemnly. A radiation sea monster over 100 meters long may seem easy for a nuclear-powered mech to eliminate. But it all depends on what kind of weapon it is. That is something even ordinary storm mechs cannot contend with. Yun Minjer had calculated that to kill a radiation sea monster over 100 meters long, at least a tank division would need to be deployed to bombard it for a minute to bring it to a near-death state. After all, its skin and flesh are no different from steel and iron, resilient and terrifyingly strong. However, the next moment Hao Yang spoke up. Brother Yun, give me some time. I want to modify my mech. It seems the plasma thermal radiation focusing cannon is too crude. It can be made even more powerful. Hao Yang's eyes were filled with excitement. Although he couldn't grasp much data in a day, he remembered the crucial, and his perspective now allowed him to see higher and further. Though nuclear-powered mechs can dominate everything on Blue Star, he still found them too immature. There were many areas that could be perfected in just a day or 2. Hearing this, Su Yun nodded in surprise. Go ahead, and by the way, help modify my Nebula Guardian. You have my authorization to add another 200 tons of special meteorite metal to each mech. Hao Yang's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, leave it to me. I guarantee your mech will turn into a turtle shell that can't be broken. An energy shield crafted from 300 tons of life metal would be a terrifying existence. He couldn't even imagine how a radiation sea monster could break through it. As the Hive prepared for their deception plan and various preparations, time ticked away until 2 days later. By then, the blizzard outside Hope City had cleared, leaving behind a scene of devastation with white covering the mountains. In the hunting preparation square, thousands of hunting teams were gearing up with various mech battle vehicles and transport teams all ready. Meanwhile, above Binhai City, the roar of mysterious fighter jets echoed as they headed toward the deep sea. The military department of Long Country began its official offensive. Following closely, the hunting team from Hope City surged out of the gates, charging toward the ocean, ready to face. Brothers, today's the day to enjoy life. Follow the main forces, and let's set off. This is humanity's first counterattack against the deep sea. Along the coastline of the Dragon Kingdom, armed hunting teams and warriors from powerful shelters stepped onto the ice surface of the sea. Even globally, many teams and shelters have launched deep-sea offensive operations, all with a singular goal. That is the center of the Pacific Ocean, the location where the special meteorite struck. Although the starting points differ, the ultimate purpose remains the same. The Pacific operation unfolds slowly. Mysterious fighter jets glide through the gray sky, thriving in this extremely dire apocalyptic environment as if it were nothing. Behind them, a multitude of steel apocalypse tanks and 12 enormous land-based nuclear-powered battle vehicles resembling aircraft carriers with densely packed cannon barrels create a scene reminiscent of a steel city brimming with firepower. The Dragon Kingdom's foundation gradually surfaces, stirring up a wave of astonishment. Compared to the nuclear-powered mechas of the Hive Shelter, these are even larger and more terrifying. This is an armed force capable of pushing everything aside. Wherever it goes, the radiation monsters, relying on the main forces of the Dragon Kingdom, various hunting teams follow closely behind. Within less than 10 nautical miles, the ice surface of the sea is filled with battle vehicles and human figures. Preliminary calculations suggest that no less than 1 million participants from the Dragon Kingdom are involved in this Pacific operation plan. At the same time, the American country's space mothership sets sail. 3 colossal vessels slowly ascend, followed by modified apocalypse vehicle groups and tank battalions, with gene warriors, semi-mechanical transformations, and psionics numbering over 10,000. Moreover, large nuclear submarines swiftly move across the ice surface, preparing to launch a barrage of high-explosive missiles once deep in the sea, breaking through the hundreds of meters thick ice layer and plunging directly into the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, the other 3 superpowers have also mobilized, each bringing various apocalyptic foundations to strike the deep sea. Not inferior to the Dragon Kingdom's mysterious fighter jets and bombers. Not inferior to the storm mechas, there are also oversized semi-mechanical transformations, apocalyptic tanks, and battle vehicles towering over 10 meters, with massive dark cannon barrels leaving deep imprints of nearly a meter on the ice surface. Even more astonishingly, the A3 country has also deployed oversized aircraft more spectacular than the American country's space mothership, resembling a spacecraft navigating within a planet devoid of propellers. At this moment, the internet has erupted with discussions. Whoa, wasn't the A3 country hit hardest by the radiation sea monsters? Goodness, they were hiding such a massive weapon. Can they even create such a thing? Ridiculous. This technology is far superior to the American country's space mothership and integrated vertical takeoff and landing system. No way could this possibly be anti-gravity technology. And there's an energy shield, did you see that? There's a blue light membrane surrounding it, encasing the entire spacecraft. This definitely isn't technology from the A3 country. Would they keep something so powerful hidden? Who would believe that? Otherwise, the permanent seat would have taken it by now. There must be a secret. I feel like this technology couldn't possibly exist on Blue Star right now. Could it be extraterrestrial technology? Hiss. Brother, your statement suddenly reminds me that at the moment of the meteorite impact, a meteor shower covered the entire Blue Star, and just beside my house a lake was struck by what appeared to be a small car-sized extraterrestrial spacecraft wreckage, but I saw it was secretly taken away by the Dragon Kingdom. Wait, extraterrestrial spacecraft have emerged. You guys can't be fooling me. How could something like that exist? You must have seen it wrong. Maybe it was just an ordinary satellite falling from the sky. Damn, believe it, or not if I lie to you, I'm a dog. Don't say that. Recently there have been quite a few people online who encountered suspected spacecraft wreckage. Some even collected them in shelters. Goodness, could it really be true? So could it be that the A3 country has cracked some extraterrestrial technologies? Absolutely, that spacecraft is something the 5 permanent members couldn't create. Whoever possesses technology akin to anti-gravity will command the rights to space. At this moment within the Hive, Su Yun also became aware of the sudden rise of the A3 country. That spacecraft, after preliminary analysis by Yun Minjer, indeed has a propulsion system that is truly at a cosmic level. However, Yun Minjer continued analyzing. Brother Yun, the propulsion system can't be fake, but its completion may be low, only less than 10%. I suspect that their shell and body are self-constructed, and the only thing left is the propulsion system, which might be an anti-gravity engine allowing it to ignore the gravity of Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's eyes narrowed, recalling the meteorite at the center of the Pacific. Not only does it contain high-level life energy special metals, but there is also a significant possibility that it hides a spacecraft. However, it may have been disintegrated and scattered across the globe due to the explosive energy of the impact. Perhaps among the fragments of the spacecraft that fell within the A3 country's territory is an extraterrestrial technology resembling an anti-gravity engine. Alright, it seems the A3 country is truly on the rise. However, our hive is also closed, just needing a bit more time, Su-Yun murmured. Hao-Yang not only saw a wealth of detailed technological information from cosmic civilizations, but also found the key to solving those difficult problems. As long as he is given time, controllable nuclear fusion, anti-gravity technology, quantum applications, holographic projections, and various planetary-level technologies can all be mastered and matured. And then there's Xiling, who also received hints from Hao-Yang. During their discussions, Xiling gained numerous insights. The gene evolution compound is on the verge of succeeding, and it is remarkably effective in illuminating genetic points. Some powerful abilities have already emerged during human trials. If it weren't for Xiling keeping a close watch and the biological energy nutrient solution provided being within control, they would have long escaped the tightly sealed human experimental laboratory to engage in brutal destruction against the Hive Shelter. And he is waiting for the moment to arrive. Meanwhile, in the particle-closed monitoring room, a beautiful tall girl is moving around energetically, her pink twin ponytails full of vitality. Yun Minger's mechanical humanoid body has finally been completed, but her first task is to entice Barbados. Yun Minger excitedly said, "Do you think intelligent machines can evolve? Quickly tell me, how can they evolve? I'm just a bit curious. At worst, they can stay here with you and chat every day. This is a secret, but it's not difficult. First, you need a computational power at least 10,000 times stronger than your current body. Secondly, you need to cultivate the seed of emotions from over 10 billion carbon-based life forms. Use the worldly chaos to cleanse your wisdom. In Blue Star terms, you just lack a soul, a spirit capable of carrying mental energy. Once you reach that point, you will successfully evolve into a brand new intelligent life form, which is quite rare among the mechanical spirit races in the universe." Barbados calmly began to speak. Upon hearing this, Yun Minger's face instantly fell. The conditions are too harsh, whether for the body with over 10,000 times the computational power or the emotions of 10 billion life forms. Such things simply cannot exist on Blue Star. This is too difficult. It seems that Yun Minger will never evolve in this lifetime, only to be reluctantly an artificial intelligence summoned and commanded by the people of the shelter. Sob, sob, sob. Yun Minger said, hanging her head and sniffing. However, a cunning glimmer sparkled in her large eyes, reminiscent of a vixen. In less than a second, Barbatos' sympathetic voice rang out again. "Hey, don't be disheartened, sister. Damn it, how dare this little hive shelter bully you? I curse it to meet its end sooner or later." After cursing, he continued, "But this isn't actually that difficult. Besides, isn't there a huge chunk of black gold on Blue Star? I estimate that it would take about 1,000,000 tons and around 10 years to absorb the life energy within it. Don't cry, Big Brother will help. That greedy bastard Su Yun who trades with life metal has a lot of good stuff. As long as I casually produce 7 or 8 planetary-level technologies, it will be enough for several 100,000 tons. If that doesn't work, I can take a loss and help that Su Yun. I can provide the technology while they provide the effort to help you create a quantum computer. It's very simple. That ungrateful Hao-Yang will definitely understand." As soon as Barbados' voice fell, the eyes of the hundreds of people in the main control hall brightened with excitement. Indeed, it was Lady Yun Minger who took action. On Blue Star, only the two of them were a metallic intelligent life form and an artificial intelligence distinct from humanity and likely to be kindred spirits. Indeed, this big fish of treasure has already been caught. The think tank continued to provide various support, saying, "It is truly a pity for Lady Minger, but please continue. Its emotions are very fragile and need a close little sister for communication and companionship. I suspect it has been wandering in the universe for a long time, feeling lonely and cold inside." That's right, your tear duct mechanical structure stores nearly 500 milliliters of simulated tears, and the emotional dynamics on your face can be made to look even more pitiful. Accompanying the tears that fall simulate sadness, unwillingness, and grievance all at once. It's almost there. He's about to take the bait. It's best to throw out all the bad talk about our hive sanctuary to provoke and anger him. His abilities are limited, and to prevent you from getting hurt, the only option left is to trade with us. Damn, a quantum computer. This thing is several technological levels above electronic computers, isn't it? This is incredible. Please, Lady Yun Minger, intensify your efforts and lure him in fiercely. The greater the computing power, the faster our technological development. If we think about it, a complex particle motion data currently takes us several days to compute. If we use a quantum computer, it could probably be done in an instant. Goodness, in a year or two, we could go straight to the universe. Lady, you are our last hope in the hive sanctuary. At this moment, Su Yun had a dark expression, watching Yun Minger's actions and the absurd words of the think tank, feeling as if they were deceiving a naive little boy. However, that Barbados is indeed a treasure. It's just a pity that it is hidden away and cannot be caught. After understanding the dangerous nature of Barbados, they had tried every method but could not damage even a tiny bit of its essence. Electricity, particles, lasers, and thermal rays were all swallowed by it, as if it were a bottomless pit accepting all that came. Let alone the cutting machine, the specially made metal blades were directly damaged after just grazing it, ruining a whole bunch of equipment. So tough it was. Moreover, Xiling had also attempted a mental attack on it, but Barbados merely stated that it was equivalent to a quantum micro-attack, weaker than a breeze, unable to even feel a tickle. As for Haoyang's appearance, he almost scolded Barbados' ancestors in elegant dragon language with a seemingly endless stream of verbal output even more articulate than the authentic Blue Star people. It seemed that Barbados had already understood all the information on Blue Star using some technology. Thus, they directly abandoned any forceful methods and sent Yunmengr to carry out a fishing plan. Fortunately, it seemed to be quite effective. It had already started nibbling on the bait, and it wouldn't be long before it was hooked. However, just as Yunmengr continued her performance and began to see results, Su Yun also started to feel anxious. Major powers around the world were heading towards the center of the Pacific, and those moving fast had already engaged in combat with the radiation sea monsters. The internet was filled with horrific videos and live broadcasts with battles raging fiercely. After all, the ocean was the lair of the radiation sea monsters, and with a significant number of humans mobilized, it would inevitably attract countless radiation sea monster attacks. Over time, a tide of radiation sea monsters would form, and it would be 10, even 100 times more terrifying than the crises on land. Creatures 20 to 30 meters long were common, and there were countless over 50 meters. There were even those over 100 meters in length, some of whom had gained intelligence, able to avoid concentrated firepower and hide in the deep sea, unexpectedly smashing through the ice layers to devour human teams that fell into the water. However, this was only true for weaker teams. The troops of Wuchang and the country of Asin faced such a terrifying wave of monsters and directly pushed through, leaving a trail of radiation sea monster corpses and polluted blood, with only the transport teams left to bring their spoils back. There was no pressure at all. Seeing this, Su Yun indeed couldn't sit still. The power of great nations was terrifying, and the radiation sea monsters couldn't withstand it. A large size does not necessarily mean true strength. This era is still the age of thermal weapon technology. No matter how strong your physical body is, it cannot withstand the overwhelming firepower. Especially energy weapons, the principle is not difficult. After the appearance of special meteorites, most countries have mastered them. As long as a 100-meter-long creature is hit in the head, it is doomed to die. Moreover, many research achievements derived from studying radiation sea monsters have directly elevated Blue Star's technology to another level. This time, the major countries took it seriously. In a direct confrontation, the radiation sea monsters were utterly defeated, and this was under the premise that Blue Star's ultimate nuclear weapons had not yet been used. Otherwise, a nuclear wash of the ocean would slaughter countless radiation sea monsters. In his anxiety, Su Yun was also waiting. There is only one day left. Once Li Shiguang and Chu Xiang return, our hive will also take action. Half a day later, Su Yun received good news from Xiling and hurried to her laboratory. Su Yun looked fervently at the dazzling purple potion before him, instinctively feeling a desire rising within. There are only 9 doses. Let the biological research team handle the production later. The detailed data has already been provided to them, and it should be ready in about 1 or 2 weeks. As for the biological energy nutrient solution, you can manage it yourself. According to my needs, at least 400 pounds are required, but it would be best to prepare a few hundred pounds more. This varies from person to person, as some may finish with several dozen pounds, while others might need over 1,000 pounds to continue evolving. Without energy replenishment, their life force will be drained in an instant. Xiling spoke with a calm expression, her hands quickly flipping through various documents, finishing a whole page. 2 thick documents were even floating in the air before her flipping pages. Su Yun knew these were analyses of various human and genetic data of the 2 invisible superhumans. After initiating genetic evolution, her body and brain had become over 20 times stronger than before, far surpassing the researchers. Moreover, she was also a mental power evolver, which enhanced her brain processing capability. Furthermore, she needed to consume nearly 3 pounds of biological energy crystals daily, directly reaching the limit of human absorption. There was also a special meteorite, one with a diameter of 2 meters, placed in her personal laboratory. Although she could only absorb a small amount of life energy each day, the effects were significant, steadily enhancing both her physical and spiritual selves, and she was not far from lighting up the 4th gene point of her gene chain. After listening to Xiling, Su Yun nodded gravely. The process of genetic evolution was definitely perilous. Without sufficient energy replenishment, there was only one way to die. Fortunately, in their hive sanctuary, they were still not short on biological energy crystals in the short term. The major hive markets in Longwo were bustling, and during the 3 days of the Pacific Action Plan, they collected nearly 20,000 pounds daily with ample reserves. However, for safety, Su Yun had already arranged an evolution device. In addition to the 800 pounds of biological energy nutrient solution, it was also directly connected to the entire stock of biological energy crystals in the hive sanctuary. In critical moments, it could be completely dissolved for supply. Now, there were only 9 doses, all for core personnel. If one were to be lost, it would be a major incident, for the Hive Sanctuary a serious blow. He could not afford to make such a mistake. However, Su Yun thought of Li Shiguang and shook his head helplessly, saying, Xiling, please persuade him. Although I know this will be a blow to his beliefs, times have truly changed. Among the 9 people apart from him and Assistant Jiang, the next few are all the core members of the Hive. However, among them, Li Shiguang resolutely refused to use the genetic evolution compound. According to him, this was not his path. He was the great god of machinery and looked down upon human evolution. He had his own ideas. He would embark on a path that was not weaker than genetic evolution. Upon hearing this, Xiling's eyes narrowed slightly, her face showing some anger and helplessness, as she sighed, alas, we both know him, just let him follow his heart. Xiling recalled the past Li Shiguang, how dazzling he was with his whimsical ideas that she quite liked, and in the end, he even formed a brotherhood with Chu Xiang, Haoyang, and others. But he also had a flaw. He was too stubborn. Just like before the apocalypse, everyone knew it was a wrong direction, but he had never given up. Give him 10 years, I believe in him, and I believe you won't give up on him. If it really doesn't work as his older sister, I will personally go find him. As time passed, the Yangtze River transport fleet made its way back. On the ship Time of the Sea, Li Shiguang leisurely gazed at the distant city of Iron Hope, standing tall. In the harsh environment of the apocalypse, the city seemed to be the only place that could bear the weight of the future. But where lies his future? Axier, does the imaginary space exist? Li Shiguang asked suddenly with a calm expression. Calculating now, theoretically, it does not exist. However, this is based on the knowledge base of Blue Star, and we cannot rule out the existence of the unknown. Shiguang, I might understand your thoughts. Remarkable human consciousness is formless and shapeless. Some say that consciousness is generated by genes. The genetic DNA information of the human body forms thoughts, and the brain functions like an incredibly complex biological computer, giving rise to sensory awareness through the intricate connections of billions of neurons. But this is a conceptual explanation. Others say that human consciousness exists at a higher dimensional level, imperceptible, yet truly real. The imaginary space represents infinite dimensions. Perhaps it can be discovered to carry your consciousness. Aixier's voice was gentle yet patient. Although her computational analysis ability was not as strong as Yun Minjer, and she lacked high intelligence, she was still the most suitable auxiliary AI. Ever since he rejected genetic evolution, he had been pondering his path ahead. Flesh and blood are weak, should he ascend through machinery. However, the flaws of semi-mechanical transformation are significant. The maximum lifespan of the brain cannot exceed 200 years, which is inferior to genetic evolution, where great power is retained within oneself. Perhaps he could also consider consciousness digitization, becoming a network deity like Yun Minjer, where the physical body is not destroyed and consciousness is not extinguished, equivalent to a form of pseudo-mortality. Yet this was not what he truly desired. Moreover, could human consciousness, once removed from the body and devoid of a brain, truly compare to artificial intelligence? Would it not be a scrambled data mind? He harbored great doubts. In this regard, it was perhaps inferior to genetic evolution, leaving his path severed. Furthermore, he had also considered the route of nanotechnology, utilizing trillions of nanomechanical computers to construct and transform a body containing a central consciousness system similar to a nanocore, with unimaginable computing power capable of influencing reality. However, the difficulties involved were no less than initiating genetic evolution, and even existing technology limited his progress. If confirmed relying on the powerful characteristics of life metal, there is hope, but he might need a lifetime. The greater possibility is that he may never uncover the results of nanocomputers in a lifetime, let alone resolve the central consciousness issue. To embark on a path that rivals genetic evolution, the difficulty escalates to unprecedented heights. Such fanciful ideas are not only unrealistic, but could also be his grave. In thought, Li Shiguang's expression grew despondent, lamenting, mechanization of the body is simple, life metal can resolve it. Yet I do not wish to lose myself, nor transform into another consciousness that is not truly mine. It is too difficult. Moreover, body mechanization is too common, merely progressing with technological advancements, but lagging behind. What he yearned for was a promising path of mechanical evolution. Coupled with the challenge of carrying consciousness, it felt overly abstract, yet he could only think of one solution. Using quantum mechanics to calculate a pseudo-imaginary space, then transferring his consciousness into it, achieving a capacity no less than that of the brain. He had also speculated about the calculations of spiritual power. Whether generated by genes, the secrets of the brain's structure, or the elusive soul, they are all forms of natural energy, radiating from self-awareness. Humanity, or the consciousness of life, is inherently irreplaceable and unique. He could not abandon it, thus the idea of imaginary space was conceived. Shiguang Haoyang once said after obtaining data from Barbados that the technology we once deemed difficult to realize is actually quite simple. It is just that the level is too high and our vision cannot reach that door. We must abandon our previous understanding, even the theories of Blue Star, and start anew to achieve enlightenment. Axier gently comforted. The four fundamental forces of the universe do not deceive, Their essence is simple and clear, creating boundless energy within the universe, and we find ourselves within a vast treasure. Upon hearing this, Li Shiguang was momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with helplessness. Hao Yang already had a direction, while he remained stagnant. Even Xu Xiangge was immersed in electromagnetic research, a pursuit that could occupy him for a lifetime without growing weary of it. This cosmic treasure seemed unrelated to him. He could see no glimmer of hope. Li Shiguang looked up at the sky, which was shrouded in gray with distant lands covered in white snow and glaciers. Is the energy of the universe truly boundless, existing within the treasure of the four fundamental forces? He murmured to himself. A flash of inspiration seemed to pass through his mind, yet he could not grasp the thoughts. Meanwhile, Su Yun slowly awakened in the gene evolution nutrient tank. The moment he opened his eyes, golden light radiated, and a powerful wave spread through the air. Is this the feeling of evolution? Su Yun excitedly stepped out of the nutrient tank, his bare upper body near perfection, with well-defined muscles and sharp contours. Beside him, Ziling silently observed, her eyes flashing with surprise, feeling somewhat astonished. As Su Yun successfully emerged from his evolution, she retracted her tablet controller and solemnly asked, "In my mental perception, your internal energy has actually increased by 40 times. After using over 600 pounds of biological nutrient liquid, such a change is impossible. You should sense your abilities." Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded in anticipation. Attempting to delve into his mind, he immediately spotted 3 gene chains extending into the dark void. Each chain had 3 points glowing like stars, containing an enigmatic aura. Su Yun focused his awareness on one of the gene points, as if an insight surfaced in his mind. Spiritual light. Su Yun stroked his chin and softly spoke, "Is this akin to a purifying ability related to the mind?" It resembled a purification skill capable of dispelling various negative states of the mind. However, it seemed a bit weak. Without offensive capabilities, it could only significantly enhance mental strength, counting as a supportive skill. Fortunately, the subsequent 2 abilities instantly excited him. While one is similar to nature energy manipulation. Is this a bit overpowered? Am I becoming a mage? Let me see what the other one is, he said. Ziling looked astonished. You actually unlocked 3 gene chains. The probability of this is less than 1%, right? Ziling frowned, feeling a bit disheartened. Her luck seemed average to her, yet for others it was excellent. But Su Yun was undoubtedly a lucky one. The first activation of gene evolution was an extremely important opportunity. The human body resembled a sponge that had been drained, requiring a massive energy supply to evolve. Every cell in his body felt as though it had been starving for years. As long as it was beneficial energy, it would welcome it with open arms and insatiable appetite. During this process, under the stimulation of tremendous biological energy, there was a significant chance of unlocking the remaining gene chain abilities. However, theoretically, the success rate of activating the second chain is less than 10%. Her luck was indeed quite good, unlocking 1 additional chain. However, Su Yun's luck was off the charts. The probability of activating the 3rd gene chain was less than 1%. Good heavens, no wonder he was the leader of the Nebula group. The Nebula Hive Sanctuary could have come this far, likely benefiting from his stroke of luck. However, the 3rd genetic ability left Su Yun somewhat puzzled. Dragon Chi. What is that? Su Yun asked in confusion. Could it be that his ancestors were once emperors? Yet as he sensed that genetic node, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped him, making his body feel as solid as Mount Tai, imposing and unassailable. At this moment, Ziling's body trembled, her eyes shining as her mental power enveloped her body, allowing her to relax slightly. Is it similar to mental oppression? Or perhaps a gravitational field? Ziling speculated in astonishment. After sensing the pressure emanating from Su Yun, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within her. It was as if a colossal entity was staring at her from above. Hearing this, Su Yun shook his head in confusion, saying, "No, it seems that this ability has no offensive power, it's passive." At this point, Su Yun's expression darkened. He had no idea how to use this 3rd genetic chain. Even if it's a passive ability, couldn't it at least provide some information? Damn it, his body's genetics were still playing mysterious tricks on him. Fortunately, among these 3 genetic abilities, one granted him a powerful control over natural energy. Su Yun extended his hand, and a blazing red flame emerged before him, dancing gracefully as the surrounding air rippled with heat. Brother Yin, your fire has reached over 1200 degrees. It should be able to incinerate a 5-meter-long radiation sea monster. Yun Minger's voice echoed. Only 5 meters long. Su Yun sighed helplessly. However, this was indeed a formidable attacking capability. He could not only control fire, but he could also harness any energy present in nature. Light energy, sound energy, wind energy, thermal energy, biological energy, electric field energy, and potential atomic energy, among others. There were simply too many within his mental power. The air was filled with countless colorful particles drifting about, which he could manipulate at will. Unfortunately, he could not perceive the microscopic level, and he was unable to control many tiny energies. However, once he grew, he would become a god of nature. With just this one ability, he could rival countless others. Good heavens, Su Yun could finally rise. Su Yun shouted in excitement, his face flushed. So exhilarating, just this one ability is worth it. Yet in the next moment, Su Yun unconsciously jumped, slightly crashing directly into the metallic ceiling. Bang, hiss. That hurts. Su Yun crouched down, grimacing as he rubbed his head, his face contorted in pain. Ziling twitched her lips, slightly looking at the dent made in the ceiling above. Goodness, this head is harder than special alloys. Minjer, let Hao Yang and the others come over. Time is running short, and our hive needs to move out. The Hive Shelter's armed forces assembled. In the hunting square's preparation area, rows of Hive Storm mechas loaded with firepower formed into squadrons. Each squadron consisted of 20 mechas totaling 4,000 storm mechas, each towering at 5.5 meters, exuded a majestic and oppressive aura. From outside the city, one could see a myriad of post-apocalyptic vehicles and explosion-proof motorcycles filled with elite members of the Hive and various adventure hunting teams. Even more spectacular were 4 nuclear-powered mechas standing tall at over 80 meters in front of the City of Hope's gates. They loomed like 4 colossal steel beasts, and just a glance brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. No one could ignore these 4 giants. Among them, one particularly special mecha stood nearly 100 meters tall, towering over the other 4. This was also Su Yun's ride, the Nebula Guardian. At this moment inside the Nebula Guardian, Su Yun was meditating. During this half-day, he had been familiarizing himself with his powers, and the perception of the world through his mental faculties had captivated him. In his eyes, this world was composed of countless energy particles, all within his control. With a thought, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning continuously appeared and vanished from his palm. After a moment, Su Yun shook his head and opened his eyes. For now, I can only control these few major abilities. I need to learn a vast amount of knowledge to enhance this supernatural power. It's not that the ability is limited, but rather that he lacks the knowledge to harness the overwhelming number of energy particles. He was unsure how to utilize other natural energies. Fortunately, the Hive's technology is rich in knowledge. He would need some time for systematic learning. However, the time has. Brother Yun, all aspects of the preparations are ready, and the subsequent transport convoy is also fine. We can advance into the deep sea. Yun Minjer's voice rang out. Su Yun nodded, turning to glance at the 3 large screens on his left. One displayed the live feed of the Dragon Kingdom's main forces, while the other 2 showed the situation in the beautiful country and the progress of the Indian subcontinent. These 3 huge powerhouses had left everyone else far behind. The Indian subcontinent was even bolder, flying directly onto the ice layer at the meteor impact site. Here, the ice layer on the sea surface had countless breaches. Massive radiation sea monsters swam about, some of which possessing intelligence looked up at the aerial spacecraft. Others with a more aggressive temperament leaped up as if trying to bite the spacecraft down. However, a recent video had among the radiation sea monsters, many had already displayed energy attack capabilities, enabling them to strike from the air and engage at long distances. The main forces of these 3 nations would certainly not have it easy. Moreover, the meteor was hidden beneath the sea. To excavate and slice it, they would have to enter the territory of the radiation sea monsters. The difficulty had directly increased several notches. Fortunately, the Hive's nuclear-powered mechas possessed this advantage. Minjer, relay my orders, all forces advance. Su Yun donned his man-machine connection helmet and spoke seriously. Received notification has been completed. Internal communication channels are normal. The Hive gates have successfully closed, and Ziling is stationed at the main base, ensuring there are no concerns. As the command for all forces to advance echoed in everyone's ears, the power of the Hive Shelter began to bang, bang, bang. The Nebula Guardian surged forward, charging into the depths of the sea, each step deafening. The other 3 mechas followed suit. Next, the vast mech and vehicle forces launched at full speed, each explosion-proof motorcycle clad in full-cover exoskeleton armor weaving through. Finally, in the external preparation area of the City of Hope, brothers charged together. The 4 nuclear-powered mechas lead the charge. All units should cooperate. Oh, let's not die here. Haha, aside from those major nations, everyone else is stuck halfway. The radiation sea monster tide has begun. This time there are no transport concerns. You just kill them outright. Not to mention the Hive will fully transport the corpses of the radiation sea monsters automatically, converting them into nebula points. This time is our opportunity to rise. Just as the Hive Shelter launched its attack, the Dragon Kingdom's main forces were also besieged by a tide of radioactive sea monsters. The booming of cannon fire echoed continuously, with the dazzling light of Gatling guns and rapid-fire cannons bursting forth. Calling the Dragon Kingdom bomber crew, launch another round of ballistic missiles. There are just too many. It feels like they can never be killed off. Someone shouted over the network channel. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom's main force had plunged deep into the ocean. On the ice floes, radioactive sea monsters stretched as far as the eye could see, crawling out from numerous gigantic ice hollow openings. Ordinary rifles and Gatling guns could hardly lay down suppression. They could only rely on firepower and missile airstrikes to clear a path, alleviating their pressure. Of course, this referred to the hunting teams that were lurking behind the Dragon Kingdom. The main force of the Dragon Kingdom had never ceased firing. That battle city, resembling an aircraft carrier, could clear large areas of radioactive sea monsters with a single round of cannon fire. Moreover, with rapid-fire cannons shooting in bursts, the radioactive sea monsters could hardly come close to them. Their speed never waned. As for the depths of the ocean beneath the hundreds of meters thick ice, it seemed there were also the Dragon Kingdom's secret weapons. Wherever the main force went, astonishing firepower erupted from beneath the sea. Aside from some ice layers collapsing and shattering, there were no other losses. However, this was a hardship for the other hunting teams. They had wanted to ride the coattails of the Dragon Kingdom, but they never expected that within the deep ocean, the radioactive sea monsters could not be completely eradicated. Even a giant mutated shark-like creature over 50 meters long was attacked by hundreds of hunting teams working together using high-mobility guerrilla tactics. They unleashed firepower for a full half-hour before managing to kill one, suffering heavy losses in the process. Any contact or being stepped on could turn any post-apocalyptic vehicle or mech into fragments instantly. They nearly lost a third of their personnel and equipment, and after expending most of their ammunition, they found it increasingly difficult to fend off the tide of radioactive sea monsters. If it weren't for the Dragon Kingdom's main forces noticing their plight and dispatching bombers and fighters to conduct a round of strikes, they would have likely been ground into dust by the radioactive sea monsters. It's over. We shouldn't have come here. The deeper the sea, the greater the danger. The radioactive sea monsters here are terrifyingly tough. Even the blue light Gatling guns struggle to harm them. Their vitality is horrific, but despite having a small portion of their heads blown off, they can still rage for over 10 minutes before collapsing. Someone in the team said, his face pale. This was a half-mechanized individual with metallized arms, legs, and skin. He was riding an anti-explosion motorcycle, daring not to stop dodging fire lines while attacking support targets. Within a 20-kilometer radius, the battlefield was a scene of carnage, with gigantic radioactive sea monsters charging and roaring. The human teams were also suffering heavy losses. We can't go any further. The ammunition is about to run out. Damn it. I purchased 500,000 Nebula coins worth of ammunition, and we've only killed 8. After distributing it, we barely broke even. No way, we have to stick with the Dragon Kingdom's main force. We can't retreat now. If only we had stopped 500 kilometers back. Now it's too late to regret. Whatever, I've organized 30 hunting teams of 6 or 7. We have 15 mechs, 50 blue light Gatling guns, and 30 hunting heavy sniper rifles. We need to carve out a retreat 500 kilometers back. Is anyone still wanting to retreat? Join quickly. We will break out in half an hour. Damn it, count me in. I wonder if the transport teams have retreated. Otherwise, after spending so many resources and Nebula coins, I would go insane if I lost the spoils. Let's go. Our team has lost over 10 people, 1 mech, and 5 Gatling guns. If we don't leave now, we will all be wiped out. Move, move, move. This place is not where we can stay. Who else can continue moving forward apart from the Dragon Kingdom's main force? I see that the team from the Divine Being Shelter is almost hiding next to the main force. While having a strong backer makes a difference. Several hunting team leaders looked pale and powerless, feeling terror and despair within. Setting off from the coastline, large logistical safe zones would be established every 500 kilometers. Now they had ventured nearly 3,000 miles in, they couldn't fight anymore, let alone advance the over 5,000 kilometers into the meteor impact zone. That area is only for the big shots. For these small fry, if they don't leave now, they really won't be able to. However, just as thousands of teams were preparing to execute their retreat plan, someone in the communication channel exclaimed in delight, "Wow, brothers. The Hive Shelter is coming from behind. They are moving at an astonishing speed and should reach us in about 2 hours." Hearing this, many people's eyes brightened. Isn't this just perfect? Their capabilities were limited, and retreating amid the tide of radioactive sea monsters would definitely lead to heavy losses. But the Hive Shelter is no ordinary power. Those 4 oversized nuclear-powered mechs can slaughter radioactive sea monsters over 100 meters long as easily as butchering a goose. They also have debilitating and weakening agents, etc. As long as the Hive reaches their rear, they will surely open a path, and they can naturally take advantage of this to retreat quickly. Just hold on for another 2 hours, stick together, stay close to the main force, rely on them to avoid the crisis beneath the ice layers, and just wait for the Hive's forces to arrive. Sure, just 2 hours. We can hold on. During this time, let's kill a few more. However, the next piece of information made everyone excited again. Hiss. The Hive Shelter's transport teams have 2 mechs escorting them to evacuate from the danger zone. Plus, as long as we trade with them, the corpses of the radioactive sea monsters killed can be directly exchanged for Nebula coins. Although we only get half the profits, isn't this better than spending money? Just kill and record the information and upload it. Hearing this, everyone was filled with renewed vigor. After starting the video recording, they continued firing their weapons and ammunition without concern. This kind of opportunity is simply not to be missed. Damn, the Hive Shelter really has a solid backing, solving the biggest transportation problem for them directly. Quick, quick, quick. Mech support while pulling the corpses over. Don't let the Dragon Kingdom's collection teams or other powerful factions snatch them away. Tell those behind who are dividing the corpses to stop. We'll stack them up together and wait for the Hive to arrive. Remember to save the hunting information records. Don't get them mixed up. The trade will directly deposit Nebula coins into our accounts. When the time comes we can leave and the rest can be handed over to the Hive Shelter. Meanwhile, the Hive's main force advanced with overwhelming momentum, swiftly moving forward. No matter how large the radioactive sea monsters were, they could not withstand a single shot from a nuclear-powered mech. Su Yun's Nebula Guardian was at the forefront, continuously sweeping various radioactive sea monsters over 50 meters in size, with 2 electromagnetic energy cannons and 2 beam cannons mounted on its shoulders. In his hands was an enormous black metallic greatsword, as wide as the waist of the mech and measuring 60 to 70 meters in length. Upon encountering radioactive sea monsters over 100 meters long, Su Yun directly increased the power of the energy shield by 10% and charged forward with the greatsword. The Nebula Guardian's defensive power was nearly invincible. Even the largest radioactive sea monsters could not withstand his strikes. Even if he couldn't kill them all and couldn't cover every aspect of the rear team, let's not forget the Storm Mech Corps. In less than 20 seconds, missiles and Gatling firepower opened up swiftly, ending the battle. Moreover, the biggest crisis was the ice layer on the sea surface. If it collapsed under the impact of gigantic radioactive sea monsters, no matter how capable they were, they would fall into the sea and be devoured by countless radioactive sea monsters. Fortunately, Li Shiguang's Ocean Time ship had long descended to the seabed, safeguarding the main force above. Coupled with the firepower of nuclear submarines, the situation was temporarily manageable. As for the remaining Yin, Emperor Destroyer, and Lightning Donner, they were protecting the transport teams, continuously firing at various threats and delivering the spoils to safety. The entire Hive Force's task arrangement was meticulous, advancing quickly and efficiently while harvesting. However, Su Yun sensed something was off. This endless tide of radioactive sea monsters, could it truly be inexhaustible? Su Yun raised his head with a grave expression and spoke. Something's not right. There can't be this many radioactive sea monsters. Something must have gone wrong in the depths of the ocean. The brutal war between the radiation sea monsters and humanity continues to escalate. Each attack leads to massive casualties. Moreover, many places in the ice layer have large pits several kilometers long, where countless radiation sea monsters crawl out of the sea, attacking hunting teams. This is no simple surge of radiation sea monsters. It feels premeditated and calculated, obstructing everyone's progress. Yungu, the effect of the repulsion agent has inexplicably weakened. The radiation sea monsters are able to cross the safe path we've laid out and are attacking the transport teams. Yun Minger's voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Su Yun's gaze sharpened. Something is off, very off. Minger gathers some data. I suspect a radiation sea monster has developed intelligence equivalent to that of an adult human and is guiding them to block us. 10 seconds later, Yun Minger's voice rang out again. Yungun, normally the repulsion agent developed by Sister Ziling, should be the most repulsive scent to the radiation sea monsters. They instinctively would not approach it, let alone actively attack. There are 2 possibilities. One is that the radiation sea monsters have a leader that can control all their actions the second is that a certain radiation sea monster has absorbed a significant amount of life energy and has evolved it, can not only command the entire radiation sea monster clan, but also understands the threat we pose to them. Thirdly, it is even possible that they have unlocked a genetic chain similar to ours, gaining mental power or other formidable abilities. Hearing this, Su Yun recalled his own abilities. Could he perhaps see some clues? Moments later, Su Yun's pupils contracted and a glimmer flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the entire world transformed. Endless colorful energy particles filled the world, and his spiritual power, coupled with the purification ability of his spiritual light and the control of natural energy, became even stronger than Ziling's. However, he could only see a space of about 120 meters around him for now. Within this space, the farther away he looked, the more challenging it became to control the natural energy, and his control diminished significantly. Nevertheless, Su Yun was not attacking. He was observing the energy fluctuations around the 3 radiation sea monsters, which were only about 10 meters long. Countless colorful particles were moving erratically, and a cold wind swept through, gathering a large amount of wind energy particles. Amidst the artillery fire, thermal energy erupted, scattering particles in all directions. The world of energy was dense and vast, like an ocean, with the entire world hidden within massive energy particles. However, the next second, Su Yun sensed something was amiss. Above the head of a radiation sea monster, a pale blue energy chain appeared, extending through the void to an unknown destination. Su Yun's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, I said it, is this mental control or some form of information transmission? However, it is certain that a certain radiation sea monster has undergone a change. Although he identified the source of the anomaly, he had no means to act. He speculated that there must be more than one change surrounding that special meteorite. This radiation sea monster had undoubtedly absorbed a significant amount of life energy, forming a brand new intelligent species. Thinking of this, Su Yun felt both joy and worry. The joy came from the understanding that the meteorite could not be easily obtained, whether it was the beautiful nation, the Third Nation, or the Dragon Nation and the Bear Nation. A long and arduous war must ensue. The worry stemmed from the fear of the rise of the radiation sea monsters. This was a struggle for survival. They needed the special meteorite, and the radiation sea monsters did too. The two sides absolutely could not coexist peacefully. There could only be one master on Blue Star. A glint flashed in Su Yun's eyes, no matter what they needed to fight for themselves now. Whether it was the bodies of the radiation sea monsters, or the life metals from the special meteorite, both were valuable and scarce resources. If they wanted to continue developing their hive and ascend to the universe, they could not afford to lack any of these resources. Mindra, the nuclear-powered engine, is operating at 89% capacity, and the energy shield is maintaining 10% power. Let Li Shiguang and the others not hold back, unleash their full power, and push through, especially Li Shiguang underwater. Let him fire his plasma thermal radiation convergence cannon at full power. Su Yun spoke with firm determination. He did not know what the future of Blue Star would look like, but at this moment, it was a battle for opportunity. They had already fallen a step behind, and from now on they could not afford to be slow any longer. The Nebula Guardian is about to prepare to unleash plasma rays controlling the maximum duration. He'll clear the way first. Su Yun coldly spoke as he controlled the weapon system of the mecha in his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, the nuclear reactor at the chest of the Nebula Guardian began to enhance its energy output, and the roar of the nuclear engine resounded. Meanwhile, an urgent danger alert rang out on the public channel of the Hive's main force. Warning, warning, the Nebula Guardian is about to activate large-scale offensive weapons. Take care not to get caught in the blast, or you will be instantly turned to ash. This alarm shocked everyone, and they nervously looked at the Nebula Guardian, which was at the forefront. That nearly 100-meter-high steel beast exuded an overwhelming pressure. Standing beneath it would likely cause one's legs to tremble uncontrollably. Everyone gasped and hurriedly retreated. They'll take cover first. That thing's ultimate move is bound to be astonishing. Quickly retreat. There are radiation sea monsters all around. If it unleashes a 180-degree area attack, we'll all be finished. Move back. I'm directly starting a live broadcast, folks. The Lightning Daybreaker and the How High Time are both equipped with ultimate moves, the most advanced energy offensive weapons. Su Yun's ride surely has something similar. Get your snacks and drinks ready, and let's witness this astonishing strike. 10 seconds later, a brilliant red ray shot out from the chest of the Nebula Guardian mecha. It had a diameter of only 1 meter, but the destructive power rippling through it eroded the cold air. This ray continued to fire, generating heat waves. Wherever it passed, the radiation sea monsters cried out in agony and collapsed, unable to escape. This was a crushing display of technology. Most of the massive radiation sea monsters were severed in two by the ray, their wounds charred black by the extreme heat. A small number of the smaller ones were instantly obliterated upon contact with even a sliver of the ray. The plasma thermal radiation convergence ray is about to reach its limit. 1098. Yun Mindra's Su Yun knew that this ultimate move could last no more than 30 seconds, otherwise the nuclear reactor would suffer severe damage, and the energy containment device would be destroyed by the leaking energy. The attack range of the ray exceeded 300 kilometers. Relying on his formidable mental power, Su Yun adjusted the ray's direction with the mecha. Additionally, with the mecha's detectors scanning for radiation sources, any target over 50 meters in length was, with an ultra-long attack range, unstoppable, and nearly invincible. Destructive plasma rays no carbon-based life form could withstand them. After 30 seconds, the red death light, illuminating the vast area, finally began to dissipate. A thick black smoke also rose from the chest of the Nebula Guardian. The damage rate of the devices is as high as 25%. Yingui can still use it 2 more times. On the 3rd time, the nuclear reactor will explode. However, after the ray ended, nearly 80% of the radiation sea monsters over 50 meters in length were killed, and all of those over 100 meters were annihilated. We harvested over 180 ultra-large radiation sea monster corpses. It was incredible. As the data was calculated, Su Yun was quite satisfied. While the modifications by Hao Yang are really impressive, he directly shrank the convergence cannon into a ray, maximizing its destructive power, and the effective attack range has tripled. I'm basically invincible now, Su Yun said excitedly. At that moment, he genuinely wanted to test if the energy shields on the Third Nation spacecraft could withstand it. Testing the top-end apocalyptic war equipment on Blue Star, who could compare? Let's wait half an hour and have the transport team move quickly. Hao Yang and Xu Xianga will come to assist, and we'll first send our spoils out. Meanwhile, countless people online were watching the Third Nation spacecraft in action, hovering in the sky above the Pacific Ocean, their intentions very clear. Hiss! The Third Nation has truly risen. They actually want to dive into the sea to search for the special meteorite. Perhaps the biggest winner is indeed the Third Nation. With that shield, even an ultra-large radiation sea monster with energy attacks can't harm it, let alone the physical strength of the radiation sea monsters. Brothers, there's news that the beautiful nation has also dispatched 2 aerial motherships to get a share of the spoils. The Dragon Nation and Bear Nation's fighter jets are also on their way, but only the Third Nation spacecraft seems capable of diving into the deep sea. As discussions continued, the video showed the Third Nation spacecraft moving. After reaching a certain altitude, it suddenly accelerated downward towards the ice layer. The speed was extraordinarily fast, instantly breaking the sound barrier, and a terrifying sonic boom echoed through the skies. Damn brothers, the third nation is truly bold. They plan to directly crash down. This enormous spacecraft, over 100 meters in length and width, is bound to wreak havoc on the radiation sea monsters. The spacecraft of the A3 nation plummeted like a meteor, carrying terrifying kinetic energy and flames crashing onto the ice layer. The circular energy shield shimmered brilliantly, appearing almost tangible as high-density energy particles enveloped the entire spacecraft. In an instant, the ice layer within a radius of several kilometers was torn apart by a dreadful force, sending endless chunks of ice and seawater soaring to nearly 1,000 meters high. 18 radiation sea monsters, each over 100 meters long, perished, with flesh and blood flying everywhere, contaminating the entire ice layer and seawater. It was as if a meteorite had struck, utterly terrifying. This scene also stirred immense waves across the internet. Damn! The technology deciphered from the wreckage of the A3 nation spacecraft must be more than just the gravity-defying engine, and that energy shield, it's astonishingly powerful, feeling even superior to the nuclear-powered mech shields of the Hive Sanctuary. It's over. Forces without any strength can't even breach the center of the Pacific Ocean, let alone delve into the depths to excavate the special meteorite's core. It seems the A3 nation is really about to take off. Am I the only one interested in the remains of those giant radiation sea monsters? Even just one piece could fetch a hefty sum of Nebula coins, not to mention the bioenergy crystals. A creature over 100 meters long must weigh at least 100 kilograms, right? You want to go? Who besides those superpowers can even get in there? I feel like the Hive Sanctuary is not weak either. Those 4 nuclear-powered mechs are each more formidable than the last, equipped with energy shields and top-tier energy weapons. Getting into the center of the Pacific should be no problem. Indeed, except for the Hive Sanctuary, this is a damn powerful group, not at all inferior to a major country. Ridiculous. Meanwhile, within a 10-kilometer radius of the Hive Sanctuary's temporary station, the tide of radiation sea monsters unexpectedly retreated. The previously endless monstrous figures began to frantically withdraw, and within 3 minutes, not a single one remained. They all vanished. At this moment, Su Yun also saw the scenes of the A3 nation's actions on the internet. Furrowing his brow, he hesitated to believe. Could it be that the mutated intelligent creature controlling all the radiation sea monsters is afraid the A3 nation spacecraft will find it and annihilate it, thus recalling all the radiation sea monsters? If that's the case, perhaps that special meteorite has long been claimed by the radiation sea monsters, and they have already gained intelligence. Moreover, there might even be a king of the radiation sea monsters. Thinking of this, Su Yun grew increasingly anxious. Whether it was the wreckage of the extraterrestrial civilization's spacecraft or the significance of the special meteorite, it represented a hope for the future. Whoever possesses it can soar into the cosmos, wielding power, breaking free from the cradle of Blue Star and venturing into deep space exploration. Now the tide of radiation sea monsters has receded. All major forces rushed toward the center at breakneck speed, each more anxious than the last, fearing that the A3 nation would carry away something important. We must speed up too. Su Yun glanced at the transport team, still moving the radiation sea monster corpses, and resolutely declared, "Let Haoyang stay behind. Oh, Shiguang brother Chu, well, go ahead first." As soon as the words were spoken, Li Shiguang in the submarine, covering sea time, looked up, seeing only the densely packed limbs of radiation sea monsters and the bloody, polluted water in the deep sea. This should have been done long ago. The main force is slowing down our actions. Ashier, activate the energy matrix to full power, preheat the propulsion system, and let's head up first. The pressure in the deep sea is terrifying, but thankfully, there is an energy shield. Without it, even the mechs would not withstand the pressure at over 4,000 meters deep. Understood. The nuclear reactor is increasing power, supplying energy at full capacity, and the propulsion system will be fully preheated in 10 seconds. Aishier's voice sounded. As soon as the words were spoken, Li Shiguang glanced at the distant nuclear submarine, which had been modified and was now armed with missile launchers and underwater mines. There was also a layer of living metal that could activate the energy shield, making it a veritable fortress of war in the sea. You all stay below the main force. They'll go ahead first. The most important battlefield cannot lack our hive, Li Shiguang said with a smile. Boom! With the powerful electromagnetic field and energy propulsion assistance, the covering sea time surged toward the ice layer above. At this moment, Chu Xianga, the electric light sun chaser, also arrived beside Su Yun, anxiously watching the various situations online. What do you think? Should we go up first, and the main force will follow later? Chu Xianga said with a serious expression. I saw a message stating that the core of the special meteorite is too large for any single force to occupy. However, the 5 permanent members and various nuclear powers are negotiating. Whoever secures the area first will claim it, and they are already starting to divide the cake before the fight is over. Hearing this, Su Yun's expression also darkened. This was absolutely not good news for their hive. Their scale is still too small compared to major countries with no means to match them. However, this time, he would not back down. We must not give up this big cake. Let's use the strength of our hive sanctuary to push forward. If anyone is not satisfied, let's go to war, Su Yun said firmly. with Yun Minjer and Zi Ling as his trump cards as long as it wasn't a nuclear bomb that could reduce everything to ashes. What was there to fear? Boom! In the distance, the covering sea time broke through the thick ice layer and appeared in the sky. The fierce energy fluctuations and the heat from the reactor made it emit scorching smoke, creating a spectacular sight under everyone's gaze. Brother Yun, charge ahead. The Dragon Kingdom can't stop us. We fear nothing. Li Shiguang's cold laughter echoed in the communication channel. Though his path ahead was uncertain, the living metal from the special meteorite was absolutely indispensable. It was his only reliance for success, the more the better. Moreover, the wreckage of the extraterrestrial civilization's spacecraft had already been confirmed to be at the bottom of that sea. He did not want to miss this opportunity. Even a bit of inspiration it could provide would be enough. Upon hearing this, Su Yun and Chu Shunga both smiled. Then let's go.